Chapter 1: A New Chance. A lone girl was walking through the bustling streets of a city during the evening hours while letting out a sigh every now and then. "Come on, get a grip already, Sophia," she was muttering to herself in a low voice. "All on my own, even though I'm still more than young enough. 23 isn't old at all, and I should have no problems whatsoever with finding a partner. I take good care of myself, as well, and love doing sport." It's a weird thing to say to yourself, but I do think my looks are pretty good. While talking to herself, the girl stopped in front of a shop and glanced at her reflection in its big window that faced the street to lure in customers. Sophia was just shy of being 165 centimeters tall, had a sporty bodyline with long legs and the tiniest bit of tan. Even so, she still had decent curves in the area that were important for her, namely a more than sizable enough chest for her body type and a slim waistline. Her honey-colored, blonde hair went well past her shoulder blades and had a natural wavy look to them. The girl's eyes had a greenish turquoise hue, and together with her long lashes, they were a real eye-catcher. The rest of her face, including the spotless skin and the light red lips, helped with that, too. Besides that, Sophia was wearing a short-sleeved white t-shirt together with a pair of denim jeans and black sneakers. Huh. Another sigh escaped her lips as she continued to walk. "Well, I am into girls, and if you're one yourself, that doesn't boost your chances to find a partner." Okay, no, that's more of an excuse. Others can overcome this hurdle just fine, but they can interact with girls in the first place. Me being a shy introvert that can't speak with them, yeah, that's a problem. Talking to men is easier, at least if it's not too long of a conversation, but that doesn't help me. Wouldn't it be nice if I were into boys instead? Well, I doubt I would be able to ask one out, either, but I noticed every now and then that some of them seemed to be interested in me in the past, so maybe it could have actually worked out? Okay, I really don't want to, actually, but still. Looking around, Sophia laid her eyes on a random boy in the crowd around her and checked him out. "He is kinda good looking, isn't he?" "Probably? I think so. Aesthetically speaking, sure. I guess? Maybe? Yeah. She actually had no idea what she was talking about, and it was apparent that there were no feelings involved in her assessment. Well, one is way too less of a sample size, isn't it? Saying so, she checked out a couple of more guys, but the result was, at best, the exact same. Well, that worked out as expected. While rolling her eyes, she continued to scan her surroundings, and Sophia's eyes eventually fell on an exceptionally attractive girl. She was a bit taller than Sophia and had long, platinum blonde hair that almost seemed to be white. The girl was also wearing a pure white summer dress that worked weirdly well with her similarly colored hair and perfectly accentuated her figure. The dress went together with a dark red handbag that added a bit of contrast and a splash of color to the girl. Sophia couldn't bring herself to look away. She immediately felt her pulse increasing ever so slightly, coupled with a somewhat warm and fuzzy feeling in her chest. Of course, someone totally my type shows up now. Yeah, it's definitely never happening. Girls are the only option for me. Great, now I hate myself for even thinking about trying to be with a man. Slapping her cheeks once, she continued to walk around without a goal, only trying to clear her head. This, unfortunately, only made it worse, though. Sophia soon became aware that she had left the bustling shopping street and ended up in a park. A park that was mainly filled with couples taking an evening walk together while demonstratively holding hands with each other. Perfect. Sighing yet again, her mood just kept worsening. How much I would give to get over my shyness. I really hate being alone, but at this point, I don't think I'm able to change myself anymore. It's too deeply rooted in my brain by now. After all, I've been like that ever since, well, puberty hit. Once I noticed that my interest in some of my female friends and classmates in school was similar to, or the same as their growing interest in boys. It made me distance myself from them because I thought I was weird, and that's something wrong with me. It all only went further downhill from there on, to the point of not even being able to talk to girls at all. I've really made such a stupid mistake. I want to travel back in time and slap my old self. There was absolutely no need to distance myself from my female friends. They didn't distance themselves from the boys either. If anything, they tried to get even closer to the ones they were attracted to, instead. That's basically the same for me, save for some minor details. It's not like I'm automatically into every girl I meet or get close with. I could have had friends normally, just like everyone else had. Even the female friends I had back then. Only one or two of them seemed to be getting interesting. Now, though. Yeah, the damage is already done, and I have no idea how I would be able to get out of the pit I threw myself into. Grah. Out of the blue, Sophia started yelling loud enough for everyone around her to hear. I want to restart and get rid of the mistakes that scarred me. She didn't care about the onlookers. I want to go to a place where no one knows about me and have a fresh do-over without any baggage. Well, it's not like anyone of interest knows me here. The girl mixed in some self-loathing. A fresh restart with a non-corrupted mindset to get rid of my inability to talk to others would be the best thing ever. While still not caring or even noticing the people around her, Sophia stopped paying attention to her surroundings altogether. She continued to complain about her situation for a good while longer until something finally managed to get her full and undivided attention. Acha. Suddenly, everything in the girl's vision had turned pure white. What's happening? Naturally, being beyond surprised, Sophia was confused and began to panic. Do you really want a restart? An unknown male voice echoed through the place. What is going on here? Her bewilderment grew even more because she was unable to locate the voice that seemingly came from nowhere. Do you truly desire to go to a place where no one knows you? Sophia's face paled. She was clearly getting scared. To a place definitely no one knows you. One that's perfect for a fresh start. I did say something along those lines, but, She couldn't keep up. I will grant you your do-over if you wish so. Please wait a minute. What's going on here? Where am I? Who are you? What, are you? It seems that some more explanation would be appropriate. A blinding light appeared in front of Sophia. Once it died down, a person appeared. The guy looked like he was in his early 20s, a similar age to her. He had longer, darkish brown hair and seemed rather casual and unreliable looking. For what I am. I'm the overseer of this and many other worlds. You. For her, the title Overseer of Worlds sounded important, almost godlike. Indeed. You certainly don't look the part. The shock was so big for Sophia that she entirely forgot about the situation she was in. How rude. Though, I can see your point. He looked down at himself. The blinding light from earlier appeared again, and his entire appearance changed. He looked a bit older and more refined, wearing a fancy suit, his hair was perfectly made, and his expression turned firm and serious. How is this instead? Sorry, your image is already ruined. Ahaha, you certainly don't hold back, do you? Weird. She mumbled to herself after noticing it. Sorry, but well, you do seem like you're someone important. With the whole blinding light and changing trick. I'm glad I got the point across, then. He changed back to his younger self. So much more comfortable. Yes, that form certainly is easier to talk to as well. Indeed. It's quite fascinating, though. According to my records, you're supposed to have a shy personality. I can't say I see much of this characteristic. What's this about? Sophia just fully realized it. Why, you're right. Why? How? Did you do something to me? Being a god and all? I never said I'm a god. But I get where you're coming from. Being from Earth, this might not be an entirely unfitting description of my position. Sophia was still waiting for an answer. Your talkativeness is a result of your own doing. His answer was slightly cryptic. That's weird. Sure, I'm better at talking to guys compared to girls, but never to such an extent, not even close. Maybe we're just super compatible? He flashed her a cheeky wink with a smile. Sorry, not interested. There was not the slightest bit of hesitation in her answer. "Ah, I got shot down. He didn't seem sad, though. It's not like you aren't interesting. It's just physically impossible for me. I'm aware of that. I was just messing around. You know. Yes, to be more exact, I know basically everything about you. That's seriously creepy. It is, isn't it? Anyway, he has a very easygoing personality. He's actually trying to just ditch the subject. Want me to change it for you? Change what now, exactly?" She felt like she missed something along the way. You being unable to be with a man. Sophia was too shocked for proper words. "I'm able to grant you a new body, together with new DNA, hormones, and all that. Well, it's no guarantee, but there's a chance you'll be able to fall in love with a man that way." Silence filled the area. "How about it? Before I summoned you, you seemed to be unhappy about your current situation. Why, you saw that too, huh?" She remembered her depressed grumblings from earlier. "Thanks, but no thank you." "Oh? Liking girls isn't the problem." She paused for a moment. "I actually do liking girls, no matter what kind of stupid nonsense I said earlier. I, myself, am the problem in the equation. I couldn't properly deal with being different, to the point of not even being able to talk to girls anymore. It's all my own personal fault, and I know that, but I can't change myself so easily now. I have no plans to change my sexuality instead. I hate myself for what I said, even just as a joke in the spur of the moment. I really like girls, and I'm more than good with that. Though I had no luck with them regardless, but like I said, that's my fault entirely. I want to change who I have become and not what I am. If that makes any sense whatsoever to you. Or wait, is it the other way around? Anyway, I hope you get what I mean." She confused herself towards the end. "I see. Yes, I understand. That's fine, then." He seemed satisfied with her answer. "So, instead of a proper start from zero, you would prefer a stat boost, I take it? Stat boost?" Sophia tilted her head, wondering whether the two were using the same language. "Instead of starting over in a new body from scratch, you want to keep being your current self in your given body, but with better specs. For example, having the powers to overcome your current flaws in your personality, getting a good boost in every aspect. Well, I wouldn't mind being a couple of years younger again, but Noted. Eh? Anyway, by boost, you mean, like improving my self-confidence, making me able to talk to girls and something like that? Sure, that too will get boosted. Too. Wait, what are you even talking about?" Sophia wasn't able to make sense out of their conversation. "I'll get to that eventually." "No, wait." She suddenly remembered something. Why am I here in the first place? You only start questioning that now? There was a lot to keep up with. Wait, being in an all-white space, talking with someone equaling God or whatever. Don't tell me. The girl realized something horrible. Am I dead? Technically not, I suppose? Well, I summoned you about a second before your certain death. Thank you very much. Wait. What's that supposed to mean? I was just walking around in the city. How can that kill me all of a sudden? Walking around, lost in thoughts and not minding their surroundings, failing to notice the red light when crossing a street and Stop right there. I can piece together the rest myself. It won't be something nice to look at. It sure was a big bus. I said stop. She didn't want to imagine her own death, especially when it's such a gruesome image. Unfortunately, I was too late, though. What does that mean? You see, while I can stop time and summon people to this place, I can only send them back to the same place at the exact same time, meaning I'll die the moment I go back. Sophia had become as white as the room she was in. Well, a second after that, but yes, that's how it is. I'm sorry for not summoning you earlier. No. Thank you, for having a final conversation then. It was something else, but nice. Her voice sounded really heavy. Not so hasty, lady. Huh? While it's true that your future on Earth will only last another second, there are other options. Oh, options. As I said, I'm the overseer of many worlds, not just yours. If you want to, I can send you to a different world. A world where you'll be able to continue your life for a long time. That's the reason why I asked you if you want to retry in a place where truly nobody knows you when I called you over to this place. So it's either that or sure death, is it? Pretty much. Ahahaha. She snapped. Don't tell me all those books I read to kill time were actually legit. Oh, right, Earth does have a significant amount of literature around reincarnation and transmigration, does it not? I should have started with that to make things easier. So, how about it, want to give it a try? Give me a moment here. This is too much to take in at once. Sophia naturally was having a hard time with the situation. What kind of world do you intend to send me? If it's a ruthless and brutal one, the powerless me will end up in this white place soon again anyway, won't I? Don't worry, few of them are any more vicious than Earth. That doesn't mean much. Depending on the area, it can also mean certain death, after all, and those places weren't few on her planet. The overseer stopped for a second. You got me there. Well, worry not. I'll make sure you won't get harmed. Oh, okay. Sophia only weakly nodded. Can I take that as a yes? What is the world you want to send me like? Don't tell me there's magic and all that? Do you want to go to a place where the usage of magic is possible? Sure, there are a few of them under my supervision. Of course. But there are surely monsters all over the place as well, right? Going by the template and all. You can't have the one without the other. After all, that would be too boring to oversee. Is that really something you should admit? She began to doubt the intentions of this so-called overseer. Again, worry not. Even if there are monsters, they won't pose a threat to you, girl. He decided not to answer Sophia's question. Are they all like super weak? Sure, let's go with that. She was getting more dubious. Anyway, with that being decided, are there any other wishes for your new world? So it's decided, huh? Sophia lost the will to argue. Okay, sure. Might there be a world where my preferences are not discriminated against? Or at least, not to a worrying degree. She wanted at least a little reassuring about the state of her new world. A world where homosexuality is widely accepted, huh? There actually is a world that fits perfectly. Really? I want to go there then. As long as that's okay, the rest doesn't matter. Well, I don't want to be too greedy. You're doing me a favor after all, to grant me a new chance. Sophia remembered that she's basically dead in her old world already. What a nice girl you are. Okay, I'll decide the rest, including the fine details on my own then. And nothing too crazy, okay? Where's the fun in that? I want to enjoy watching your new life, too, after all. Ever the creep, huh? What a nice girl. His voice sounded completely different compared to earlier. Dot. For the first time in a good while, Sophia was genuinely smiling in front of someone. You have quite a charming smile. He had to pause for a moment. Thank you very much. That's the first time someone ever told me that. Isn't that just because you haven't shown it to anyone before? That might not be entirely unrelated. Sophia shrunk down a little. But don't you fall for me now, okay? I already told you, but there will only be heartbreak for you there. You cheeky little. You being shy was a total lie, wasn't it? If only. I don't know what's going on with me. I hope I can find a girl I can talk with in a similar manner in the new world. She emphasized a crucial word in her sentence. Maybe I did mess too much with the personality stats. His mumble was barely audible to the girl. Did you say something? No, you'll find out about it sooner rather than later. Being suspicious about the guy had already become normal to her. Well then, have fun in your new world. With a voice much more powerful and dignified, he ended their conversation. Huh? Again, thank you very much. Before being able to finish her sentence, the girl's vision turned dark. Sorry, Sophia. I could have summoned you a couple of seconds earlier, but where's the fun in that? Well, I can guarantee that you're going to enjoy your new life much more than the previous one, though. Chapter 2, Arrival in the New World. Due to an unfortunate event, Sophia's life in her original world ended. Luckily, someone akin to a god, the overseer of worlds, saved her and let her continue it in another world instead. She just arrived and was naturally still confused. Yep, I'm definitely in a different world. Once Sophia was able to open her eyes again, there was no denying it that the place around her couldn't possibly be on Earth. She found herself in an open field covered in lush green grass almost as far as the eye could reach. Even further in the distance, she spotted a ridiculously large mountain range. Looking at the sky sealed the deal for her, though. Not only was the sun much more orange and slightly bigger, but Sophia was also able to see two planets with her bare eyes in perfect detail. One was light green, and the other one was wrapped in a violet hue, together with pinkish stripes. It looked stunning, that's for sure. It was too overwhelming, and she didn't know how to react adequately. Huh? Her eyes wandered around on the vast plain when something alarming entered her field of view. Wait a minute. You good-for-nothing god, or whatever you are. You can't drop a girl in a place full of slimes. Indeed, Sophia found a group of slimy, semi-transparent globs with a diameter of 50 centimeters to 1 m, slowly wiggling towards her. I knew you're a creep. She sent a curse towards the heavens, before focusing on the problem at hand again. As if watching others without their permission wasn't enough. What should I do? Fight. Big nope. I don't have a weapon, and she glanced at the creepy wobbling of the slimes again. To make it even worse, she then noticed that a few of them even had something resembling tentacles growing out of their bodies. I'm so not going to touch them, let alone go near. Not going to happen. Nope. Never. What else? Running away? Yeah, I think that's a good idea, I think. They don't seem fast at all. I'm more than fit enough to outrun them. Okay. Having decided on a strategy, Sophia turned around and kicked the ground to sprint away. Something's weird. Not being sure what caused her to feel that way, she turned her head around and noticed what was off immediately. She only ran for a few seconds, but the starting point was already in the far distance. I wasn't always this fast, was I? Nope, surely not. Alright, let's find a safe place and find out what the hell is going on. The confused girl continued to run for a couple of minutes before reaching an idyllic-looking lake surrounded by a few trees. There, she sat down on a large boulder near the shore to catch her breath, or so she had planned. I'm not at all out of breath, despite having run for what it looks like, some kilometers. What kind of monster have I become, to be able to run this fast, and effortlessly? God guy, what have you done to me? She faced the sky again to get the retorts out of her system. Oh, now that I think about it, he never told me his name, did he? Well, whatever. I'm still grateful that you saved my life, sort of, but I somehow can't feel happy. You way overdid it. How can I have a normal life when I'm like this? Her continuous complaints got no response, of course. Wait a moment. After having finished voicing her frustrations, Sophia noticed something else. I was kinda, let's say, busy up to now, but doesn't my entire body feel somewhat different? My hands, too, don't seem like I remember them. She looked at them for a good while. Oi. Don't tell me that idiot actually. She began to panic once she recalled her conversation with the overseer. While she clearly denied wanting to receive a new body, he apparently had other plans. Okay. If that's how he wants to play, I'll find a way to see him again, and I'm going to tear him a new one. In a flight of anger, she jumped off the boulder and kicked it with all her might. But, instead of feeling a sharp pain in her leg caused by the hard impact, the furious girl just heard a sound resembling an explosion. The remaining color left on her face also vanished. Moving like a broken robot, Sophia slowly looked downward, only to find a cloud of dust and pebbles being left. Why, you can't be serious. That guy seriously turned me into a monster, but a smile appeared on her face. Haha. Ahaha. With that kind of power, I actually can tear him a new one. That was your own mistake. Okay, now that my goal is clear, let's find a way how I can reach him. Should I try to find a town and ask around? Yeah, asking people how to find a god to punch him is surely going to work out brilliantly. Letting about a sigh, she stopped. Wait, do I even want to meet people now? Especially guys. No matter how big or slim the chance might be. What if my new body doesn't agree with what I want? A shudder ran down her spine from just imagining the conflict. But what other choices do I have? Maybe I'm able to find a library in a town? I can look up stuff on my own, then. Well, forget not wanting to talk to people right now. I'm not sure if I finally even can now, judging by my past experiences. With a library, the problem basically solves itself. Finding stuff like religious power spots or general places related to gods or higher beings should be well documented. She had trouble calling the overseer a higher being. Good, let's get Operation Rip Him into Shreds going. Sophia raised a fist in her newfound vigor and looked around to decide which way she should go to reach a town. Her eyes stopped at the sparkling, almost mirror-like water of the lake next to her, though. Now that I'm stuck with this body for a while, I might as well. Despite her evident and natural anger, Sophia still was a little curious about how her new body looks. Slowly, she walked towards the water to look at her reflection on the surface, taking a hesitant glance. She blinked a few times. The girl wasn't sure what she had expected, but it definitely wasn't what she was currently seeing. That's me. Isn't it? Well, not the me, but me from a couple of years ago. I remember that look. The person reflecting in the water was the younger version of herself. She was slightly smaller, not quite as well developed as she used, and liked to be in certain areas. The girl's hair also was a bit shorter, about the length to just below her shoulders. It was slightly unruly, with a few strands sticking out, and the color seemed to be lighter as well, more resembling an ash blonde hue rather than her honey blonde from before. Sophia's overall appearance appeared to be a bit more adolescent-looking. Even so, because her mind was still older, her experience showed up in her facial expressions. This made her seem slightly more mature than her body indicated. Her clothes, too, had changed, because she was currently wearing a lime green t-shirt with a pair of brown shorts. While those weren't precisely hot pants, as they covered all the important parts with ease, Sophia didn't overly like how much of her thighs they showed. The finisher of her new wardrobe were the light brown boots that went up to above her ankles. Overall, the clothes also felt somewhat rough to the touch, not quite comparable to the quality she was used to in her old world. 15, maybe 16 years, I guess. A deep and relieved sigh escaped her lips. What the hell? Don't scare me like that, you freaking idiot. Yet another complaint flew towards the sky. Sophia suddenly froze up as she remembered something. I wouldn't mind being a couple of years younger, but a snippet of the earlier conversation with the overseer came to her mind. Ahaha. A dry laugh echoed through the area. It's my fault. She sank to her knees. He just went ahead with what I jokingly suggested. I didn't mean it. Everyone will say something like that on impulse when asked about your body. Well, that's fine, I guess. Her anger was gone entirely. Now that I know it's actually my body, just a couple of years younger. I'm so glad. Sophia was finally able to have a calm moment after coming to this world. Wow, so much fuss over nothing. If anything, being younger again is great. Though, it's cruel to see how much I changed in these couple of years. No, better not think about it. Feeling the need to relax, Sophia took a few steps away from the lake and let herself fall on the nice and comfortable-looking grass of the plain. So comfy. Closing her eyes, she spent around 5 to 10 minutes like that. Still, before she fell asleep, the girl's eyes shot open again. Being younger again is all fine and nice, but he still turned me into a damn monster. She looked back at how she easily broke several world records with ease while running away from the slimes, or how she casually pulverized a massive boulder with just a kick. Don't tell me he made me an overpowered cheat character like in all those novels. No way. She didn't want to believe it. Also, I'm getting the feeling he messed with something else, like my personality? I never was this frank before, was I? Him being an idiot aside, he's still something like a god, is he not? I don't think it's normal to be so casual with him. Actually, if he did that, I may have to thank him, after all. I might be able to talk to people now? But still, altering my character. Scary. Even though Sophia liked the possibilities, it still felt wrong to her. Not to mention, it also caused her to be all over the place. She stopped once more. Boost. Remembering yet another snippet of their conversation, more and more things began to make sense. Ah, I see now, that's what he meant by boosting? That guy took things like my strength, and even personality traits, and, modified, well, boosted them. I'm kinda scared by how much now, though. Strength-wise, I'm a total monster. I sincerely hope he was a little more cautious with the rest. Well, he's a god. I should have some faith in him making sensible decisions. A minute in silence went by. I'm doomed, aren't I? She was unable to trust him. Then again, I used to be good at sports, because it was a good distraction from less fun things in life, so. Could that mean because I already was above average when it came to my body, he accidentally turned up my strength all the way to monstrous? This would mean that my, well, way below average personality traits would be boosted to a normal level? Sophia was trying to convince herself more than anyone else. Okay, let's go with that. She came up with a conclusion that worked for her. If I'm wrong, I can still resort to Operation Rip him into shreds from earlier. Plan B was also already taken care of. With her motivation on the high side again, Sophia pulled herself from the grass, pat the dirt off her clothes, and started walking towards the next city. She quickly stopped again while noticing the fatal flaw in her plan. I still have not the slightest idea where I am. How am I supposed to find a city like that? Depending on which way I choose, I could end walking in an entirely wrong direction, never reaching a city at all. Being in a slight pinch, Sophia looked around, trying to find some signs of civilization. Unfortunately, there was only untouched nature all around her. Okay, whatever, how about this way? She pointed in a random direction without thinking about it. It's not like there's anything I can do here. Let's hope that guy also boosted my luck, making my guess right. With her worries cast aside, Sophia began to walk on the path she had chosen on a whim. Illustration of Sophia, more in the next chapter. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 2.5 Illustration. Chapter 3 First Contact. After getting over the initial shock of being in a different world with a body younger than she used to, Sophia currently enjoyed her journey in search of civilization. Before coming to this world, she had spent most of her life in the city, rarely seeing much greenery, aside from some parks she used to run in for training. She excitedly looked around, taking in all the new sights. Especially the exotic-looking plants and trees caught her interest. The girl constantly stopped to look at the flora she never saw before, not even in books or on TV. This made her progress relatively slow. Then again, not knowing where she was headed to, Sophia didn't feel the need to hurry and prioritized having fun over being efficient. What kind of tree is that? Once again, her attention got caught by something. The tree in question was indeed a weird one. Instead of growing vertically, this one made a sharp turn 2 meters above the ground and continued to grow horizontally in an L-shaped form instead. Its branches and leaves were already touching the ground, and the easy-to-reach, small and spiky, red fruits grew in incredible amounts on this tree. These fruits kinda resemble lychees, don't they? No, wait, it was something similar looking. Lychees didn't have any spikes. I think they were called rambutan or something similar to that. She wasn't sure herself. Does that mean they're edible, then? Thinking so, Sophia was about to reach for a fruit but stopped herself before grabbing it. No, even if they look the same, resembling some odd fruit I know from my old world, it still doesn't mean it is the same. In the first place, while I never saw a rambutan, or however they were called, tree before, wait a moment, do they even grow on trees? She tilted her head, trying to remember what kind of fruits there were and how they grew. Whatever, I'm confident to say that wherever they grow on, it didn't look like this thing. She glanced at the oddly shaped tree again and retracted her arm. Even though I'm curious, I better be safe than sorry. She was cautious enough not to test a random fruit in an unknown world. Once her interest in the tree faded, Sophia continued her journey to find a city. Eventually, she picked up her speed because there wasn't much of interest, but she eventually had to stop for another reason. She looked around before placing a hand on her chin while tilting her head. I'm lost, aren't I? Well, I was lost ever since I started, but it feels even more so now. She was casually jogging for the last hour or two, equaling sprinting with a way higher speed than any ordinary human could ever dream of reaching. However, there were still no signs of civilization whatsoever. Don't tell me my luck was so abysmal before, that even with boosts, it still amounts to nothing? Well, that would explain a lot, though. Everything would make sense now, actually. Having depended entirely on luck to find her way, Sophia began to regret her decision. Not that she had any alternatives in the first place. Sighing, she grumbled over the possibility of not being very lucky, if at all. What now? Yeah, whatever, let's just continue in the same direction. It's not like anything will change. Lucky or not, it didn't make much of a difference at this point, or so Sophia had thought. That way of thinking may have been a mistake, though. Ahaha. A dry laugh was the best she could muster. Not even 5 minutes after deciding it would be best to continue in the same direction passed before something blocked Sophia's path, forcing her to stop. Wow, that's a huge doggy, she tried her best to deceive herself. In reality, in front of her stood an at least 2.5-meter tall animal that may have some dog-like features, but it was some sort of overgrown wolf no matter how one looked at it. His fur was mostly a mix of dark and light silver with white patches, and along his back and tail, some brownish-orange highlights could be seen. I would like to have the slimes from before back, please. Sophia thought for a moment that she would prefer to face the weaker-looking slimes from when she arrived in this world. No, scratch that still, once she remembered their creepy wiggling and slimy appearance, not to mention those aberrations sporting tentacles on their body, the girl shuddered and looked at the oversized wolf. It at least looks fluffy. He would actually be adorable, if he wasn't that huge. Oh, and the fact that he's baring its gigantic fangs at me, not cute at all. She stopped for a moment. That's bad, isn't it? Her expression changed while she focused on the monster aggressively showing its teeth. Well then, goodbye. Using the same strategy she had success with on the slimes before, Sophia turned around. Then, she jumped into a sprint, using as much of her power as she could. Having superhuman features might not be such a bad thing, after all, was the thought she briefly had while fleeing until she turned her head around. Unfortunately, the gigantic wolf wasn't bound by human standards either. Outrunning a normal wolf is already impossible, after all. While not catching up to Sophia, he managed to run at the same speed, making the whole ordeal pointless. Even so, Sophia continued to run with the hope her endurance was higher than that of her predator. This hope turned out to be in vain as well. Though neither the wolf nor the girl showed any sign of slowing down even a bit during their prolonged chase. Realizing that this was going nowhere, she hit the brakes. Quite literally. Sophia managed to stop so hard and fast that she even tore up the ground below her feet, leaving 2 brake lines behind her. Clearly not expecting this, the wolf sped past her before finally being able to stop a little way away from the girl. The two stared at each other for a good while. She then glanced at her feet and the broken ground. Images of the destroyed boulder at the lakeside also flew through her head afterward. I am quite strong, you know. She didn't sound overly convincing. I'm not sure how strong wolves are in this world, especially since you seem to be a special case with your size and all, or how you could keep up with me. Still, I don't plan on losing. Sophia took a fighting stance, somewhat resembling that of a boxer, and tried to psyche herself up. Hold on a moment, human girl? I have no intention of fighting you in the first place. Earlier, I just wanted to scare you away because you were about to enter my domain. But, once you started running away at such tremendous speed, I got the, let's say, urge to chase you. While he said so, Sophia noticed that the creature's tail was wagging like crazy. So you wanted to play? As much as it hurts my pride to admit, this was indeed the case. The wolf hung his head in response. Come on. Sophia fell to her knees once the tension left her body. Don't scare me like that. I'm sorry. His tail stopped wagging as the wolf looked genuinely apologetic. Wait a moment. Having escaped a life-or-death situation, she finally noticed the strangeness of the situation. What's the matter? The wolf didn't get her reaction. The two continued to stare at each other in silence for a while. You can talk. Totally out of place, Sophia voiced the one thing that was bugging her the most. Why shouldn't I? The wolf tilted his head, not understanding what this weird girl was going on about. So, monsters can talk in this world, huh? She wasn't sure how to react to this revelation. Human, don't compare me to a mere monster. Are you some kind of boss monster then? Like the final enemy of this area? While not entirely true, it's not that far off either. I really have rotten luck after all, haven't I? Even in this world. This was the only explanation possible for her. You're quite the interesting one, human. The last part sounded more like a question. Same goes for you, big guy. By the way, what brings you here, girl? The next human settlement is multiple days away, even with your speed. What? Sophia hoped she had misheard him. You didn't know? Where are you even from, then? That idiot. She had lost count of how many times she had complained towards the sky already. Afterward, noticing the wolf's confused expression in front of her, Sophia briefly explained how she ended up here while making sure to insult the so-called overseer at every possible time. Keeping something this ridiculous a secret hadn't even entered her mind. Oh ho, I wasn't wrong. You certainly are an interesting one. He reaffirmed his earlier assessment, sounding even more convinced. I never heard about someone entering this world from another. Wait, you actually believed me? You lied? He seemed seriously shocked. No, it's the truth, but one normally wouldn't believe such a story just like that, right? Indeed, it sounds unbelievable, but you do seem very ignorant of this world. Your aura feels different as well. Not to mention that it makes way more sense than being a human of this world. I see. Sophia didn't like being able to be labeled as an outsider so easily. Don't worry. Only individuals with high enough magical powers can sense something like that. Ordinary human beings are unable to do so. Having sensed her discomfort, the wolf gave her some peace of mind. So you can use magic? Feeling relieved, that bit of information spiked her interest. Of course, I can. He sounded smug. But, girl, you should be able to do so, as well. The magical power I sense from you, at the very least, rivals my own. I never saw anything even remotely close in any human before. You're quite the monster in that regard. Are you truly human? It makes absolutely no sense. That's the last thing I want to hear from a boss-class monster. She had also realized she wasn't normal, but hearing it from him made the feeling way worse. You should be proud, girl. Most cannot even dream of such powers. Also, magic's fun. After all, you can do whatever you want with it. Magic, huh? It was a foreign concept to Sophia because it wasn't a real thing in her old world. Interesting, I have to try it later. She recovered quickly. That's the spirit. How about I teach you? I'm quite, free at the moment. It sounds interesting to train such a promising candidate in magic. Really? You will? She was genuinely happy about the offer, but then hesitated. Wait, where's the catch? There's none. As I said, I'm super bored. I'm free right now, so I thought, why not? I see. Sophia looked at him with sympathetic eyes after having found out his real motive. Anyway, he got flustered. Before that, what's your name, girl? Oh, right, We kind of skipped over that, huh? My name is Sophia. It's nice to meet you. Do monsters have names as well? Okay, boss monsters or whatever you really are. Sophia, is it? Yes, it's nice to meet you. As for my name, people used to call me, wait, what was it again? It seemed like it's been a while since someone called him by his name. I think it was something that started with Fen dash. Isn't that fine? Fen, I mean? It sounds nice if you ask me. Alarm bells were ringing inside her head while she tried to stop him from remembering his full name. Sophia had a good idea of what it was going to be, and she wanted to escape this reality. Forget boss class, that guy in front of her was straight up mythical class, and that was too much for her to deal with. Fan, huh? He said it out loud to get a feel for the name, and at the same time, his tail started wagging again. How nostalgic. Yes, I like that name. Gee good. Sophia was glad that she, at least theoretically, was still able to deny who the wolf in front of her really is. Once again, it's nice to meet you, Sophia. The pleasure's all mine, Fen. And just like that, on the very first day in the new world, Sophia made her first acquaintanceship. It was a somewhat crazy one she had never dreamed of. On top. Chapter 4, Experiencing Magic for the First Time. While exploring the new world's flora, Sophia found her first friend, one she clearly never expected. At first, she thought it's over because she met an over 2-meter tall, wolf-like boss monster, but the two surprisingly got along very well. Hey, Fen, is it really possible for me to learn magic? Sophia faced her new, slightly oversized, and furry friend. The two currently relaxed under the shadow of a tree, taking shelter from the heat that reached an all-time high during the afternoon. I'm from a world where magic doesn't actually exist after all. Worry not, with magical powers as big as ours, using magic is as easy as breathing. I see, man, that guy sure messed with my stats big time. She mumbled to herself, finding out she had comparable powers to a mythical beast. Under my guidance, you'll learn it in no time. Quite the confidence you have, Fen. That's only natural. I take great pride in my magic. How reassuring. Speaking of which, I don't have to chant super long and highly embarrassing incantations or the likes to use magic, right? I'm pretty shy, after all. There's no way I'll ever be able to do something like that in public. I'm positive I would die from shyness the moment I try. With his eyes wide open, the wolf looked at the girl next to him in disbelief. What? She didn't understand his reaction. He simply continued to stare at her. Sophia, Fen finally spoke up. It seems like your definition of the word shy differs greatly from its meaning in this world. Thinking the two were facing a language barrier was the only explanation for him. In this world, being shy equates to being nervous or timid around others, especially when talking to them, uncomfortable even. I don't know what it means to you, but it's definitely something else, dash. That's what I wanted to convey, though. Sophia tilted her head. He needed another moment. I truly fail to see in which possible way you are supposed to be shy, girl. Like, at all. Sophia awkwardly looked away. It's true. Well, it used to be, at least. I don't know anymore. When that god guy brought me over to this world, he somehow messed with my personality, or at least that's what it feels like. This sounds concerning. Are you alright, Sophia? I'm not, sure. As long as he just made me more confident, I would actually be happy because I was the exact opposite from that before coming here. Then again, I have no idea what exactly he did to me. I have yet to meet another human to see what I'm like in that situation. Her sample size of one god and a mythical beast wasn't overly representative to see how her personality had changed. Okay, I do have to admit that you're a rather enjoyable conversation partner now. While I don't know how you used to be, these changes might really be positive. Thank you. A slight blush appeared on Sophia's cheeks, because she wasn't used to getting complimented. Dashvan got a glance at what she meant about being shy before. I think it'll be fine. It didn't seem like the overseer overdid it with the personality boost she mentioned earlier at this point to him. Anyway, back to the magic thing. She had enough of her being the topic. So, do I have to embarrass myself? That would be quite a deal breaker. Right. Chanting, huh? No, only the inferior beings have to resort to chants to get their sorry excuse of magic stabilized. By inferior beings, you mean ordinary humans and the likes. Alright. Sophia immediately felt like she shouldn't have asked. Most of the beast folk use chants as well, though not quite as lengthy and elaborate. Elves, and even more so, races like the Dryads, are mostly fine with as little as activation words. Basically, the more you are connected to nature, the easier it is for you to activate your magic, and the larger your magical powers are. As always, there are some exceptions to these rules, though, of course. Fen glanced at Sophia during the last part. Sue, there are even more races than humans, huh? This definitely feels more and more fantasy by the minute. I kind of want to meet them in the future eventually. It sounds fun if you ask me. The beast folk doesn't pose a problem. They're everywhere. Dryads or elves, on the other hand. They usually live secluded, and it's hard to meet them. I see. She was a bit disappointed but quickly shrugged it off. Well, it's not like I have to. Let's just hope for a lucky accident. Okay, so, ordinary humans have to use chants. What about me, then? You said I have considerable magical powers. Does that mean I'm good with those activation words you mentioned? I think I might be able to live with that. No. He quickly shot her down. She felt cheated. For such exceptions like you and me, having a good enough image inside our heads is more than enough to use magic. Really? That sounds like cheating. She was glad about not having to chant, but it was becoming more and more like easy mode for her, which was concerning in its own way. Look, just like that saying so, a ball of water with a diameter of around 1 meter appeared in front of Fen, freely floating in the air. Amazing. She was seriously impressed by the spectacle in front of her and looked at it with sparkling eyes. This is nothing. You should see me going all out. But I don't feel like destroying this whole area for a mere demonstration. It's fine. She felt truly glad the two didn't end up fighting during their first confrontation earlier. How about you give it a try? Fen let the water disappear and faced her. Sure, it definitely seems fun. How exactly do I do it, though? As I mentioned, just imagine forming a ball of water in front of you and give it a go. Fen made it sound way too easy, or so Sophia had thought, at least. Let's see, water, collecting, forming it into a ball. While she was thinking out loud, the air in front of her was showing some slight distortions. Okay, here goes nothing. Closing her eyes, she tried to visualize the image she had formed in her mind. Hearing the wolf's sound of admiration, she slowly opened her eyes again. Wow. In front of the girl, a vast mass of water was freely floating around. It wasn't precisely shaped like a ball, but it was close enough, and for some reason, it was almost twice as big as Fen's demonstration. Not bad for your first try, not bad at all. Thank you very much. Losing concentration after being praised, the mass of water stopped listening to Sophia, causing gravity's rules to come back into action. The water hit the ground with a colossal splashing sound and drenched the two from head to toe, or paw in Fen's case as a result. Sporting a judging expression, the wolf looked at the girl in disappointment. So, that happened, huh? She only scratched her cheek. Huh. Collecting himself after a sigh, he gave her some advice. Even though powerful beings like us don't require chants and the likes, we still have to properly maintain our concentration while using magic. I will keep that in mind. I hope so. The two stared at their hideously drenched partner for a while. Fen, yes? You don't look cute at all. Trying her best not to laugh after seeing him having shrunk by over half thanks to his fur tightly clinging to him, she voiced her opinion on his new look. You. Suppressing his anger, Fen instead took a jab himself at the girl. You should take a look at yourself, girl. The water quite affected your look, too. Being too busy with Fen up until now, she finally looked down at herself. Her hair was still drippingly wet, strands of it sticking to her face. much like her clothes that were clinging to her body while being a total mess. Ah, you're right, though not as bad as Fen. HMPF. Well, at least I know how to fix my appearance. While he looked slightly pouty, a strong wind formed around the pitiful-looking wolf. The spectacle almost looked like a tornado that swallowed Fen whole. A couple of moments later, these winds disappeared again, leaving only a thoroughly dried beast behind. However, he might have overdone it a little. You look so fluffy. Sophia's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the giant fur ball. Thanks to the wind puffing up his fur, he had gained a lot of extra volume. Hey, Fen, can I touch you? It looks really comfy to touch. Not waiting for his answer, she was already closing in on him, looking forward to the fluff. Stop right there, girl. He took a step back, because he didn't like Sophia's expression. In the first place, dry yourself up first. Don't know how, don't care either. She continued to close the distance, while making suspicious movements with her hands in the air. I really don't like the look in your eyes. Feeling ever so slightly creeped out by her, Fen decided to take action himself. Those strong winds formed again, but this time it happened around Sophia. Snapping back to reality, she quickly realized the pinch she was in, but it was already too late to react. She managed to let out a short scream before the tornado-like winds completely swallowed her. A few moments later, a miserable-looking girl reappeared. Cuckoo, it seems that I'm the one who has the last laugh. Fen snickered while looking at Sophia. Her hair was all over the place, and her clothes had seen better days as well. They were even more disheveled than before, because the wind showed no mercy. Gore. That calls for punishment. Wait a moment. This was my punishment for you. La, I can't hear you. Feigning ignorance, Sophia leaped towards the wolf and landed on top of his back. I knew it. You're so damn fluffy, Fen. That doesn't make me happy at all. Feeling defeated and slightly violated, he shamefully hung his head and let the girl do as she pleased. Their exchange went on for quite a while, and it was more or less how the two spent their afternoon. Chapter 5, First Meal in the New World. Sophia somehow managed to learn the basics of water magic after Fen gave her a short demonstration. Once they finished fooling around with it, and the girl had enough of messing around with the wolf's fur, she finally calmed down. Fen, I'm getting kinda hungry. Having had her fill with fluffing up her furry companion, Sophia noticed that her stomach was empty. Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten anything today either yet. Okay, let's go hunting right now. He suddenly seemed super motivated. Sophia didn't share his enthusiasm. Hunting's fun, you know. Of course you feel that way, Mr. Carnivore Predator. She rolled her eyes. I don't quite feel it. Aren't there any alternatives? Alternatives? How about, fruits or vegetables for me to eat? Gee girl, don't tell me you're one of these humans that refuse to eat meat? Mr. Carnivore was fundamentally incompatible with individuals living a vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. I can eat meat just fine. But hunting, on the other hand, is. That's good, then, he was genuinely relieved. Anyway, while there are some fruits in this area, I would advise against eating them. Why? Basically everything in this place is super poisonous. If a normal human tried anything from here, they would die an agonizing death within minutes. Well, you are no ordinary human, but it still doesn't sound fun, does it? And not really. Even worse are those nasty Rasputin fruits. Those are even capable of killing someone as great as I when eaten a few of them. What now? Sophia never heard this name before. Or actually, they do sound slightly familiar. Maybe I remembered the name wrong? Little red fruits with spikes all over its hull. Luckily, that makes them fairly recognizable. The tree they're growing is also easy to identify because not many trees grow horizontally next to the ground. Man, Rasputin. To make them even worse, they're supposedly delicious, meaning once you realize they're poisonous, it's already way too late. Her face lost all color because the description of this fruit sounded oddly familiar. Is something wrong? No, it just seems like I narrowly escaped death, again. You see, there's a fruit in my old world that looks exactly the same but is perfectly edible. So, when I spotted that Rasputin thingy here, I almost tried it but stopped myself. This is a different world with different rules, after all. You're quite lucky, aren't you? I'm not sure about that. If anything, Sophia was sure the exact opposite was true. Okay, with that being clarified, let's go hunting already. Fen had enough of talking and wanted some action. Hunting animals by hand and eating them. Girl, inferior beings are made to be eaten by the strong ones. There's no need to feel reserved about being a huge and powerful carnivore. The entire world was an all-you-can-eat buffet for Fen. I don't think that's how it works. Wait a moment, Fen. She noticed something disturbing in his claim. What is it now? Earlier, you labeled humans as inferior beings as well. Don't tell me you eat them, too? Being one, or at least looking like a human, Sophia naturally had to comment on that. Nah, they don't taste good at all. He made a slight grimace while admitting so. So you actually did taste them. She looked creeped out. Well, in the past, humans tried to attack and take me down all the time. As a matter of course, I defended myself, and I might have bitten off an arm or an upper body during those times. Later on, I just blasted them into nothingness with my magic, and they stopped coming at me. I see, it couldn't be helped, huh? Exactly. As long as you don't want to try me. Sophia didn't want to deal with the topic any more than that. Also, logically speaking, Fen wasn't the one in the wrong after all. I wouldn't taste a friend. Not to mention, with your dormant powers, you would be able to seriously hurt me in the process. That's good then. Anyway, girl, why are you so adamant about not wanting to hunt for food? Well, I never hunted before. Most importantly, that also means you have to skin whichever animal I killed, right? Not to mention messing with the innards and stuff. There's no way I could do that. Way too disgusting. Even just thinking about it makes me shudder. I see. Fen finally understood the real reason for her aversion. Worry not, there's magic for that. You can skin your game with magic. After all, even though I look like this, I don't enjoy eating fur personally. I don't like the mouthfeel. You're something else, Fen. Feel free to praise me more. That wasn't necessarily. Whatever, isn't magic way too omnipotent? Is it really supposed to be like that? She wasn't convinced that magic should work like that. The strong ones aren't bound to the rules and beliefs of the weak. Because we can manipulate magic directly, we can basically do whatever we want. Being strong sure is convenient, huh? You said it, Sophia. Okay, fine. She gave up. Let's go hunt for some food. Her stomach had won. Let's show the weaklings their place. Fen's mindset had already begun to corrupt the girl. But nothing that looks cute, okay? It was a slow corruption, though. Well said, that's a compromise I can live with. Having finally agreed to something, the two got up and left their comfy place in the shade of the tree, looking for prey. So, I never hunted before. Any advice for a first-timer? While walking side by side through the plain, she addressed the wolf. Magic. That's your answer to everything, isn't it? Naturally. I have perfected my detection magic, and I don't even need to mention how I'm confident in my attack skills, right? Sure. Detection magic, is it? How does that work? Easy. You just, Fen had problems describing his magic. Just feel where your prey is. Feel, you say. You aren't very good at this whole teacher thing, are you? Sophia couldn't work with such a half-baked explanation. I found some nice prey. Sophia, are you able to see the group of trees about half a kilometer away to your east? He gestured across the plain. East? She looked in the direction Fen mentioned and narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I do. What about it? Just some trees and a couple of bushes with orange fruits on it, from what I can see. You have quite the good eyes. He hadn't expected her to even make out the fruits. Yeah. She wasn't sure how to feel about that. Before coming to this world, her eyesight wasn't nearly as good. Behind the bushes, there's some tasty prey hiding. Really? Sophia narrowed her eyes even more to identify whatever animal Fen was talking about. Nope, all I can see are those bushes. You're not supposed to see, but to feel it. He corrected her approach. That again. Feel it feel it. Closing her eyes because she wasn't supposed to see anyway, Sophia concentrated on the spot where the wolf mentioned it to be. HRMM. HRMM. Hey, Fen, you're just messing with me, aren't you? I can feel absolutely nothing. Don't give up so fast, girl. I told you something is there. Focus on the area and feel the power that is radiating from the place. Fine. Slightly pouty, she continued to focus on the target. Maybe it's something like a radar. She suddenly clapped her hands together. Some sort of red dot appeared in my head. See, I told you so. That's super handy. Once you get better at it, you can even tell what kind of monster it is, or how strong. Well, not that their strength matters to one such as us. You're rather proud about being strong, are you not? She noticed just how Fen was boasting about it whenever he could. You'll come to enjoy it soon enough as well. Okay, now that you have the basics down, 2 other monsters are hiding somewhere. Try to find them. Sure. Feeling motivated after her success, Sophia kept going with her detection magic training. A little over 5 minutes passed before she finally broke her concentration and looked at Fen with a troubled expression. Can't do it yet, girl? Yeah, seems like it. You said there are 2 monsters, but so far, I picked up 5 signals. Apparently, I'm doing something wrong. Eh? Sophia didn't understand why he sounded so shocked. Where have you detected them? Let's see, a group of 2 is about 2 kilometers to our left. 2 more, almost 6 kilometers in front of us, and the last one, there's a tiny red dot about 7, maybe a little more, kilometers behind us, I guess. What's wrong, Fen? She tilted her head, still not understanding his reaction. She finally noticed. Could it be, Fen? You only found 2 monsters, because the range of your detection magic isn't that big? She looked unbearable smug after finding out the reason. Our range isn't everything. She was spot on. Why you still can't make out details from your detections, alright? Didn't you say yourself that details like their powers and whatnot aren't of importance for the oh-so-strong ones like us? You insolent. Clearly embarrassed, he was trying to stay calm under her teasing. Anyway, putting that aside. Finally, noticing that she was overdoing it, Sophia decided to change the topic. How do we hunt that monster, animal? Whatever it is now. Find it out yourself, girl. Still angry, Fen turned his head away. Come on, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to tease you that much. I'm still figuring out how much that god messed with my personality. It happened unconsciously. That's some handy excuse you came up with. It's true. Fine. Sighing, the wolf gave up and walked towards the target he had spotted in the beginning. Yay! Sophia quickly followed him, and the 2 stopped around 100 meters before the group of trees. That should be close enough. I just saw something moving behind the bushes. Were you doubting me? Well, all I saw was a red dot after all. It's still hard for me to fully grasp this magic thing. Watch me closely then. I'll show you the beauty of magic. Bring it on, Fen. Following his order, Sophia looked at him and eagerly waited for something to happen. Immediately after, 3 semi-translucent spears, apparently made of ice, formed in front of the wolf. Once they finished materializing, the spears shot towards the bushes with tremendous speed, followed by a pained cry. Emu. The sound didn't last long before the 2 heard a soft rumbling as if something heavy fell on the ground. Moo. Sophia had no idea what kind of animal he had just killed, but she thought the cry sounded familiar. Let's go and look at our spoils. Yeah. Saying so, the 2 approached the bushes where the cry came from and inspected the area. 1 cow, ready to eat. I wouldn't say ready, but... Wait, cow, huh? Well, it's close enough. Sophia was looking at the killed animal while pondering about the name. No matter at which angle she looked at, it was a perfectly normal cow, albeit maybe a bit smaller. Assuming these cows aren't naturally equipped with eye spears sticking out of them. Looks tasty, doesn't it? Does it? The girl had a hard time agreeing with him on that, taking another glance at the dead animal, riddled with bloody icicles. Now we wait until it's bled out, and we can get to the skinning and preparing part. Sure. About an hour passed since the cow had met its icy end. Finn waited until it was bled enough and started with his skinning magic. Having no urge whatsoever to learn this specific magic, Sophia decided not to watch and gather firewood instead. For her, at least, meat has to be adequately grilled, after all. She didn't know how Finn felt about this topic, but he's probably okay with whatever as long as it's a lot of meat, is what she thought. Once the meat vaguely resembled something she was used to from supermarkets in her previous world, thanks to the wolf cutting it into pieces by using some sort of wind blades made by magic, the two sat down next to the campfire that was handily lit by Finn's fire magic. You sure are useful. Sophia was amazed by how versatile he was. Teach me some of those magics later, okay? Sure, but food comes first. Yes, yes. Finn threw a big slab of meat on a flat stone right next to the fire, lightly roasting it. This apparently was his favorite way of eating cow meat. Quite the gourmand was the comment that Sophia gave in response. On the other hand, she used smaller pieces of meat, which she impaled on a branch before sticking it into the fire, grilling it at a higher temperature. While they enjoyed their barbecue, although Sophia was missing some vegetables as side dishes, the sun began to set, and their surroundings slowly turned dark. Chapter 6, First Identity Crisis. Having finished their barbecue, Sophia and her big, wolf-like friend Finn enjoyed some after-meal relaxation. The sun was entirely gone by now, having turned the entire area pitch black. The only illumination was the fire in front of them, the countless stars, and something else the girl was staring at now. 2 moons, huh? Facing the sky, she stated her newest observation. Your old world didn't have any moons? Just one. She shook her head. Oh, that must be an impressive sight, then. Finn could only imagine how she was feeling. It's something, yeah, very fantasy-like. Although, those planets during daytime were much more impressive. She remembered the 2 colorful orbs the girl saw in the sky when she first arrived in the world. I suppose. I'm really in a different world, huh? Because it was one thing after another today, Sophia only now had time to think about it again. So it seems. Hey, Finn, what's this world like? She sounded unexpectedly serious as she faced him. He gave the question some thought after noticing that Sophia seemed anxious. I think it's a good world. How so? Let's see. There are lots of interesting places to see and explore. I'm also a fan of all the food, running around, and staying fresh for me. You can do whatever you want, and the magic's the absolute best. Is that so? She wasn't that content with his answer. What about the people? That's a tough one, he turned silent for a moment. I'm honestly not fond of humans, because they tried to hunt me down, attacking me in every possible situation. Well, it was nothing more than a nuisance to me, because they were no threat whatsoever. It was still rather annoying. Not to mention their attitude is, just wow. Though I finally found an exception. He took a glance at Sophia before continuing. The beast people, on the other hand, are quite the fun bunch to be around. They never tried to attack me, and even seemed to be rather fond of me for some reason. They also gave me lots of good food on many occasions when they saw me. Well, of course. You're probably some sort of deity for them. Sophia wasn't sure what the beast people were like. Still, they probably would worship a mythical being, tentative, like Finn from their name alone. Did you say something? He hadn't quite caught her mumbling. No, please continue. She didn't want him to know. If you want to visit a town, I really recommend a beast folk one. They build interesting places, and you'll have a great time with them. What about human settlements? Theoretically speaking, I'm one of them, after all. Right, with you being you, that tends to slip my mind after around 3 seconds. Finn saw Sophia as an exception and an entirely different being from the inferior humans he used to be in conflict with in the past. I'm not sure. I never went to a human city for the sake of sightseeing. Well, I destroyed one or two in revenge, or 17, but I hadn't paid attention to what these places were like during those times. I've made a rather peculiar friend. She had to make sure never to get on his bad side. I want to say the same. The wolf nodded in agreement. A beastfolk town, huh? Sophia thought about his recommendation. Can I even visit them? Being human or whatever, in the end, I'm still from a different race. Sure, as long as you don't intend to harm them, they're a very welcoming race. Humans, on the other hand, they're known for racism, though. Humans again. I'm not sure anymore whether they're really that bad in this world or if you simply hate them with a passion. 50:50, he didn't hesitate at all. Were the humans in your old world different, Sophia? Being a conflict-less, peaceful, and sensible race? That's. It was impossible for her to give him an answer to that. Are there any cities nearby? She decided to drop the topic. Let me think. I mentioned before, but a human one is a couple of days, maybe a week, away from here. For beast folk, yeah, that's even a little bit further away from the humans. We really are in the middle of nowhere, huh? Well, the country we are in right now is filled with and ruled by monsters, after all. Mostly mighty ones, on top. The weaker humanoid races won't dare to set foot in this place if they value their lives even a little. Is that so? Just what was that god thinking, dropping me here with absolutely nothing around? Wait, filled with strong monsters? Apart from you and some seriously creepy slimes, I haven't seen many monsters, if at all, Fen. Ignoring the cow, that's only natural. Most monsters can sense magical powers and instinctively avoid other beings with much bigger powers than their own. There are usually a few more monsters with just me present around, but traveling together with Sophia, our combined powers most likely drove out all of them in a 10+ kilometer radius around us. Some, mostly beings with little to no intelligence, like slimes or cows, are unable to sense it, though. So that's how it is. It became even clearer that she hasn't much in common with humans anymore. If a normal person were to enter this place, they would be flooded by a ton of monsters from all directions in a matter of seconds. Needless to say, it wouldn't end well for them. I see. Sophia had a hard way wrapping her head around just how outrageous this place is. Enough about this world for now. You'll see the truth soon enough, after all. No need to spoil the, let's say, fun. Fen was sure it would be a much better learning experience for the girl to experience it with her own eyes. What about you, Sophia? What about me? All this talking about another world made me curious. Just who are you, really? Who am I, indeed? Her voice instantly lost its power. Eh? The wolf hadn't expected such a cryptic response. I have no idea what I am, who I am anymore. Sophia seemed lost. I know who I used to be, but I have no idea what I have become. That's. Fen was taken aback by her answer, unsure how to react. Back in my old world, I told you I used to be extremely shy and introverted for a long time. Forget having longer conversations. I could barely speak to people at all, especially other women. I rarely had fun with anything, being on the depressed side most of the time, even. I've spent most of my time reading or doing some kind of sports, alone of course, or at best, with my sister. I don't think I had a single person I could have called a friend at the moment I was transported to this world. Sophia was talking about her past, with her voice filled with self-loathing. He didn't know what to say. It doesn't sound like the me you got to know here, huh? No, it doesn't. That's why I really have no idea who I am now. Sophia was in the middle of the most literal existential crisis possible. Fen still had no reassuring words for her, so he decided to say nothing at all. Don't get me wrong, it may have only been a day yet, but I like the new me better already. Before, there would have been no way for us to have become friends. It's just. The wolf tilted his huge head to the side. Am I, even still me? Or have I become a different person entirely? When he brought me to this world, that god said he would boost my stats. Apparently, this also included my personality traits, but dash. He closed his eyes for a moment. I think, fundamentally, you're still you, Sophia. The overseer probably simply brought out your potential for becoming the person you wanted to be all along. Fen remembered how she acted so embarrassed earlier when he praised her enough. Yes, I'm certain you're still yourself. Just think of it as progress. The all-improved and better, ultimate form of Sophia, basically. Haha, what's that supposed to mean? Feeling a little relieved by his explanation, she let out a short giggle. His interesting conclusion made her feel better quite a bit. Yawning, Sophia noticed that she had gotten tired, becoming even more aware of it once the feeling of relief had washed away the tension in her body. Do you mind if I sleep for a while, Fen? It was a long day for me, and I'm completely drained. No, of course not. Feel free to get some rest. I'll watch out in the meantime. Thank you. Barely after that, Sophia leaned against his fluffy body, immediately falling asleep. Sure, go ahead, no problem. Fen rolled his eyes and watched her for a good while before looking at the sky. Kinnear, just what have you done to this girl? More importantly, what are you planning? I know you tend to get bored, but this. He wasn't expecting an answer, and so, after a few moments, he lowered his head, placing it on his paws, and rested a bit as well. Chapter 7, Learning More About Magic. Sophia had slept like a log through the night after she poured out her heart to Fen. Not to mention that the new situation, being transported to a different world, becoming friends with an oversized wolf, among many other things, had tired her out. She was so exhausted that the following day arrived without her even noticing. Yawning while still being half asleep, she lazily opened her eyes and looked around to try and identify her surroundings. Ah, so it wasn't a dream, huh? Noticing the otherworldly-looking environment, not to mention the over 2-meter-tall wolf the girl was resting against, she once more was confronted with her new life. Good morning, sleepyhead. You sure took your sweet time. Seeing that she had woken up, the wolf in question addressed her. Good morning. Fen. Still sounding sleepy, she eventually returned his greeting. You could have woken me up if you had to wait for me. It's fine. It seemed like you were in need of a long rest. After everything that happened to her the day before, he judged that letting her sleep in was the best option. Thanks. Yawning again, Sophia stretched her upper body in every direction before finally getting up. You sure are comfortable. Having slept against Fen's body with his soft fur, she looked well rested. Thanks. He had complicated feelings about this compliment. His pride didn't feel that great after hearing that. What are we going to do today? What do you want to do? Fen didn't have anything planned. I definitely want to learn some magic. She looked very motivated. I see, that's fine by me. Yay. Sophia, looking forward to learning more new things, had become excited. I'll show you the usage of the basic elements. No, categories are the better description. It would be best if you built upon that with your own ideas. After all, we use magic by imagining what we want, and nothing's more powerful than one's own imagination. Basic elements. Categories? Like the water magic you taught me yesterday, or the air and fire-based ones you used. Exactly. To be precise, for a better understanding, it's roughly categorized in water, fire, air, earth, nature, light, and dark magic. Sophia was having fun already. I get the first 4, but nature. Does it have something to do with plants? More or less. For example, controlling vines or roots to bind your enemy with them would fall in that area. Using pollen or spores to put someone out of commission is another example. Sounds nasty. It sure is. What about light and dark? What's in that category? Probably more than just creating, light, right? Sophia felt that this would be a little lackluster. It's something like that, right? Light being positive, something like healing, while dark magic contains the exact opposite, like curses and other negative effects. Oh? I thought there was no magic in your old world, Sophia? Fen was surprised that she seemed to be somewhat knowledgeable about it. There wasn't, but people fantasized about being able to use it, writing books, and the likes about it. Humans sure are weird, no matter the world. Yes, your explanation is mostly correct. The light and dark magic categorization are mostly about manipulating, light and darkness, but higher class magics like healing or curses are also part of it. He added some more detail. Sounds cool. But the most interesting for us is the attribute-less magic, also called uncategorized, though. Meaning? Sophia tilted her head. For example, my detection magic. Ah, I see. You're right. That one doesn't fit in any of the categories you mentioned. So it is. This magic is called like that because you can literally do whatever you want as long as you have a good enough image of your idea inside your head. Enough magic power for great magics is needed, too, of course. Well, that's a requirement for this original magic anyway. That sounds outrageous. Sophia did like the sound of it, though. Because it is. But why is having big magic powers a must for original magic? As I said, this particular magic isn't categorized in elements, hence the name, and entirely relies on your imagination instead. That makes the use of chance or activation words for it rather hard. As most beings have to resort to these to make up for their inferior powers, only individuals with high magic powers can use it. This makes it a requirement for uncategorized magic. Right. You mentioned something along those lines yesterday. Without it, you're unable to manipulate magic directly. It makes sense you need it for magic created only in your mind. Yes. Lucky for us, it doesn't concern us in the slightest. Yay for being strong. The wolf way of living was already affecting her view on things. You said it, Sophia. But if that's how it is, she thought of the requirements for a bit. Wait, isn't this sort of magic extremely rare, then? Rare doesn't do it justice. Optimistically guessing, out of all the individuals in this entire world, users of uncategorized magic are in the low double-digit area. Or on this continent at the very least. So few? And I'm one of them, huh? It was a shock for her, hearing that she had become a member of such an exclusive group. Indeed. Not to mention, a very promising one, even. Fen remembered how she effortlessly had exceeded the range of his own original detection magic yesterday. The girl knew that it was painful to admit for him, so she decided against a comment. Wait, wouldn't it be bad if someone were to find out that I'm capable of something this ridiculous? Not really, no. He casually answered. Some individuals, humans, that is, might get intimidated or scared. They might mobilize an army to slay you, but that's about it, I guess. That's all that happened to me, at least. It sounded plenty bad to Sophia. I have to hide it then, don't I? Why? Why? I don't want an army attacking me. That doesn't need to concern you. It sounds quite concerning, though. She raised her voice. It's not like they could harm you. An army? Yes. Fen only nodded. Really? Girl, you need to understand just what kind of individual you have become in this world already. While you're still green behind your ears, once you have a proper grasp on magic and become able to make use of your dormant powers, you'll be able to level an entire country without so much as lifting a finger if you desire so. What am I? The next demon king, or what? Sophia just had to make this retort to Fen's explanation. I don't want to become that. Demons, huh? How nostalgic. The wolf reacted slightly differently from her imagination. Eh? They exist? Demons, that is. Not on this continent anymore, no. It's tough to get a hold of them nowadays. Anymore? Did they live around here in the past? Yeah, but it was many centuries ago when they left this continent for another one. I kinda miss them. They were a fun bunch, always itching for a good fight and, compared to humans, were able to put up said fight as they're really powerful and know what they're doing. Is that so? Sophia hadn't much to add to these template demons, but something else piqued her interest. Many centuries. Wait, Fen? Yes? How old are you? Old. I see. Seemingly a touchy subject for the wolf, she stopped probing after seeing his expression. we've gotten rather off topic, have we not? Ah, right. I wanted to learn more magic. Exactly. I advise mastering the water, fire, air, and earth categories first. Okay. Let's see. I already tried out water magic, so let's put that aside for the time being. I soften using fire and air magic before. Yes, I want to start with the earth category. Having used, or at least experienced, those types already, Sophia wanted to begin with the yet unknown. Earth? Coming right up. Wolfen said so. The ground in front of him began to shake and rise up. The dirt changed forms many times, before forming into a perfectly square box about 1 meter tall. The easiest way to use it, try to envision imaginary hands shaping the soil however you want it to be. For bigger constructions, that way of thinking is useless, though. You know, stuff like this. Fen caused their entire surroundings to rumble while having a smug look. Soon, an at least 50-meter long and 3-meter high wall made of dirt rose from the ground. Nobody likes show-offs, Fen. Dash? He had hoped for a more positive reaction and looked dejected. Anyway, thanks for the tip with the imaginary hands. It sounds like a good starting point. Using his example as a stepping stone, Sophia practiced her earth magic. Getting it to work at all didn't take too long, but adding fine details or sharp corners was challenging for the girl. By the time Sophia managed to fully recreate Fen's perfectly shaped box, her stomach had finally noticed that they had skipped breakfast today, urging her to have lunch immediately. Fortunately, Fen had anticipated that much already and went hunting while she was training. Unfortunately, today as well, it was another feast of nothing but grilled meat. Even though she again loudly complained about wanting to have some veggies, it was only met with a lack of understanding by the wolf. Chapter 8, Fire Magic. Sophia had successfully finished her earth magic training and perfectly recreated the cube that Fen tasked her to do to get a feel of the finer details when using magic. After she was done with a rather monotonous lunch, which was nothing but another feast of meat, the girl directly jumped back into her training. So, now that I have mastered earth magic, let's go with the next category. She had taken quite a liking to magic. I wouldn't necessarily say mastered, but I do admit you've built a working foundation. Any tips to get started on fire? I've already seen you using it, but where should I begin? Well, start by imagining, fire? Fen himself thought his answer lacked elegancy. Or no, instead, try to think about a heat source and slowly pour your magic power into it, letting it catch on fire that way. Basically, like burning fuel, huh? Yeah, I can work with that. Concentrating on the task, Sophia tried to form a fitting image before adding her magic powers to it. But make sure to only use as little of your power as you can, and then half that again because. Did you say something, Faye? Because she was so focused, she didn't hear his warning. Sophia then quickly noticed something was going wrong herself. Too late, huh? He sounded calm but was at the same time retreating backward, trying to get as far away from her as possible. Fen, I don't think I can control. Before being able to finish her concern, a gigantic fireball formed in front of her and shot forward. It created a pillar of fire and eradicated everything in its path while lasting several seconds. Because she was facing their campsite under a group of trees, only ash was left behind in the place where it used to be. It seems like we have to find a new place for tonight. Ahaha. She awkwardly scratched her cheek. Just what happened here, Fen? Well, you used way too much of your power to fuel the magic. When I called out to you, it went berserk because you lost your concentration. I barely used any of it, though. From our perspective, sure, but you just burned through the total combined magic power of at the very least 70 to 80 humans, you know? Seriously? That's surprising. Now imagine using a much larger amount of it. Then, we're back to leveling a country again. You really weren't joking. She had often heard Fen saying she wasn't normal, but this incident really made it sink in. Scared now, girl? Want to stop? He tried to test her willpower. Eh? Why would I? Magic's fun. I just need to learn to control it better. Well, it is a bit scary, but that much will bring me down. A good answer. Okay, Do you want to continue or try your hand on some other magic for now? More fire first. I want to get at least basic proficiency before going on. Very well. Fen had no intention to stop the girl. Right, train some more and get accustomed to it. In the meanwhile, I'll go look for a new place to camp. After all, he didn't finish his sentence and simply glanced at the still smoking pile of ash where the two had spent the last night. Oh, okay. Sophia felt slightly bad about it. Feel free to go wild while I'm not around. Nobody's going to disturb you here. I'll try not to. Once the wolf had left, she tried some other things to better control and limit her magic power. While Sophia was training, Fen sped through the area to find a new place to camp. Almost 3 hours passed since the two parted. Fen was currently relaxing at the new camping place he found. He had spotted a river and followed it until a suitable place showed up. A couple of trees and some larger bushes were growing right next to the shore. Together with the soft grass, it was the perfect camping ground. Eventually, he heard a loud rumbling and turned his head to look for the source, only to see a gigantic pillar of fire trying to reach the skies in the far distance. It seems like I can take my time. It didn't look like the girl would master her magic power anytime soon. Still, what fearsome powers she has. Once Sophia finished up her training, she reached the place the wolf found, as well, and lightly greeted her companion. There you are, Fen. Oh ho, it's quite nice here. Good job. Why, thank you. I wanted to come and get you in a bit, but it seems this wasn't necessary. How did you find me? Your detection magic is very convenient. Really, you can already identify individuals? Nope, still only red dots. You were just lucky then? Not at all. You were my second try. First, I ended up visiting some huge and freaky-looking brownish golden bird, I think? Not sure. Well, whatever it was, that thing almost scared me to death. A bird that didn't leave this area even with our combined magic powers? That fellow must have been fairly strong. Were you okay, Sophia? I have no idea how powerful it was. After realizing my mistake, I immediately burned that guy to a crisp because I might have overdone it a little because it surprised me. Fen remembered the massive pillar of fire he saw a little while ago and briefly felt sorry for the bird. Have you become able to control it properly? Of course. With a smug look, Sophia stretched out her arm and hand. Afterward, a small, about 15 centimeters tall flame appeared on top of her palm. Oh ho, very impressive. Well done, girl, and the only collateral was a campsite and one innocent monster. Don't sweat the small stuff, Fenny. Sophia was way too happy to care about any of that. If you say so. He wasn't one to criticize the easygoingness of others. By the way, what's for dinner? All that training made me super hungry. Let's see. There's a small herd of cows nearby, so just meat again. No way. Anything plant-related around here is poisonous after all. How far do we have to go until the vegetation changes in that regard? She really wanted some variation in her meals. The girl was tired of eating nothing but meat already, not even factoring in the nutritional side. Probably about half a day, maybe a little less if we hurry. Oh? She had anticipated it being much further away than just that. Can we go there tomorrow? I don't mind. Then. I think I can tough it out without dinner today. I should be able to survive until tomorrow, if that's what you want. Don't mind me hunting some dinner for myself, though. Fen had no intention of skipping together with her. Sure, go ahead. Immediately after, the wolf went out to procure his dinner. It didn't take him long to return to the camp, carrying a magnificently slain cow in his mouth. I'm back. What are you doing? Noticing how Sophia was intensely staring at the river, he got curious and approached her. Fen, welcome back. I'm thinking about trying something out. Being slightly interested in what Sophia was up to, he sat down next to her. He watched the river together with the girl for a while. He occasionally noticed the surface of the water stirring, figuring Sophia wanted to try out some sort of magic. More time passed, and the water was becoming increasingly restless. Fen couldn't make out what she was doing and wanted to ask her, but she was faster. "Ha, I finally got you." She jumped up from her place on the shore, and a pillar of water shot up from the river. A few seconds later, a wet, thud-like sound could be heard on the ground next to the girl. Eh? Looking at the noise source, the wolf found a fish helplessly flapping around on the grass. "What did you do?" "While watching the river, I was wondering whether any fishes are hiding inside." After concentrating for a while, a little red dot eventually appeared. After that, I tried to push it in a good spot by changing the current with magic. Once I had him where I wanted, I blasted him out of the water. "Oh really? Good work." He was visibly surprised by the stunt she had just pulled. "Fen? Yes? Descale and prepare this fish for me so that I can grill it, pretty please." "Oh wait, I haven't caught anything poisonous, have I?" Sophia had no idea whether that fish she had caught is even edible. "No, it's perfectly fine to eat." "Great. Please do that for me then. Meat is no good, but fish is fine." "Well, it's at least somewhat different, I guess. Better than skipping dinner." What a difficult girl. There might be some truth to that. There was nothing she could say in her defense. Fen graciously agreed to prepare the fish for Sophia with magic. Even though it wasn't her sought-after vegetables, Sophia finally had a little variation in her meal. Interestingly, even though the fish had white meat and in no way resembled one, its taste almost perfectly resembled that of salmon. According to Fen, the name was Rasmon, netting another close enough reaction from Sophia. Chapter 9, Traveling to a New Place. Another dinner being dealt with, the odd combo of an oversized wolf and a human-looking girl was relaxing around the fire of their impromptu camp. Watching the sunset in silence, Sophia's second day in this new world was slowly nearing its end. "You've become rather quiet, girl. Is something the matter?" Fen noticed how she was absent-mindedly staring at the fire after the sun was gone. "No, just tired. Today was rather eventful again. That exhausted me, I guess. Not to mention that the whole situation of me being here in the first place is still mentally straining." Yeah, I can imagine that one can't just go, "Oh, that's awesome," and goes on like nothing happened after finding themselves in another world. Well, it is awesome in a way, and I'm already dealing with it way better than I thought, thanks to my personality changes, but that's a part of the problem as well. It only hits me once things calm down, like right now. I had way too much fun during the day after all. She remembered how she happily trained her magic the entire time without wasting a single thought on it. "We just have to keep you busy, huh?" Fen liked the fun Sophia more than the serious one. "Ahaha, that's a good idea. At least until I get used to everything." She, too, liked her new self more after all, but that obviously came with various, very complicated feelings. Speaking of which, do you still want to go to the place where edible plants are growing tomorrow? Of course. The fish earlier was a welcome change, but that was not nearly enough. "Okay, let's leave early in the morning then." You'll definitely have to wake me up if that's the case, Fen. I never was a morning person. Probably never will either. Feel free to use force. You'll have to. Noted. Speaking of which, how were you even able to catch that fish in the first place? Your technique was impressive for a beginner. Even if you ask me, I just felt it? Like, I didn't notice any fish in the river, but it felt like something should be there. After a while, the little red dot from the detection magic popped up, proving me right. Maybe I have to really concentrate on finding smaller stuff with the detection magic? Well noticed. It only picks up targets with a certain power. For anything else to show up, you have to want it to appear. Imagine the detection reacting even to things like bugs. Your entire vision would turn red. That would be super scary. For various reasons. Not to mention absolutely useless. But going on a crusade against bugs might be. And no, absolutely useless. She had a scary expression for a second. Yes. You did well on finding out how to change the reaction on your own. Guiding the fish by changing the current was a nice detail, too. I have the feeling that you'll create some ridiculous magic in the future if you're like that on your second day already. Should I feel happy now? Sophia didn't know whether that was praise or not. I'm expecting big things, and I'm looking forward to it. Fen had a thing for magic, so he was obviously praising her in his eyes. Please don't expect such things. The two continued to chat for a while during the evening until Sophia had become too sleepy. Having used his body, or rather fur, to get a comfortable night's sleep, she was woken up when Fen moved his body in the morning. Rather, he ended up simply standing up, making the girl topple over, because that was the only thing that worked. Good morning, Sophia. As requested, I have woken you up. Fua. Fen. As she mentioned yesterday, she wasn't a morning person. The girl never noticed it was the hard fall on the ground that actually woke her. Ah, right, we wanted to get to the holy land of vegetables today. Definitely still half asleep, Sophia remembered the plan from the last day. She wanted to go to a place with a friendlier type of vegetation to give her a wider food variety. Something along those lines, sure. Another yawn escaped Sophia's lips while she got up from the ground and made a couple of light stretches to get rid of her fatigue. You said it takes about half a day to get there, right? Less if we hurry. No need for that. While I look forward to new types of food, it's not like we have a deadline to pass. Also, I don't want to miss anything interesting along the way. I'm fairly certain there isn't much to look forward to in the area we're traveling, but I do not mind either way. Once the two, mainly Sophia, were ready, they began jogging, or sprinting at superhuman speed, towards their destination. Like Fen had said, there was nothing worth paying close attention to, only more untainted nature the girl was already familiar with by now. To keep themselves from getting bored, the two were holding a casual conversation, even during their high-speed travel, like it was nothing. Hey, have you ever met a human you didn't hate, Fen? You. Not understanding her question, he tilted his head in confusion. Well, thanks. No, I mean the ones native to this world. That's a tough question. Was there? Wasn't there? He had a hard time remembering, it most likely being a long time in the past, if there was one at all. There once was a human that showed up in a small group and challenged me. He managed to put up a little bit of a fight for a few seconds. That was somewhat fun. Does that count? Not really. But, a human that was able to put up a fight against you, huh? No matter how short, that's quite amazing, isn't it? I bet that was their hero, or something like that. Ahaha, just kid dash. Oh, now that you mention it, I think their companions did call him something like that. Sophia only wanted to make a little joke, but it had backfired on her. That Fen had played around with the human hero, which posed no threat whatsoever to him, was not something she needed, or rather, wanted to know. Then again, it was nothing surprising either, so she managed to put it aside quickly. No, that wasn't what I had in mind, Fen. Yeah, I figured. Actually, from time to time, some humans approached me while leaving some offerings. It kind of felt like they were apologizing for their kin. Oh, so you did meet some nice humans, after all. A pretty insignificant amount, though. It's also been a very long time ago. Still better than nothing. Sophia was happy that she was able to keep some faith in the humanity of this world. Why are you asking? Fen was trying to make sense of this conversation. I want to visit a human village, after all. If possible, sooner rather than later. I want to get a feel of what I have to expect. While I still can't recommend it, it makes sense for you wanting to visit one. You're in luck in that regard because we're already heading in the right direction for the next human settlement. How convenient. But wait a moment. Sophia gasped as she suddenly noticed a fatal flaw in her plan. Wouldn't me visiting a human place mean that we have to part ways? There's no way we can go together with you. Not to mention you not wanting to go in the first place. Do you want to go separate ways, girl? Of course not. She put a lot of power into her immediate answer. You're the first friend I made in this world. It's only been 2 days, but you've already helped me out more often than I can count. You're teaching me magic, explaining various things about this world to me. I don't want to, definitely not, but dash. I guess I have no choice. Looks like I'll have to accompany you then. He sounded a little happy. What? Sophia couldn't believe her ears. But Fen, you hate humans. That, I do. Then why? It's been a short time, yes, but I've become rather fond of you, Sophia. It would be a waste to part now. I want to witness the future you create because it's surely going to be an interesting one. Fen. I'm glad you feel that way. But isn't it, physically impossible for you to accompany me? She looked at the wolf-like creature with his over 2-meter tall body. You're not exactly, how do I say it, inconspicuous. Don't worry about me. I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Fen proudly puffed up his chest. My magic's amazing, after all. Should I be scared? The girl had a bad feeling about it. Not overly much. He flashed a cheeky smirk. Okay, I'm worried. Very much so. I'll demonstrate it to you once push comes to shove. Oh, okay. Well, whatever it is, thanks for sticking with me. Even though she was slightly concerned, Sophia was also genuinely happy as well. No need for that. While the light small talk during their travel transformed into something more serious, the odd duo eventually arrived at their destination right after the conversation concluded. The two surroundings had noticeably changed compared to the slightly barren plain Fen and Sophia had spent the last days. Instead of the occasional group of trees or bushes, they found themselves in a forest with many different vegetation types. The temperature was also much milder, thanks to the trees blocking the sun, creating lots of shade. Both had picked up their speed somewhere along the way, making it right in time for lunch at their new campsite, which was located at the corner of a small clearing inside the forest. Okay then, Fen, let's gather some food. Tell me all about the edible plants, fruits, and whatnot around here. Sure. He wasn't nearly as enthusiastic about it. Chapter 10, Creative Cooking. Together with her companion Fen, Sophia had arrived in a forest after a long journey. They made camp near a clearing inside the sea of trees, and she immediately wanted to explore the area. Hey Fen, are there really any vegetables around for me to eat? All I can see are trees, obscenely oversized ferns, and moss covering the ground. They came here to get Sophia a wider variety of food, but she couldn't see why. Well, I can detect some monsters hiding. They're getting farther away, though, but don't be so hasty, girl. He urged her to be patient. Come, follow me. Guiding her, the wolf walked a little bit around the edge of the clearing before entering the forest. There, the two made their way through the undergrowth until Fen eventually stopped. Personally, I'm not a fan, but they're edible. He gestured at a spiky scrub with groups of small, red fruits growing on. Lasberry's the name of it. Lasp, berry. Sophia tilted her head at the familiar-sounding name, taking a closer at the fruit. Yeah, those are raspberries, no matter how you look at it. What's up with all these close but somehow different-sounding names? How am I supposed to know? For the wolf, her names were the close but not quite ones. Fair point. How do they taste? Mostly sweet, slightly sour from time to time, but they have way too many seeds for my liking. Yep, raspberries, alright. Now being sure that it is indeed the same fruit, Sophia gathered a couple and tasted them. Delicious. Tasting the first non-protein-based food since coming to this world, the girl was delighted about their sweet taste. Good for you. MMFFHM. Having stuffed her cheeks with the fruits, she still tried to say something. Eat or talk, not both. HMF. Sorry about that. They were just too good. Quickly swallowing the berries, she continued. Is there anything else edible? There are a lot of herbs. Actually, I like to use some of them on my meat from time to time. Is that so? Sophia was trying not to laugh at the thought of Fen, a freakishly large wolf, carefully garnishing his food. Herbs are nice, but also a little lacking. There's also a root vegetable around. We should be able to find them somewhere around the clearing if I had to guess. It's a starchy tuber that's pretty popular amongst humans, as they like to crawl around in the dirt to dig them up. Okay, leaving the remark aside. It sounds like it should be a potato. That would be perfect. Wait, not potato, huh? Let me guess, bow. Tato, how about a do? Okay, Bonadu, it is. How close am I, Fen? The name's Desiko. W dash? Sophia almost tripped over her own feet and fell down as a reaction. Seriously. This is way too off from the template until now. I'm just kidding, the actual name is Potadu. That's too close. Her reaction changed to the complete opposite. Why even bother? The girl's protest wasn't directed at Fan but at whoever named it. You seem to be familiar with the plant. Can you find them on your own? I'll go hunt some real food in the meanwhile. I think I should manage. Sophia had seen a potato plant before, finding it shouldn't be much of a problem, at least as long they look the same in this world. Great, let's meet up at the camp then. Okay. She agreed, and the wolf immediately disappeared into the forest. Now then, let's go and gather some. Feeling motivated, she began searching for the potatoes, that is. About 20 minutes went by before Finn showed up at their campsite again. There, he spotted Sophia tempering with something. Putting aside his catch, something resembling a deer, he called out to her. I'm back. Oh, it seems like you found them, huh? He noticed the small mountain of lumpy vegetables next to the girl. Ah, yeah, no problem. Magic's really helpful. I managed to get them without getting dirty. Oh? I simply removed the soil around them. Ho, that was a clever idea. Hee hee. Right now, I'm trying to find out what to actually do with those potatoes. Sophia held up a single of them while thinking of a way to prepare it. Maybe I'll simply cook them, after all. With my limited resources, that would be the simplest and best thing to do. Yeah, let's go for that. You seem to be having fun. Maybe, yeah, it's interesting to replace technology with magic. But, unfortunately, I don't have a pot to cook, so. She looked at the ground in front of her, and a perfectly round hole, about 30 centimeters deep and wide, appeared. That's big enough, I guess? Ah, but will water even stay in there? As she said so, the surface of the earthen hole began to change. Sophia had used more magic to compress and smoothen the soil. Okay, looks better already, but it's still quite soft. Oh, how about I bake it with fire? It would become something like a clay pot, maybe? Let's give it a try. Lost in thoughts, the girl set fire to the hole she had just made by pouring in her magic power to light a fire. What are you doing, Sophia? Fen was watching and listening to her mumblings until now, but just had to ask. I'm cooking, can't you see? Ah, is that what it is? The cooking the wolf knew was nothing like this. Well, I have to admit getting a little bit creative. You already have a good grasp on your magic, have you not? Those were some fine skills. Your growth is almost scary. Fen was surprised how she's been using magic like it was absolutely nothing, being labeled as scary by a legendary beast. Sophia wasn't happy. What do you plan to do with that hole? Put some water in and use it for cooking the potatoes. As she said so, the pot started to slowly fill up, thanks to her magic. I see, but how do you plan to heat it up? Ah, that's. Sophia hadn't thought about that before. Let's see. Hey, Fen, when you taught me the fire magic, you said to imagine a heat source and pour my power as fuel into it until it catches fire, right? Yes, that's a way to imagine it. He wasn't sure what she was going for. Does it have to, flare up? Whatever, let's give it a try. Focusing on the hole with water, Sophia closed her eyes to concentrate better. Okay, if I do that, then use it too. Yes, that could work, so, let's see. Mumbling some incoherent words again, she seemed to have come to a solution. Looking confident, she opened her eyes and looked at the water. A couple of moments later, steam already rose, and bubbles formed. Soon after, the water was magnificently boiling. What are you doing? Boiling water? Sophia questioningly turned her head, not understanding why Fen was so confused. I can see that much, but how? She thought about what she actually did. I imagined a heat source inside the water and poured power into it until the water began to boil. The source being underwater means that it didn't turn into fire. Well, it probably would eventually if I use more power, though, Probably. What an outrageous girl. Fen heaved a sigh. Outrageous? I'm just boiling water. That might be true, but the way you're doing it is. Eh? I don't see a problem. Yeah, it's fine. You're strong, so you can be as creative as you want, using magic however you like to. I'm just losing my confidence a little. Huh? Don't tell me I did something you can't. I can do it, effortlessly even, but you've only been using magic for a few days, and yet you're already using it in such inventive ways. So that's how it is. Don't worry about it, Fen. What do you mean? It's all thanks to you teaching me in the first place. Sophia was incredibly grateful to him. Without you, I still wouldn't know the first thing about magic. The reason I'm making such progress is because you're my teacher. Thanks. Well, it seems like I've found a good pupil. Still, I have to step up my game if I don't want to be overtaken. Some strange kind of flame lit inside the wolf as he got motivated by Sophia's growth. Let's just get ready for lunch. Not wanting to deal with him, she continued her preparation. Washing the potatoes with water magic and throwing them into the makeshift pot, she let them boil for a while. In the meantime, Fen skinned the deer he had caught earlier and prepared it for grilling. According to him, it's called tear, causing Sophia to roll her eyes again but ultimately ignore it. Once the meat was grilled and the potatoes cooked, the two shared another meal together. Using some herbs she had gathered, Sophia was pretty happy about her meal this time, finally having some decent variation. Fen stuck to his meat-only diet, though he helped himself to some of the herbs. By the way, the wolf suddenly addressed her. You can simply create boiling water with magic in the first place, without all those fancy extras. She couldn't answer. Sophia also decided not to talk to him for a while afterward. Chapter 11, First Bath. Having finally had a genuinely satisfying meal for the first time, Sophia was delighted and brimming with motivation, itching to continue her magic studies. Fan, give me a pointer for air magic. Oh ho, fine. Air, huh? Let's see, air magic category. He was thinking hard about it. What's wrong? Air magic's kinda complicated to explain. How so? You don't really have something to work with. Water magic's categorized with water, earth has soil, and so on. Air is just, well, air. Just air, huh? Thinking with her previous world in mind, Sophia knew that air was actually something rather complex. Oh, I wonder if I could mess around with the concentration of the gases. Like increasing oxygen could be fun with fire magic. Oxygen? Fen didn't seem to know about the composition of air, or it once more had a different name in this world. Nothing, just getting ahead of myself. Not even knowing the basics, thinking about such things was useless. Okay then, let's try this, Sophia. Can you feel the breeze that's coming from the clearing? Yes, it's very nice. Good. Now, close your eyes and focus your attention on it. As he said so, a gust of wind ruffled up his fur as if the breeze was getting stronger just for Sophia's training. The girl did as told. Now, try to see the wind. See? She was confused and opened her eyes. Keep your eyes closed. Don't use your eyes to see. Instead, use your concentration and magic power to see it. Fen wanted her to pay attention to the second part, so he emphasized it. I see, well, not really. Sophia made a terrible pun before closing her eyes again. Concentrating on her surroundings, she felt the breeze hitting her body. Sometimes more substantial, other times gentler, but it felt like a constant stream. Using this observation, she tried to not only feel the breeze that was directly hitting her, but also what was flowing around her. The girl kept increasing the range until she got a good picture of her surroundings, and she noticed something. Oh, do you get it now? Yeah, I saw it. No, well, I felt it. It's kind of like a river, going along its path, being guided by something, letting it flow around corners, getting faster, slower, stopping even. Good. Now, let that something become you. You have to be the one who guides the air, dictating its path, letting it flow, and whatever else you want it to do. Fen said so, and the breeze was beginning to die down, letting his silky fur lay flat on his body again. Ah, so you were the someone guiding the air for me after all, huh? Sophia immediately noticed that the wind's image in her head changed to something more uncontrolled looking. Indeed. Now take over the reins. She went silent for a while. Eventually, the breeze around her seemed to be getting stronger, gently lifting up and rustling her hair, only for it to die down completely a second later. Seems like you, oi. Then noticed that Sophia was starting to control the breeze, but then was hit by a strong gust, clearly created by the girl in front of him. Eehee, air magic's pretty fun. She had already managed to put her new powers to mischievous use. You. Wanting to get revenge, Fen took control of the wind and literally blew Sophia off her feet, using his own magic. Gotta train some more. Being defeated by the wolf, she became even more motivated. Fan, not wanting to deal with her once that switch was flipped, left her alone and went to the other side of the clearing. There, he lay down on the grass and relaxed under the warmth of the sun. Sophia continued to get familiar with the new type of magic for the rest of the afternoon. She got a much better grasp of her air magic and the other categories, namely water, earth, and fire. Once the sun started to set, the girl reunited with the wolf again. Welcome back. How was the training? Very good. You may call me Avatar now. The girl looked really smug, much to the confusion of Fen. Avatar. I've mastered all 4 elements. There are more than 4 categories, though? Forget it. Sophia was sad that her joke didn't work because it had no background in this world. Okay? Fen naturally was confused. Anyway, yeah, I'm quite confident with the basics now. I think I want to try my hands on the nature magic category tomorrow. That's a good idea. This forest, with all its overgrown plants, is the perfect place for it. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Having agreed on a schedule for the next day, the two got ready for dinner, though it was primarily leftovers from lunch. After that, Sophia became painfully aware of something she had managed to ignore until now. What's wrong, girl? Fen, I want to take a bath. Sure. He wasn't certain what to do with this kind of information. Well, a shower would be fine, too. He still had no idea what was going on. While I haven't worked up a sweat once since coming to this world, thanks to the overpowered body God gave me, but just thinking that it's been day 3 already, something important to me feels like it's about to die. It's disgusting. Now that she's been aware of it, she couldn't stand it even a second longer. Then go and take a bath? Fen, still confused about her outbreak, failed to see the problem. Mind telling me how? It's not like you have a tub lying around somewhere, have you? Sophia, weren't you the one who created an earthen pot, filled it with water, and heated it up all on your own earlier? Don't you think this concept, when scaled bigger, would work rather well as a bath? She thought about her idea. Are you a genius, Fen? You're just incredibly scatterbrained. I can't deny that. At least you're self-aware. Oi. Well then, if you excuse me, it's time to build a bath. She got up and was about to leave. Fen, no peeking, okay? You might be a wolf, and male, but I would still kill you. Why would I want to peek at a human? Who knows what's going on in this world? Don't you worry, I'm not into the humanoid type. Good to know. Well then, until later. Sure. Having given her warning, she left the camp and started planning out her bath some distance away from it. I know it's not really necessary, but taking a bath out in the open without any viewing protection is a bit. I don't think I would be able to calm down. She knew that she was the only human-like being around, but it still felt wrong. Okay, let's make some walls. Using her earth magic, Sophia created said walls, protecting 3 sides of her bathing space from uninvited viewers. Well, the forest acts as a protective screen itself. I can leave that side open, for solid walls would feel too cramped, anyway. Good, for the tub, let's seat dash. Copying the same technique she used for cooking the potatoes before, Sophia created a hole big enough to fit her easily. Once that was done, the girl reinforced and hardened the sides of the impromptu tub. Afterward, she set fire to the hole, baking the soil, hoping it would withstand the water long enough. She wasn't looking for a mud bath, after all. With the tub being done, Sophia filled it with hot water. Let's see. Yeah, rather warm, but it feels good. Having confirmed the water temperature with her hand, the girl seemed satisfied. Once everything was ready, she began to undress while nervously looking around. The situation, taking a bath in the middle of nowhere, made her nervous. Finally, being fully naked, though, Sophia got distracted by something else. I've really become younger, huh? She looked down at her body. And not that I was old in my old world, 23 obviously was still fine. Still, being around 15 now is a striking difference. I know that's the time where one's body changes a lot, but I'm not sure how I feel about this revelation. My skin's now much more springy and soft. She pinched and stretched the skin on her waist to feel the elasticity. No, let's not go there, after all. I think I'll get depressed, knowing how much my body changed in such a short amount of time, or is going to change again in the future. Wow, this sure is confusing. But I do look forward to becoming 16 once more. She looked down another time and stopped at a particular area, her chest, to be exact. It's not that bad right now, just a little modest, yes. At least my development is already at the point where clothes only make me look smaller than I actually am. There is something. Looking at them in the nude, there is something. She repeated herself for some reason. Enough to get a handful to touch and enjoy looking at. It was very important to the girl. Not that this information is relevant for anyone else other than me. Actually, while everything became smaller and younger, I still do look somewhat mature, don't I? Like my body is 15, but my mind isn't? The way I move around and behave still matches my real age. In a way, it makes me seem more, experienced. That's great, because I don't want to be treated like a kid. But still, I miss the growth spurt when I was 16. Yeah, I was really happy about that back then. Other than that, I don't think I would mind staying young forever. Well, nothing I can do about that. Giving her chest a last grievous glance, Sophia finally entered the bath. Submerging herself, she let out a satisfied sigh. That sure feels nice. Doing nothing for a while, Sophia simply relaxed in the bath. Looking at the sky and noticing the two moons again, she continued to stare at them. To think I'm getting used to this view already. Scary. Sophia was once more surprised by her adaptability. It sure is beautiful, though. Getting used to it or not, it was still a very splendid sight, and so she continued her observation of the sky for a while. Chapter 12, Plans for Meeting the First Humans. Still relaxing in the makeshift bath she made with magic, Sophia finished admiring the sky while letting out another comfortable sigh. Feeling very relaxed, thoughts about her new situation slowly crept up on her again. This whole situation is so ridiculous that it's almost funny. Being transported to another world, traveling together with an oversized, not to mention, overpowered wolf. And now I'm taking a bath that I made myself with magic of all things, in the middle of nowhere. It sounded even more unbelievable, saying out loud. Not exactly the future I had in mind for me. Well, the life I had on Earth was even less what I wanted it to be, though. This world definitely is more fun. Magic's awesome. Not having to care about anything? Great. Having an, interesting companion? Can't complain. Exploring nature, marveling at the exotic sights, and occasionally running into monsters? Surprisingly not scary. Having strong personality shifts that made all that possible? Unsurprisingly, very scary. Sophia came back to the topic that caused her great worry over the last few days. I know there's not much I can do, but is it really fine that I'm accepting these changes so easily? I mean, I'd basically become someone else entirely. Then said I became more like the person I wanted to be, and that's true. I want to be how I am right now. Open, outgoing, and genuinely having fun, simply enjoying my time. But at the same time, it feels like I'm denying my entire life until now, no matter how little I liked it. Is that actually okay? It somehow happened way too sudden to deal with it. One thing's the same, though, I still get super philosophical when taking a shower or bath. Sophia got distracted in the middle of her monologue. Well, maybe in my opinion, better personality will help me talk to girls again? I think I'm more sociable now. Maybe. I'll even be able to find a girlfriend. One can dream, right? There was little hope in her voice. One slight problem before all that, though. I have yet to meet any human in the first place. It was more than a bit of a problem, actually. Also, according to Fen, humans in this world don't seem like anything desirable to have a relationship with. Although, I think his opinion about them might be biased. I hope. Her eyes started to nervously swim around at the possibility of him being right. Imagine me coming to another world and getting my personality, well, fixed. Now, being able to talk with people again, maybe even having the possibility to find someone special, only for the entire human race to be too annoying to stand. Ahaha. Her laugh didn't sound happy, but nervous. That God wouldn't do something that cruel, would he? Surely, not? Sophia was second-guessing the motivation of the overseer she met once more. Yeah, no, there has to be at least one decent girl out there. I only have to find her. Pushing away from the negative thoughts, she motivated herself and energetically jumped out of the bath. Only to fall over, because she soaked in too long and got dizzy. Once she had recovered, dried herself up, and got dressed again, Sophia eventually reunited with Fan. You're back, Sophia. You sure took your time. Yeah, I got a little distracted. Hey Fan, you said you'd come with me to the human city, right? She sat down next to him, in front of the fire at their camp. I'm really happy about that, but I still can't imagine how. Like I said before, you're the absolute opposite of being inconspicuous in any possible way after all. She couldn't see how the wolf could walk through a human place without causing an uproar. Like always, magic's the answer, girl. Even if you say so, I can't see how that's going to help. Don't tell me you can make yourself invisible? She suddenly got excited at the thought. Unfortunately, I can't. She looked disappointed. Then, how's your magic going to solve the issue? How about I give you a little demonstration? Finn stood up, and black smoke began to form around his body. Once he was fully engulfed by it, a pop-like sound could be heard, blowing the smoke away. Sophia thought for a moment he was gone, but then noticed something when she looked closer to the ground. The gigantic wolf had transformed into an ordinary-looking wolf cub, barely reaching her knees in size. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Sophia, unable to process the situation, needed some time to react. With this, I should be able to enter a human town without attracting attention. Is something the matter, Sophia? You're so cute. Not knowing what to say, she simply blurted out the first thing that went through her head when seeing the cub. That's not the point here. It's not? It's true, though. Wait, is that really going to help? Sure, you're not that eye-catching anymore, but cub or not, you're still a wolf. That shouldn't be a problem. I saw humans using beasts to improve their puny attack power in the past. I have no idea how they did that, though. If I pose as your tamed beast, we should be allowed to enter the city. You're basically my pet, then? Sophia had her very own interpretation. Don't get ahead of yourself now, girl. Hee. I hope that really works, because I want to continue traveling with you. Yes. He felt the same way. Still. Sophia looked at the tiny cub version of Fen with a dangerous expression. What do you? You're way too adorable after all. Sophia had lost it, grabbed the wolf, and placed him on top of her lap, where she started to pet him. Such fluffy fur. Feeling humiliated to a degree he never was before, Fen was too surprised and shocked to react and let Sophia do as she pleased. That was great. A good while later, far longer than he's ever going to admit, Sophia finally let go of the wolf with a very refreshed look on her face. You should stay in this size the entire time. Not going to happen. Ever. His opinion on the topic differed greatly. Transforming into a cub was not a good idea. Regretting his decision, Finn reverted to his old size. Now that I think about it, a regular-sized wolf would make more sense anyway. Not even these stupid humans would let a cub fight, probably. I want cub Finn. Alright, regular size, it is. He completely ignored her pleas. Well, Finn's cute no matter the size, I'll survive. Maybe I'll make myself even bigger instead? Yeah, no. Sophia wasn't a fan of that idea. It wouldn't make sense anyway. How far was the human city again? The topic was over. About 3 days, I guess. We might meet some of them earlier, though. You mean like the humans outside the town? Like gathering food or resources? Yes. Few of them leave the cities for some reason, but we could see some the evening before reaching the city. Maybe sooner if we come across some particularly stupid, adventurous ones. A day for us could easily mean a week away from home for them, after all. Oh, I'm getting excited. Sophia hadn't thought she might be able to see her kin, visually speaking, so soon already. I don't think there's any reason to be. The wolf didn't share her feelings about seeing humans. Put yourself in my shoes, Fenny. Wouldn't you be looking forward to finding one of your own after coming to an unknown world? That's exactly the reason why I want to keep your expectations low, Sophia. I already know more about this world's humans than I want to. I'm glad about your concern, but I want to get my own impression of them. Yes, this is why I'm not trying to force you to stop going, just saying you should keep your expectations low. Finn didn't want her to get too disappointed. I don't think I can not get excited. Sorry Finn, I'm the kind of person that only learns the hard way. Just don't say I didn't warn you afterward. He gave up on persuading the girl. Thanks. Sure. Even so, he wasn't happy about it and did not look forwards to Sophia's reaction. The rest of the evening had a slightly awkward atmosphere to it. Because of that and how she wanted to get a head start the next day, Sophia decided to go to bed early. Well, good night, Finn. Yes, good night. He decided to stay up a little longer and thought about their next steps. I mean, she could be right and somehow meets a nice human or two. She is exceptionally lucky, after all. Still, I really don't think that's going to happen. I feel that our stop in the human city will be a very short one. What to do after that? Beast folk? Yes, that might not be a bad idea. Most of them do, again, visually speaking, resemble humans in a way. From what I've seen so far, these guys are good people. Maybe a bit on the wilder side, though. But so is Sophia. He glanced at the sleeping girl. Aside from when she's thinking about her previous life, that girl's unable to sit still for even 5 minutes. I feel like she would be super compatible with the beast people. And, to be honest, I would prefer them so much more than humans, too. No matter how nice of a person could be out there. Still, that's going to be Sophia's decision, not mine. Let's suggest the beast folk city to her once we're done with the human one. Having a backup plan ready, Finn also called it a day. Chapter 13, Playing with Food. The duo talked about visiting a human city, and they had slightly different opinions about it. Finn wasn't a fan because he's not fond of them, but he didn't stop her, either. Having gone to bed early, Sophia wasn't nearly as sleepy as the day before. It still took some work of the wolf to wake the girl, though. Morning, Finn. Yes, good morning. Want some breakfast? Nah, I'm good. I'll just get some, what was it again? Right, raspberries later on. I see. What do you want to do today, Sophia? Get started on nature magic or... He tried to divert her attention regardless. Can we cover some ground today? I am interested in the magic, but I don't feel like I would be able to concentrate at the moment. Let's do that, then. Yes, you need to be able to focus properly. Okay, thanks. After Finn had his usual breakfast and Sophia gathered some berries as a snack, the two got going. They simply kept advancing towards the human city with tremendous speed while having nothing to talk about. Running all the way into the late afternoon, Finn and Sophia finally decided to take a break, not because they were tired, but it became too dull to continue. How about food now, Sophia? You must be hungry after all this running. Yeah, you're right. It feels like I burned 1,000,000 calories today. Good. Let's see, vegetables around here, dash. Ah, no, don't bother, Fen. Meat. I want to eat about a ton worth of protein. Having worked out all day, I have a serious craving for protein. Oh ho. So, you finally accepted the greatness of meat, huh? Splendid. That's perfect. There are actually some cows around. Let me get them really quick. Ah, can I give it a try, Fen? Aside from the huge bird thingy I accidentally killed because it surprised me, I have yet to fight anything. Sure, I don't mind. Can I come with you? I'm interested in how you'll hunt them. Of course. It's these 3 dots about 300 m behind those trees on our left, right? Sophia used her detection magic to scan the area for fitting respondings. Exactly. Having confirmed the target, the two carefully sneaked towards their prey. Let's see, while hiding behind some bushes, Sophia was thinking about a way to defeat them. Can I play around a bit? Be my guest. Okay, let's trap them first. Saying so, the ground below the cows started to rumble. Before they could even react, the earth split open, and they fell into the newly created hole. Emu. The hole wasn't deep enough to kill them, because there could still cries be heard from the animals. Well, I could have killed them, but because they pose not the slightest bit of threat, I kinda want to try a thing or two. I get you. I so get you, Sophia. Playing around with your prey, because the power gap is so enormous, brings me, too, great joy. What now? So many options. I could close up the hole, letting them suffocate. Push the walls together, flattening them. Fill the hole with water, drowning them. Setting the hole on fire, grilling them. Emu. A pitiful cry came out of the hole. The trapped prey seemed to be aware that their end was imminent. Sophia, please remember that we're planning to eat at least one of them. Some of your ideas, as fun as they sound, wouldn't leave much usable food behind. Ah, you're right. Sophia noticed the mistake in her ideas. Oh, there's something I wanted to test when I was learning air magic. Might as well give it a try now. Closing her eyes, she focused on her concentration. Fen seemed interested in what she was up to. Air dash, how was the composition of air again? Was it 20%? Close, I think it was around 21% oxygen, right? Almost the entire rest was nitrogen with a tiny amount of other gases like argon and carbon dioxide, but let's not care about them for now. I'm fairly sure the air in this world's roughly the same. It at least feels like that. Okay, let's try to eliminate the oxygen inside the hole. I think you usually die after a short while when it falls below 10. Or was it lower than 8%? Well, whatever, let's just get rid of as much as possible. Sophia? The wolf, having never heard about most of these words, was obviously confused about her mutterings. Shoo, I need to concentrate here, Fen. Sorry. He didn't mean to disturb the girl. Let's continue. Regaining her concentration, she tried some things out until she found her answer. Oh, I think it's working. What is? He still didn't understand. Mo. Mo. Some cries came from the hole, but they were becoming increasingly inaudible until it became completely silent. Shortly after, 3 thuds could be heard as the cows fell to their side, still slightly twitching but dying shortly after. What did you do, Sophia? He tried to get closer to the hole to take a look, but she stopped him. Don't go there yet, Fen. It's dangerous, even for you. Wait before my magic is fully gone. About a minute passed before Sophia walked up to the hole. It's safe now. Oh, okay. Joining Sophia, he looked down and saw the dead cows without having any wounds whatsoever. What did you do? Air, how to explain? Fen, do you know what air is? Air. Air is air. His expression basically said, what is this girl even talking about, as he didn't understand her question. So it's really unknown in this world. Air or the atmosphere is actually a combination of many different things. Fire, for example, doesn't use the air as a whole to burn, but a gas we called oxygen in my old world. Once the oxygen concentration gets too low, the fire dies as well. That's what usually happens with fires in a closed room. Well, the oxygen gets replaced or converted to some other gases, but that's not that important right now. It's not because I don't really know how it actually works or anything. Alright. He could barely follow her. It's the same for living things. Once the oxygen level in the air gets too low, they die. Actually, for them, it's even worse. While fire mostly cares about having enough oxygen, when the percentage of certain gases in the air change too much, living beings can get poisoned by merely breathing the air itself. Fen was trying to understand the concept. So, air's basically a mixture of things. Changing this mixture can kill us? More or less. But that mixture, except for the oxygen being too low, has to be off by quite a bit. Else, it would only slightly harm you, or at best, kill you in a very slow yet agonizing way. That way of dying would be way worse than your standard run-of-the-mill suffocation, because you can still sort of breathe, though. It can't keep your body functioning, letting you die bit by bit over the course of maybe even hours. Sophia, you can be quite scary. Even I would be reluctant to use such a method. How rude. She didn't like his accusation. The cows died really quick, didn't they? Now that you mention it, it was about the same time as suffocating someone, no, even faster than that. What did you do then? I got rid of the oxygen part in the air, letting them suffocate basically in an instant. That's how it is. Well, suffocating them the normal way would have been much easier, but I wanted to try it. Yes, you apparently did something really outrageous, judging by the magic power you poured into this idea of yours. Yeah, it was super hard to keep the oxygen out. Thanks to that, I'm even more hungry now. Fenny, I leave the rest to you. This girl. Doing as requested, he gathered the corpses and began preparing their meal. It was hard to decide whether it was a late lunch or an early dinner, thanks to the time being right in between. Because of that, there was still quite a bit of day left once the two finished eating. That was a good meal, thanks for that, Fen. Rubbing her stomach, Sophia looked satisfied. That's the superiority of meat for you. The resident carnivore was smug. What now? Want to keep going a little longer? No, I think we covered enough ground for today. You're right. We made way better progress than I thought we would already. Even if we don't keep going, I would reckon that we could run into the first humans around the same time as now tomorrow. Is that so? Sophia somehow seemed much less enthusiastic than he thought she would be. Is something the matter? You were all over the place today already, and now you're back to being down. I was thinking a lot, and now I'm kinda worried. Worried? Yeah. After being urged to, Sophia eventually opened up to the wolf, and the two had yet another little conversation of theirs where she let off some steam. Chapter 14, Nature and Light Magic. After Fen had addressed the case of Sophia acting so on edge today, she admitted being worried about something, which caused her to be emotionally all over the place. Worried, huh? That would explain why you didn't want breakfast or spent almost the entire trip completely silent. Yeah, I was lost in thoughts. Is it about those puny humans again? It wasn't hard for the wolf to guess the reason. Well, yes, and also me. I look like a human, but inside, aren't I much more like you, Fen? Basically, a monster with a ridiculous amount of power. She just couldn't let go of the topic. That in itself is not a problem. Actually, it's super cool. Sophia had already become fond of her magic. But what if they do find out? Sure, you said they are no threat to me, but they sure as heck would get scared of me, wouldn't they? Very probable. Wouldn't it be impossible to make friends with any of them then? They can't sense magic power, so as long you're not hostile to them. If you don't go crazy, which might be a problem for you, they wouldn't notice that you're something entirely different than a normal, powerless human. Sue, no flashy magic? Best choice would be none at all. Or think of some fancy chants as cover when using it. No magic, it is. Sophia had already decided that using chance and whatever is way too embarrassing and impossible for her. If this is really what you want, it's that, then. Fen thought the discussion was over. But what about later on? Let's imagine the crazy thought of me finding someone. Could I ever tell them about me, or would their fear too much, no matter how close we had become? Do you want me to answer? Knowing about the humans of this world, the wolf wasn't sure she wanted to hear it. No, I don't. Sophia had a feeling she already knew his answer. Well, thinking about all that made me a little frustrated, and that's why I was, like this today, and also ended up playing with those cows earlier as therapy, or rather, stress relief. That's what happens when you're frustrated? Finn made a note about not making her angry then. Also, girl, you're too invested in the topic. Instead of worrying about something that may or may not possibly happen, just focus on the now, and save the future for later. I mean, you're already concerned about telling someone you got close with about your superior magic power. Sophia, you have yet to see an actual human in the first place. You skipped at least 5 steps. Ahaha. A dry laugh escaped her lips. Yeah, you're right. It's an old habit of mine. Overthinking and getting depressed or frustrated. Sophia suddenly stopped. Eh? Why? Shouldn't these habits be gone by now, after that God boosted my personality? Do your job correctly, you idiot. It's been a while since the girl sent a complaint towards the sky. The wolf was thinking about something. Tell me. She figured it was about her. I'm not sure, but I think I'm starting to understand your boosted traits a little more. What? Tell me. It's just a theory, okay? I think the overseer took your stats from your old world and added X something to it, rather than maxing it all out, or putting some work into it. Oh, I actually had the same idea. She thought before that this might be the case, backing it up with how she already was above average when it came to fitness, making her strength monstrous in this world. Also, like how I was terribly unlucky in my old world and still have rather bad luck here. Sure. Fen disagreed with her, but she at least seemed to have understood the theory, so he didn't bother correcting her. I also think your boost can get overloaded. I mean, I managed to get to see your shy side once or twice after something embarrassing happened. Okay. Today was another indicator. What were the worries in your old world that made you depressed? Like most people, probably something as puny as love problems, right? It was spot on. On the contrary, here you were worrying about a whole race accepting you. The scale is so different that even with the boost you got, you were unable to deal with it. There might even be the possibility that once you do have a negative feeling about something, these will get boosted as well. That actually makes sense, Fen. Still, boosted negative traits. He better be prepared for the next time I see him. The overseer might have made a mistake. And thus, like I said multiple times already. Stop worrying about everything already and just enjoy this world with your powers. Your bad habits or feelings shouldn't be able to reach you that way. I see. Well, I can't guarantee it, but I'll keep in mind to live more freely. Great. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Sophia directly tried it out. Fen, we have some of the day left. Give me some instructions on nature magic. On it. Being in high spirits again, the two continued her magic training. Looking for a suitable test subject, Fen quickly found a nice-looking vine hanging down a nearby tree. See that thick vine over there, Sophia? Try to get a feel of it. I don't exactly like the sound of that, but okay, sure. Sophia walked towards the tree, but the wolf quickly stopped her. Not with your hands. Use your mind. Of course, should have known as much. How do I feel something with my mind? Locate it, just like living things with the detection magic. Then, try to touch the imaginary version of it inside your mind and think of it as the real thing. Sounds a bit, kinky. Sophia blurted out the first thing that went through her head. Sorry. Then again, wouldn't it be better to touch the, real thing first? Wow, I can't believe I just said this. Fine, go ahead. He gave up. Okay. Having gotten permission, Sophia walked over to the tree after all and touched the vine in question. Having had her fill sooner rather than later, she quickly went back to her companion. So, have you found anything out? Yeah, as it turns out, it's a plant. My, aren't you a clever one? Try to be a bit more diligent about it, okay? Yes. Heaving a slight chuckle, Sophia went back to serious mode. Give it another try. Concentrate and connect to the vine now. Closing her eyes as usual when focusing, she tried as told. See the vine, feel the vine. Connect to the vine, hee hee. Control the vine. Getting a hold of the plant, she succeeded in her first, mostly serious try. The vine slowly began to move awkwardly, but the harder Sophia tried, the more fluid her control of the plant became. Soon enough, the awkwardness was gone entirely. You sure are a talented girl. Fan honestly hadn't expected the girl to get the basics of nature magic this fast. Although, it wasn't a new feeling for him anymore. It feels kinda weird, but it's quite fun. I think you said before that you could use vines and the like to bind your targets, right? Her eyes started to sparkle. You can, but... He didn't like how the girl was looking at him while saying so. Just bear in mind that I'm able to do that as well, and I'm sure that I'm still better at controlling them right now. Why, you might have a point. Sophia gave up on whatever she was planning, mainly for her own safety. Good choice. What else does count as nature magic? Quite a lot. As always, actually, just about everything you can imagine being related to nature. That's rather broad. She pulled a blank at the wide range. Indeed, nature magic's a very complex one. To be perfectly honest, aside from a little tinkering with plants, I'm not overly interested in that category of magic. Oh, that wants me to go wild even more. Playing around with something you didn't. I'll have to give it some thought later on. I expect big things. Fen wasn't going to stop her. Hee hee. Only the basics of light and dark magic are missing now, huh? Yes, you've made some unbelievably impressive progress in just a few days. I actually have a hard time wrapping my head around this. Well, there's also the uncategorized or original magic left, which takes by far the most effort. I'm looking forward to investing some more effort in that already. You definitely have the right attitude, that's for sure. Having yet to think about some fun uses for nature magic, Sophia felt like it was enough training for today. The two started to set up their camp for the night. Once everything was ready, they relaxed in front of their fire after the sunset. Fan, is light and dark magic hard to learn? She got too hooked to let go after all. I would like to say yes, but I would have said something similar about nature magic, so. He wasn't sure how easily Sophia would be able to handle them. Well, they're definitely hard to imagine. I mean, creating light out of nothing is kind of hard to wrap your head around. While he said so, a small source of light appeared above their heads. I'm not sure how I should explain what you have to actually imagine to activate the magic. Sophia was studying the tiny orb of light. Isn't that basically just a light bulb? She actually had an effortless time imagining the magic. Light bulb, huh? Hee hee hee, let's go all out then. Forget a single lamp. Yeah, let's go with a couple of those stadium floodlights. Sophia? He once more had a bad feeling. They use LEDs for them nowadays, right? A literal armada of those super bright ones. Okay, let's give it a try. Already having a good image in mind, Sophia snapped her fingers while activating her magic because she thought it would look cool. Immediately after the magic went off, she noticed how badly she overdid it. As Sophia? The wolf couldn't believe his eyes. Their entire surroundings had turned so bright that it seemed like the sun had never set today. Ahaha, let's deactivate that real quick again. Just like that, a second later, everything turned dark again, with only the fire and stars illuminating the area. What was that just now? Yeah, sorry, I might have cheated a bit. Cheated? You see, while we didn't have magic in my old world, we had a thing called science. Using science and imagination, some brilliant heads managed to create many technologies, including artificial light, in my world. I simply recreated one of the brightest from these and replaced the science part with this world's magic. What's wrong, Fen? Nothing, just thinking about my position in this world. Having a slight existential crisis as one of this world's strongest beings, caused by his very own pupil, the wolf wasn't sure how to deal with the situation. But technology, huh? I think the humans here have this thing as well, to make up for their lacking magic. It's nothing worth mentioning, though. Your old world seems to be quite something. To be able to create something like that without any magic. He was talking about the light stunt Sophia pulled. That's true. They were a crafty bunch. Today, Fen was the one feeling oddly tired and went to bed early for a change. Sophia continued to try out some smaller lights for fun for a while. She soon joined the wolf as it was an exhausting day for her as well, though. Chapter 15, Finding Humans. After Sophia's unexpected, or rather, sudden advance in nature, and especially magic related to light, she and Fen decided to keep advancing towards the next human city today as well. Having made great progress, the two finally stopped in the early afternoon because they had found a small lake, which seemed like an excellent place to make a camp for the time being. I mean, we could keep going a bit longer, but it doesn't make much sense as we would arrive after dark. I also don't want to camp too close to a human city. It's too bothersome to be worth it, really. Fen gave an update on their situation. That's fine by me. I wanted to play around with my magic anyways. Go ahead. But I would advise against anything too flashy, especially something large-scale like yesterday's light magic. I haven't sensed any yet, but there might be a possibility of humans being not that far away from us. He warned her for her own good. Sophia had a complicated expression. Girl, what were you planning? Ahaha, I wanted to try a little combination of fire and air magic. Remember the oxygen thing in the air I mentioned? I wanted to try and see what happens to fire magic when I increase the oxygen by a fair bit. How flashy would that be? Fen couldn't imagine the outcome. Well, very. She was thinking of a gigantic fireball. Personally, I don't care and actually want to see it, but your humans might get scared by it. You decide. He was curious, but he knew Sophia might have a different opinion. Yeah, you have a point. Let's try it on a smaller scale first. By the way, if we really are close to human territory, wouldn't that mean there's a ton of edible plants, vegetables, and fruits around? I thought you finally converted yesterday. An occasional feast of grilled meat is nice and all, but I couldn't do that every day. Too bad. But yes, most of the stuff around here that looks edible, actually is for a change. Oh. Time for me to finally get serious. The prospect of food made her very motivated, and Sophia was raring to go. Not having the best feeling about letting her roam around alone in this place, Fen decided to follow her with a sigh. For the next half hour, Sophia was happily gathering plants and snacking on fruits she found. But a little while later, though, she noticed that her companion seemed to be getting a little restless. What's wrong, Fen? Found something? Well, there are some humans nearby. He decided not to hide the information. Yeah? Seriously? I didn't notice at all. Where? She looked around but still saw nothing at all. Detection magic. A couple of 100 meters to our left, maybe a kilometer. I have the magic running nonstop, but, to our left, huh? Let's see. There's one red, which size resembles your usual cow, so I didn't pay any attention to it. There are 3 smaller dots around it. Aren't these just the kids of the cow? Being right next to them and so much smaller? Wait, constantly? No, Sophia, the size of the dots is determined by their power, not the actual size of the thing. I see, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. She nodded in understanding. Wait, what? Or not, because she didn't understand at all. The dots next to the cow are smaller, you know? How does that make any sense? Sophia. Yes? I told you, humans are weak. Sure, but not that much? Humans can't be weaker than our staple meal until now, right? Right? Want to go and take a look? Yes. There was no way she could believe it. Fine. Saying so, Fen used his magic and shrunk his body to the size of a normal wolf, reaching around Sophia's hips in height just in case. She only stared at him disapprovingly. What? I want cub Fen. Not going to happen. Ah. With a slight pout on her lips, Sophia began moving towards the reaction of her detection magic. Once she made visual contact with the group and noticed the wolf was actually right about everything, she looked dumbfounded. See? Sophia was looking at a group of 3 male humans that seemed a little older than she was, or at least her body. They were wearing a kind of leather armor and were all equipped with some sort of swords. As for their looks, Sophia was too disappointed about finding out they were a group of male humans. She didn't bother taking a good look at their faces. Furthermore, those guys were currently engaged in a sort of combat that made her question many things. Ganging up on a cow from every side, they were swinging their swords at it with great vigor. Unfortunately, the cow didn't seem to be taking much, if any, damage from them. Fen, what is going on here? Is it some rare new type, that cow? It looks totally normal, though. Because it is. Seriously? Seriously. Ah, they're particularly weak guys, right? Sophia tried to run away from reality. They seem pretty standard to me. Seriously? She was repeating herself. Seriously. So was the wolf. But how come a sword doesn't hurt a cow? Are they actually pretty tough? For humans, probably? I mean, their skin has some slight, chew to it? Fen wasn't a good benchmark in that regard. Is that so? Sophia wasn't the ideal person to ask either. Just yesterday, she played around with a group of them as if they were mere toys. Not to mention she hadn't noticed the supposed toughness at all, even thinking they were just slightly smaller standard cows she knew from her old world. It seems like the cow had enough. Moo. Actually sounding bored, the animal let out an uninterested cry and charged towards the group. Watch out. It started its attack. One of the humans shouted once he noticed. Nice, it seems like we dealt some serious damage. They only attack if they feel like their life is in danger. Yeah, and so fast. Aren't we like the strongest hunter ever? Absolutely. The guys shouted in unison. Seriously. Sophia's vocabulary had decreased significantly since she started watching the first humans she met in this world. The only change was the tone of her voice, which had become increasingly more flat as she watched the fight. Seriously. Fen was suffering from the same fate. Are they for real? So it seems. Being proud of their dealt damage? What? What damage? I can't even see a single scratch on that puny cow. Because there is none. It's only natural that you can't see it. Also. She wasn't done yet and took a deep breath. The cow attacked us because it felt danger to its life? Really? No matter how you look at it, its expression is one of boredom. It's likely thinking, are you guys done yet? I have better things to do. It's become rather bothersome because I wanted to take an afternoon nap, or something like that. That's quite the fitting description of the cow's feelings. Fen looked at the animal and came to the exact same conclusion. I didn't know you can speak cow. They even think they're the strongest? What kind of joke is that? I get it now. They aren't hunters, right? They're entertainers. I see. It all makes sense now. Sophia, stop deluding yourself and accept reality. She looked at the pathetic sight again. Is that for real? Unfortunately. It seems like the cow wants to end it. Moo. Getting a tiny bit more serious, it increased its speed and effortlessly hit one of the guys. Gah. Screaming as if he were about to die, the boy fell out cold on the ground. Why, you lowly beast? How dare you hurt one of us superior humans? Seeing one of his comrades getting hurt, another one of them seemed to seethe with anger, beginning another attack on the bored-looking animal. Don't get ahead of yourself and tremble under the true power of humans, all monsters in the world fear. Exactly. The third guy chimed in. Your fate was already sealed when you didn't run away after noticing us higher beings arriving, but now you even made us angry. Let's go home, Fen. Sophia looked at her companion with dead eyes and turned around. She was unable to deal with this farce any longer. Gladly, but are you sure about that, Sophia? What do you mean? Those humans, they'll die for sure. Personally, I don't mind, because it's their own fault. They challenged a clearly superior enemy and lost. He had a hard time staying serious while addressing his favorite food like this. She actually needed to give it some thought after the show she had to witness. Then again, Sophia had yearned to see humans. Simply leaving them to die now felt very wrong to her, no matter how useless these specimens appeared to be. Alright, fine. Slapping her cheeks to motivate herself, the girl stepped forward and walked towards the group, hoping not to regret her decision. Chapter 16, First Time Being Angry. Having watched the humans' silly excuse of a fight, Sophia felt really reluctant to help them. Still, it would likely leave a sour aftertaste if she abandons the first humans she ever met in this world. For the better or worse, she decided to save their lives from the vicious beast. The bored cow, that is. Arriving at the group of the three mighty warriors and one bored-looking cow, Sophia was trying to find out how to actually tackle this task. Hello there. A little bit shy and incredibly awkward feeling, she made herself known to the group. Huh? A little girl? Where did you come from? The two still standing humans finally noticed her. I was nearby, and heard you guys fighting, so dash. Then, scram. Yeah, don't you see we're busy? That's why I, stopped. You seem to be in need of some help. Huh? How's a little girl supposed to help us? Exactly. You're just a hindrance. Go and play somewhere else. Leave this to us strong ones. The two obviously didn't want any help. One of your oh so strong ones is already half dead over there, though. She pointed at the guy that got hit by the cow earlier, lying unconscious in the dirt. This won't happen again. This beast just got a lucky hit. There's no way such an inferior cow would be able to take out one of us powerful hunters with skill after all. Is that so? Sophia's eyes looked dead again. Now scram already. There's no need for a weak little girl here. But, I get it now. One of these guys seemed to have arrived at a revelation of some sort. You're scared, aren't you, girl? Wandering around here alone, seeing this vicious monster, he pointed at the bored cow. Not with us, girl. In this world, survival of the fittest is the general rule. If you're not strong, you're dead. She tried not to laugh. No, wait a moment. The other guy stopped his companion and looked at Sophia with dirty eyes and an expression she really didn't like. Actually, we can protect you, girl. That's going to cost you, though. He scanned her from head to toe. We'll just quickly beat up this monster, and we'll pay all our attention to you. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. The emotion changed to something different than being amused. What? Did you think we would help you for free? You need to give us some service, or else you'll die out here. Sophia remained silent, obviously not because she was scared. The feeling she had right now was of an entirely different nature. Weird. I came over to help those humans. But, why is it that I want to kill them myself now? She had splendidly snapped, and her voice was devoid of any emotion. Ahaha. No, they're probably just talking in delirium because they're terrified of being about to be killed by a not-yet-skinned dinner. Yeah, that's it. They're not bad guys, just weaklings barking up the wrong tree. Scared out of their minds, they are. Ahaha. Mumbling to herself, Sophia was trying her best to quell the urge to kill. Huh. Letting out a sigh, she walked over to the already out-of-commission guy and picked up his sword from the ground. Goo. The unconscious person let out a groan because Sophia stepped on him while reaching for the sword. Little girl, that's not a toy. Put it back before you hurt yourself. We still need you after all. Could you maybe shut up? With eyes colder than ice itself, she glared at him before looking at the sword. After getting a feel for it, she sent it flying with a slight movement of her hand. The two guys were stupefied thanks to the sword that flew right past them with tremendous speed. Emu. A moment later, a pained cry echoed through the area. Acha. While vigorously sweating, the two turned around and couldn't believe their eyes. The cow, that was merely playing with them, was splendidly cut right in half, using the swords the humans couldn't even put a scratch on with. Gee girl, what are? Still unable to believe the situation, one of the guys faced Sophia to question her, only to notice that she was long gone. Huh. She couldn't stand it anymore, and so, after listlessly flicking away the sword, the girl immediately left the place. A girl and a wolf were walking side by side in complete silence, because neither of them could put what happened into words. Once they arrived at their camp, though, Fen tried to start a conversation with her. So, are you okay, Sophia? Well, probably not. Did that actually happen? There's no way that happened, right? She was still hoping that everything had just been a bad dream. Sorry. He could only apologize. I see. Are they really all like that? Are all humans in this world like that? Please tell me those things were an exception. He thought about a suitable answer. I'm sorry. All he could do was to apologize again. The unfounded feeling of superiority runs through all of humanity. They also all only care about themselves. Always wanting to get a profit out of anything. Conceived like nothing else. They're worthless in my eyes. Trash. It sounded like he could go on for a while. She had heard those words time and time before from Fan, but they now carried an entirely different weight after witnessing it herself. Sorry. He apologized yet another time. It's not your fault, Fen. I know, but dash. It's fine. Is it really? The wolf didn't believe her. He wanted to and hoped to, but couldn't do so. It's not. She was finally honest. How could I be? I tried not to be negative anymore after our talk yesterday. I really did, but it's impossible. How could I stay positive after that? After what those things said, wanted to do. Are they idiots? They're idiots, right? Her expression, even her aura, began to change. What do they think they are? Some hot joke? They lost against a freaking cow of all things. And yet, they thought they were some superior beings. Don't mess with me. Protecting me? They? How deluded can one get? Even as a joke, that's way too much. Fen, how are the humans still alive in this world? They should have gone extinct decades ago already if they're all like this. Sophia, you're not depressed? Fen had completely misinterpreted her earlier silence. Depressed? Maybe a little, but that's not the problem here. Angry, huh? Well, not that I could blame you. There was only one other interpretation of her outbreak, pure anger. Obviously. How could I not be? Why did I save such scum? I should have ended this filth myself. I actually feel sorry for that cow, even though I already ate a lot of its kin. Okay, let's go back, Fen. If they haven't gotten killed by a bug already, let's go and relieve them from their pain. The pain of what their life is, obviously. How about we calm down for a moment, Sophia? He noticed that she was going slightly out of control. I'm all in for an act of nice revenge, but you're a bit too hasty. Hasty? Don't you think these guys have earned this much? I certainly do. In fact, I would have ripped them to shreds after about 3 seconds talking to them if I had been in your shoes. Then, what's the problem? Sophia, in your old world, no matter how annoyed or angry you were, have you ever seriously thought about wanting to kill someone? No, we're about to kill someone. No, of course not. Sophia noticed that something was off. I naturally thought about things like I wouldn't be sad if that person falls from a cliff and dies. Everyone occasionally feels like that. You aren't really serious when saying it, but wanting to kill one myself and seriously going for it? No way. Wait a moment, don't tell me dash. Yeah, I think your boosts kicked in again after getting really irritated. Boosting my anger to the point of an honest desire to kill someone? It seems that way to me. I mean, you did seem a little ruthless from time to time, but this desire earlier was not like you being you, in my opinion. That's scary. Boosting negative feelings isn't nice at all. Really, just what in the hell is that sorry excuse of a god thinking? Okay, it's back to plan A. Plan A? Fan obviously didn't understand. Operation, tear that idiot a new one. I wanted to find a way to meet that god again and give him a nice talking, with my fist, that is. That sounds reasonable in this situation. I know, right? Having vented her anger just a little bit, Sophia managed to calm herself to some degree. What now, though? Fan wasn't sure about their next course of action. Your first contact didn't go quite as expected. Well, for me, it did, but. Do you still want to visit the human city? This wasn't an easy decision for her. Yeah, I think so. Earlier was shocking, but I still do have a slight hope that those things were some particularly exceptional examples, not the norm. If that's what you want. He had little hope that the city would change anything. Even so, Fan felt like she would need to make this experience. Anyways, that's a topic for tomorrow. Right now, I want to do something fun. Sophia decided to change the topic, mainly to distract herself. Time to do some magic experiments. Looking for a comfortable place at their campsite, the girl sat down and looked at her held out, open palm. A small reddish-yellow flame appeared there, and Sophia studied it for a while. After some time passed, the color of the fire suddenly began to change. Fan, who was watching, naturally became interested. What are you doing? Did you know that the temperature of a flame and its color are related? Color. Let's see. For example, the flame on her palm changed to a darkish red. It also started to flicker as if it were about to go out. This one's relatively cool. Well, in terms of how hot fire is. Oh. He got a little closer and felt that it was indeed not that hot. Let's increase the power a little. As she said so, the color of the puny flame changed to a lighter red first, before slowly traversing to a light orange, almost whitish color. That one's pretty hot, isn't it? Yes, it definitely is. Fan didn't need to get close to feel its heat. This looks like the flame I usually use in my fire magic when used for attacks. Now that you mention it, I did wonder why my fire looks a bit different and is way hotter than normal flames in this world. That's because it's more powerful. I knew I'm great. You sure are, Fenny. How about this, though? The flame's color changed again and considerably shrunk in size. The base color turned to that of the blue sky, and the top was an even paler blue, almost invisible already. There was no sign of flickering left. It was perfectly stable. The flame was so hot that you could even hear a noise coming from it, which sounded similar to a low grumbling. A blue fire? Not to mention it's ridiculously hot. What did you do? You see, I haven't changed the magic power for the fire once since I started experimenting here. I've been playing around with the air around my palm, increasing or decreasing the oxygen in it. For a fire to burn, it needs fuel, my magic power in this case, and oxygen, together with a heat source to ignite. The flame uses oxygen to burn the fuel. The more of it is around, the more powerful and faster the fuel gets burned. Have you noticed how the blue flame's much smaller than the other ones? The fire has so much oxygen at its disposal, it burns the limited fuel so fast and violent that it couldn't maintain its size. A blue flame also means the fire is most efficient as no fuel is wasted. Sophia tried to explain how fire worked. Well, that's at least how I remember it. No idea whether it's 100% true, actually. Well, my idea's working, so I shouldn't be that wrong. Probably. I will admit that I haven't fully understood the concept, but basically, if you want a hotter flame, increasing the fuel isn't the only thing you have to do, right? For it to get truly powerful, it also needs more of this oxygen thing? Yes. Adding fuel is the first thing to get more power, as evident by your fire magic. At a certain point, adding more fuel just isn't efficient anymore, though, because the fire can't burn at all. I actually tried that out before. No matter how much power I used, my flame didn't get any hotter, just bigger. It did help when it was windy, so I actually used air magic when burning things before, but it never had such a result. Yes, exactly that. The fire didn't have enough oxygen in the right place. While wind gets the fire more oxygen, it can only do so much before the flames saturate it again. I see. Okay, so, if you were to increase the oxygen and the fuel? Well, that's where the real fun starts. Sophia extinguished the flame on her palm and pointed at a tree at a slight distance. How about a small demonstration? I'll fill the area around the tree with my magic power and ramp up the oxygen in the air before finally igniting it. Okay, I actually don't have to use much magic power because the tree itself will become fuel, but let's go all out. Concentrating on what she said, Sophia finished her preparations and activated her magic to get it started. The moment it ignited, the area around the tree turned into hell itself, a much hotter and blue hell. Just as fast as it started, it was over again as well. The fire was so violent that it had burned all the fuel in an instant. Once it entirely died down, one could see that not even the ash of the tree was left behind, and the ground had actually melted into a glass-like substance. Fen was speechless. Pretty neat, huh? I think I did a good job there. She looked very smug. Sophia, the wolf, took a deep breath. Please teach me how to do that. Sure. And just like that, the relationship between teacher and pupil had turned around. Chapter 17, Teaching Fen for a Change. After Sophia had gotten a little bit disillusioned by the first ever humans she met in this world, she distracted herself with magic. The girl came up with an overpowered combination of the fire and air magic categories. It was so impressive that Fen just had to learn it as well. Well, I agreed to teach you, but I don't have the slightest idea how. Sophia's life as a teacher was going to be a short one. I know what oxygen is. Okay, to a degree I can work with. It's part of the air, or atmosphere. Too little will eventually kill you, but it's easy to feel it if it's only somewhat lower. Too much, on the other hand, Didn't they use oxygen in hospitals? If the concentration of the other gases gets too high, you'll also have a bad time, but oxygen? There was something like oxygen poisoning, wasn't there? I think divers had that problem, but I think that only applied to pressurized areas, like underwater, right? She was thinking about how oxygen was used in her old world. Yeah, hospitals definitely used it when people had trouble breathing for whatever reason. I think I saw athletes using these mask thingies from the hospital as well before. It shouldn't be a problem if I do a demonstration in both ways, right? Fen had no idea what was going on, but Sophia's incoherent mumbling made him slightly concerned. Hey Fenny, how about a little experiment? Do I have a choice? He thought her eyes were super scary and that his answer wasn't of importance. That depends on whether you want to use my magic or not. Fine. His desire to use more powerful magic was stronger than his fear. Great. Okay, let's move to a more open space, then. She guided the wolf to the plain next to the camp and then moved a good bit away from him. Why are you retreating? Safety measures. Eh? He didn't like the sound of that. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Hey! Don't you normally say it won't hurt you in this situation? She remained silent. Hey! Anyway, ignoring him, Sophia continued. As I can't explain what oxygen is, I'll try to show you what it does instead. That means? I'm going to decrease the oxygen around you. Hey! He was repeating himself. That will kill me, won't it? Relax, I'll only lower it to a point where it affects you but doesn't do any lasting damage. Really? Of course. Ignoring any further protests, Sophia started to decrease the oxygen levels around Fen bit by bit. Can you feel anything yet? It's getting a little hard to breathe. A bit like on a high mountain. His voice sounded somewhat ragged. Good, a little more, then. She continued to tinker with the air for a while. Sophia, I'm getting dizzy, it feels like. I'm going to lose consciousness soon. Okay, that should be enough. Immediately after, the girl slowly let the oxygen return to normal. Are you alright, Fen? Somehow. That was scary. He hadn't liked the experience. It was a bit like suffocating, but different? You can breathe, but it doesn't work properly. It's not like there wasn't any air, but I could feel like something crucial was missing. Yeah, that something was the oxygen. I see, it's still a foreign concept somehow, but I think I'm starting to understand a little. He was getting a grasp on it. Great. Okay, I'll increase the oxygen now instead. That won't be as scary, right? Not even close. Reassuring him, she started to raise the concentration. A couple of minutes passed before Sophia asked him about his status. And? Much more subtle than last time. I can feel something, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Okay, let's continue. Going on for a while, the oxygen levels around Finn continued to rise. She wasn't exactly sure how high, but it felt like a good part of the air had become oxygen. You have to feel it really well now, Finn. I do, actually. I feel great. Breathing has become super easy. My body feels kinda light. It also seems like I have much more power now. Physically speaking. Yes, that's oxygen for you. It's the same kind of magic I used together with the fire magic earlier. I just didn't raise the oxygen that high this time. After all, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to breathe in too much of it. I see. Okay. Closing his eyes, Finn concentrated on his surroundings, taking rhythmic breaths to feel the concentrated oxygen in the air better. Sophia let him do so for about 15 minutes. Finn, how is it? It's becoming very tiring for me to maintain it. Ah, yes, can you slowly lower it? Okay. Doing as asked, she began to let the oxygen levels go to normal, but it was happening way slower than she had thought. Gah, it's super hard. Finn groaned for some reason. Oh, are you trying to maintain the level on your own? Yeah, it's way harder than expected, though. Good work. The two continued like that, Sophia decreasing it while the wolf tried to maintain the oxygen. He eventually succeeded in having it stay at a much higher level than usual, albeit not as high as Sophia managed. Okay. I think I'm getting it now. Being at the same level as you is just a matter of training now. He seemed happy about his progress. Excellent job. You sure are talented, huh? Somehow, hearing that from you hurts. The wolf clearly wasn't the prodigy here, at least between those two alone. Thanks to the special training being seriously exhausting, the two decided to take it easy afterward until it was time for dinner. So you've gone for yet another cow, huh? She looked at his dinner, just having to comment. Naturally. Well, after I saw you playing with one earlier, I got hungry and wanted my own. What about you, Sophia? You sure went wild on this area's vegetables. Looking at her meal, he saw that she had basically thrown together every edible plant that she could find. Ahaha. There's no better way of finding out which of these I like or not by tasting every single one in one go. Ah, but save me a bit of this superior being, okay? I want to know how such a ferocious beast tastes. The girl was pointing at the big slab of cow meat Finn was roasting over the fire. Eh? It was quite hard to slay, okay? I almost got killed while hunting it. He played along with her joke. But then, you managed to gather those vicious plants, so you know what I'm talking about, right? Absolutely. I have no idea how I made it out alive. For them, slaying cows and gathering plants had about the same level of danger. Ahaha. They had to laugh at themselves. Ah, but to be serious again, this cow is seriously delicious, because it's way fattier and the meat's softer than the ones we ate before. It tastes like it got to sleep and eat all day, because it had no fear of getting predated in this area. No wonder. What do humans even eat? Meat doesn't seem like a viable option. Maybe even smaller critters? Fish? Probably lots of plant-type based food? Finn wasn't sure either. The two spent joking and eating together until the sun had set in the evening. Noticing that it became dark, Sophia looked like she wanted to ask something. What's up? About dark magic. Can I get an introduction to it? It's the last I'm missing after all. I'm not sure. I'm going to teach it to you eventually, but is now a good time? He had his doubts about the timing. What do you mean? Well, dark magic is somehow the dark side of magic. Curses, soul corrupting, mind manipulation, all such nasty stuff is part of that category. Also, it resonates with the negative feelings of the user, basically powering up when you harbor some sort of negative feelings about your target. Finn gave her an overview of how the magic works. And what do you want to convey to me here? We're going to visit a human city tomorrow, right? After today's incident. Sophia with dark magic, getting angry at the city gates. I might get to witness the end of humanity. Again, personally, I don't mind, maybe looking a tiny bit forward to it, to be honest, but. He came back to the topic after enjoying the idea for a second. You might not feel the same way. Am I really such a ticking time bomb? Yes. The wolf didn't try to deny it. I see, that's shocking. She thought about the implications for a while. So, how do I get started on dark magic? Not too long, though. Are you sure about it? Yeah, if I punish them, they most likely earned it some way or another. Also, if I were to run out of control completely, I trust you to stop me, Fen. She made her decision and had faith in her companion. I'll try, but I'm not certain I would actually be able to. The wolf had begun to doubt his strength when it came to Sophia. Not with force, but I'm sure your words would reach me, stopping me from going berserk. You're such a high-maintenance woman. That's not entirely untrue. She wanted to refute his accusation, but she noticed that he was right. Well, whatever. He accepted her choice. Dark magic, huh? Sure, let's give it a try. What could possibly go wrong? I'm ready. Sophia, look at your shadow. Okay. It sounded like an odd request, but she followed suit. She stared at her shadow, which was flickering behind her, thanks to the campfire. Try to move your shadow without moving your body. Moving my shadow. She had no idea how that's supposed to work. Shadows are, basically created by light. Without light, there are no shadows, ironically, just darkness would be left. Covering the light would, absorbing the light would work, I guess? Or creating a space so dark no light could penetrate. Her initial task was forgotten entirely while she became lost in her own world. Sophia. He had a bad feeling. HRMM. Could I create darkness by myself? I can create light just fine, so? Wasn't there some sort of black in my old world that was so dark that it reflected absolutely nothing, even absorbing light? So, recreating something like that. Does that even count as dark magic in the first place? You also said the magic's amplified by negative thoughts, right? How about I think about my lovely encounter with those humans while trying it? Well, let's give it a try and let Finn judge. Darkness, dying everything around me in darkness, absolute darkness. Her words had become quite dark as well. While she was muttering her thoughts, pitch-black darkness started to ooze out and crawl away from her feet, slowly covering the area around her in black nothingness. It even spread over the campfire, robbing its light that was illuminating the place. The further the blackness reached, the faster it was covering the area in perfect darkness. Soon enough, nothing but Fan and Sophia were left. Air. The wolf had asked her to move her shadows, but the girl turned everything to nothingness instead. He actually had no idea where he was going with the shadow thing. Still, Sophia had taken her own path anyway, an approach he was unable to comprehend. So, does that count as dark magic? She wasn't sure what kind of magic she had actually done. While profoundly sweating all over his body, Finn was still trying to wrap his head around the situation. He was unable to do so, though. Chapter 18, Human City. Having tried to teach Sophia the basics of dark magic, something went completely wrong. Finn wasn't sure what was going on anymore. He had asked her to try moving her shadow a bit, but instead, the girl had somehow shrouded their entire surroundings in perfect and absolute darkness. Unable to process the situation, the wolf was at a loss for words. Does that even count as dark magic now? It feels like I cut a few corners. It definitely does. Finn seemed to be hugely affected by his surroundings, or the lack of it. He was sweating all over his body. Really? Yay. Sophia was happy, at least. It's, impressive. Still, how does this relate to stuff like curses, corrupting, or mind manipulation? It's just dark? She didn't understand the connection. Magically created, darkness has these properties. If you're subjected to it, it starts to affect your psyche, driving your mind crazy, causing extreme panic, eating away your rationality. In this state, the caster of the magic could easily destroy your mind, even your soul itself. Cursing one, or simply controlling your target, is absolutely no hard feat to do, in this state. His voice sounded ragged while he was explaining the details of dark magic to her. Ah, I see. That's some complicated and complex magic. Not to mention, nasty. It seemed like she understood. Wait a minute. Fen. Are you affected by my magic as well? She finally noticed the wolf's pained complexion. Yes. Wha? The girl immediately cancelled her magic. Their surroundings turned back to normal in an instant. Tell me that sooner, you idiot. Sorry, it was hard to keep my sanity in the first place, so I kinda. Eh? Are you alright? I'm better now. Scary. Dark magic is scary. Yes. He wholeheartedly agreed. I'm so sorry about that, Fen. You should have warned me before. Well, I was going to eventually. You know, once it would have become relevant. Someone decided to overdo it a little bit before I even had the chance to react to what was going on. He was just a little angry. Sorry. Sophia apologized again. I didn't understand the shadow thing, so I added a little twist from my old world to create my own version of it. It just kinda happened. Just happened, huh? Your old world sure was an outrageous place. Just how dangerous was it to live there? Ahaha. Hearing that from an oversized wolf native to a world with magic and monsters, she could only laugh it off. Man, I'm not a fan of dark magic. Really? I think it's quite fun, though. Trapping an enemy in darkness, robbing their senses, slowly driving them insane. Yeah, scary, but fun. Air. The wolf had the feeling that something inside Sophia had just awakened, something that absolutely shouldn't have. Light magic still seems to be more fun, though. Creating light has a nice ring to it. As she said so, a ball of light appeared on top of her palm. It looks so pretty. Healing magic in that category sounds nice, too. Why yeah, you should focus on that. He wanted to prevent her full awakening to the most literal dark side at all costs. Eehee, now I have at least some basic proficiency in every magic category, huh? Now that you mention it. You sure are compatible with magic. Especially for coming from a world where there was none. Yeah, that god really went all out with my boosts. He did, yeah. I really need to get more info about those boosts of mine. What exactly did change, and how does it affect me? Positive traits and emotions did get enhanced, but so did my negative ones. What does that mean for me? Sophia was thinking about her predicament once more. I don't think I have to care much about the changes to my positive traits, do I? Well, I have the feeling you get carried away extremely easily. Ahaha, that might be true. Somehow, that's both a good and bad trait, huh? Yes, it's a mixed bag, that one. Fen agreed. Though the real problem are my negative boosts. I get depressed, not easily, but extremely strong if it happens. Okay, I think I can deal with that somehow. I do have some experience with that from my old world. She was used to being down. My anger to the point of wanting to kill someone, yeah, that's definitely new and no good. I need to learn to deal with that as soon as possible. And you becoming a Suddies no, forget it. Fen wanted to add something to the table but decided against it, thinking it would be better not to make her aware of it. No, I didn't say anything. Really now? Her voice changed for a second but immediately turned back. Well, whatever. What about the other feelings? Will I get extremely jealous, or maybe not jealous at all? What if something manages to seriously scare me? I really don't want to get my fear boosted. Actually, there are all sorts of feelings that sound scary when boosted. Negative and positive ones. While I can understand that you're concerned, I don't think there's much you can do before you have experienced the effect of the corresponding emotion at least once. Just keep going, huh? Pretty much. Well, I'll probably see some new emotions in action at the human city tomorrow. Lots of negative ones, I assume. Fen wasn't feeling overly positive about it himself. Whatever it is, it's going to be a good learning experience, at least. Yes, it also won't get boring, I guess. Though I don't know if that's a good thing. It sure is. The wolf had no interest in boring things. Anything goes as long as you have fun, huh? As it does for you, doesn't it? A valid point. Sophia had to agree. The two kept talking through the evening about mostly meaningless topics until it was time to turn in for the night. Once the following day arrived, Sophia and Fen resumed their travel toward the human city. The wolf didn't tell her anything, but he purposefully avoided any group of humans he noticed with his detection magic along the way. And so, with some minor detours, the city finally came into view around midday. Looks like we have arrived. Oh. Standing on a hill, Sophia could see most of the city from a distance and became excited about the view. Now, that's fantasy. The whole town was surrounded by an about 5-meter-tall wall with a central gate for entrance and exit. Outside the walls, the entire area was filled with fields, growing various vegetables and something resembling wheat. Thanks to the elevation of the hill they were on, she could see above the wall. It was just a smaller frontier city, so there was no fancy castle or anything like that, but she found it fascinating, nonetheless. There weren't any tall houses either, but some bigger buildings at least. Not a single one of them seemed to be built with any sort of order or practicality. Tough. They all looked different and were positioned all over the place, with shabby and narrow streets somehow connecting areas. Humans really aren't very advanced in this world, are they? While it was fun to see such a chaotic place, it seemed horribly inefficient and just plain stupid in Sophia's eyes. Yeah, they're all idiots after all. Ahaha, well, whatever. Let's go. To the gate, I guess? She pointed at the entrance of the city, where she spotted some humans. Seems like it. Okay, we could simply jump over the wall as well, or blow it to pieces. Let's not do that. Having agreed on a course of action, Fen transformed into a normal-sized wolf. The duo then started walking toward the city's entrance. Once they arrived at the gate, Sophia noticed some guard-like looking, middle-aged guys wearing some crude metal plates as armor and spears for weapons. Stop right there. The guards spotted the duo and immediately pointed their spears at them. What's with that lowly beast next to you? She thought for sure the guards were dead. Gore. Normal-sized Fen was not amused and showed his fangs. If not for Sophia, this place would have had one guard less already. He had better self-control than the girl thought. Well. I tamed this wolf. I use him for hunting, and stuff like that. Sophia told him a story that would make sense in this situation. So that filthy thing belongs to you, huh? The second guard also seemed to have a death wish. Why yes. Sophia answered before Fen lost his temper and had the chance to pounce on him. Is there anything wrong with that? The guards didn't seem happy. What do you want here, girl? Enter the town. TSK. Show me your ID then, girl. ID? Sophia wasn't expecting something like that to come up out of nowhere. Identification. How stupid are you, girl? To not even know that. I can't believe it. That wasn't the problem, actually. Do I need that to enter? Of course. There's no way we're going to let a filthy girl with an unknown background into our beautiful and perfect city. Especially not if that someone is accompanied by such a lowly beast as that wolf of yours. The guard waved his spear around in front of Fen's face. I mean, it's no problem for us superior ones to slay him in case something happens. Still, you never know what accidents could happen around such a mindless beast. Ignoring how dirty he is, as well. Fen was twitching all over while trying to hold in his anger. Is there no other way to enter? The guard thought while he looked up and down at Sophia with a nasty look. Well, let us get rid of that filthy dog for you first. You won't be needing that there anymore. Yeah. The other guard seemed to have understood his coworker's idea and changed his attitude towards Sophia, although really not for the better. If you really want to be part of our beautiful city, you have to do some work for that. With a bit of polish, you should become quite the beauty in the future, girl. Our brothel is always in need of new personnel, for reasons, hee. It doesn't care about the person's background, either. Wouldn't that be perfect for you, girl? Having an equally vulgar expression as his colleague, the guard tried to place his hand on Sophia's shoulder. A lamentable decision. Her expression turned ice cold. Her eyes were glued to the guard's hand as it was trying to touch her. Losing to her accumulated rage, black ooze began to cover the ground around her feet. A moment later, her ice-cold eyes turned towards the guard itself and addressed him in a flat yet sharp voice that pierced his ears. You really are all the same, huh? Sophia grabbed his wrist of the hand that was about to reach her, and instantly crushed about every bone in it. She didn't care about how much force she was using. Immediately after, the girl twisted the guard's entire arm in a direction that shouldn't be possible and almost ripped it off. She broke even more bones in the process and threw him onto the ground. He never made any sound as he fainted from shock and pain the moment his fist was crushed. Hey! Once the other guard finally noticed what happened, he pointed his spear at Sophia and was about to attack her. Another regrettable decision. He never got the chance to. I don't think so. Fan, too, couldn't bear it any second longer. Seeing his companion, Sophia, being about to be attacked, the guard's fate was ultimately sealed in his eyes. He instantly jumped at him and disarmed him. Not caring about this human whatsoever, he used his fangs to take the spear from him. Unfortunately, Fan literally disarmed the guard. Instead of getting rid of the actual spear, he simply ripped out the guy's entire arm. It was the weakest point to attack in the overpowered wolf's eyes. Jiga. Noticing that his arm was suddenly missing, he let out a cry before joining his passed-out coworker on the ground, lying in a puddle of his own blood. Sophia looked at the mess with her still ice-cold expression before changing her attention to Fen. The wolf looked back at the enraged girl in silence. They continued to stare at each other for a couple of seconds until her eyes turned kind again. At the same time, she gently stroked the wolf's head. Let's go home, Fen. Yes. Not caring about the commotion forming further inside the gate, the two turned around and walked away from the city. Chapter 19, How about a different folk? They had left behind the mess they created at the entrance of the human city the two wanted to enter. Sophia and Fen walked for an hour until they arrived at a forest a good bit away from the place. Gah! Crying out her frustration, Sophia punched a tree. Not holding back, it got completely obliterated the moment her fist connected, leaving only a splintered stump behind. Seriously? What's wrong with this world's humans? Not caring what she just did to the tree, the girl continued. Disposing of Fan? Are they that blind? How can you not notice that he's, like, super overpowered? In the first place, your freaking race can't even get rid of a cow. A cow? Me working in a brothel? Her eyes turned cold again, and while she remembered, another tree had met its end by Sophia's fist. Don't joke with me, you joke of a guard. Be happy you were so worthlessly weak. If you had put up even a shred of resistance, you would have been responsible for me leveling your entire city. But maybe it's time to end humanity as a whole in the first place? They're too weak to survive in the long run anyway. There's absolutely no worth in keeping this race alive. Okay, let's go, Fen. Let's go and have some fun. Calm down for a moment, girl. Your anger is going completely out of control again. He noticed that Sophia wasn't herself anymore. I am calm, though. Her voice had absolutely no emotion to it. Calm people don't normally call for genocide. Really? Yeah, I think you might be right. No, I am. I thought you would have fun doing it, though. Might be a tiny little bit, but I honestly think humans aren't even worth the effort to eradicate them. So, they are still alive because they're too much of a bother to end? Pretty much. Huh. Seeing his indifference, Sophia had no other choice than to calm down. You really are something else, Fen. You are the one person I don't want to hear that from, Sophia. Ahaha. Once her anger fell below a certain point, it vanished altogether. Oh, laughing again already? That was fast. The wolf noticed how her temper had changed. Yeah, thanks for keeping your promise, Fen. For bringing me back when my anger got too boosted. Ah, that. What a piece of work you are, girl. Sorry. No, it's fine. It's not that hard, actually. You only have to calm down to a certain point where your boosted positive traits take over again, and you simply stop caring. You're also extremely prone to getting sidetracked. That helps a lot. It's kind of funny how you are all over the place in a matter of seconds. Should I be happy now? Angry? Maybe both? Or possibly none of that? What is it? She was confused. Yes. That only made it worse. Hee. Anyway, Fun continued after a slight chuckle. Putting that, and the genocide aside, I hereby declare that we're not going to meet any more humans for the time being. I've had enough. Agreed. Sophia's feelings were finally on the same page as Fen's. I still believe there's a decent human somewhere in this world. There has to be, but right now, I don't think it's worth wading through a sea of cockroaches to find that certain someone. She had enough for the time being, as well. Cockroaches, huh? I like that analogy, very fitting. Indeed. That's really all they are. Sophia didn't care about the wolf's slightly different pronunciation of the name. But, what do we do now? Continue to wander around and train our magic? I think that doesn't sound so bad, actually, but let's see. The wolf thought about their next steps. Ah, right, Sophia, instead of humans, want to try visiting a beastfolk city? Beastfolk? Sophia tilted her head. Yeah, you mentioned them before, didn't you? Yes, and compared to humans, they're mostly decent people. I would recommend visiting them if you want some more company. Really? It won't end up being like that again? She roughly pointed in the direction of the city they visited. I don't think so. I actually enjoyed their company a lot in the past. They're a bit wild, but a genuinely friendly folk. Is that so? She had become wary. They do sound promising if even you like them. Well, I trust you, Fen. If you say it's worth meeting them. Yes, I do think we should give it a try. Fen honestly didn't care that much about meeting them or not. Still, he felt that Sophia needed another companion, preferably a more humanoid one. What are they like? She got a little interested. Let's see. Well, as I said, they're mostly a rowdy bunch and a bit wild, or rather, free-spirited. They're also really sociable, faithful, and caring. If you befriend one of them, you have a friend for life. Are you friends with any of them then? Not at the moment, but in the past. Unfortunately, there's a slight difference in life expectancy. Sophia didn't know how long the beast people lived, but Fun obviously was a special case. Fortunately, this issue won't be a problem with you, Sophia. Yeah, you'll have to put up with me for a long time. She answered before thinking. Wait. What? The wolf awkwardly looked away for some reason all of a sudden. What do you mean by that, Fen? Well, I'm not completely certain as you're not native to this world, but it's likely true for you as well. Especially if that part of you, too, got boosted. Here, in this world, your magic power has a direct connection to your life expectancy. The bigger your powers are, the longer you live. I see. She looked shocked. So with my level of power. A long, very long time. He kept it vague so as not to scare her, but it felt like he was implying that there might not be an end at all. Ahaha. Laughing it off was her only option to deal with this fearsome revelation, but then her thoughts wandered to something else before she could adequately react. Yeah, wait a moment. If that's the case, how does my body age? I'm not sure about humans because you're the first case, but going by the long-lived elven race. Their bodies grow normally until the age of 15 to 18, and then they basically stop, not visibly aging for a long time. Even those elves, being over 400 years old, don't look any different from the average 18 to 22-year-old human counterpart. For you, Sophia, it'll possibly take way longer for that. And no way. Her face was as white as a sheet, and the girl fell dramatically to her knees. Her priorities were all over the place with this topic. What's wrong? I thought human females would like the thought of being young forever? That can't be. Despair was written all over her face. Why, you see, when that God brought me over to this world, he turned me a couple of years younger. That's why I know how my body's going to develop. In about a year, halfway through my 16th birthday, I was supposed to have another growth spurt. She touched a very delicate place of her body, namely her chest, with a lonely expression and tears in the corners of her eyes. Fan, getting a rough idea of what she was implying, had no way to console her. Tough luck, girl. Whyy? A cry louder than ever echoed towards the sky. Anyway. Because Fan had not the slightest bit of interest in Sophia's chest, he tried to get the discussion back on track. So, about the beast folk. Sniffle. Wiping away her tears and fighting off the pain in her heart, she tried to focus her attention on him. Speaking of which, what do beast people look like? That's not easy to answer. They're a pretty diverse race. Some look almost completely like humans, while others are actually closer to me. Of course, everything else in between that is also present. In between? Sophia thought back to the fantasy books of her old world. Oh, something like a human with animal ears or a tail? Exactly. I'm surprised, you know. Some of them have scales or wings as well. They're grouped into felines, canines, reptiles, and the like. It's a fascinating bunch. Humans with animal traits, huh? She ignored the beast people looking closer to Fen for the time being. Fluffy ears and a tail, cute. Okay, let's get going, Fen. She had no intention of hiding her true motivation. You. Well, ignoring your shamelessness, their next city isn't far. Even with us taking our time. We should reach it around tomorrow evening. Great. Let's leave this place behind immediately, then. She wanted to leave as soon as possible, being more motivated than ever. Okay. Having decided on a plan, the two left the human territory for good and began their journey toward the beastfolk city. Sophia and Fen kept going until the late evening of the day before they decided to make camp for the night after having found a nice place. Once the two ate and Sophia finished her makeshift bath, the usual scene of a young girl and an oversized wolf relaxing in front of a fire could be seen again. Fan, do I have to pay attention to anything once we arrive in the city? I'm sort of a human, after all. Could that lead to problems? They might be a little wary of you in the beginning, but contrary to those bugs, humans, they don't carry prejudice against others. Once they get to know you, you'll be fine. Oh, I'm starting to like these guys already. What about my magic powers? Well, let's just say they won't be scared of you, yeah. He suddenly became evasive. Fen. You see, there are a lot of muscle heads among the beast folk. If they meet a strong individual, no matter how big the difference in power is, there's a strong chance of them wanting to have a mock fight. Is that so? Oh, and they can sense magic powers to some degree, so they will know that you're strong, whether you want to hide it or not. Well, there goes that idea. Sophia. Yes. You have to hold back during that mock fight. So it's already a given that I'm going to fight one? Yes. They're vastly stronger than humans, but compared to us, it still doesn't amount to much. I thought so. Well, excuse me then, I'm going to train. Train to hold back, that is. Sophia wasn't the least bit confident she could do so without preparing. A wise choice. Fen had to agree. And so, for the rest of the evening, Sophia thought of some techniques to use this so-called moderation. A word that had not yet been part of her vocabulary. Needless to say, it took her a long way to stop completely overdoing everything she does. Chapter 20, Meeting the Beast Folk. After Sophia had trained the entire evening of the day before, she was confident in holding back enough. At least to not accidentally kill someone if one of the beast people were to really challenge her. Preventing any injuries might still be a challenging demand, though. That's why she still hoped no one would want to fight her, but knowing her luck, she wasn't confident about that. Having had a good night's sleep, the two continued traveling towards the beastfolk city until early afternoon when Finn suddenly stopped. Sophia, have you noticed? The red dots about a kilometer in front of us? She, too, found something with her detection magic. Yes. A group of 3 is fighting something, it seems. Déjà vu? Sophia felt reminded of a particular encounter from not too long ago. Luckily for us, they aren't humans. Judging by the response of my detection magic, they should be beast people. I'm not sure about the monster they're fighting yet, but it's considerably more powerful than a cow. Can anything be less powerful than a cow, anyway? She had to make a remark. You win that round. Fen had no comeback to such a burn towards the humans. Are they able to win against the monster? Difficult to say from a distance, but judging by power levels alone, it'll be a close call. Want to take a look, Sophia? He paused for a moment. Actually, no, it probably won't be close. It can't get any worse than last time, can it? Sure, why not, let's go. As a kilometer wasn't a mentionable distance for the duo, they instantly closed up to the group. There, the two took a look at the battle while Finn changed his size. Oh, a rock golem, I haven't seen those in a while. Finn watched the over 3-meter tall monster with a slightly humanoid-looking body, as far as having limbs goes, that was made entirely out of stone. Eh? It's actually called golem? Not something like a golem or gorem? The girl, having thought she finally got the naming system of this world, felt cheated. What are you talking about? Don't mind me. It does look quite capable, that golem. What about the beast people? She shifted her attention to the group of 3 fighting the monster. That's a pretty, interesting bunch. One was a mix between a reptile or even a dragon and a human, grayish skin, a scaly tail, and some smaller wings on his back. He was also holding a massive shield together, with a sword in his hands. His face was definitely closer to a reptile rather than a human. The second beast person was a girl and resembled a human a good bit more, but Sophia wasn't sure how to feel about her. Well, she is cute, yeah, but, she started with an unimportant observation. Her face, quite attractive, and her body was that of a human of about 18 to 20 in age. Still, aside from the fluffy-looking tail and cat-like ears sticking out of her hair, which Sophia could easily tolerate, or adore even, the girl had hands and feet that resembled paws in a way. Her hands were slightly shaped like their human counterpart, but it was still covered in fur. This fact was a bit too much for her. Just like her hair, those were dyed in the same brownish-orange hue. For the group's last member, aside from the small and round animal-like ears on top of his head, he looked like a normal human in his early 30s. He looked so remarkably unremarkable that Sophia almost forgot about him the moment she looked away. Although, she was curious about his ears, because she couldn't remember what animal these originally belonged to, no matter how hard she tried to recall. Hey, Massey, get your magic ready. I'll get its attention in the meantime. The reptile readied the giant shield he was carrying. At the same time, he addressed the guy with the curious ears. Chio, once he fired his magic, immediately attack. Give the golem no time to react. Roger. The catgirl did a cute pose, before she grabbed the daggers hanging from her waist. Oh powerful fire, please let me borrow your strength to slay this foe. The guy named Massey began to chant, and a medium-sized fireball appeared in front of him after a while. Oh ho! Finn seemed a tiny bit impressed. That's a nice short chant. That guy's not bad. Relatively speaking. Really? That chant would already be way too much for me. So embarrassing. She visually shuddered and was happy about having no need for spells. Still, fire magic against a golem, that's not going to do much. Go. After his magic was ready, Massey immediately fired it towards the golem, engulfing it in flames as a result. Hiya! Once the fire began to subside, Chio wasted no time and jumped at their enemy. Sparks flew as her daggers made contact with the rocky body of the golem, but that was about it. Noticing that neither her weapon nor her comrade's magic did much, if any, damage, the catgirl swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Oi, Rashk, I think we picked a fight with the wrong guy. She addressed the reptile with a complaint while he was busy defending a punch from the golem's huge fist with his shield. Ahaha, you might be right about that. What do we do? Bail? I think that's the best choice. The other two agreed. Eh. Sophia was shocked, for some reason. What's that? They're actually sensible and intelligent? I haven't seen that before. Well, they're not humans. Fen had a simple explanation for her. Still, as intelligent they might be. He looked to his right. Unfortunately, golems aren't really alive and can't sense magic power that would have scared them off from us being here. Following his line of sight, she noticed what he was implying. Oh. 2 more rock golems had shown up, blocking the group's path to retreat. Guys, let's Rio. Rashk turned around while he was giving instructions when he noticed the other golems. I'm sorry, everyone. Oi. Don't give up so fast. Chio was trying to keep the morale up. Massey, use all of your power and get the biggest wall of fire you're capable of ready. Ignore strength and make it as flashy as possible. We need to divert their attention. Oh, okay. That girl has a great reaction, giving such precise instructions in this situation. Fen had a positive impression of the group. Unfortunately, rock golems don't even react to fire. They're going to lose then? Yep, see? The wolf gestured at the group. Massey had just set the entire place on fire, but the golems paid no attention to it and simply kept advancing towards them. Want to help them? Might as well give it a try. Hoping it's not going to be a repeat of last time, Sophia stepped forward. She soon arrived at the edge of the battlefield, where the group immediately noticed her, despite the danger they were in. A human. Girl, get away from here. It's too dangerous. We're trying to run as well. You still have time not to become a casualty. They were completely aware of the situation and didn't want Sophia to get caught up in it. That's why I'm here. I wanted to offer my help. She tried to go with the same route as last time. Help? A human, The cat girl, Chio, didn't think a human could be of any help as absolutely everyone, except they themselves, knew how miserably weak they were. Still, she then noticed something being odd about Sophia. Girl, wait, are you even human? That power I'm sensing. Can you really help us? If so, I beg you. Please. Completely different from the human party before, the cat girl, noticing her power, immediately made the right decision in asking for help. Yes, I fought against a couple of these golems before. I'm quite confident. It was a complete lie, but Sophia just knew that they were no threat to her. She just said it to relieve the group's tension. But my weapon broke during the last one. Could I borrow your daggers? Not wanting to put her chantless magic on display the moment she met someone, and even less, wanting to fake a chant, Sophia thought about a way to hide her magical strength. Ripping apart those golems with her hands seemed a bit too flashy as well. Really? Thank you so very much. Chio was incredibly glad to her. Please take them. I don't care if they break as long as you can save us with them. Alright. Receiving the daggers, she did some practice swings to get familiar with the weapons before jumping at the nearest golem. Chio couldn't believe her eyes. The girl in front of her had basically vanished and reappeared in front of the enemy. There, she cleanly cut off one of the golem's arms in a single motion with the same daggers the catgirl failed to do as much as to put a scratch on it. Afterward, this outrageous girl jumped at its head, cutting it off that as well. Once it had lost its head, the golem's body fell on the ground and stopped moving. Fen. As Sophia jumped at the second golem, she called for her companion. On it. Understanding what she wanted him to do, the wolf attacked the third golem. Yeah. Chio was utterly overwhelmed. Not only was the girl already destroying the second target, but she also suddenly called out a wolf out of nowhere, a mighty one at that. Instantly after, the 2 remaining golems died at the same time. Good job, Fen. It was nothing. The duo had no sense of tension as they approached the group. The reptile, Rashk, and the animal-eared guy called Massey were unable to react at all. Hha. Chio wasn't much better off, though. Here, your daggers. Sophia handed back the weapons she borrowed. Sorry, they got a little scratched up, but it should be fixable. Thank you. The cat girl was still recovering from the shock, but tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You saved all our lives. Overcome by emotion, Chio jumped at Sophia and wrapped her arms around the girl's neck, tightly hugging her. Sophia didn't know how to deal with this. All the girl knew was that she had some complicated feelings about the situation. All of which were purely her own fault. Thanks to the cat girl having fury paws, she wasn't exactly in Sophia's strike zone. Still, the other parts of her body, especially the soft parts pressing against her, were fully human-like. This caused a significant amount of confusion in her head. Having never developed a resistance against this feeling because she had absolutely no experience in her past world wasn't helping, either. But, seeing how scared Chio was before and seemed in need to be calmed down, she managed to ignore her slightly impure thoughts. Once she recovered enough, though, Chio pulled away from the girl again, looking slightly embarrassed. Sorry. I did that without thinking. And no, it's fine. I don't mind. The mood got awkward all of a sudden. Anyway, I'm glad I made it in time. Yes. Again, thank you very much for saving us. Thank you. Her two companions, Rashk and Massey, finally seemed to have rebooted to the point of being able to use words again. Don't worry about it, Sophia was getting bashful by the repeated and heartfelt thanks. Oh, I almost forgot. My name's Chio, as you can see, I'm part of the cat tribe. Rashk, I'm a lizard man, obviously. Nice to meet you. Massey's the name and I'm part of the panda tribe. Sophia looked at his ears again, finally noticing which animal these ears belonged to. Ahem. I'm Sophia, and this is my, companion, Fen. He took over. As you might have noticed, I'm a full of the wolf tribe. Sophia was the shocked one, only to realize that he was making up a cover story on the spot a second later. Nice to meet you. The group seemingly bought Fen's lie. Likewise. Sophia. Chio timidly addressed her. You aren't human either, are you? That power and positive attitude towards us. You're something else, am I right? She had no idea what to answer. Technically speaking, she was human, but not from this world. Not to mention her specs were anything but human. Furthermore, she really didn't like to be associated with them anymore after everything that happened. Still, telling them about her background also seemed like a bad idea, so she wasn't sure how to respond. Chapter 21, New Friends. You aren't human, are you? Sophia and Fen had successfully saved a group of beast people from a couple of rock golems that were too much for them to take on. Then, she was confronted with a question the girl had no idea what to reply to. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. The cat girl, Chio, quickly offered Sophia a lifeline. It's just that I've naturally gotten curious about our savior. You do look like a human, but Yes, I know what you mean. I've met some humans before and almost killed them because they were so. Sophia was getting angry from merely thinking about them again. I get you. Chio sympathized with her, even without knowing any details. So, you really are not? It's a bit, let's say, complicated. Sophia thought about a way to excuse herself out of it. Yes, I do look like a human, but I've come from a very faraway place, and aside from the aforementioned look, I have nothing in common with these things. She didn't lie, only kept things vague. Looks of a human, but different. This extreme power, Chio was mumbling to herself. Coming from a faraway place. From a different continent, maybe? Sophia, could it be? Are you a demon? She hadn't expected that. If I were to say yes now, just asking, of course, what would that entail? That's awesome. Chio took it as a confirmation instead, and her face lit up. I've never seen one before. So cool. The beast folk apparently harbored no ill will towards demons, and Finn later told Sophia that female demons typically look like humans. In contrast, male ones mostly had a pair of horns on their heads and occasionally a tail. Also, as usual, only the human race hated the demons because they were scared of them and their power. Ahaha. After a dry laugh, Sophia decided to roll with it, not correcting her assumptions simply. What does a demon do here? Don't you guys live on an entirely different continent? Ah, well, I got bored and decided to travel the world. Not caring anymore, she just told whatever, though the core of her reply wasn't actually wrong in a sense. So free. I'm kinda jealous. She had accepted her answer. Where are you headed, then? Well, I tried visiting a human city not too long ago, but, big mistake. Yeah. She had an understanding expression. I was thinking about visiting the nearby beastfolk city next. Really? Do you mean Ramont? That's where the three of us are from. Oh, it might be. Do you think Fan and I can enter the city? Sophia was getting slightly optimistic. Just enter? The cat girl stared at her. We're heading straight to the next bar and drink until the following morning. Naturally, it's on us. Rashk agreed to her companion's plan. That's the very least we can do. Fen. Sophia addressed him in a quiet voice. I think I might like the beast folk. As the group got bigger, Fen and Sophia couldn't keep going with their usual speed because the beast people, or anyone, really, wouldn't be able to keep up. Thanks to that, reaching the city today had become impossible. The group decided to camp together once it was starting to get dark. Sophia, are you okay with meat? Chio approached the duo once her group finished setting up the camp. I don't have to ask you, Fen, right? Sure, why? Rashk spotted a cow and went hunting it, so I wanted to ask if you want to eat together with us. Ah, so you can hunt cows, huh? She once more was remembering the encounter from not too long ago. Sophia, she sighed. I know you saved us while we were losing against a monster, but a cow? Please. No, it's just. I ran into a group of humans that was unsuccessfully ganging up on a cow before. I honestly have no idea about the power scaling around here. That's just humans being exceptionally weak as usual. Ah, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, yeah, Fen loves cow, and so I'm, by force of habit, perfectly fine with eating it. Great. Having confirmed that, Chio happily went back to Massey, who was in the process of starting a fire. What a busy girl. Yeah. Rashk came back not too long after, while dragging a freshly slain cow. Once it was ready to be grilled, everyone gathered around the fire. While they were eating, Massey addressed Sophia for the first time. Is it true that demons are powerful enough to use chantless magic like it's no big deal? Being the magician of their party, he was interested in a rumor he had heard before. Sophia tilted her head and glanced at Fan, who gave her a slight nod in response. Guessing it was okay then, she held out her palm and let a small flame appear there. Wow. Massey was in awe. So cool. Chio's eyes were sparkling. Ahaha. She once more was made aware of just how out of the norm she was. Having power sure is nice. Massey looked envious. Well, your chant for the fire magic's pretty short. Doesn't that mean you have considerable power as well? The girl repeated Finn's earlier assessment of him. No, I'm still no good. Sophia aside, I don't even have the slightest chance against Maya. Not even close. I told you to stop comparing yourself to Maya. Chio interrupted him. She's a special case, after all. Still. Maya. Sophia looked confused. A ridiculously powerful girl in our city. A beast person from my fellow cat tribe, who was born with enormous magic powers. How powerful? Fen had become interested in the topic. Not quite as powerful as the two of you. I just noticed, but Fen, you're ridiculous yourself, even for a full beast person. Anyway, ignoring you two, Maya's by far the most powerful person I ever met. She actually was about to succeed with chantless magic for a single attack when we last saw her a week ago. Other than that, all she ever needed was an activation word for her magic. Oh ho? The wolf seemed impressed. She might be one of the strongest from the beast folk then. Aside from me, that is. Fan almost blew his cover. Really? I might want to meet her. Sophia was curious as well. Having another irregular around would make her feel way less out of place. Don't worry, she'll find you. Not only is that girl powerful, but she's also got the muscle brain to accompany it. Once she notices a strong individual, she won't stop nagging you until you agree to fight her. Sophia remembered the warning Fen had given her about this exact topic. I'll root for you. Chio was already cheering her on. Thanks. But don't beat her up too badly. Maya's actually a lovely girl once her fighting itch has been dealt with. She's one of the most caring persons you'll ever meet on the inside. Make up your mind, girl. She had to make a swift retort. Ahaha, that's just how Maya is. Sure, whatever. Sophia was talking about Chio. Be a bit careful, though. Maya's also crafty, so take care not to get yourself hurt. I wouldn't want that. I see. Teach her a lesson, go easy, take care not to get hurt. Sophia had no idea what the cat girl wanted from her anymore. The two girls chatted until late into the night about this and that. It had gotten so late that Chio fell asleep while leaning against Sophia's shoulder at some point. Being in her strike zone or not, Sophia didn't hate the feeling. Though she was embarrassed, the girl had no intention of waking her up, and she spent the night sitting like that. On the next day, after the cat girl finished apologizing to her with a red face, the group made their way toward the beastfolk town. Once it finally came into view and Sophia spotted it, she got excited again. Oh, it's so different from the human city we tried to visit the other day. The most noticeable change was that this place wasn't contained inside a massive wall, but only a little fence to keep critters like cows and the like out. The buildings also made much more sense, being built in straight lines, with good roads, connecting every part of the city. Not having a wall makes the town look so much more friendly. Naturally, being walled off would only make us depressed, because the beast folk like to be free. In the first place, there aren't many monsters that a city full of beast people has to fear, because we are no cowards. And, if there's a monster that we couldn't beat even if we band together, then a wall wouldn't make any of a difference either. That's true. Sophia recalled Fun suggesting simply jumping over or destroying the wall of the human city. Well then, let's get going. Chio guided the group toward the main entrance. Sophia was slightly concerned when the guards looked at her and Fan, but after a hearty welcome to Ramont, they were let in just like that. She found it even a tiny bit anticlimactic. Finally inside a city, even though it wasn't the one she had imagined, Sophia was looking forward to exploring it. I have no money. Unfortunately, her excitement about exploring came to a sudden and abrupt end. Chapter 22, Beastfolk City. Sophia finally managed to enter a city after arriving in her new world. It wasn't the one she had planned, as it was a beastfolk one, but that was for the better in the end. Naturally, she was excited about all the new sights and fascinating people. Still, before she could even begin exploring, she noticed the major problem at hand. I have no money. Being needlessly dramatic, she sank to her knees. What are you even talking about? Chio looked at her with a questioning expression. Well, I have absolutely no currency of this continent. That won't be a problem. The lizard man of the group, Rashk, chided in. You see, we didn't try to hunt that rock golem, just for fun. A local jeweler made a request for it. A jeweler? Sophia didn't see the connection. Did you notice the red eyes of the golems? Those are actual jewels, expensive ones at that. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to that at all. Don't worry, Massey and I collected the eyes while you were busy talking with Chio. As you and Fen were the ones who killed them, they're obviously all yours. Though, if possible, I would like to ask for one of the eyes to cover the expenses our group had. Of course, keep two if you want. We wouldn't have known about the eyes in the first place. No, we can't do that. One is already on the greedy side because we contributed to nothing. Rashk vehemently denied her offer. Okay, if you say so. Sophia had no reason to turn him down. Speaking of which, what are these jewels worth anyway? Let's see, with 5 of them, you'll probably be able to live with ease in this city for a couple of months. And months? Just by beating some small fries? Sophia, Chio sighed. Please don't apply your common sense here. Rock golems are exceptionally powerful monsters for most of us. She noticed how Fen had already warped her knowledge of this world to an irreparable degree. That being taken care of, the group went to the jeweler who had asked for the golem's eyes. Once he had recovered from the shock of being offered 6 eyes, he happily paid them and even gave a little extra. While walking along the city's main road, Sophia looked at the bag full of golden coins she had received. 100 gold coins per eye, huh? Is that much? Too little? Fair? She had no idea about this world's currency system. It's quite generous. He was happy being able to get his hands on so many at once, and overpaid a little. Massey gave her a short explanation. Ah, I see. By the way, depending on how extravagant you want to live, you need about 50 to 100 gold coins per month. Wow. She looked at her bag again. How long do you and Fen intend to stay here, Sophia? Chio asked her about their plans. Good question. I wasn't sure whether or not I could enter the city in the first place, so. Fen, what do you think? I don't particularly care. You're the one who wanted to travel. I merely decided to tag along. Right. Well, we're not going to stay long enough to spend all the money. Maybe a week, I guess? She wasn't sure about it yet. Oh, okay. Chio didn't look overly happy with the answer for some reason. Anyway, I know it's still a bit early, but let's go and hit the bar regardless. Rashk announced so, and the odd group of a lizard man, a cat girl, a guy with panda ears, a wolf, and an alleged demon girl went to the bar the beast people party frequented. Oh. Sophia entered the place and was instantly a fan of the atmosphere. The bar had a rustic feel, with lots of wood for the interior and slightly darker lighting. Even though it was only afternoon, the place was already filled with all sorts of people. She was fascinated by the diversity of the beast folk. The girl spotted a group that looked like bears, many hybrids like Chio, some leaning more towards their beast side, and others could be mistaken as humans at first glance. She even found some people that had bird-like features, like feathers or even wings. A lot of them took a peek at Sophia as well, because she seemed to be human. Still, as most of them could sense magic powers to at least some degree, they noticed that she definitely wasn't one. They also understood that messing with that overly excited-looking girl would be a terrible idea. Though, some seemed like they would like to test her strength regardless. Oh, Chio and the gang. A red-haired girl with floppy dog ears and a fluffy tail in a waitress-like uniform approached the group. You're early today. Who's that new girl and the wolf? Some stuff happened. Well, they're new friends, I guess. Eh? Are you okay, Chio? Knowing the expression stuff happened never meant anything good, the waitress sounded concerned. I'm perfectly fine now. Phew, that's good then. Seeming visibly relieved about the catgirl's well-being, she guided the group to a fitting table afterward. She showed them to one with enough room for Fen to have a place as well, by being able to sit beside the table. What do you want to drink, Sophia? Chio addressed her. Fen, too? Not knowing anything about this world's beverages, she took the easy way out. I'll leave the choice to you. Okay. Nodding, she looked at her party members. The usual? The usual. They gave her a slight nod. Hey, Danny, a round of the usual, please. Chio called out to the dog girl waitress from earlier. Sure. Happily accepting the order, she arrived only a couple of minutes later with a tray of drinks. It was a pale blue liquid in a small glass that the girl placed in front of everyone. Sue, what's this? Sophia was curiously eyeing the drink. It's called Angel Sky, super delicious. I see. Not really having gotten an explanation from Chio, she tried her luck and took a sip from it. So sweet. But not bad. Yeah, it's super sweet, but we like that after a day of work. You just have to take care, because while you can't taste it, this drink has a significant amount of alcohol in it. Is that so? Sophia took another glance at the glass, before downing the liquid in one go. Oh ho, seems like today's going to be fun. Rash downed his drink as well, and so did the others. Even Finn took part as he picked up the glass directly with his snout and threw back his head. Over an hour and many rounds of drinks later, the mood at their table had turned pretty festive. Sophia had eaten through half of the bar's food but was slowly becoming aware of something. I can't get drunk, huh? She was in a good mood, no questioning that, but she felt that something was missing, especially after seeing in how high spirits the rest of the group was. Even Finn seemed way more loose than usual. So that resistance got boosted as well. So, does that mean if I keep drinking until it gets overloaded, do I get super drunk in an instant then, or what? Somehow, I don't want to find out if that's the case. Yeah, let's keep it in moderation. Even without the effect of the alcohol, she still enjoyed the evening, getting drunk on the atmosphere instead. The party continued for a good while. Sophia had switched entirely from alcohol to the tasty food of the bar eventually, fearing about the boost turning negative eventually. Getting dead drunk in an instant didn't sound like fun to her. It didn't dampen her mood whatsoever, though, because the food was excellent. Unfortunately, every fun time has to come to an end eventually. While the group was happily eating and drinking, the door of the bar suddenly flung wide open. There you are, Massey. A girl was standing in the doorframe while pointing at the group. She looked to be around the same age as Sophia and even gave off a similar young but mature-looking feel. The girl was a good bit taller than Sophia, and it also seemed like she already had her much-desired growth spurt in certain other areas. Just like Sophia, she was slightly on the slender side. Still, she definitely had more curves, especially in the chest area, much to the others' envy. The girl had long, snow-white, open hair and big, deep blue eyes with slightly slit pupils. Upon closer inspection, Sophia then noticed that, just like Chio, this girl was of the cat tribe as well. She had some cat-like ears on top of her head, filled with cotton-like fluff that looked like it would feel incredible to the touch. The animal ears were a set that came together with a seemingly silky smooth tail, which was sticking out somewhere from her back. Both had the same snow-white color as her hair, without any discoloration whatsoever. Those were the only animal features the white-haired girl had, though. The rest of her body seemed to be the same as a human's. The cat girl was wearing a white, short-sleeved dress shirt with red accents and a fitting white vest over it, sporting a thin red outline. This perfectly matched her ever so slightly short, pleated white skirt with a red hem accenting it, immediately followed by a pair of pure white thigh-high over-knee socks. Complementing those, her slightly heeled boots were in a two-tone white and red color. Jjigae. The guy in question, Massey, had instantly sobered up and didn't seem too pleased about the girl's arrival. I've been looking for you. Where were you? I did tell you that our party went on a hunt a couple of days ago, did I not, Maya? Ah, right, I forgot. Huh. He let out an annoyed sigh. Whatever. I managed to do it. I want to test it out immediately. Fight me. The white cat girl seemed excited about something. Huh. Another sigh. Look, can't you see we have company? Not now, okay? Company. Only now, she looked at the rest of the group, and her eyes eventually met Sophia's. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, and as if being in perfect sync, the two spoke up at the exact same time. You're cute. Fight me. Apparently, as it turned out, they weren't in sync at all. Sophia was looking at her for a very obvious reason and accidentally blurted out the first thing that went through her head. Simultaneously, Maya had noticed the magical power of the new girl, making her excited for an entirely different reason. Eh? The first meeting between Sophia and Maya was a very particular one. One they would remember even years later, whether the two wanted to or not, because it's hard to beat in terms of how much you can embarrass yourself. At least in Sophia's eyes. Illustration of Maya, more in the next chapter. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 22.5 Illustration. Chapter 23 Playing around with a cat girl. You're cute. Fight me. An awkward silence around the table followed the first exchange between Sophia and Maya. Everyone in their group was attentively staring at the two without saying a single word. An extremely uncomfortable minute passed before Sophia finally noticed what was going on. I did say that out loud, did I not? Realizing her blunder, her face first turned white before she hid it behind her hands to not show her embarrassment. Why you? Maya's face had turned red instead. It seemed like she wasn't used to being addressed like that, at least not in such a direct way. If you think that flattery can change my mind, why you're mistaken. Fight me, Sophia. Face still hiding behind her hands, she gave her name in a low voice. Thanks. By the way, I'm Maya. The two had managed to make the situation even more awkward. Okay, now fight me already, Sophia. I don't want to. She was still busy being embarrassed. Fighting was too much to ask. Also, it's already dark outside. I don't care about that. Huh. Even in her embarrassed state, Sophia got tired. See, come on, don't be like that. Just a quick little fight. Please. She was recovering from the shock already. I promise that I won't hurt you. You're strong yourself, aren't you, Sophia? Don't you get excited when you find someone with power? Spoken like a textbook example of a muscle brain. I'll even hold back, okay? Nothing bad will happen, so, okay? She was pleading to her at this point. While she was able to sense that the girl was powerful, the cat failed to notice the difference between them, or at the very least, didn't care about it. Oh? Sophia's bashfulness seemed to be washed away as she showed her face again, having a serious expression. Aren't you full of yourself? Some strange flip had switched inside her once she felt like the cat girl was casually looking down at her. Please don't hold back, Maya. It would neither be fun nor could I teach you a lesson that way. She sounded like a completely different person while she flashed a sinister smile at her. Oh. Fen had a bad feeling about this. He had seen this character trait of Sophia before when she wanted to punish her enemies with dark magic in a way that definitely didn't seem wholesome. Let's go then. Her smile got even darker. Oh, okay. She began to realize she might have barked at the wrong tree, ignoring the fact that she's a cat. While the entire group had left the bar and walked towards a field outside the city where the two girls had enough place, Fen approached Sophia. I never saw one of the beast folk with such big magical powers as this Maya. Really? Yes, calling her an exception among exceptions would be a huge understatement. Fen looked impressed. Am I in danger? Nah. It's amazing, but it doesn't reach your power. Your magic's also more advanced. I see. Still, what a magnificent meltdown you had. He let out a small chuckle. Shut up. I didn't want to say that out loud. Well, it was fun seeing your boost failing so spectacularly. I disagree. I could have done without embarrassing myself that much. I think it was great. I'm glad that it seems like I can talk with girls now, but I somehow can't be happy about it either. Just blurting out what comes to mind. I worry more about your other mood swing, though. She didn't seem to have noticed it herself. Just go easy on her, okay? If you really think she's cute, you wouldn't want to hurt her, right? Shut up already. Haha. Fen enjoyed seeing the girl embarrassed. While the two were bickering, Maya was similarly approached by Chio. Maya, it's not too late to apologize to her. Why should I? Sophia's seriously strong, and I think you accidentally made her angry. Yeah? That wasn't on purpose. Deep down, she really was a good girl. Still, I'm strong, too, you know? I'll definitely apologize later, but if that means she'll fight me seriously, I don't think you want her to be serious. Chio was worried about her. Of course, I want to. It's my first time seeing someone with that much power. I can't help getting excited. Her worries were getting stronger. Who is she, anyway? We met Sophia and Fen when we almost got killed by a group of rock golems. It was the first time Maya heard about that, so she naturally was shocked. Yeah, are you okay? Yes. Thanks to Sophia. She saved us by defeating the group of golems in a matter of seconds. Yes, she's that powerful. Don't tell me she's stronger than I am? Much stronger. Incomparable even. Oh. She was finally getting fully aware of her mistake. Wait, then what is she? She looks like a human, but I'm already sure that she's not. That's just impossible, after all. Nope, no human. Chio gave her a short confirmation. Then, a type of beast person with hidden traits? Also not that. What is she then? She's a demon. Demon? Demon. You're kidding. Maya couldn't believe her. I'm not. These absurdly powerful beings that live on an entirely different continent? Yes. Seriously? No way. Ahaha. She suddenly started laughing. Isn't that great? I can go absolutely all out then. Huh? Aren't you scared? Of course. But at the same time, I've never been so excited before. I see. Chio looked into the far distance once she noticed how the girl beside her was a lost cause already. Once they had arrived at the empty and dark field, illuminated by the stars and moon only, the group got together in a distance while the two girls faced each other. Sophia, is it true? What is? Are you a demon? People call me that, yes. Technically, she wasn't lying. Wow. Sophia, I'm sorry I made you angry earlier. That wasn't my intention. I was angry? She hadn't noticed it herself. Yes. The spectators loudly shouted in unison. Anyway, I changed my mind. I will go all out. I hope you'll do the same, Sophia. Do you really want me to? Yes. She looked determined. Just don't say I didn't warn you. By the way, it's already quite dark because it's in the middle of the night. How about we fight in the light? That would probably be better, but I don't care because I don't want to wait until tomorrow. I wouldn't be able to hold back my excitement until then. No, that's not what I meant. Sophia grinned at her, and with a snap of her fingers, the whole place turned as bright as if it was the middle of the day. How's that? Maya could only stare at the girl with her eyes wide open and mouth agape. The others had the exact same expression. I don't care anymore. Except for Fen because he had given up. Seriously. Maya managed to recover a little. I did pick the wrong fight. Now, come at me. Sophia beckoned the cat girl over with her right hand. Here I go. While still visibly shocked, Maya hadn't thrown in the towel just yet. Gust. Like the name implied, strong winds quickly formed around her before shooting towards Sophia. Oh, really just an activation word, huh? She was sort of impressed, but at the same time, the gust never managed to reach the girl. She had simply created a barrier made out of fire, making it impossible for the wind to get her. Be both light and fire magic? You really are talented, eh? Sophia didn't understand what she meant. So what, I can do the same. Fireball. The moment she said the word, a ball of fire with a diameter of over a meter sped towards Sophia. What are you even talking about? Still not understanding, she tried to ask Maya while she effortlessly defended against the fire with an earth wall she let rise from the ground. Why you can even use 3? Her face turned pale. Then. Blades. Resorting to air magic again, a blade-like wind rushed towards Sophia, much like the ones Finn uses to cut his meat for grilling. I still don't get what you're going on about. Even though she was distracted, Sophia had no difficulties defending against the blade. Lifting 2 fingers, several roots shot out from the ground, taking the hit and getting shredded into pieces for her instead. Is that nature magic? I've never seen that one before. What sort of monster are you? Ahaha. Sophia asked that herself many times before. I am not done. While her confidence was shattering bit by bit, the cat girl had not given up. Tornado. Precisely as the name implied, winds much more potent than her gust spell formed around Sophia, and she got engulfed by the tornado. Not bad. A perfectly calm voice could be heard from the eye of the tornado. Soon afterward, it started to turn even more violent before it actually looked like the storm exploded. Sophia had activated her own air magic and easily overpowered the cat girl, effectively canceling it out. And no way. She was slowly running out of options. T-trap. This activation word was a little more cryptic as Sophia didn't understand initially, but it became clear immediately. A circle of fire appeared on the ground around her before shooting up, literally trapping Sophia inside the flames. Wow, that's so cool. Unfortunately, while she sounded impressed, it once more had no effect on her. Water began to form inside the fire trap, and once it was enough, Sophia used it to extinguish the fire in one go. You've got to be kidding me. Feel like giving up yet? No. I still have my trump card. Oh ho, then do your best, Maya. She couldn't help but cheer her on. Here I go. Maya closed her eyes and concentrated on something. Wanting to see what she was trying, Sophia didn't interrupt her and just waited for something to happen. Without an activation word, strong winds once more gathered around Sophia, just like with the tornado spell earlier. Just much more powerful, but that wasn't all. At the same time, the area around her was also lit on fire. The wind and fire slowly combined into some sort of flame tornado and swallowed the girl in a colossal inferno. The entire area went silent except for the loudly raging fire, and nothing happened for a while. Did I get her? Maya looked confident for a fraction of a second, but she immediately regretted feeling so. Suddenly, Sophia's light magic, which was illuminating the area, vanished, or so it had seemed at first. It had actually become much darker than simple nighttime could ever be. Looking closer, the cat girl saw that her fire tornado had turned pitch black. Not only that, but she also noticed that this eerie darkness was slowly swallowing the entire area where they were fighting in. A blackness so dark that one couldn't even identify the structures of the covered-up objects anymore. The closer the nothingness got to Maya, the more panicked she became to the point she couldn't bear it anymore. Dark magic? And no way. Sophia. She fearfully screamed in the direction the girl was supposed to be. I give up. Okay. A cheery response came before the darkness was instantly replaced by light again, and even the fire tornado disappeared. It almost seemed like everything that happened was a lie. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard because everyone was holding it in. I think I overdid it a tiny bit. Sophia looked around before finally focusing on Maya in front of her. The cat girl had fallen on her knees after admitting defeat with a blank and teary expression. Why you were just playing around with me, weren't you? Sophia wasn't fond of her wording. It's the same you always do, Maya. Not to this extent, but it's the same for me. Massey recovered from his shock for a second, just for his retort. Well, I have to admit your fire tornado thingy was quite something, so I got a little serious with my dark magic, but other than that. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. Sorry. She just went and admitted it. Ahaha. She didn't know how to react. You really can use every magic attribute, huh? Yeah. Sophia tilted her head. I can also use attribute-less or uncategorized magic, but I don't have anything for attacking or defending in that regard yet, so I didn't use it. Seriously? Maya's face turned even paler. Yes? The two absolutely weren't on the same page. You have no idea just how ridiculous this is, have you? What is? She looked more and more confused. Your magic. Ignoring your power even. Being able to use every magic there is. That's. I never even heard of anything close to that. Really? It honestly surprised her as the first person, or wolf, she met. Fen can do the same. Really? The cat girl seemed angry. You see, people called me a prodigy all the time before, because of my high magic power and how I'm capable of using two elements, because it's incredibly rare. Is that so? I had no idea. Is everyone so ridiculous from where you came from? If anything, I was way below average. Sophia was talking about her worth as a human being in her old world. So, while she wasn't lying, this definitely wasn't the thing Maya was talking about, causing a great misunderstanding. The shock over said misunderstanding was extreme. I had heard that demons are supposed to be powerful, but that. She noticed that they were talking about different things, but it was too late to correct herself. Sophia. Power had returned to Maya's voice. Why yes? Please make me your disciple and let me train under you. Because she still was on her knees, her plea carried a lot more power. Sophia hadn't seen that one coming and didn't know how to react. Chapter 24, Getting Along with a Catgirl. Still on her knees after being magnificently defeated by Sophia in a magic fight, the white-haired catgirl Maya requested to become her disciple all of a sudden. This resulted in making the girl in question look very confused and troubled. Disciple, you say? Sophia didn't know what to do. I'm still learning magic myself, you know? She glanced at her own teacher Fan, but the wolf instantly turned away his head, clearly not wanting to have anything to do with this situation. I don't think there's anything I can teach you. Are you seriously saying that after what you did to me? Maya wasn't buying it. That phrasing. She was concerned about the catgirl's ambiguous wording. Even if that's the case, I'm not going to stay for long here, so dash. I'll come with you, then. She was very committed to her decision. I don't even know where I'm going next. I want to explore the world. We might end up at the other side of the continent, maybe even further. Sophia tried to talk her out of it. Sounds fun. It had the opposite effect. Seriously. Yeah, I always wanted to travel anyway. I just never had the opportunity. Is that so? What about your family? Won't your parents say anything? Ahaha. Despite my looks, I'm already old enough to make my own decisions. She looked smug while exclaiming so. Really? Wait, how old are you, then? She noticed that Maya had a slightly more mature feel to her, at least when it came to her expressions, just like she had, but she didn't think much about it until now. Why would that matter? It just does. As Sophia was the same, being older than her looks suggested, it was a topic of great interest to her. Also, she felt guilty just thinking about taking a girl much younger than herself on a journey with her. That alone was a knockout criterion for taking her in. An age gap later in life doesn't mean much, but something like around 16 and Sophia's mental 23 was a different story. 22. The catgirl had gotten embarrassed. It seemingly was a touchy subject for her. Nobody likes to talk about their real age, after all. No matter how much of a non-issue the early 20s are. Is that so? Finding out the two were basically the same age, she felt kinda happy. What's that supposed to mean? Maya had misinterpreted her and got angry. Do you have a problem with that? How old are you then? Being a demon, your looks might not imply what age you are either, right? Not telling you. That's not fair. Why? Because I told you about my age. And? I want to know, too. Nope. You're such a bully, Sophia. Maya was getting angry enough that even her tail began to swish from side to side in a frantic motion. See cute. Sophia got distracted by the tail, and her eyes were glued to it. What? And nothing. She realized her mistake and was happy she hadn't hurt her. Anyways, it's a secret. So mean. Feeling dejected, the catgirl's pure white tail stopped swishing angrily and lifelessly plopped on the ground. Holding back her voice while enjoying its movements, Sophia felt like she went a little overboard. Maya, do you really want to travel with Fan and me? Her tail instantly perked up again. She was a very expressive girl, both in body and spoken language. Am I weak against tails? Sophia muttered because she wasn't able to peel her eyes away from it. Now, do you? Yes. Not a shred of hesitation. She didn't have a reason to say no. However, she still felt hesitant because the girl was almost too cute for her, being a possible problem for her mental sanity in the future. Seeing the catgirl's happily twitching tail and sparkling eyes, Sophia wasn't sure whether she was able to continue staying calm around her. She was only learning to deal with people again, after all. Maya gave off a final boss feeling in that regard. I'm staying in the city for maybe a week or so? I don't know yet. If you still want to buy then, I'll think about it. Really? Okay. I won't leave your side until I convince you. She suddenly became extraordinarily motivated. Prepare yourself, Sophia. I will definitely win you over for sure. Stumbling over her super ambiguous wording once more, she tried to collect herself. Huh. Sophia took a good look at Maya again. Her happily swishing tail and fluffy-looking cat ears, which slightly twitched from time to time. Her blue eyes and the snow-white hair. For some reason, that didn't calm her down in the slightest, though. If anything, it was the exact opposite. Fine. Whatever, do your worst. Feeling her boosts were reaching their limits, Sophia gave up before she lost her cool completely, implying there was anything left. She was concerned about making some sort of embarrassing mistake soon. Again. Yes. Looking at the overly excited and happy catgirl, she just knew she wouldn't last much longer. Once the two finished their little bickering, the rest of their group walked up to the two girls with wildly varying expressions. So, the rock golems really were on the same level as small fries for her. The lizard man, Rashk, couldn't believe just how enormous Sophia's powers were. Such magic, incredible. Massey was still so amazed that he could barely speak. Show off. Fen was a little harsh, though far from being wrong. Maya, you idiot. Chiyo's reaction was somewhat different. Eh? Why? The idiot in question obviously had no idea what she had done to warrant such a treatment. Forget it. Even so, the other catgirl was clearly pouting. No, seriously, what did I do? And not telling. Come on. Maya walked up to Chiyo and started pestering her about it. What's wrong with Chiyo? Sophia had regrouped with Fan and asked him about the weird situation. I'm not sure, because these sorts of relations have been a while for me, but I think she's jealous. I see. Wait, what? It took a moment before the words registered. Chiyo jealous. Of whom? Maya. Huh? Why? What did I miss when I was busy with her? That's exactly the reason why she seems to be jealous. She couldn't see the connection. It appears that Chiyo might be harboring some positive feelings towards you, Sophia, or is at least curious about you in that regard. Ah, so that's what it? Wait. She needed a minute. CC Chiyo does. So it seems. No. Sophia had stopped working. Why? Interesting. So, romance completely fries your boost, huh? Fen noticed how the girl had become a useless mess in an instant. Even if she does, which makes no sense. We barely know each other. Her face had turned bright red. Why would she be jealous of Maya? Well, she most likely didn't enjoy seeing the two of you so openly flirting in front of everyone, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Not. Sophia had lost it. Flirting, what? I was just messing with her a bit, and we were bickering a little? Yes, that's what we would call a form of flirting in this world, especially because it seemed both of you were enjoying your back and forth. We were. She hadn't noticed. Well, I had fun teasing her, but. You even called her cute. Again. You heard that, huh? That was somehow, out of my control. So embarrassing. I do think that Maya was enjoying herself as well. Maybe not the whole bullying part, though. The wolf had to take a jab at her. I've never flirted with anyone before, never had the chance to. Did I really? Both of you did it unconsciously? You seem to be quite compatible with each other. Do we? Sophia wasn't able to speak in coherent sentences anymore. Are you interested in Maya? The wolf seemed strangely invested in the topic. I do think she's adorable, but I don't even know her yet. But you are not interested? She didn't feel like dealing with the overly curious wolf anymore, as it had become too embarrassing for her. Are you looking for a mate then? She looked at Fen in disbelief and simply turned around. Hey, Rashk. Deciding on a quick tactical retreat, Sophia addressed the first person her eyes fell on. Yes? Are there any inns in the town? It's already really late, and the match with Maya made me a little tired. Yeah, that makes sense. Even though your fight has me completely sobered up, I'm tired as well. An inn, huh? Ah, I can recommend the Sun Inn on the Central Street. It has very nice rooms, comfortable beds, and the rent's reasonable for what you're getting there. Sounds good, thanks. Having decided on a plan, Sophia and the group made their way back to the city. After arriving at the inn, she opted to get a room of her own, and so did Fen. They even had rooms to accommodate full beast people. The group split up for the time being. Once she noticed the fluffy-looking bed, she stopped caring about everything that happened this day. She fell asleep in around 3 seconds after jumping headfirst onto the bed. Chapter 25, Determined Catgirl. Finally having slept in an actual bed for the first time since coming to this world, Sophia was well rested the following day, even after such a hectic day. Taking advantage of staying in an inn, she took her sweet time in the included bath, an actual one for a change and not her makeshift version. While soaking in the water, the girl was thinking about yesterday's events. That was really something. She stretched herself in the tub, relaxing. Maya sure is strong. Okay, relatively speaking, that is. Does she really want me to teach her magic? Can I even do that? I'm using the knowledge of my old world for most of my magic, after all. But I managed to teach Finn about the oxygen thing. Well, he knows that I'm from another world, though. I don't think I should tell anyone else so readily, at least in the beginning. Oh, I was fortunate that Finn accepted it even though we had just met, huh? Sophia got a little sidetracked. She thinks I'm a demon, right? Wouldn't that work? I could just tell her it's demon knowledge. Maya does seem to be rather easy to fool. I'm a bit worried about her. She ignored the part where she was fooling around with the cat girl the most yesterday. If I were to do that, she could travel with us, right? Oh, did I even ask Finn whether he's okay with it? Well, I don't think he would mind. He didn't seem like the person, or wolf, who would care about that. Am I okay with it, though? It does sound like it would be fun. There's just one problem. Maya's way too adorable. While shouting out her real problem with the situation, she immediately pushed her head underwater, as she was still in her bath, to cool herself down. Her expressive tail, the fluffy ears, that white hair. No, Maya, as a whole. The cooling down didn't work, and not only because the water was too hot. It feels like I could become dangerous with her around. I mean, I naturally wouldn't attack her. I'm not some lowlife after all. Not to mention that my boosts would have a spectacular meltdown long before that, anyway. Yeah, I'm not confident I could do that even if I wanted. No, that's not what I mean in the first place. The bigger problem is, can I stay mentally sane around Maya? I've almost already lost my cool when I talked with her for just a couple of minutes. She's dangerous. Sophia remembered the cat girl's ambiguous way of wording things. Speaking of which, Finn said so, but, were we really flirting? That can't be, right? I wouldn't even know how to. My experience is 0, after all. 0. Ahahaha. Her laughter trailed off into a sigh. After having accidentally dealt significant damage to herself, she continued. Could I learn how to talk? How to flirt? Together with Maya? I don't know what she's into. It surely wouldn't be me, though, like ever. Just like what Finn told me. As if Chio would be interested in me. Me. It makes no sense. Even while Sophia's self-confidence had been boosted exceptionally when coming to this world, it still amounted to virtually nothing when it came to this sort of topic. Maybe in exchange for teaching her magic, I could learn how to interact with girls from Maya? Eventually, in the far, far future, I might be able to find someone. Still, using her to get accustomed to girls? Isn't that way too high of a difficulty level to start with? She's almost too cute to look at, after all. MMRGN. Not being able to come to a conclusion, Sophia gave up on it for the time being. Once she finished her bath that had gotten into slight overtime for some reason, Sophia quickly dressed herself after recovering from the heat-induced dizziness, got ready, and left the inn. Finally, a white-haired cat girl was standing in front of the inn. Her arms were crossed, and her tail was impatiently swaying from side to side. Maya? Sophia hadn't expected to immediately run into the girl that was the cause of so many problems she had just a little while ago. You're way too late. Too late for what? She didn't remember having made any promises to meet up with her. Sorry, I guess. I'm not really a morning person. Also, I was thinking about things and lost track of time. Thinking? About what? You. Me? Maya's ears and tail twitched once and perked up at the unexpected reply. Ah. Realizing her mistake, she awkwardly looked away. Oh, so you've decided to take me with you already? Thankfully, her interpretation of the ambiguous answer was perfectly innocent. And no. Well, I already planned to convince you all day long anyway. It didn't dampen her motivation in the slightest. I see. Then, let's go. Being in high spirits, Maya wrapped her right arm around Sophia's left and started dragging her off. Huh? She desperately tried not to think about the soft feeling her arm was experiencing while it was pressed against the catgirl's body. The girl had already taken considerable damage not even 5 minutes after meeting up with Maya because she never had the chance to develop any sort of resistance to these feelings. Where are we going? Outside the city. To train, of course. Yeah, of course. She didn't know what she expected. Arriving at an empty spot far away from any curious onlookers, Maya let go of Sophia and looked at her full of expectation. I look forward to learning from you. Sophia felt a little lonely when she glanced at her freed arm, but she also was a lot more at ease now. After a moment, she concentrated on the catgirl. Learn, what exactly? That's a good question. Maya tilted her head. I thought you had a plan? Coming here was all I had in store. That's not what one would call a plan. Oh, can you show me some more of your magic for starters, Sophia? Good grief. She marveled at the girl's easygoingness, not that she was one to talk. Something with fire or air magic, if possible. Those are the two I can use after all. I wanted to ask about that. Sophia remembered being curious about that during their fight the day before. Can you really only use 2 categories, types of magic? That's actually extremely impressive, you know? I never even met a single one that could use more than 2, just like me, in my entire life. It's basically always only a single type at best. Not before meeting you, that is. Really? Everyone I met before coming to this city could use all types. As she had only met Fen, Sophia, again, technically wasn't lying, though it was a bit of a stretch. Demons are amazing. The misunderstanding continued to grow. But why is your magic limited? Why isn't yours? That's, Good question. She had no reply to this. Indeed. I wonder if there's a way around. She was lost in thoughts for a moment, before quickly paying attention to Maya again. Where were we again? I asked you to show me some fire or air magic. If possible, something strong and flashy. I don't remember the last part, though. Well, whatever. Especially the flashy part is my specialty anyway. Let's see. What to show? Thinking about a suitable magic, Sophia pondered for a moment, but then had an idea. Presenting her open palm, she let her blue and violently burning flame appear. It was slowly becoming her trademark. Blue. Maya curiously eyed the flame as she got closer. Whoa. It's so small, yet way hotter than anything I ever managed to do with magic. What kind of fire is that, Sophia? Dot. A smug look appeared on her face. It's an original magic of mine. A perfect fusion of air and fire, that is. There's air magic in that? The catgirl tilted her head. A very powerful even. Sophia deactivated that part, taking away the extra oxygen power-up. The flame immediately calmed down and turned to a much more orange-yellowish color. It became normal. Such a difference in power. Care to see it in action? Sophia looked around and found a group of poor, innocent trees. A couple of seconds later, a blue inferno instantly reduced the place to nothingness with tremendous might. Maya only stood there for a moment. Amazing. Fen had a similar reaction when I showed him. He really worked hard to learn it as well. Yeah? She stared at Sophia. He can use more than one magic, too? I felt that he's super powerful, but that much? I'm fairly sure he's as powerful as I am, if not stronger. What? She couldn't believe it. Just like me, he's capable of using every magic category, type thingy there is. In the first place, he's the one who's teaching me magic. Wow, I'm losing my confidence here. Until now, Maya was an exceptional being, able to use 2 types of magic. Does that mean you two are together all the time then? Yeah. She forgot to mention that it wasn't even a week yet. Well, I told you that everyone I met until now could use every magic, right? I didn't think Fen would be included in that list. Maya also had no way of knowing that Fen was the list. Fen's extremely strong. He managed to get a grasp on that blue fire magic on his first day of trying. I am capable of fire and air magic. Do you think it would be possible for me to learn, Sophia? I don't think it's impossible. She gave it some serious thought. It will take a while, though. You need to get a way better control of your magic power. Even better? You did see that all I need is a simple activation word at best yesterday, right? And my flame tornado, as you called it, is chantless. Yeah, that flame tornado was nice, but keep in mind that it uses the same 2 magics as my earlier inferno as its basis. You're right. The cat girl acknowledged the massive gap in their powers. Actually, I learned chantless magic only. I don't even know how to use activation words, let alone chants. I also don't want to, because I would die out of embarrassment when using the latter. That's quite something. So, chantless is the only way if you want to achieve anything meaningful. For my blue flame, I directly manipulate a part of the air and use my actual magic power as fuel for my fire. That sounds really complicated. She seemed overwhelmed. What's that, having second thoughts about wanting to come with me already? Not at all. Maya gave her a firm answer. I'm just becoming aware of how conceited I was, thinking I was the strongest, while in reality, I'm weak, really weak. How exciting. She was more motivated than ever. Well, I think you're a bit stronger than a human. Hey. There was a line you shouldn't cross in this world. This joke had made Maya so angry that even her tail got all puffed up in response. Seeing that, Sophia tried her best not to accidentally embarrass herself again by unconsciously leaking out how cute she thinks her reactions are once more. Anyway, no, I actually do think you're really talented. Really? Her anger was nowhere to be seen anymore. Absolutely. I'm sure you'll get even more, amazing with the right teacher. Then. Her ears perked up. Does that mean you've decided about me going with you? Not yet. Eh? Come on, we had such a nice moment just now, Sophia. Just say yes already. I promise you won't regret accepting me. And no. She was becoming weak against Maya's pushiness. I'm not quite convinced yet. She said quite yet. She made a little fist. I'm getting closer. Okay then, let's try a different approach. She had no idea what was going on anymore. Sophia, I heard you like food. Is that true? Yes, you could say that. It wasn't a secret. Great. There's a really nice cafe with amazing sweets in the city, want to go? Sure, that sounds good. Yay. Let's go immediately. With a bright smile on her face, and her tail happily pointing upwards, Maya linked arms with Sophia again, before dragging her towards the city. It's date time. It took her another second to fully register the words. Who? Her confused cry was completed ignored, though. Chapter 26, A Date with a Catgirl? Sophia and Maya took a break from their first training, or rather demonstration, session. The catgirl suggested eating something at a cafe in the city together. However, the way she had worded it and how she wrapped her arm around Sophia's was a cause of great confusion for the girl. Date? Sophia repeated the word. Yeah. A light reply came. Really? We're two, and we're going to a cafe together. That's a date, isn't it? Maya tilted her head and looked at the girl while she continued to drag her around. She realized that she got all worked up for nothing. What kind of food does the place have? She tried to divert the attention away from her. Their cake's really delicious. See cake? Sophia had a strong reaction to the word. Tea, there's cake? Of course. I hadn't had any since coming to this, continent. I didn't know it even existed here. Seriously? Let's hurry then. The cat girl picked up her pace. She had no way of knowing that even while it sounded long, Sophia had cake in her old world a day before being summoned, making it relatively recent. They arrived there before long and entered. There, the two were guided by a waitress and got seated at a small, round table while facing each other. Sophia wanted to say something about this seating arrangement but managed to hold back. Instead, she looked around and noticed that this place only featured this kind of table. The girl also became aware that the cafe seemed really popular because it was mostly booked out. One-on-one get-togethers occupied almost every table. 2 girls, 2 boys, mixed parties, there was absolutely no preferred kind of grouping, neither in gender nor types of beast person. What are you looking at, Sophia? Maya noticed that her eyes were all over the place. Well, she faced the girl. I was just thinking that beast people are really interesting. Really? I'm surrounded by them every day, even aside from being one myself as well, so I wouldn't know. Personally, I think you're much more interesting, Sophia. Thanks. She had trouble appropriately reacting to the cat girl's compliment. Is there any cake you can recommend? Changing the topic, as usual, was her best, or only, course of action to keep herself from having a meltdown. Let's see, I'm a big fan of the chocolate cake. I can recommend that one. Chocolate, huh? The pronunciation again is a little bit off. Wow, the one who thought of those names isn't even trying, huh? Maya tilted her head again. Forget it. Anyway, yeah, I'll try that one, and for drinks, just water's fine. Alright, I'll go ahead and order then. She called out for a waitress. Excuse me, the chocolate cake and water for her. I'll take the fruit cake with a tea that goes well with it, please. Absolutely. She took their order, got it ready in a flash, and returned after just a couple of minutes. Oh. It looks good. Sophia was staring at her beautiful-looking cake made with a generous amount of chocolate. Yes. She agreed while looking at her own, before quickly trying a bite with her fork. Delicious. I haven't had it in a while, but the fruitcake is just as good. Seeing how the cat girl was so delighted that it was even showing on her perky ears and slightly twitchy tail, Sophia couldn't help but smile. She looked forward to trying her cake and couldn't wait any longer. Oh, wow, it's good, isn't it? She took another bite before glancing at Sophia's one. Mind if I try? Maya pointed her fork at it. Sure, go for it, eh? Sophia presented her plate with the cake on it but stopped midair. Maya had different plans, though, as she leaned over the table with her mouth slightly open. She stopped working. The cat girl wasn't giving her any room to work with, though. Seriously? No way. Ugh, whatever. Seeing how she didn't seem to have a choice, no matter how embarrassed she was, Sophia lifted her fork with some cake on it and hesitatingly but carefully fed the cat girl in front of her. Delicious. Having a taste of the chocolatey goodness, Maya delightfully touched her cheek. That's great. Want to try mine, too? No, I'm good. She already knew where this was leading to. As Sophia's boosts were already failing her, she wasn't sure about being able to survive this sort of high-level embarrassment play. You don't like fruits? And no, I'm actually a big fan. Well then. Maya wasted no time, picked up some cake, and held up her fork in front of the girl. Oh. She noticed her careless mistake. Sophia pondered whether to go for it or not, mentally debating whether something like this would kill her from sheer embarrassment alone. While looking at Maya cutely playing around with her fork in front of her face, she finally accepted the offer because she didn't want to disappoint her. And? How is it? Why yeah, it's delicious. She actually had no recollection of how it tasted, being too distracted by various things and feelings. Eehee, that's good then. The cat girl didn't seem to have noticed her inner turmoil. Still fighting her bashfulness, Sophia broke eye contact and looked around to calm down. There, she noticed that she wasn't the only one that had to go through this sort of shameful play. Many couples around them were doing the exact same thing, some of them more embarrassed, others not at all. Feeling stupid that something apparently so normal had made such a mess out of her, Sophia let out a small sigh and managed to recover. Taking a sip from her water, she looked perfectly serious again. Haha, you're so fun to watch, Sophia. Yeah? Her reclaimed calmness only lasted a short moment. Your expressions changing all the time. It's almost as if you can't decide how you should feel and flip through all your emotions, trying to find the correct one. Ah. Sophia wasn't aware that she was showing her feelings so open. She was surprised that Maya even noticed how her emotions were all over the place, thanks to the mix of questionable boosts she received. Not to mention the inability to hold even a simple conversation in her past world, which didn't help with this situation. However, the cat girl obviously didn't know that much. Eehee, it's cute how you're so easy to read. Maya happily giggled as she said so. The feeling of embarrassment was rising inside of her again. Still, Sophia also felt like she was being teased right now, and that was something she could deal with for some reason. Funny you should say this, Maya. You're the one I can read like a book after all, with your cute body language. She pointed at her friendly swishing tail. It's easy to see that you're enjoying yourself. Huh? She looked at her tail that had dropped on the floor as a direct response. I never knew about that. Wait, is my tail really that expressive? Yeah, Now her ears twitched in response. And so are your ears. Hee hee, I've only known you for a day, but especially watching your tail has brought me a great amount of joy already. So embarrassing. It is, isn't it? Sophia wholeheartedly agreed. The mood turned a little awkward for a short while, but as the two stared at each other, their expressions soon changed. Ahaha, eehee. Maya and Sophia laughed at their own idiocy and finally continued to enjoy each other's company. Some time passed, and as the two continued to chat about meaningless things, their cake had long since vanished. After a while, Sophia began to focus her attention on her half-empty glass of water. Physicists would probably hate me, but isn't air and water quite similar? As she concentrated on the liquid, it started to swirl in a circular motion inside the glass. Both of them also have a significant amount of oxygen. In one way or another, at least. What are you doing? The cat girl curiously eyed the glass. Thinking about things. Maya? Yes? Who decided that magic is grouped into elements and that you're supposed to be only able to use a limited amount of them? I don't think anyone ever decided it. That's just how it is, after all. Is it really? Absolutely. The cat girl was sure about this concept. Then, in your eyes, what sort of magic am I using right now? She pointed at the swirling water. Well, water magic, of course. She tilted her head, not understanding what Sophia wanted. Really? I'm doing almost the same thing that I use for my blue flame, and that has nothing to do with water, has it? If I had to decide, the cause of the swirling water is closer related to air and not water magic. She was controlling the oxygen part inside the water right now to move it around. What? Maya jumped up from her chair in shock. That can't be. Well, I do admit that I'm bending the rules a tiny bit. I'm sure grouping magic into elements makes sense, but I don't think you're supposed to only use some of them as the lines between the elements are quite blurry. She couldn't believe what this girl was saying. In the first place, Fen calls them categories and not types, which makes way more sense as it changes depending on how you use it. Maya, wanna try to learn a third element, no category? Huh? Do you think I can? I think so, yes. No, I'm actually sure of it. Sophia was confident about her theory. I just had a great idea. She suddenly started to smile. How about that? I'll try to teach you how to manipulate water. If you become able to use your third element, or category, before Fen and I leave this place, you can come with us. Yeah? The catgirl naturally was surprised. So, are you up for the challenge, Maya? Is that really possible? She seemed doubtful. It entirely depends on how serious you are. If you really want to, it won't be an issue. To be honest, I learned water-related magic over the course of a day or so. You'll have at least a week. Sophia forgot to mention that this was the case for every single magic she had acquired. What are we waiting for? Let's get going already. She instantly became motivated and seemed determined to learn it. That's the spirit. The two quickly wrapped things up in the cafe, finished their date, and got ready to leave for more training. Chapter 27, Destroying a Catgirl's Common Sense. During her date with Maya, Sophia had decided on the conditions for the catgirl being allowed to accompany Fen and her on their travels. If Maya managed to learn water-related magic before they chose to leave, she could tag along. Sophia did fail to mention that this condition was a little rigged. If she wanted the white-haired catgirl to accompany them, she could stay as long as it took, maybe even months, and if she didn't, she could leave that day. After leaving the cafe, the two split up for the moment to make some preparations for their next training session. Oh, hey there, Fen. Sophia had gone back to the inn, where she met the wolf. Ah, Sophia, I haven't seen you all day. Yeah, I was out, with Maya. Training? More or less, I guess. That's good. That's all? Sophia thought he had some more to comment on. After all you said yesterday, I was sure you would tease me about it. Did I say something about the cat yesterday? Fen seemed confused. Yes? The whole thing about Chio being jealous, me being C-compatible with Maya, or how I was, supposedly, flirting with her. The wolf looked even more confused. Did I really say something like that? It doesn't sound like me, at least. It sure doesn't, but that's what happened. I can't seem to remember. You were surprisingly talkative. Ah. Sophia thought about the conversation. Could it be? Fen, were you still drunk back then? He didn't answer. Fen gets talkative when he's drunk, huh? That's interesting to know. Why? Anyway, back to Maya. She changed the topic. She wants to travel together with us and learn my magic. I haven't fully decided yet, but what do you think about it? Why would I mind? I leave that decision entirely to you, as I'm simply accompanying you as well. Thought as much. By the way, she told me that she's pretty special, because she can use 2 different types of magic, while most can only use one at best. What's up with that? I never understood why they limit themselves with elements in that regard. In the first place, those elements are simply supposed to be categories, making it easier for you to imagine. It makes no sense to be able to use just one specific type if you can use magic at all. People probably simply use their favorite type because they were having trouble imagining magic as a whole. That's also why activation words are a thing. Even strong people often struggle with their imagination. For example, saying fireball makes it easier for you to clearly see it inside your head and use it. At the same time, this obviously hinders your creativity, making it less powerful than real, chantless magic. It's like that, huh? While Sophia's theory of the blurry boundaries of magic elements was a bit off, her claim that everyone should be able to use any magic was still correct. Well, you still need to have enough magic power to use that much magic in the first place, though. Sue, let's imagine I promised Maya that she could come with us if she's able to learn water magic before we leave the city. We'll continue traveling as a group of 3. Fen had no doubt that the catgirl would be able to do it. I see. Well then, I plan to meet up with her again, so I better get going. Sure, have fun. I think I'll go back to sleep. The wolf didn't seem very fit at the moment for some reason. The 2 girls got together at the entrance of the city, where Maya was already waiting. From there, she guided her to a nearby lake for their training. As she seemed to have taken a liking to Sophia's arm, the catgirl had linked theirs once more while going to the place. Okay then, I'll be in your care from now on, Sophia. Sure. She was still weak towards Maya's ambiguous wording. What do we start with? That's a good question. It all happened so suddenly that Sophia had yet to think of a plan for her teachings. You mentioned earlier that water and air are similar. What did you mean by that? Maya remembered the topic from the cafe. Let's see. Do you know that air is actually made up of various things? As even Fan wasn't aware of that, she had little hope. Like when we breathe in, the air that comes out is slightly different. It doesn't feel like the air gets, used up? Rather, it changes to something we can't use. Maya touched her chin as she struggled to explain it with proper words. I think the same happens with fire. A part of the air changes. Wow, that's unexpected. Sophia was surprised that the cat girl actually had some sort of grasp on it. Yeah, what actually gets used up by breathing or fire is something called oxygen. As we take in oxygen, our body, let's say, converts it to something different and releases it back to the air. Fire, again, does something very similar. Simply speaking, at least, that's how it works. Wait, how do you even know that, Sophia? It's widely known where I come from. She had gotten rather good at weaseling her way around without actually lying to her. Wow. In response to that, Maya's admiration of the demons had grown even more. So, how does all that relate to me learning water magic? She couldn't see the connection. Right, just like oxygen is a big part of the air, it's also abundant in water, though in a different form as it's obviously liquid, among a couple of other things. Is that what fishes, breathe then? She was quick on the uptake. It might be? She wasn't sure. Either that or some sort of oxygen gas that got trapped together with air and dissolved in the water. Sorry, I have to admit that I haven't paid much attention to the details. Anyway, what I wanted to say, if you're able to control the oxygen in the air, water shouldn't be a problem either. That's also the reason why fixed magic elements make no real sense. Is that even possible? Controlling only a part of something? Sure is. That's what I do for my blue flame, after all. Wow. Maya suddenly stopped. So, I have to master chantless magic first, huh? You said that for that blue flame thingy, I need to get better control of my magic power, right? Of course. More like, before I can even teach you, you need to be able to do at least that. Sophia only knew how to use chantless magic. And thus, do your best. Just like that? Sure. The girl shrugged her shoulders. You already know how to use chantless magic. You just need to get, well, better at it. There's not much I can help with there, right? Just concentrate on the image for your magic and give it a go. You sure make it sound easy. 'Cause it is? She didn't let Maya have any room to complain. While saying so, Sophia walked towards the lake and sat down on the grass while looking at the water. I'll train my water-related magic as well, so let's both do our best. Oh, okay. Maya accepted the challenge and started to think about how she could improve herself. Good luck. Doing as told, the cat girl worked on her imagination to use magic instantly, without any activation words and the like. She continued to train for a couple of hours, but her progress wasn't any good. Still, Maya had become exhausted and wanted to take a break. Looking in the direction of Sophia, she didn't know how to react. Really now? The girl had told her that she would train her own magic, but it seemed like she had gotten tired of it. Sprawled out on the grass, Sophia was fast asleep. It also looked like she was for a while already. With a sigh, the cat girl walked up to her and sat down beside the sleeping girl. How can one be so free? Maya's eyes shined with admiration as she looked at her peacefully lying there. Going to a different continent just because she was bored. Just how bored can you get for that? In the first place, is it even possible to change continents? It's all water in between. Well, it's Sophia we're speaking of, so. She had no doubts that she had pulled off some sort of ridiculous stunt. It really doesn't seem like she's lying, either. Her common sense, assuming she even has some, doesn't match the one on this continent at all. A demon, huh? Maya took an even closer look at her. Isn't this girl just simply a cute airhead? While hovering above her, the cat girl playfully squished her cheek. Enemy. Sophia suddenly opened her eyes and bolted up. Oh ouch! Her forehead violently crashed into Maya's head because she was in the way above her. Oh ouch! She, too, yelped in pain. Wait. I'm no enemy. It's me, Maya. Maya. She was rubbing the sore spot on her forehead. What are you doing? Sophia only then noticed how close the catgirl was to her. And nothing. Anyway, I'm no enemy, okay? Enemy. Ah, right. No, I wasn't talking about you. I noticed a pretty powerful monster that is coming our way. Seriously? Wait, what? How do you even know? I can't see anything. More importantly, you were asleep in the first place. Of course you can't see it, it's still some kilometers away, behind that little forest over there. She pointed to her right at a range of trees. How's that even possible? Magic, of course. Of course, she says. Déjà vu? Sophia felt she had had a similar conversation with a certain wolf before. Anyway, it's called detection magic. A non-attribute, or rather uncategorized, original magic. As the name suggests, it lets me detect every living creature around me, and even roughly tells me how strong it is. The catgirl had no words. Well, that's how I noticed that a monster is coming for us. I don't know what it is, but it's a rather strong one. Who's the monster here, really? Maya couldn't keep up with her ridiculous magic. How strong are we talking about? I'm not sure, but it's multiple times stronger than the group of rock golems that Chio and the others encountered the other day. Seriously? I fought against a rock golem before, but that wasn't any fun. And that thing is multiple times stronger? She didn't like the sound of it. I can imagine that it wasn't any fun with only air and fire magic. Sophia remembered Finn telling her that these don't deal much damage to golems. Oh, I think that monster can fly. It's coming in a perfectly straight line at us without caring for the terrain. We should see it any moment now. She concentrated on the sky without a shred of tension in her voice. Really? Maya was still a little dubious, but looked in the same direction and turned pale just a moment later. Her ears started to lay down flat to her head, and her tail tightly clung to her leg while her entire body began to shake for some reason. That's a G-Griffin. Griphon. Sophia tilted her head, feeling she heard about a very similar sounding monster somewhere before. Also, you have good eyes. We have to run, Sophia. Her voice was shaky. Is that guy really so strong? It's one of the rulers of the monster country. Monster country? A huge wasteland a good bit south from here. It's a place filled with powerful monsters, and even all of the fauna there want to kill you. Basically, every plant and fruit are poisonous in that area. I see. Sophia knew about a place with a shockingly similar description. Why is something like that here? She could finally see the monster as well and remembered something. That thing, it really looks like the bird I accidentally turned to ash before, just bigger. Sophia realized she had seen this lion-like bird before when she was looking for Fen, but followed the wrong reaction of her detection magic. Why, you're saying you fought a griphon before? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't call it a fight. I came past it by mistake, got surprised, and accidentally burned it into nothingness in an instant. Maybe it's its parent looking for revenge? Sophia looked like she had solved some kind of mystery as she slapped her fist on her other hand's open palm. That's not funny. Maya was panicking. I was serious, though. She had no sense of urgency. Yeah? Wait. You actually were in the monster country? Yes, Fan and I crossed it to get here. If you ask me, it was pretty boring, though. Especially the food situation was way too monotonous. The catgirl had her confirmation now. Sophia had no common sense whatsoever. Well, whatever it is, I'll go and defeat it really quick. Sophia began walking towards the approaching griphon, but Maya immediately stopped her by grabbing the girl's arm. Are you sure? Her entire body was still trembling. It's really a very strong monster. Of course. Besides, if I didn't go, there'd be a risk that it harmed you. I can't let that happen. Sophia. Maya's trembling eased down ever so slightly, and she let go of her arm. Okay. Please be safe. Thanks. Turning towards the grippon, Sophia picked up her pace and instantly closed the distance between them. So embarrassing. What was that? Where did that super corny line come from, me? Still without any sense of urgency, she was talking to herself after already having taken some significant damage, before even engaging the monster. Chapter 28, Making a Catgirl Worry. While the girls were taking a break from training, a lion-like bird called Griphon closed in on them. To keep Maya safe, Sophia got away from her and blocked the monster's path, hoping to deal with it quickly. Hello there. She addressed the bird that was flapping its enormous wings in the air above her. Thinking about how powerful the monster was, Sophia hoped it was able to talk, just like Fan. Unfortunately, the Griphon didn't seem to be able to do so. Without any warning whatsoever, the bird launched countless air blades at the girl in an instant. Oh! She didn't have time to react adequately, and some of the blades managed to hit her, cutting her skin in the process. That hurts. What's wrong with you? Trying to give it a piece of its own medicine, Sophia launched some blades as well, but the monster managed to dodge them all. Immediately after, fire suddenly rained down on the girl. This time, she barely managed to protect herself by creating a wall of water above her in time. Also, why didn't anyone tell me that monsters can use magic? Monster or not, why would it be any different to Fen? Hurt or not, she still wasn't taking it seriously. What a rude fellow, wait. While she was complaining, another attack was coming at her already. Multiple spears made out of ice were about to reach Sophia. She hastily dodged the first volley before erecting an earthen dome above her to be protected from the rest. That's dangerous. She complained again. What is it now? Sophia felt a rumbling coming from the ground below her and instinctively dodged to the side. Not even a second later, the place she was before had been covered in rock spikes that had shot out the ground. Okay, I'm getting angry now. Let's see. While she was thinking of a counter, the girl had almost gotten hit by another volley of ice spears. Gore. It was Sophia who let out this angry growl. She looked around and finally had an idea once she noticed that the Griphon had gotten close to the overgrown forest. I got you now. Using her nature magic, countless vines shot out of the woods. They wrapped themselves around the monster, which fortunately wasn't able to dodge them all. Not being able to fly anymore, the bird hit the ground like a stone. Sweet revenge. With a sinister smile, Sophia slowly walked towards it. While she was closing in the distance, she had already begun increasing the oxygen concentration around the bird. It's over now. Having gotten close enough to get a satisfying look at the monster's future dying face, Sophia activated her fire magic. The area was lit up in her ultra-hot blue fire, giving the Griphon a quick death. Or so she had hoped, at least. As a final act of resistance, the burning beast launched a last attack of air blades. Ouch! Not having expected that, and being in point-blank range, she had no way to dodge and got hit by many blades. It cut even more of her skin and shredding most of her clothes as a result. Letting out a slightly pained sigh, once Sophia confirmed that the bird had died, she let herself fall on the ground while bleeding all over her body from the cutting wounds. Sophia. Once she saw that the fight was over, Maya immediately hurried to her place. Are you okay, Getting closer, she noticed all the blood and freaked out. Sophia. Hang in there. I'll get help immediately. Panicking, Maya looked around and was about to run to the city. Before that, a hand grabbed her arm and stopped her. Calm down, Maya. I'm fine. You're not fine at all. She screamed while she looked at her bloody body and cut up clothes, or what was left of it. The missing fabric made things even worse, because Sophia showed a lot more of her bloody skin because of that. Those cuts are really shallow. I think they stopped bleeding already. It just looks messy. Really? The cat girl asked her with tears in her eyes while her tail was all bushy and sticking straight up, making it clear that she was distressed. Yeah. Sophia took a piece of her ripped clothes and wiped it over her arm. See? After the blood and dirt were gone, only some thin cuts with next to no fresh blood remained. Thank goodness. She seemed honestly relieved. Her tail, too, calmed down and flopped onto the ground. Still hurts, though. Sophia wasn't perfectly fine, after all. You're way too reckless. Once she made sure the girl wasn't in danger, Maya finally got angry at her. Ahaha, you might be right about that. I know I'm not one to talk, because I wanted to fight you the moment I saw you, but… At least she was aware of it. Sorry, I guess my sense of danger is, quite low. I hadn't expected it would attack me instantly. That was such a surprise. It's a monster. A freaking grippon, even. What did you think would happen? It suddenly starts talking to you, or what? And no, of course not. Sophia awkwardly averted her eyes. Don't ever do that again. I'll try to. She couldn't promise it. I'll train my reaction time so that I won't get surprised anymore. Taking my enemies lightly, I don't think I can do something about that. Curse of the strong, huh? Sure. The actual problem was that Sophia's just way too carefree. Still, that grippon sure was a cheeky one. I wonder what its problem was. Did I really kill its child in that accident or what? See, cheeky, she says. Maya couldn't believe her. But why wait until now? Was it scared of Fan or what? Too bad. Fan? She didn't know how the wolf fit in her explanation. Sophia wasn't sure how to explain. Our combined powers probably scared it away until now or something. Anyway, enough of all that. She changed the topic. How did your training go, Maya? I was kinda busy, so I didn't follow. Anyway, this girl. Any remaining tension was gone. You were busy sleeping, weren't you? Ahaha, no comment. So, how did it go? She says no comment even though I caught her in the act. Whatever, no, I can't say it went well at all. Really? What's the problem? I'm having trouble getting the right image in my head. But your fire tornado works just fine, doesn't it? Easier magic should be, well, easier, right? You would assume so, but I'm not even sure how I managed to do that. It just kinda came to me, I guess? Oh, I'm good at that, too. Sophia was an even bigger airhead than Maya at times. Still, your normal tornado should definitely work. Controlling wind's really easy. Going to water from there shouldn't be difficult either. Maya, close your eyes for a bit. Okay. She wasn't sure what was going on, but did so regardless. Well then, a tornado, huh? Let's see, Maya, can you feel the breeze around you? Breeze? There wasn't any wind, was there? Try harder. Sophia remembered how Fan taught her air magic and tried to copy the same approach for the white-haired girl. To help her, she, too, created her own breeze. I can feel something now. Maya's eyes were still closed, but it almost seemed like she was looking around with her cat ears, because they moved in all kinds of directions. See cute. What did you say? And nothing. She was briefly distracted by it but managed to snap back. Describe how the wind looks to you. She concentrated on her surroundings, and unlike Sophia before, she kept her eyes closed, understanding the task. It's kind of like a river? Like a current floating in the sky? I see. Yeah, I thought the same when I tried it. Sophia gave a couple of nods before continuing. Now, try to take control of that current. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, I had my problems with that, as well. Concentrate on the breeze and forcefully alter its path with your magic power. Maya increased her concentration. Try to let the river flow around a corner or something along those lines. Oh, okay. It took a while, but it eventually started to seem like the cat girl was getting the hang of it. I think it's working? Yeah, it has definitely changed. Really? Maya sounded excited. What now? Let me think. Sophia tilted her head. Like a river, huh? Do you mind if I try a little experiment? Sure. Don't open your eyes, okay? I won't. Immediately after her promise, the breeze disappeared. What are you doing? Give me a second. Sophia was busy with her own magic before continuing. Okay, can you feel that current again? Oh, yes. Wait, it's even stronger now. It feels like an actual river now. What did you do, Sophia? Just altered its properties a tiny bit. You should be able to control it better now, no? Let me try. Indeed, it's become much easier to manipulate. That's good then. Okay, now imagine the swirl motion of a tornado and move it like that. Swirl, swirl, swirly, dot. She wasn't sure what exactly Maya was imagining, but she knew that the cat girl was having fun because even her tail was moving in a circular motion. Yeah, it was the right decision. She muttered something while she was watching Maya's cute tail. She's fun to be around, and she genuinely cares about people she barely knows. And not to mention adorable. Did you say some aw? I feel like it's working. The cat girl was about to ask what was going on when she got a reaction from her magic. Yes, it's working pretty well. Congratulations. Yay. Now I'm one step closer to following you, Sophia. Her voice sounded genuinely happy. About that, you might want to open your eyes. Eh? Oh, can I? Maya finally opened them again and immediately froze up. Yeah. What? She was expecting to see something resembling a tornado, but that wasn't exactly the case. Like I said, congratulations. When Sophia announced her little experiment earlier, she actually replaced her air magic with water. Instead of a breeze, there was a literal stream or river of water flowing through the air. While the phenomenon still resembled a tornado in a way, it actually was a whirlpool of water that Maya was controlling. And no way. The cat girl's body began to shiver again. Why, you're kidding, right? Nope. I'm really using water magic. It was easy, wasn't it? Sophia, still lying on the grass in tattered clothes and full of blood, flashed her a cheeky grin, not matching her appearance at all. Too easy. Maya had to complain. Have you any idea how stupid I feel right now for trying so hard my entire life? Sorry. She felt like she had to apologize for something. Don't apologize. What do you want from me then, girl? Sophia had no idea what else she was supposed to do. I don't know. She was a bit emotionally unstable right now. Dot. Once she looked at her new water magic again, a big smile appeared on her face, though. Thank you very much, Sophia. I have no idea how I could ever repay you. It's fine, it's fine. Maya then realized something else. Something so big she lost her concentration, and the mass of water splashed on the ground. Luckily, it was far enough away to not accidentally drench the girls with more than a couple of drops. Sophia? I'm Sophia, yes. You've taught me water magic. That's what I did, yes. Does that mean, the cat girl's eyes grew wide. Does that mean I can come and travel together with you, and Fen? Yes. This was the reason she had swapped to water magic in the middle when teaching her. Seriously? Yay. Feeling happy, Maya couldn't hold herself back and jumped at Sophia on the grass, tightly hugging her. Thank you. Just as much as her face was beaming, her tail, too, was happily swishing from one side to another. Sure. The hugged girl felt thankful as well, but for an entirely different reason. Still, as her embarrassment was rising at an alarming rate, mostly thanks to the feeling of various and, more importantly, soft bits, she had problems staying calm in this situation. The lack of having any resistance build up against these sorts of interactions backfired on her once again. I said I'm fine earlier, but I'm still a bit sore, so, It was mostly a lie, but she had no better excuse to get her off at the moment. I'm so sorry. Maya instantly jumped off here while apologizing. Don't worry about Sophia started to calm down again, but a different problem came to light when she looked at Maya. The cat girl wasn't sure what was wrong, but then looked down at herself. Oh. When she hugged the other girl, she had forgotten that Sophia was still covered in blood from her fight with the Grippon earlier. As a result, her primarily white outfit had gotten a lot more red accents than before. Thanks to that, both girls ended up being covered in blood, making for a very interesting looking picture. Chapter 29, Going Home with the New Party Member. The last magic training session of the girls had become a lot more interesting than the two had imagined. Not only had Sophia gotten attacked by a mighty monster called Grippon that even managed to hurt her, leaving the girl with bloody cuts all over her body and in tattered clothes, Sophia also managed to teach Maya how to use water magic afterward. This meant that the cat girl was allowed to travel together with her and Fen. Unable to contain her excitement, Maya hugged the girl with all her might, which ended up with her also being covered up in blood thanks to the wounds Sophia received. They stared at each other's state for a while, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Wanna go home?" Maya felt like it was time to call it a day. Sophia finally got up from the grass, before looking at herself. Her short pants had turned into something like shredded hot pants, and her green top was in such tatters that one could even see parts of her bra and lots of extra skin, not to mention all the blood on the girl. "I would like to, but it would be super embarrassing to be seen like that." "True." "White, huh?" The cat girl looked at her again and mumbled something. "I'm actually not sure where to, focus my eyes on." She seemed a little bit embarrassed, too. "You." Sophia shyly turned around, trying to hide herself, unaware that the back of her top was missing even more fabric, almost being completely gone. Another glance later, Maya spoke up again. "You want to wear my vest, Sophia? It's bloody as well, but hey, it's your blood in the first place. Most importantly, it's still in one piece. Are you sure?" "Of course." She quickly took off her vest and handed it over to her. "Here. Thanks." Hesitatingly, she accepted the offer and wore it over her shredded shirt. "Well, the coordination sucks, but it works." Maya judged her new style with a giggle. "What coordination?" "There isn't anything left on me to match your vest with." Sophia, too, had to laugh at her ridiculous remark. "The bloody pattern matches, though." "Sure does." "Okay, good, with that taken care of, let's go back. The cat girl held out her hand and waited for the other. Sophia alternatingly stared at Maya's hand and her face. "Yeah?" Sophia's brain couldn't process her gesture. "Your arms are no good, right?" She questioningly looked at her. "They're all cut up, bloody, and hurting after all, right? So, I can't use them." Yes?" It had actually stopped hurting quite a while ago, and it even felt like most of her cuts had already healed again, which was worrisome on its own. Still, Sophia couldn't think about that right now. "That's why, let's do that." She wiggled her hand around to make her point clear. When did my arms become yours to use in the first place?" "The moment we met." Maya was slightly unreasonable. I must have missed that somehow. As long as you now know." She looked smug. But Sophia couldn't accept it just like that. "Don't be such a pain. Having had enough of playing around the bush, the cat girl simply grabbed her hand. "See, it wasn't that hard, was it?" "And no." Sophia stared at their joined hands for a while, before turning her head away, too embarrassed to continue. The warmth she felt radiating from her hand didn't let her calm down, either. To further distract herself, Sophia instead focused on Maya's tail, happily swinging around. This cute sight finally managed to help her maintain a certain level of peace of mind while the two walked hand in hand towards the Beastfolk city. They caught a couple of confused glances on the way, but no one caused much of a fuss, at least not until the girls arrived at the city's entrance. Maya? A fellow cat girl, going by the name of Chio, spotted her and lightly waved. Sophia's there, as well. She noticed her behind the first girl a second later and walked up to the couple. Following her, her comrades, the lizardman Rashk and the panda-eared Massey, showed up as well. "See Chio?" Maya somehow reacted strongly to the sight of the girl as her tail first perked up and then flopped on the ground while she let go of Sophia's hand. "What are you doing here?" She was about to ask why the two were out here when Chio noticed the bloody stains on Maya's clothes. What happened to you?" Her face turned white in worry. It's not my blood, okay? But. She wanted to calm her down, but it wouldn't actually help in this case. Still, having no other choice, she gave up on explaining and stepped to the side. Sophia had been half hiding behind Maya until now, but was now in full view. Hello. She awkwardly waved while everyone could see her tattered clothes and bloody body. Some of my blood, ended up on Maya, but she's actually not hurt at all. She tried to explain the situation, but it made things only worse. SS Sophia? Having gotten a good view of the messy girl for the first time, Chio managed to turn even whiter. Ahaha. She only managed to muster a dry laugh in response. What happened? Are you hurt? How bad does it hurt? Do you need a healer? Who attacked you? How much blood have you lost? How did even your clothes get destroyed? She continued to barrage Sophia with questions as she worriedly patted down her entire body with her paws. Calm down, Chu. Sophia tried her hardest to stifle her laugh. Not because the cat girl's reaction was so over the top, but because her paws left a very particular and ticklish feeling behind on her, though she thought it didn't feel bad. It looks worse than it is. Really? Ahem, the cat girl took a deep breath and distanced herself slightly. Is that so? Yeah, I'm okay. She made some silly movements to prove she's not hurt. Still. Really, what happened? Rashk took over for the still slightly panicky cat girl. Did you get attacked by a dragon or what? Sophia and Maya stayed silent. I was just kidding, okay? I mean, you probably need something like that to put Sophia in such a state, but. No, it was no such grand thing. I just got punished by playing around with the monster too much, and it got me when I wasn't paying enough attention. I see. Even someone like Sophia can get hurt by a monster if she doesn't pay attention, huh? Rashk nodded in understanding. So, what monster was it? She had already forgotten. Some kind of bird. What was its name again, Maya? Griphon. She muttered in a low voice. Excuse me, but I didn't quite catch that. Cold sweat was running down Rashk's scaly back. It almost sounded like you said Griphon just now. Yes, that's what I said. And no way. How did you even manage to escape? Escape? Sophia sounded confused. Huh? The two weren't on the same page. Don't tell me. Yeah, after the two of us finished playing, I went ahead and killed it. Her answer was as nonchalant as it could get. Seriously? Just like his female companion, the lizard man turned as white as a sheet. Did I do something I shouldn't have done? No, my head just hurts a bit. Sophia's lack of common sense had actually managed to cause him a migraine. Did you collect anything from the griffin's body? There never was such a case before, but whatever you got, it will sell for a fortune. No, actually. I got kinda angry towards the end because he had hurt me. I went all out and burned it to absolute nothingness. Too bad. Why, you're way too reckless, Sophia. Chio only now finished recovering. Another dry laugh escaped her lips. Maya said the exact same thing before. Because it's true. The white-haired cat girl supported her. I get it. Do you really, now? Maya doubted her and pushed her face right up against Sophia's. You surely don't sound like you do, though. It's true. She continued to stare at Sophia with a judging expression. Probably. Sophia caved in under the pressure. Hey. She got even closer to her face and wanted to say some more, but hadn't gotten the chance to. Ahem. Chio made an audible cough as she noticed how close the two girls were, causing them to look at her instead. Sorry. Sophia didn't know what was going on, but she felt like apologizing again. As long as you understand. Sure. She didn't understand a thing, though. Chio, do you guys mind if we continue this chat later on? I'm pretty tired, and I really want to take a bath. I'm sure Sophia feels the same, right? Maya looked at her even more beat-up companion with a wry smile. Absolutely. She gave a big nod. Of course. Chio could at least understand that much and let them go. For the time being, at least. Let's meet up in our usual bar later in the evening and continue. Yes. Having agreed on that, the group split up. After saying goodbye to Maya, Sophia went back to her inn. There, she promptly ran into Fen. They stared at each other for a moment in silence. What happened? Played around too much. What was the enemy? A grippon. Why do you always get all the fun? Fen's reaction was a little bit different from the others. So unfair. Ahaha. But, a grippon in this area? Do you remember that bird thingy I accidentally killed back when I was searching for you? Probably, yes. That apparently was a grippon as well, and I think that one was its child or something like that. Ah, so it was looking for revenge, huh? I think so, too. Sophia had the same idea. Happens all the time, doesn't it? Absolutely. Finishing their slightly outrageous conversation, Sophia went to her room, where she finally could take her well-earned bath. Once she was done with that, she also needed to get some new clothes and went to the clothing store next to the inn. She liked her old green shirt and actually managed to find one that looked the same. Unfortunately, the store only had a limited variety of pants. It seemed skirts were a lot more popular in this world, or at least this city. Sophia had to get yet another pair of pants that were too short for her liking, covering only the minimum amount of decency. The only redeeming point was that the new clothes felt way nicer and softer to the touch. While she was at it, the girl also got a small backpack to carry a couple of things, like the gold from the golem eyes, for example. Afterward, the girl met up with Fen again and told him about the invitation to the bar. While the two were walking side by side towards the place, Sophia remembered something she noticed while taking her bath. Hey Fen, I think I found something else that got boosted. Oh, what is it? I'm healing, like, super fast. That sounds handy. That stupid bird had cut my entire body all up with some wind blades, but look, she showed him her arm, which was previously full of cuts and blood, but not even a scratch could be seen anymore. Not bad. Yeah. Well, it's a bit scary thinking about it, but I'm not going to complain. While the two chatted about Sophia's newly discovered boost, they had reached the bar. Upon entering, the two saw that the others were waiting for them already. Chapter 30, Messing Up with Magic. Sophia had taken a bath, got new clothes, and looked presentable again after the fight with the grippon. She and Fen then met up with Maya, Chio, and the rest of her group inside the bar they had gone to the day before already. Ah, there they are. Maya spotted the two first and immediately noticed something confusing when she looked at Sophia. You're pretty again? Thanks. She had no idea how to react to something like that. No, you were all bloody and stuff, but now you don't even have a single scratch left. Your skin's completely spotless. She sounded just a tiny bit jealous while she looked at Sophia's exposed arms and legs. Again, thanks. Well, I took a long bath, so dash. No. You were cut up pretty badly, you know? Wounds that had bled so much don't simply disappear with just a bath. Ah, Sophia finally understood what Maya was going on about. My body heals up really fast, so it's no problem. I told you that I was fine after I got attacked, right? Though, she had no idea about her self-healing abilities back then. You're really one source of amazement after another. Rashk marveled at this high-spec girl. Ehe. She took it as a compliment. You should have told me sooner. Maya got angry instead. You've made me worry way too much. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it. Not so much as forgot, she didn't know either, after all. Humph. The cat girl wasn't happy with her answer and turned her head away with a pout. Coincidentally, the tip of her tail made the same motion. Sophia barely but successfully managed to hold back a comment of her observation. Well, isn't it fine that no one got seriously hurt? Rashk tried to mediate between the two. I guess so. Maya let it slide in the end. I'm still wondering what a grippon was doing here in the first place, though. It was a mystery to the lizard man. It seems that was my fault. When Fan and I were traveling through what did Maya call it again? Right, the monster country, I ended up getting lost and ran into another griphon and killed it. I think these two were related or something. She said monster country right now, did she not? The lizard man pretended to clean his ears. I shouldn't have asked. His migraine came back. It's not as bad as the name implies, right, Fen? She looked at her companion for support. If anything, that place was really boring. Yeah, I think so, too. Both of them were high-spec idiots and far from a good example. Was it really a good choice to go traveling with those two? Maya slightly doubted her plans. You can still change your decision, you know? Sophia wasn't going to force her. No, of course not. While it sounds a bit ridiculous, it also seems fun. Besides, now that I've passed your test, Sophia, there's nothing that can stop me anymore. Yeah? Chio sounded confused. You passed? Already? You actually managed to do it? You're going together with her. She seemed to know what Maya was talking about. Yes, she let me pass the test earlier, or actually, she made me pass. Sophia wanted me to come with her so bad that she even cheated. She exaggerated a bit. Hey, that's not exactly what happened. She tried to deny it, but it was mostly the truth. I just helped out a bit, nothing more. Someone just can't be honest, huh? Maya looked smug as she took a sip from her drink. Oh? Sophia reacted to that grin, as being teased often seemed to trigger something in her. Who was the one that got so happy that she ruined all her clothes because she couldn't contain herself and hugged the bloody girl without thinking? I want to retract my earlier statement. Good. Sophia was the one with the smug expression now. I see, so that's how it is. Congratulations, Maya. Despite her words, Chio didn't seem too happy. Yeah, thanks. Her reaction was lukewarm as well. What test? Massey felt like he missed something somewhere. Oh, I didn't tell you, right? Maya faced him. As a condition to accompany Fen and Sophia on their travels, I had to learn a third type of magic. Earlier today, Sophia successfully taught me chantless water magic. Is that so? His dead-looking eyes stared off into the far distance, and he didn't say another word. Well then, congratulations, Maya. Fen decided to also say some words. Welcome to our little group. I can't say what's in it for the future, as our unpredictable oddball here does whatever she wants. Still, I can guarantee you that it's going to be interesting, at least. I'm being insulted right now, am I not? The oddball didn't feel like these were kind words. Of course not. Fen and Maya were already in sync. The group stayed for a long time in the bar, drinking quite a lot, and were having a great time, though Chio got completely smashed for some reason. Sophia also got confirmation on her theory that Fen indeed becomes rather talkative when he's drunk. Thanks to that, she was rather busy during the evening, stopping him from saying things that would embarrass her to death. On the following morning, Sophia, out of all people, was the only one who was fit and energetic because she couldn't get drunk thanks to her boosts. Feeling bored from being all alone, she went outside the city to play around a bit. Let's see, she was back at the lake where she had gone with Maya before. I need to get better at reacting and dodging. That griphon wasn't a serious threat in the end, but it still hurt, and I can do without that. Not to mention that I made others worry. How to train that, though? I'm already super fast, so that's not the problem. She was trying to find a way to react faster. Teleportation would be cool. Ahaha. Wait, could I actually do that? This world's magic's completely ridiculous, after all. She seriously thought about it for a moment. It sounds cool, but what if I were to mess up my destination and end up teleporting into something? Nope, way too scary. Sophia gave up on the idea for the time being. Maybe a permanent shield made of magic around me? That sounds like overkill, though. It could also trigger when friends come too close on accident. I wouldn't want that. Preemptively killing every enemy that I find with detection magic? Wasn't I just talking about overkill? The girl complained to herself. Wow, it's actually tough to find a fitting strategy for my problem. Tilting her head to the side, Sophia tried to think of some more ways how magic could help with her reaction time. Let's see. Fire magic? Nope. Water? Another nope. Air? Not really. I can only think of ways to boost my speed even more with some wind. Nature magic? No idea how that could help. Light? I could blind the enemy, but that wouldn't help if they launched their attack before me. Dark magic? Probably the same? Robbing the enemy's sight by turning everything black would only work before it attacks. I do have the feeling I could, absorb attacks with dark magic. Like, letting it disappear into the nothingness of my blackness or something like that. This magic does give you the feeling you could do it, but I have not the slightest idea of how that's supposed to work. Let's ask Finn about it the next time. She thought dark magic was promising. Still, as Sophia couldn't form a proper image of her idea, it was impossible to use right now. What's left? Earth magic. She looked at her feet and the ground around them. I could launch myself like a catapult or a cannonball? Instantly getting away from the location the enemy's attack was aimed at? Oh. That could actually work, I think. Launching some sort of pedestal out of the ground below my feet would net me some tremendous forward acceleration. Okay, let's give that a try. Not wasting any time getting second thoughts about her idea, Sophia got down in a crouching start position, just like in a sprint, while preparing her magic. A moment later, the pedestal she had thought of shot out of the ground and pushed away her feet. This action launched Sophia forwards, the way she was facing, making her test successful at first glance. The girl accelerated from nothing to top speed in an instant. Unfortunately, she had used way too much power. She was flying above the ground with a speed far beyond what she had imagined, with no means to stop. Looking in front of her, the girl noticed a huge tree coming closer at an alarming rate. Stop. Stoop. Stoop. Time out. I want a timeout. Please give me a timeout. Bracing herself for the inevitable crash, Sophia closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her face to protect herself. A moment passed, and then some more, but the feeling of a hard impact never came. Slowly opening her right eye, she tried to find out what was going on by glancing at the situation. Air. Sophia quickly became aware of what was going on. Nothing at all was going on anymore. With her eyes now wide open in shock, she looked around again. She noticed that everything in the area had stopped moving altogether. The wind was gone, as neither the trees nor the water of the lake was moving anymore. No sounds of animals and the like could be heard. The sky stood still, and even her momentum had been killed. Okay. The girl needed a moment. It's great that I don't move anymore and got the timeout I wanted, but I stopped time, didn't I? I officially broke this world for good, huh? Cold sweat, almost like a waterfall, was running down her spine. What do I do now? How do I turn it back on? What if I can't? If I have to stay like that? She panicked in an instant. Air, calm down, me. Sophia slapped her cheeks to get a clear mind. What happened, anyway? Okay, I'm an idiot who launched herself into a tree and wished for a timeout. Yep, I definitely got that one, but it would have been great if only my movement stopped, okay? No need to overdo it, me. I didn't need time to actually stop on top of that. So, timeout stop. She awkwardly looked around once more, but nothing happened. Oh. Beads of sweat also appeared on her forehead as well, while her face turned blue. That's bad. Super bad. What do I do now? Seriously? Okay. Concentrate. Concentrate, Sophia. She was trying her best to psyche herself up in this situation to not lose herself to the panic which was creeping up inside the back of her head. Time out. Resume. Resuming time, get it flowing again. Closing her eyes once more, the girl focused all of her attention on the problem. A couple of moments of absolute concentration later, she gingerly opened her eyes again, only to see that nothing changed. And no. She sank to her knees, about to lose to the despair that filled her mind. That can't be. I don't want this. I really don't want this. Let it end already. Sophia screamed with all her might. This is way too scary. You. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Think. This can't be it. She tried to keep herself going. Did I do something wrong? Let's give it another try. Closing her eyes once more, the girl ramped up her concentration even more and focused on it with all her might again. Resume already. Time, like a clock, start ticking again. Move. Flow. Whatever. Do your thing, idiot. While she was concentrating and complaining simultaneously, Sophia started to pour her magic power into her feelings. A minute or so passed, and she finally began to feel like something was happening. After giving it some more time, Sophia opened her eyes very slowly and fearfully glanced around. Bit by bit, she became aware that the leaves on the trees started moving again or that the grass was fluttering in the wind before a breeze gently hit her face. Thank goodness. With tears streaming down her face, which still was as white as a sheet, though with some blue mixed in, Sophia's upper body fell forward while she barely managed to catch herself with her arms as she was on her knees. I made it. I actually made it back. You. More tears fell. Scary. So scary. I've never been so frightened before. No matter how much her ego was boosted, it was impossible to compensate for such an experience. She let out a relieved sigh while she wiped away her tears. Beginning to calm down, she did not move for at least half an hour. Her mind was utterly drained from the experience. Stopping time would be perfect for evading attacks, but. Nope, not happening. I'm not going to use that ever again. It's way too scary. No, nope, niwa, never. Not only that. I feel like I shouldn't use it. It feels wrong, way too overpowered. I think I surpassed the rank of a demon lord candidate already. Scary. She repeated herself one more time. Okay. Enough magic for today. There was no way she could continue to train after such an event. Let's go back. I either need Fen for some serious fluff right now, or maybe observe Maya's cute tail. I don't care as long as I get some healing right now. A little bit broken after the incident, Sophia slowly made her way back to the Beast Folk City, enjoying every passing second and minute it took. Wait. She suddenly yelled out on the way back. I punched a tree into splinters using just my fist before. Even if I did crash into it, I probably wouldn't have gotten as much as a scratch. Feeling even worse now, she hung her head in shame. Chapter 31, Getting Ready to Leave. Sophia took her time getting back to the city after her scary experience of accidentally stopping time out of all things. Once she made it there, she trotted towards the inn and noticed Fen outside of it. He was lying on a patch of grass next to the building, relaxing in the warming rays of the sun. Fiend. Seeing the wolf, she walked up to him and buried her face into his furry side, wishing he would turn back to his original size for extra fluff, but he unfortunately couldn't do that in the city. Sophia. I messed up, very big. Her voice was muffled while she was speaking into his fur. I see. He said nothing more. Sophia stayed like that for a good 10 minutes, slowly getting healed by the fluffiness of Fen's fur after her scary experience. Eventually, Maya showed up at the inn as well and noticed the two. She looked at them, Fen relaxing on the grass with Sophia having her face deeply buried into his side. Am I interrupting? A grave misunderstanding happened. You are not. The wolf gave a clear answer. I see? That catgirl seemed confused, and even her tail formed into something resembling a question mark. Sue. What's going on? She kneeled down next to Sophia and patted her head, checking whether the girl's still alive. Actually, I have no idea. She got even more puzzled after the wolf's reply. Sophia finally noticed that she wasn't alone with Fen anymore. She lifted her face, and once she saw Maya and her oddly question mark-shaped tail, a goofy smile appeared on her face. Just what I needed. What? She was in dire need of some context. Seriously? What's going on here, Sophia? My magic's too powerful. Yeah. The cat girl gave a blunt reply, lacking any emotion. Any other news that, actually is news? So mean. I messed up while thinking of some ways to improve my reaction time. I don't want to get surprised by an attack like the ones of the Griphon again. One thing led to another, and I somehow, accidentally ended up stopping time. What kind of crazy thing were you even trying in the first place, to accidentally stop time? Wait, what? Maya had only just processed the information and reacted with a blank face. You did what? Fen reacted much stronger as he shouted while getting up from the grass. Oh ouch. Having leaned onto his body until now, Sophia lost her balance and fell face first down on the ground. Did you seriously just say that you stopped time, girl? Yes. As expected, that was something I really shouldn't have done, huh? She had the feeling before that it wasn't something she was supposed to do. No, it's impossible. Fen didn't believe her. Trust me, it isn't. That frighteningly scary experience definitely was no imagination of mine. She got goosebumps just remembering it. Sophia. Maya seemed worried as she looked at her. I accidentally, launched myself into a tree with earth magic, don't ask. Sophia noticed the what is this girl even doing? Kind of expression on her face. Before the impact, I strongly wished for a timeout with all my might because I didn't want to crash into a massive tree. When I opened my eyes again, everything around me had actually been frozen in time, and not a single thing was moving anymore. That does sound scary. She nodded in understanding. This wasn't even the terrifying part. I had no idea how to unstop time again. I was panicking like crazy because I thought I would be trapped like that. No matter what I tried, nothing at all worked. Scary. The cat girl had a similarly horrified expression. Yes. I was so unbelievably happy once I got it working again. No. I've been experimenting with time for many years, and I was sure it's impossible. Fen was in despair for a different reason. Yet, she did it on accident. That can't be. How old is this guy, really? Sophia muttered to herself as she didn't miss his slip-up. Sophia, what exactly did you do? I don't know. I don't care. I'm never doing it again. It had left a big scar on her. And no way. The wolf looked like the world was ending. Even if. I really, honestly, have not the slightest clue what I did exactly. Fen wasn't happy at all. It can't be helped for now, but I'll get back to you for this. Please don't. I get the distinct feeling that Sophia shouldn't be allowed to roam around on her own. Maya felt like it was a bad idea to leave her alone. Agreed. The wolf shared her opinion. Hey. Wait. When I was with you, Maya, I still got attacked by a Griphon and all. That is true, but you at least didn't break the world on accident when we were together. You. There was nothing she could say in her defense. Okay, with that being settled. Eh? It's settled already? Well, I actually don't mind not being alone. Okay, go on. On second thought, Sophia didn't hate the idea. What is our plan about leaving the city? That's a good question. Should I start preparing already? I think that would be for the best. I actually want to leave sooner rather than later. Sophia seemed like she was ready to continue her travels. I also want to get away from bars for a while. Fen gets way too talkative when he's drunk, and it's too much work to keep him silent, not to mention embarrassing if I don't. Nonsense. Alcohol has no effect on me. It sure has. Both girls answered at the same time, having witnessed it before. He didn't, no, couldn't answer anymore. Is tomorrow too early for you, Maya? I guess that should work. She didn't seem to have much of a problem with it. But you have to tell Chio and the group about it. Especially Chio. Okay? Sophia didn't understand why she mentioned her twice. Yeah, I should do that. Great. Alright, with that being said, I have to take care of some things as well. See you later then, Sophia, Fen. After that, the cat girl left the place with a slight wave of her hand. Bye. She waved back. Well, I'll go look for Chio and the gang. Better get over with it soon. Don't leave the city, or that girl will get angry with you for going on another unsupervised adventure. Haha, I get it. Leaving Fen behind, Sophia began to look around for the group. Luckily, it didn't take long to run into them. Sophia? Chio and her two companions were walking along the main road when they spotted each other. What's up? Ah, hello there. She didn't know how to start. I never said goodbye to anyone ever before. How does one do? Ah. Sophia stopped talking. I said that out loud, right? I so have to get rid of that habit of mine. Why you're leaving already? The cat girl reacted to it with a sad expression. Yeah, I want to see more of the world, so. I also need to get stronger, meaning I have to find some ways to train. Stronger? Rashk unconsciously screamed out. Yes. Okay, not my raw power, but polish the way I use it. Ah, that makes a little more sense. Well, let me thank you again for saving our lives during the golem attack. We'll forever be grateful to you for that. It definitely was an experience knowing you. My common sense will take years to recover, but I'll miss these days. Rashk was the first one to say goodbye out of the group. What he said. Massey continued. Really, thank you very much. You seriously made me want to restart as a magician. Next time we'll meet, you're going to be the surprised one. I'm looking forward to that. She accepted his challenge. Sophia. Chio finally addressed her again. Yes? Are you free for a little while now? Yeah, after that disaster earlier, I have nothing planned for the rest of the day. Disaster? Forget it. So, what do you want to do, Chio? Just walk around a bit and chat. Sure, we can do that, no problem. Great. Rashk, Massey, see you later, okay? She said goodbye to her companions before focusing on Sophia. Do your best. Fight. The two were encouraging her for some reason. Sophia tilted her head. Let's go. Afterward, the two leisurely and side by side walked through the city for a while. As it seemed like this would continue, Sophia addressed fidgeting and nervous-looking catgirl eventually. I'm no expert at this whole talking thing, but, didn't you want to chat? Yes. She froze up for a moment. Is Maya really coming with you? Yeah, we talked about leaving earlier, and she's currently getting ready for tomorrow. I see, lucky her. Chio seemed jealous. Will she be a help to you? Help? If anything, Sophia had the feeling that she's going to have a lot more stress and mental fatigue in the future. All of which will be her own fault, though. Well, she is really strong, that's for sure, and she's a fast learner when it comes to magic. It will definitely be interesting with her around. Magic, huh? Yeah, I can't compete with that. Do you? Do you like Maya, Sophia? Chio decided to get to the point. What? For her, this came completely out of the blue. She began to stutter while her face turned red due to the embarrassment. Where does this come from? She wasn't able to deal with that kind of topic yet. Just interested. Chio's expression turned dark after seeing her over-the-top reaction. Anne. No. I wouldn't say so. Why yes, I think she's cute, extremely so, but you are, too. Though the levels of cuteness were on a different scale in her opinion, Sophia still told the truth. So embarrassing. She took some damage herself after realizing she blurted it out loud again. What? Do you really think so? Why yeah, I see, Chio's face brightened up, and she smiled shyly. I'm happy. She wasn't sure how to react. Sophia? Why yes. She felt very tense for some reason. Will you ever come back to this city? She thought about it and decided to be honest. I don't know. Probably, but if I do so, it won't be any time soon. Sorry. I understand. I thought as much already. Chiyo's expression became lonely again. Can I make just one request with no question asked? As long as it's not too outrageous. I hope it's not. The cat girl got closer to Sophia and suddenly, but gingerly wrapped her arms around the other girl's waist. After pulling her closer in a tight hug, Chiyo rested her head on Sophia's shoulder, staying like that for a while. Huh? Panicking, the hugged girl couldn't comprehend what was going on. The drastic increase of hugs she received lately wasn't good for her heart, especially because the previous amount was 0. We said no questions, right? Why yes. Even so, tons of them were racing through her head as the cat girl was silently embracing her. Don't tell me, was Fan actually right? But we barely even know each other? Mumbling to herself in shock, she remembered the conversation with the drunk wolf, where he implied that Chiyo might have some sort of feelings for her. No way. Thank you. The cat girl finally parted from her again and thanked Sophia with a shy expression. Sure. Her mind was somewhere else entirely. I won't say goodbye. Instead, I'll see you. Is that okay? It was a small but significant difference for her. Yeah, I like that. Great. Chiyo took 2 or 3 steps and faced her again. Well then, see you, Sophia. Her smile seemed slightly forced, but the cat girl tried while she waved at her a last time before being on her way. Yes, see you, Chiyo. She awkwardly waved back before she finally disappeared into the distance. Sophia stared in the direction of her in silence for a while. There's no way. No way that Fan was telling the truth, right? Alright. She couldn't think of it as anything but a misunderstanding. It makes no sense at all. We barely knew each other, and there was nothing that could have made her interested in me. Was there? In the first place, why would she fall for me? Her previous life still had a big influence on her self-esteem. She was bewildered about the weird turn of events that her meeting with Chiyo was, and Sophia stayed rooted in the same place. Recovering for a while, it took some time before she eventually made it back to the inn for her last night in the Beastfolk City. Chapter 32, Going on a New Adventure. Having slept in a bed a last time for the foreseeable future, Sophia was more or less well rested. At least as much as a non-morning person can be. Once the girl got ready in the morning, she went together with Fan to the entrance of the Beastfolk City where they had spent the last days. There, their new companion, the snow-white-haired cat girl Maya, was already waiting for the two. You're late. She seemed rather impatient. From the looks of it, she was very excited. You'll have to get used to that. Sophia isn't one to hurry in the morning. Indeed. The girl in question showed no motivation to ever change in that regard. Good morning, Maya. Ah, yes, good morning. Have you finished your preparations? Yes, I said goodbye to my friends and relatives. I'm all good to go. Good. Okay, it was only a couple of days, but visiting my first city on this continent was a great experience. We even ended up with an extra I hadn't anticipated. Hey! The extra's expression had turned into a pout, and her slightly puffy tail pointed straight up. A loud extra. Fan, too, had to take a jab. Ahaha, well enough of that. Sophia changed the topic. Shall we head out, then? Yes. The other two agreed. The group took a last look at the city before leisurely walking away. Maya took a little longer because she was leaving her home, but she got over it relatively fast. She was too excited for it to make her emotional. They kept a slow pace for a while and eventually found themselves in the middle of a forest when Sophia stopped and looked around. By the way, where are we going? What? Maya reacted immediately. Why, you do realize that Fan and I were following you? Why would you do that? She looked confused. I've never been on this continent before. I have no idea where anything is. Well, you were walking so full of confidence that I thought you had a plan. I don't care where we go in the first place. Fan wasn't any help either. Okay. Time for a strategy meeting. Sophia was in high spirits. I'm tired. The cat girl wasn't. While we're at it, can we talk about something else first? Fen looked at Sophia. What do you think? Can I? He gestured at his still small-sized wolf body. Ah, you want to transform back, huh? Eh? Transform? What? Maya felt like she missed something. Sure, go for it. Great. Immediately after getting the okay, Fen turned back to his original, over 2-meter tall body. So much better. He did some stretches to get a feel for his body again. Huh? The new girl was staring at him with a blank expression. Welcome back, I guess? What? What is going on here? Sophia scratched her cheek, thinking about a way to explain. We thought his real size would, attract too much attention, and so he decided to turn himself smaller. And no way. That size, form, and power, don't tell me he's actually Dash. He is Fen. She cut her off. She had a feeling to know where the cat girl's going and didn't like it. She was still in denial about Fen's alleged real identity. No, that's not what I mean. Right, even the name Fen. So he really Dash. He is Fen. Sophia was very insistent that he was just that and nothing more. But, because she couldn't bear Sophia's piercing stare anymore, she eventually gave up and looked away. If you say so. Yes. What's this about? The wolf had only remembered this much of his name because it's been a while, so he wasn't sure what the two were talking about. Anyway, the topic was over for Sophia. While she, too, had reached the realms of ridiculousness already, she still didn't want to admit traveling together with a mythical beast just yet. Any ideas of where we should actually head to? Maya needed a moment to accept the situation before going on. What exactly do you want to see on this continent, Sophia? People? Cities? Monster? Landscapes? Ruins? Dungeons? Islands? She made a couple of suggestions. Yes. This is not a suitable answer. The cat girl stared at her, not looking pleased. All of it. I want to see all of it. That doesn't make it any easier. She thought of some options. How about the beast folk capital? It's really far away, so we can set it as our goal, and along the way, we can visit and look at various things. How far are we speaking? I've never been there, but I heard it takes about 3 months on a carriage, at least. Fen, what do you think? With just the two of us, we could make it in 2 or 3 weeks, but with our newcomer, I'm not sure yet. But we don't have to stick to roads or have to avoid monster spots, so we might not take that much time regardless. No, I mean, if you want to go? I planned on a leisurely approach anyway. The beast folk capital, huh? I've been there before in the past, and I'm a bit curious how it developed since then. He seemed nostalgic. Okay. It's decided then. Let's go to the capital. Sophia started walking again but stopped after just a few steps and looked around. So, which way? Well, with Fen or Dash, Fen, we should avoid streets if we can, I guess? Let's see. If we keep going west, we'll eventually reach the Forsaken Maze dungeon. From there, we turn Dash. Forsaken Maze? Sophia's interest was piqued. What's that? It's exactly what the name implies. Nobody enters that place because it's a maze that no one ever managed to, or wanted to complete. After all, the place only has somewhat strong monsters and no rewards. Hence, people stopped bothering with it. Maya explained why this dungeon is named the way it is. Sounds fun, let's clear it. You want to enter that place? Of course. You did listen to my explanation just now, right? Why would you ever want to go inside? A maze that's never been cleared before, doesn't that sound exciting? If you put it that way. And maybe a little bit? Maya had to admit that it was somewhat intriguing, though not to the point she would suggest going there herself. Okay, the first stop's decided. Sophia didn't care about the details and was simply excited about exploring something like a maze for the first time in her life. Girl, you should watch what you tell Sophia if you don't want something like this to happen. Finn gave her the first of probably many tips on how to handle the other girl. Why yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Personally, I'm with Sophia, though. It's been a while since I last entered a dungeon. I'm looking forward to it a little. Ah, is that so? Well, I could train my magic on the monsters inside, I guess? Whatever, I'm in. Let's go. Ultimately, the cat girl had taken a liking to the idea as well. The group got moving, but as the dungeon was rather far away, they needed to camp somewhere along the way once evening approached. While getting ready for that, Fen had already organized some meat while the girls were in charge of getting whatever they wanted as side dishes because the wolf wasn't interested in any of that. I'll get the fire ready, so feel free to prepare everything you want to cook. Thanks, Fen. Can you cook, Sophia? Maya curiously looked at all the edible plants and vegetables they had gathered together. Nope, not at all. She answered bluntly. Usually, I simply threw together everything Finn told me is edible and hope for the best. Okay, step back right now. She pushed her away from the ingredients. I'll take care of the cooking from now on. You will? Yeah, I'm fairly confident about my skills. Really? Yay. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that. Sure. Maya had never seen her this happy before. You really like food, huh? I like to eat good food. Is that so? Well, looks like I have to do my best then. Great. Do you mind if I leave you alone with that for a bit? I'll go and prepare the bath in the meanwhile. Sophia wanted to make the best out of her free time. Not at all, go ahead and prepare. Wait, the what now? A bath. She repeated herself. Do you prefer to shower? No problem, I could probably do that as well. This isn't the problem I'm having here. Maya massaged the bridge of her nose while saying so. We're in the middle of nowhere, and you're talking about a bath? What are you going to do? A little bit of earth magic, followed by some fire, and topped off with water magic. Air, okay. Whatever, I'll just get tired if I keep getting surprised. That being said, Sophia left the camp and searched for a suitable place for the bath, and soon found a secluded area protected by bushes and trees where she began working. Should I make it bigger now? We're two now, after all. Where did that thought come from? There's no way we're taking one together. Why would we even? Even if she wanted to, I would die. Like actually dying from sheer embarrassment. Anyway, not going to happen. Were my delusions boosted as well, or what? With a flushed face, Sophia slapped her cheeks and resumed her work. She created an even smaller than usual tub, got it ready for hot water, and made some earthen walls for extra privacy. Might as well go in now, huh? To wash away any impure thoughts or something like that. Yeah, let's do that. Her mind was all over the place and not working properly. About 20 minutes passed after that before Sophia arrived at the campsite again. Welcome back. The cat girl spotted her and left a greeting. Yeah, the bath's finished. You actually built one, She took a better look at Sophia and noticed that her hair was still slightly wet. Did you already take one, as well? I thought I might as well go while I was at it. Yes, that makes sense. So, we aren't going in together then, are we? What dash? The girl hadn't seen this one coming, especially after her earlier turmoil. Going together? No, why? Do you want to, or what? I'm fine either way. Maya laughed, but her tail was showing some sort of more nervous reaction, twitching slightly and impatiently swishing around. It really is entertaining watching your reactions being all over the place. Why you? Unfortunately, Sophia hadn't noticed the cat girl's suspicious tail movement, which indicated that she might be better at dishing out than receiving, and had no comeback ready. Anyway, what about you? Also going to take a bath? After dinner, I guess? Cooking over the campfire makes one all smelly. I forgot about that. Wanna take another one together, after all? So, what's for dinner? Sophia changed the topic. Quite a lot, actually. The two joined Finn around the fire and got their food ready. Alongside the meat, Maya had prepared a salad-like looking thing, various veggies, and even something resembling a sort of stir-fry. Wow, I'm so glad you came along now, Maya. Somehow, I can't feel happy about it when you say it like that. They continued to bicker during their meal until they finished eating. Afterward, Sophia guided the cat girl to the bath and replaced the old and cold water with fresh, hot one before leaving her on her own. Have fun. It's an actual bath in the middle of nowhere. Her common sense had taken yet another significant hit while she was getting ready. Chapter 33, Exploring a Dungeon. After having had dinner together, Sophia guided Maya to the bath she created before. Filling it with hot water again, using magic, she left the cat girl alone to let her have a soak in it. That girl, Maya looked around while she was relaxing in the tub. I never would have thought to be able to take a bath in the middle of nowhere. Well, not that I'm complaining. Stretching her limbs, she looked satisfied. Such a free spirit. Just what kind of life did Sophia live until now to end up like that? I'm quite curious. I wonder, would she tell me if I asked? Are all demons as eccentric as her, or is she a special case? Why do I feel like she's actually some sort of big shot? I have no idea how demons live, but maybe she actually ran away from something instead. Her power and utter lack of common sense. She isn't actually some kind of noble, right? Right? Maya got extremely sidetracked and worked up over something foolish. First time I got interested in something else than magic to this extent. Someone else. But there's her companion, Fen, who's obviously, special as well. Would someone like him actually travel with someone who was merely bored? She does have the looks befitting someone of noble or even royal background. Well, at least as long as she isn't covered in blood. She remembered the Griphon incident. Oh, but if she's a demon, princess? Maybe being covered in blood is part of the job description? According to the legends, they love to battle. Such a great race. Maya's occasional muscle brain resurfaced. I can't wait for her to teach me more magic and then fight something strong. Fan, as well. Ignoring, or especially because what or who he most likely is, the things I can learn from him are endless. And it sure seems to be based on the truth. Sophia definitely enjoys playing with her enemies. She's such a mystery. Then again, her personality isn't very princess-like, though. Rather, she's all over the place, not refined at all. Is that also a demon thing? Fen seems to be used to it, at least. Well, it's fun to watch her reactions, because it's cute. She is pretty cute. Nothing to complain about here, either. Actually, if anything, she's way too pretty. It's kinda distracting. Also, why does she get so shy and bashful out of nowhere on occasions? It's almost like she didn't have many, if any, interactions with others. Was she some sort of princess who was so out of reach, no one approached her? Lucky me, she ran away. Let's think of some ways to make her get used to it. While her reactions are fun, I would like her to be more relaxed whenever skinship's on the table. After the cat girl finished getting worked up over her delusions of who or what Sophia is, she quickly finished her bath and went back to the camp. Welcome back. How was it? Great. You did an excellent job there, princess. The weird idea she had during the bath stuck in her head. I'm glad to hear that. As she didn't react? Maya stared at her with big eyes in shock while she mumbled these words. Is she actually used to being addressed like this? Sophia let out a yawn while speaking to herself. I must be really tired. I already hear things that make no sense at all. It was so impossible for her to believe that she refused to even think it happened. I think I'll go to bed soon. What are we going to do about the sleeping situation? I usually sleep while leaning against Fan, but... She looked at the wolf's side. It would get rather intimate with two people sleeping there together. Don't worry, I can sleep wherever and whenever I want, no matter time and date. Even a patch of grass is perfect in my eyes. What are you, a cat? Sophia reacted without thinking. Partly, yes. Not much, but a part of me is. Right. She looked at Maya's snow-white tail and fluffy ears on top of her head again. Anyway, you really don't have to worry about me and sleep however you want. Well, if you say so. Dropping the subject, Sophia made herself more comfortable while leaning against Fan. It didn't take her long to fall asleep. How can one fall asleep so fast? Even I can't do that. It seems that sleep's quite important for her as she also gets up late in the mornings. Huh. That aside, are you really okay with that, Fan? Maya pointed at the wolf's side, where Sophia was buried into his fur with a satisfied expression. I don't particularly mind. She's been like that ever since we met, anyway. How long have you two been together? You seem to be really used to each other. Ever since she came to the world, I guess? Oh, so since she's born, huh? Yes, from the point where she was reborn. A slight misunderstanding had formed between them as the wolf hadn't fully voiced the re part. Interesting. Speaking of the devil, who is Sophia anyway? She glanced at the sleeping girl with a questioning look. She has a rather, let's say, complex backstory. Lots of things happened that led to her ending up here. I don't think it's within my rights to tell you. You should ask her about it yourself somewhere in the future. I see, so she actually is. The cat girl's imagination was going wild again. That girl really? No, I didn't say anything. Okay? Fen had the distinct feeling that something was amiss between their conversation but didn't care enough to find out what exactly. Anyway, I think I'll rest as well. I have a feeling she'll do something outrageous tomorrow that will tire me out way more than I would like. Maya was glancing at the other girl while giving her predictions for the future. Yes, that might be a wise choice. Fen had to agree. Good night, then. She found herself a comfortable spot afterward and didn't have much of a problem falling asleep a little while later. On the following day, once the two managed to wake up the sleepy girl, the group continued their travel. It actually took them a couple of days in the end because Sophia kept getting sidetracked, but they eventually reached the Forsaken Maze dungeon. Well, I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this sure is a letdown. Sophia was staring at the entrance of the dungeon with a disappointed expression. A simple stone stairway led underground with no sort of decoration or the likes. Only a small and shabby-looking sign with the name was put in front of the entrance. Someone even added the words, "Don't bother," with a different color on it. I did tell you this place has its name for a reason, right? Maya didn't understand her reaction after all this. I do sense some monsters from underground, though. Fen added his own observation to it. Why, you can sense monsters, too? It was the first time the cat girl heard about it. Fen's the one I learned it from. Really? Do you think I could learn it, too? She faced the wolf. It seems super useful. It's quite advanced non-attribute, or more correctly, uncategorized magic. Is that so? I don't think it's impossible. Seriously? Yes. Although not to the extent of the oddball over there, your magic power clearly is on the extreme side. Once you're comfortable using all sorts of magic completely chantless, having a better control of your powers, ask me again. Yes. The cat girl sounded motivated. I was casually dissed just now, wasn't I? That's what happened, right? Sophia reacted to the oddball accusation. No. Whatever, she didn't push the issue any further. Now that we're here already, let's take a look inside. Sure. The other two agreed and descended the stairs to enter the Forsaken Maze dungeon. On the way down, Fen also shrunk in size as it seemed relatively narrow. Sophia tried to look around once they reached the end of the stairs, but didn't see much. It's pretty dark, huh? Everything around her was basically black except for some weakly shimmering objects hanging on the walls, illuminating the place just a bit. Maybe that's part of why nobody ever found the exit and didn't bother exploring further? Maya looked around, as well. Even I can't see very far ahead, and I have extremely good eyes. Her pupils looked really big, and her eyes were slightly shimmering from the reflected light in the dark, almost like an actual cat. Sophia found herself lost in her eyes for a while, because she never saw something like that before she snapped back to reality. See, couldn't they just have used light magic? The shiny eyes focused on her. Sophia, light magic is one of the rarest types of magic. Actually, you're only the second or third person I ever met that's able to use it, and none of them could illuminate a whole area. I didn't know that. She was honestly surprised. I expected no less. Maya had thought that the common sense missing girl was not aware of her ridiculousness. Okay, so let's turn on the light then. With a snap of her fingers for extra effect, Sophia lit up the entire area. As outrageous as ever. Not that I'm jealous or anything. I'll teach you sometime, don't worry. She glanced at the cat girl with a smile. Thanks. Well, let's explore. Taking in the new details, Sophia got excited for a moment. Even if the light's super useful, I still can only see up to the next corner. The path in front of them took a sharp right turn not too far away. Taking the lead, she was about to turn around the corner when Finn suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment. He bit into the neck of her shirt and lifted the girl from the ground. What's wrong? She was dangling in the air, unable to take another step. Did something happen? This maze has some hidden traps. Maya, grab a stone, and throw it in front of where Sophia wanted to go. Sure. Doing as told, she grabbed a fist-sized stone and threw it. The moment it hit the ground, the floor crumbled away and revealed a pit filled with sharp spikes. Why yikes? Seriously? A deadly trap after the first corner? Sophia actually looked angry rather than scared. What kind of joke is that? Those are supposed to be on the lower floors only. Have you entered a maze before? The cat girl was wondering where her knowledge was coming from. And not personally, but I read a ton of books regarding, or containing dungeon exploration and such. Having had access to so many books. Maya's misunderstanding about her background kept getting fueled. Anyway, Fen, how did you know that there was a trap? Can your detection magic do that as well? Not just living things? It's something similar. If I had to name it, I would call it danger detection magic. Sophia was interested. You have to teach me that one later. Sure. What do we do now? The cat girl looked at the big hole in front of the group that was blocking their path. It's a bit anticlimactic, but why don't I just use earth magic to fill the hole? After saying it, Sophia did just that. It lacks elegance, but it does the trick. Maya had nothing to add. Fan, warn us again if you spot any trap, okay? With Sophia in front, the group continued their exploration for a while without anything happening at all. After the first welcome trap, there had yet to appear another one. Something else was bothering the leader, though, causing her to stop. Oh ouch. Not expecting her sudden stop, Maya bumped into Sophia's back. What's wrong? My detection magic caught something. No idea why, I only just now realized. Sometimes, dungeon walls can block certain types of magic. Finn gave her an explanation. Is that so? Well, there are 4 targets around the next corner. Really? What kind? Let's see. Sophia took a couple of steps and glanced around the corner. Identifying the enemy, her entire body turned white while she completely froze up on the spot. Sophia? The cat girl became worried. There was no reaction. A couple of moments later, a blue light shone around the corner, accompanied by the sound of a flaming inferno and an enormous heat. Sophia's color slowly returned while she let out a sigh. They're all gone now. What kind of monster was there to frighten even you? Spiders. Giant freaking spiders. Her entire body was shivering. Spiders. You mean spiders? Maya corrected her with a slightly different sounding term. I don't care how they were called. They're gone now. You're kinda adorable, aren't you? She looked at the trembling girl with a warm expression. So disgusting. Sophia was still so creeped out that she missed getting embarrassed by the cat girl's remark. Fen, can you detect any other monsters of the same type inside this maze? A couple, actually. Eliminate them. Which one? All of them. Are you sure? Eliminate all of them. Her eyes looked scary. As you demand, my queen. With a roll of his eyes, Finn concentrated for a second, and soon after, Explosions could be heard from various distances inside the maze. They're all gone. Gee good. Shall we, continue? Maya wasn't sure what to say in this situation, other than making a mental note on how the wolf addressed Sophia. Why yes. Once their leader calmed down, the group continued while nothing out of the ordinary happened because the floor was emptied out now. After a while, guarded by another pitfall trap, they found stairs that led downward. Chapter 34, Second Floor of the Dungeon. The group was currently exploring the Forsaken Maze dungeon. After Sophia went on a rampage and ordered the genocide of all spider-like monsters, they finally found the stairs leading to the second level of the maze. Sue. I'm guessing there's a welcome trap for us here as well? Sophia looked around in the path they followed after going downstairs, trying to find anything suspicious. Yep, there's something in the walls. Arrows? She took a wild guess, based on the book she had read before. It seems that way. What will you do? Fen looked at her. Let's see. Maya, want to try if you can outrun an arrow? How about no? She wasn't a fan of the idea. Fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah? Okay. Sophia got down in a crouching start position and prepared herself. Carefully adjusting the power she's going to use on her earth magic, not to recreate the disaster where she launched herself into a tree, she instantly accelerated on the spot. While it almost seemed like she was leaving after images, the girl sped down the corridor. Sophia had already arrived at the end and barely stopped before crashing into the wall there, and only then the arrows started to shoot out of the other walls. Maya had a blank expression. Wow, you could totally outsprint me with that one, Sophia. Fen was impressed instead. My danger detection stopped responding. We should be good to go now. The wolf started walking. Sure. The catgirl followed behind him, looking slightly tired. Fen, I'm sensing quite a lot of monsters now. Are there any more of these things? No, I've exterminated all spiders present. Actually, almost all of my monster reactions are of the slime type. She didn't like them that much more. With a disgusted look, Sophia remembered the slimy tentacle slimes she ran into the moment she arrived in this world. As slimes? Maya had a much bigger reaction as she suddenly cried out. Oh okay, let's go home, you too. Her face was as white as a sheet. I am not taking another step. Slimes are, no. They are the enemy of every woman. I wholeheartedly agree, but Sophia surely wasn't a fan either. Maya, did something happen between you and those slimes in the past? She thought her reaction was a little too strong. And nothing too extreme, I assure you. I just don't like them. The catgirl's face still turned red. Nothing bad happened to me, but anyway, don't ask, okay? Please. She turned her head away. Is that so? Sophia's voice suddenly turned flat and monotone, missing any sort of emotion. So it has become personal now, huh? Even with the lack of said emotion, it was evident that the girl was angry. As if there weren't enough reasons to hate you things. Once her eerie laugh ended, the group was suddenly cocooned inside an earthen dome. A while later, steam started to rise from the earth as it was slowly turning red, and the temperature inside was climbing at an alarming rate. Before it became too unbearable, Sophia stopped whatever she was doing and removed the dome again. Maya was shocked while she looked at their surroundings. The walls, ceiling, and ground, absolutely everything was covered in a thick layer of black soot. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that some of the structures melted and turned into something glass-like, even though it was solid stone. What did you do? I simply erased any form of life except us from this floor. Sophia's perfectly calm-sounding voice, together with her lifeless eyes, made her look really scary. Fan, once we're back outside, we're going to eliminate every slime on this planet. See, calm down, girl. Even the wolf was taken aback. I am calm. That doesn't make it any better. Sophia, thank you for getting angry for me, but you don't have to do that, okay? No, these things crossed a line they shouldn't have. It's game over for them. Some kind of fire was burning in her eyes. And nothing even happened. Maya turned to the wolf for help. Fen, do something about her. Maya turned to the wolf for help. Mind telling me what exactly? She had no idea. We need to divert her attention somehow. That job is more suited for you, girl. Huh? I can't wait to hunt down every single one of them. Sophia was losing it more and more. You should hurry, cat. What an unreliable retainer. Maya complained about something he didn't understand before she raised her arms into the air. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Giving up, she walked over to the enraged girl and hugged her from behind out of nowhere. How about we stop that, idiot? She whispered into her ear. Yeah? The effect was immediate. Her eyes turned back to normal, or rather began to swim around in confusion because she didn't understand what was going on. And Maya? Getting embarrassed from being embraced, together with the feeling of the catgirl's hair brushing against her cheek while she rested her head on Sophia's shoulder, was enough to overload her brain. What is going on here? As if snapping back to reality, she almost seemed disoriented and entirely forgot about her slime genocide plan. Thank goodness. Sound relieved, Maya let go of her again. You're one scary girl. Huh? What happened? She was still confused. You went out of control. Again. Fen answered her. Sophia averted her eyes. That girl brought you back. He looked at the cat. Thank you. After awkwardly thanking her, Sophia turned around in shame and quickly walked forwards. Oh okay, let's keep exploring. She ran away. The wolf followed her without saying anything, and Maya was right behind him. Fen? She was staring at him. What is going on? Out of control. Well, it's rather hard to explain because I shouldn't go into details, but due to some circumstances. Sophia's emotions or character traits got a bit. I wouldn't say messed up, but rather, she cannot properly control them the way she wants sometimes. If she's unable to process something or gets stimulated above a certain point like getting too angry, that happens. He referred to the attempted slime genocide. Maya needed a minute. Has she been cursed? I wouldn't go that far. Though, someone definitely has altered her personality in a way. Sophia actually likes most of the changes because she didn't like the person she used to be. She has yet to get used to these changes, though. So, when she goes out of control again, we have to stop her. I see. Well, not really, but sort of. It was a lot for her to take in. Wait, was it really okay to tell me all this? Probably not. Fen paused for a moment. But I wanted you to know anyway. It seems like the girl's enjoying your company, and so you should know what you're dealing with. Thanks for trusting me. Okay, I do feel kinda happy that she got so angry for my sake that she went out of control. I've made quite the high-maintenance friend, did I not? Well, she's quite huggable, so it could be worse. Yes. Fen nodded his big head. You won't ever get bored, though. That's true. But don't mention I told you, okay? Now you say that. Maya rolled her eyes. You'll understand why she's a little complicated once the girl does tell you about her circumstances. Don't try to be too shocked. It's quite something. The catgirl let out a dry laugh. Inside her head, she had already created her own slightly ridiculous backstory for the girl on her own. Oi. Are you guys coming or what? Sophia, far ahead of them, urged the two to hurry up. Yes. They picked up their pace. As there was absolutely nothing left on this floor, thanks to the girls' rampage, the group didn't explore much of this charred mess and headed straight to the third floor once they found the stairs that led them down. A pattern was slowly forming here. Oh, there wasn't a goodbye trap, was there? Sophia tilted her head while they were descending on the stairs. I'm pretty sure that whatever trap there might have been, it simply got melted down to nothingness. Maya had a wry smile while she answered. An awkward laugh later, the group arrived on the third floor. Ugh, it stinks. Why yeah. The catgirl agreed. Undead, huh? I'm not a fan. Fen was the one who disliked the floor the most. Having a great sense of smell wasn't doing him a favor here. At least, I'm not detecting many of them. Undead? Stuff like zombies and skeletons? Zombies, but yes, that kind of stuff. Same difference. Sophia stopped caring about these weird names, which had no sense of continuity whatsoever. Just asking to make sure, but what happens if a zombie bites you? According to her old world, this should be avoided at all costs. If they bite you? Fen didn't understand. Well, you get bitten? I don't think that's any fun, though. I see. She actually sounded a tiny bit disappointed. How about we try to clear this floor the normal way for a rare change? Maya made an unreasonable request. Normal. Sophia tilted her head at the foreign concept. Want to take the lead then, Maya? Go all out if you want. She couldn't do such a thing as normal and gave up her leadership. Really? Can I? I wanted to try some magic anyway. Yeah, no need to hold back. But there's a condition for you. I don't like the sound of that. The cat girl had a bad feeling. Anything except chantless magic is forbidden. Starting with a big hurdle from the get-go, I see. Well, okay, but I want a reward if I manage to clear the floor on my own that way. A reward? I don't think I particularly mind, but what do you want? That's a secret. Maya had a mischievous smile while her tail happily swished around. Should I be scared? She already was. No, it's nothing bad. Her playful expression didn't change, though. Probably. I am not entirely convinced, but. Sophia had her doubts while looking at the cat girl, but let her have it. Well, whatever. Sure, go ahead. Great. Having agreed on whatever Sophia agreed to, she let Maya take over the lead before the group started to explore the third floor of the Forsaken Maze dungeon. Chapter 35, Third Floor. The group had entered the third floor of the Forsaken Maze dungeon. Under the prospect of getting a reward of her choice from Sophia if she's able to clear the level entirely on her own, Maya had taken over the lead. The cat girl took only a couple of steps before stopping again. Something's odd about the wall over there. She concentrated her eyes on the wall at the other end of the corridor. Welcome trap? Sophia looked in the same direction but couldn't make out what the cat girl was seeing. Fen, what do you think? No, don't answer. Maya stopped him. I want to find out myself. Taking some more steps towards the wall, she grabbed a nearby stone and threw it against said wall, but the stone simply disappeared the moment it was supposed to hit its target. A secret passage? Does that count as a trap? Sophia wasn't sure what to think about it. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like one, though. How about we find out? She had an adventurous side to her. Sure. Not being against it, the group stepped through the fake wall and safely arrived at the other side. Well, that was disappointing. Maya sighed while she looked around on the other side. Just like before, all she could see was a narrow passageway. Maybe it was a shortcut? Sophia tried to be positive. Or the opposite. Fen didn't. Anyway, let's continue. Her confidence had taken a slight hit. Following the secret passage for a while, the three eventually ran into an enemy. Oh ho, a skeleton. Sophia looked at it with interest. It looks very cool, but it doesn't seem very strong, though. It was rather crude looking, carrying a sword that barely classified as one anymore due to its deterioration. Yeah, lucky me. Maya was happy she didn't have to start with a strong enemy from the get-go. Don't forget, chantless magic only. She remembered the cat girl about their deal. Why yes, She went silent for a bit, apparently thinking about something. Water magic? Doesn't seem to be the right choice. Air? Maybe some wind blades would do the trick? Maya had picked up the other girl's habit of mumbling around to herself. Can I do it? Want a tip? No. Her motivation was high. Let me try first. She concentrated on her target once more. HRMN. Giving it her all, wind slowly started to circle around the cat. With a snapping sound, it then violently shot toward the skeleton. being squashed into pieces. Bone fragments hit the wall where the monster was standing just a second ago. "Oh, you did it. Good job." Sophia praised her. She looked somewhat awkward. I actually wanted to make a proper blade, but that didn't work out quite the way I imagined. It sure was powerful, though. It appears that your image of the magic wasn't detailed enough. Fen gave his critique. I see, yeah, looks like I need more training. But that air blast was really nice. Sophia tried to cheer her up. I actually think that, as an attack against skeletons, it was more effective. Thanks. She didn't sound too happy. Anyway, let's keep going. Trying to stay on top of it, Maya marched forward. Navigating through the maze, the group eventually ran into a group of 3 zombies. Well, that's nasty. Sophia seemed disgusted as she looked at the half-decayed, greenish-brown mass that used to resemble something human-like a very long time ago. Why yeah. The cat girl shared a similar expression, but Fen had the biggest grimace out of the trio. Maya, can I make a request? Please don't use anything fire-related. The only thing that smells worse than a zombie is a burning and charred zombie. Oh really? I definitely won't do that then. Thank you very much. He was visibly relieved. What could I use instead? She once more closed her eyes and tilted her head while thinking. Well, whatever. I'm still learning and all. She gave up relatively soon, and the wind from earlier formed again. Using the same magic, the 3 zombies were hit by a powerful blast of air and splattered against the wall behind them with a wet sound. You. Sophia grimaced at the reddish-brown stain on the wall and the foul pieces of meat scattered around. Sorry. The source of this mess had nothing left to add. But still, good job. That attack is really growing on me, no reason to be ashamed of that little mistake. That is true, it's quite effective. I'll still train the right blade attack once we're done here. Maya's motivation was one big up and down. Quickly leaving the area as it was neither a pleasant sight nor smell, the group followed the maze's paths while avoiding other zombies whenever it was possible. The cat girl defeated a couple more skeletons and got really skilled at her wind blast she learned on accident. After having walked around for a while, they eventually found the stairs leading to the next floor, but something was blocking it. Okay, that guy doesn't look like your standard mob character. Sophia said so while she looked at the monster that was blocking the stairs from a safe distance. It was almost 3 meters tall and wasn't quite a skeleton in looks because it still had something resembling skin, but it was shriveled up and looked really leathery. Some places of it also had holes and exposed bones from beneath. A blue light oozed out of its body, matching the equally colored, shiny orbs the monster had instead of eyes. The enemy was wearing some sorts of clothes, namely a worn-out type of robe, not to mention something resembling a crown on its head. Furthermore, it was carrying an old staff as a weapon. A lich. Maya muttered in a low voice. Lich? The girl thought about it for a moment. The guys who are still intelligent, kinda ruling over the others or something like that? So that one's called the same, huh? The naming of this world was still beyond her understanding. Have fun with that thing, Maya. See, can I actually beat it? Your raw power is much, much higher. The wolf added. It's all up to you how you're going to make use of it. Really? She didn't seem convinced. Well, I don't think I'm competent to face it head-on with chantless magic out of the blue. I'm missing a lot of experience. I'll try to kill it in one go from a distance, without actually engaging it. That certainly is a level-headed decision. Unlike a certain someone who always jumps into action without thinking. Oi. The girl in question complained to Fen. It's not like you're any better, are you? He didn't answer because he, too, likes to bash first and asks questions later. Ahaha, I used to be like that, too. The cat girl sympathized with them. At least until a certain someone came along and showed me what real strength is like, ridiculously so. That calmed me down in an instant. Hey, I have a name, okay? Sophia was complaining a lot today. Anyway. She ignored her. I better go full power and instantly defeat it, huh? Sneaking up to the lich as close as possible without getting discovered, the cat girl got her magic ready. Wind quickly circled around the monster, and instantly after, a ring of fire appeared as well. Before the lich could react, it was already trapped inside a tornado of fire and swiftly died after not even letting out a cry. That was refreshing. Fighting is the best after all. She looked satisfied. Not that it was much of a fight. Well, that, once more, was rather anticlimactic. Maya, you sure are one overpowered girl. You're the absolute last person I want to hear that from, Sophia. She got a little angry. I saw that one coming. She does have a point, though. Fen sided with Sophia. While you're still green behind your ears, with your latent powers, ruling the world in the future is not impossible for you either. No. The cat girl rapidly shook her head. What are you even talking about? I'm telling the truth. I'm not sure if you're in the top 10, as I lived rather secluded lately and haven't met with the others for a long time, but you're surely in the top 30, Maya. 40 at the very least if things haven't changed drastically while I was idle, which I highly doubt. The others? Sophia didn't know who he meant. Just some acquaintances. She had a rough feeling of what or who he was implying. Then, what about me? Lately, I'm getting the feeling you might end up being above me, so I shouldn't have asked. The implications of that scared her. She didn't want to know how strong she is compared to everyone else in the world. Maya missed something. Top 30 of what? Most powerful beings in this world. Well, at least when it comes to raw magical power. The cat girl had no response and only stared at him with her mouth open. It's probably hard to accept because you're traveling with the two of us right now, but you actually are that much of an exception, girl. It's been a while since I came across someone like you. Present oddballs among oddballs aside, she continued to stay silent, trying to wrap her head around what the wolf was saying. So, if any of us went rogue, this world would be in serious trouble, huh? Sophia added her own twist. Funny you should say this. Fen stared at her. Who's the one that almost started a genocide on multiple races already? As if you never wanted to erase a race or two. Fen didn't answer. At least, I'm not planning to punch the overseer. Oh, right. The girl clenched her fist. I almost forgot about that idiot. Thanks for reminding me. Sure. Anyway, Maya, it really is true. If you want to rule, it would be in your range of possibilities in the future. The same goes for Sophia, of course. Well, you two could be the overlords of this world together. He was having quite a bit of fun. Fan, I already told you that I have no intention of becoming the next Demon King. We went over that already. The two had a similar discussion when talking about her powers in the past. Demon, King? The mentioning of this caused Maya to react and snap back to reality again. Well, Queen, of course, but whatever, just forget about that. I didn't say anything, don't mind me. Oh, of course. An aura of certainty had wrapped around the cat girl, being convinced of something now while she mumbled something almost inaudible. Royalty. Her ongoing misunderstanding of Sophia's background had grown out of hand. Anyway, Sophia tilted her head for a moment because she didn't understand what she said but ultimately ignored it. Congratulations on passing the task. Now that the lich was defeated, the floor had been cleared, and the group was able to take the stairs to the next floor. Just like I promised, you can have your reward, Maya. What do you want? Yeah? Right. The shock of Sophia being royalty in her mind had not only made her forget about being made aware that she's part of the strongest beings in the world, but also about receiving whatever reward she wants from Sophia. Even though it was all just a misunderstanding on her part, but she had no idea about that. I have so many options that I have yet to make the final decision of what I want. She had recovered enough to tease the girl a bit. And I'm worried. You don't need to. They're all fun ideas. Maya's slight grin and her happily waving tail didn't let Sophia calm down at all, though. Worried, it is. Once she was done messing with Sophia, the group descended to the 4th floor. Arriving there, Maya immediately lost her smile because she received instant karma from her teasing. Chapter 36, Fourth and Fifth Floor. Maya was in an excellent mood after she cleared the third floor of the dungeon all on her own. Looking forward to a reward of her choice from Sophia for this accomplishment, she teased the girl with it while descending to the fourth floor. This stage was somewhat different from the others, though. Realizing what exactly this place was, not to mention the monsters in there, the catgirl's smile had vanished in an instant. It was nice and all, this dungeon exploring, but don't you think this was enough? Alright? She had tears in the corners of her eyes, and her face turned pale, almost like a ghost. This was also the keyword for this floor. Instead of a maze-like area like the previous ones, this floor was one big open space, though it was wrapped into an eerie and thick layer of fog. Looking closely, countless gravestones could be seen, but that wasn't the worst thing. Multiple blue spheres with fire-like properties were floating in the air, and semi-translucent beings wafted through the fog. At the same time, howling echoed all over the graveyard-like place. Oh, looks fun. Unfortunately, Sophia wasn't sharing her opinion. And no. The catgirl's face was a textbook example of the word despair. I hate ghosts. Her tail and ears were tightly clinging to her body as she hid behind Sophia's back while furiously trembling. Please let's go back. Even more tears formed as she was pleading to her. Unaware of it, Maya caused the opposite effect on her with this reaction. See cute. Seeing the catgirl being this scared and frightened had flipped some weird switch inside Sophia again because the gap in Maya's personality was too big, and she started walking forward. Her desperate scream had easily overpowered the creepy howling in the area. Having no choice because she didn't want to be left alone at all costs right now, Maya very reluctantly followed the girl while she continued to tightly clutch onto the hem of Sophia's shirt. It's so cool here. She was having a good time. Why are you no good with spiders, but ghosts and stuff are fine? You seem to be fine with them instead? Isn't it basically the same, then? But ghosts are scary. And spiders are nasty. The two agreed to disagree. An eerie howl could be heard from very close to the group. Eek. Unable to bear it anymore, Maya clung with her entire body against Sophia's back as closely as she could. This move caused her some damage as well. Mentally, at least. The catgirl tightly hugging her, the feel of her soft body and the warmth radiating from it, together with her extreme shivering for an interesting bonus experience, it was a little too much. Maya, it's kinda hard to move. She tried a more elegant approach to stop her before becoming too embarrassed. I don't care. Instead, she only increased her clinging. Is that so? Sophia's mouth twitched. She wasn't particularly angry, far from it, but she was getting nervous due to their closeness. See, can we go now? Like, really? But I want to explore some more. Maya was about to fully cry. Fine, she started to feel guilty, seeing how affected the catgirl was. I imagine light magic to be effective? Am I right with that? Indeed. The ghosts and other spectral-based beings will vanish instantly with powerful light magic. Actually, I think this also might be the only way to leave this floor. It feels like the fog is of magical origin and somehow makes it impossible to find the next stairs. Good. Having confirmation, she literally turned on the light on the floor. Giguhhh. As the entire place was bathed in bright light, anguished voices came from every corner, but these were gone for good soon after. Even the fog had mostly disappeared, leaving only the tombstones and some dead and half-rotten trees in the graveyard-wide place behind. It's fine now, Maya. Huh? She gingerly opened her eyes and hesitatingly glanced around. Hiya. With a massive sigh, the catgirl let go of her back and fell on her knees, looking very relieved. Thank you so very much. I'll be grateful to you, for the rest of my life. It was that bad? Sophia was shocked by her reaction. Why yes. The corners of Maya's eyes were still wet with tears. I'm sorry for waiting so long then. She felt guilty because she wanted to leisurely explore everything and even teased her when she was this frightened. Scared Maya made me a little excited. Those words were barely audible. And no, I shouldn't have freaked out this much. That's not true. Everyone has things they aren't good at dealing with. I have, quite a lot of them, actually. Ahaha. She made a self-deprecating laugh. Just earlier, I completely lost it with these spiders. You really did. The answer came instantly. Gay. Anyway, I feel bad for not watching you properly, or rather, simply ignoring it, or even enjoying it. Sophia mumbled the last parts only. I want to make up for it. Then you simply have to always look just at me in the future. The catgirl had recovered enough to get back at her. What dash? The way she worded it had a big effect on Sophia. The catgirl's slight grin, combined with her up-pointing and twitchy tail, wasn't helping either. That's a little. She wouldn't last long if she were to actually do that. How about you can ask for 2 things as your reward for clearing the previous floor? Yes. She almost answered before Sophia finished her suggestion. I mean, you don't have to, but I'll humbly agree to your generous offer. There was nothing humble about your reaction. She couldn't stay still on this one. Oh, can I also make 1 super request instead of 2 normal ones? I really, absolutely, super don't like the sound of that. Not even a little bit. That's a no, then? Maya innocently tilted her head while giving her a little wink. Feel free to make an even cuter face, but my answer will remain a big, fat no. She was too scared about the super request to care about her own wording. Said wording caused a great smile to appear on Maya's face. Sophia couldn't interpret her reaction until she noticed that she had just openly commented on Maya's cuteness in the heat of the moment. Again. It was from the first time this happened. Anyway, let's go to the next floor. This one has nothing of interest left anymore, after all. She quickly changed the subject. Sure. Having agreed, the 2 girls made their way towards the stairs at the other end of the graveyard. Fan quietly followed them without saying a word, not wanting to interrupt them, or worse, get involved in whatever they were doing. Huh? Sophia was confused when the group finished descending the stairs. What's this all about? That's a good question. Just as much, Maya, too, was confused. The group suddenly found themselves in a huge yet empty room. Oh, is this a boss room? She suddenly became excited. Boss room? Both, the catgirl and the wolf, had no idea what she was talking about. Forget it. Embarrassed, Sophia turned her head away. But what is this room, then? Maya concentrated her gaze at the faraway other side of the dimly lit room and found a hint. There's something written on a stone plate on that wall. Really? Let's go and have a look. With Sophia in the lead, they walked towards the mysterious sign to find out what was going on. Reading the contents of the inscription, the group fell silent, unable to find any fitting words. Welcome, idiots. Congratulations on having made it to the end of this pointless dungeon. That massive strength of yours sure is wasted. Not even realizing that there was no reason to advance this far is just. I don't even. Why would anyone go deeper than the 3rd floor? Especially because there are only monsters who are pointlessly strong and all of the nasty kind. I created this place during an afternoon where I was really bored and never bothered finishing it. Never added any rewards or fun things to it. The welcome traps were enjoyable, though. Not that anyone would ever read this anyway. Nobody would be that stupid, after all. Greetings, Kinnear. P.S. If anyone actually really reads this. There is an exit behind that rock over there. Feel free to use it, unless you're so stupid and want to go all the way back, though. Their silence went on for a little longer. Kinnear? Maya was lost in thoughts. I think I've heard that name before. I can't remember where, though. Finn's ears twitched, but he remained silent. What the? Sophia snapped. Are you kidding me? I don't know who or what you are, but I'll find you, and I will punch you, Kinnear. Fan, add their name to my to-do list. Sure. He didn't have to, actually. The wolf knew that Kinnear was the overseer who brought her to this world, and he already was on said list. Seriously. Her anger was still rising. So, this place is just some kind of joke? Something they build on a slow Tuesday afternoon? See, calm down, Sophia. I do share the sentiment, though. Maya wasn't exactly happy either. But the sign at the entrance did say don't bother, right? There were some hints. But not something like that? She wasn't bothered by her wasted time. The reason why she had wasted it was the problem. That's true. The cat girl had no comeback. Well, what's done is done. Fen tried to defuse the situation. Let's just forget about it and leave this place already. I miss the fresh air. And me, too. Sure, you two go ahead. I have a little something left to do here. She had a nasty expression. As Sophia? It won't take long. But. Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm. She reassured Maya. The aura around the girl said something different, though. Oh no. Fen knew what that meant. Still, once he realized that she could go wild here without having to regret it later on, the wolf thought it might not be such a bad idea after all. Let's let her have this, Maya. He started pushing her towards the hidden exit. Are you sure? Isn't she about to go out of control? She doubted his decision. Yeah, let her blow off some steam in an enclosed area where she can't accidentally influence the population count of the world. The cat girl finally understood his intention. I'll be coming in a couple of minutes. Sophia waved after the two with a terrifying expression. About 20 minutes passed since they had parted. Fen and Maya were currently waiting for the slightly angry girl on a tranquil plain that the secret exit had led them to. Sophia eventually returned while looking extremely exhausted but also satisfied for some reason. Gee girl, what happened to your magic power? Fen noticed that he could only sense a fraction of her powers at the moment. I've emptied it. Her voice was as calm as it could be. What dash? What have you done? Let's talk about that later. But for now, Fen, could you please go back to your normal size and let Maya ride on your back? We have to get away from here right now, and as far as possible. 2 kilometers should be enough, or maybe 3? Yeah, let's do that. 4 kilometers, that is. Huh? Okay, sure. Doing as told, Fen transformed, and Maya got on his back before he quickly ran away while Sophia was running alongside him. Having arrived at the distance the girl asked for, Sophia turned around and watched the plane they had fled from. It should happen in a couple of minutes now. Girl, really, what have you done? What happened to all of your magic power? The usual, actually. I've turned the air into almost pure oxygen and used my magic power as fuel, but I've flooded the insides of the dungeon with my entire magic power. I also closed off every entrance of the dungeon so that nothing of it can escape. The fire trap I placed should go off soon. Are you dash? Your entire magic power? The wolf was visibly distressed. Yes. Run. Fen threw Maya on his back again in a panic and broke into a sprint, running much faster than before. What is wrong? Sophia was next to him and didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. You idiot. Eh? She didn't like the treatment. The group managed to increase their distance by another 6 to 7 kilometers because Fen had insisted on running their absolute fastest when it finally happened. It began with a low growling noise, which quickly expanded into a full-blown explosion. A short moment later, before the group had even the chance to look at the scene, they were hit by a powerful shockwave. It was so strong that it almost blew them off their feet or paws. Sophia awkwardly turned around, looking like a broken robot in the process to get a glimpse of what she'd done. Oh! The entire plane, including the place they first evacuated to, was gone. It had turned into a gigantic crater. Debris was still flying through the air, and the area was wrapped in a thick layer of dust and smoke. I may have overdone it a little bit. Awkwardly scratching her cheek was about the only thing she could do at the moment. You. Fen only stared at her. What just happened? Maya was still processing the events. Sophia, is what happened. The wolf couldn't think of a better explanation. Fen, you idiot. It was the cat girl who complained. Why me? You're the one that let her go wild, saying she should have her fun. Ugh. You know that stuff like this happens when you leave her unsupervised. That's dash, Fen was backed into a corner. How could I have known that she'd do something this insane? Hey, I'm right here in front of you. Shut up. The two were in perfect sync when telling off Sophia, though. And just like that, a big piece of land had forever vanished, thanks to the anger of a single girl. A dungeon was destroyed as well, but that one most likely won't be missed. Chapter 37, Aftermath of the Dungeon Exploration. The group had finished exploring the Forgotten Maze dungeon. They also found out that the whole thing was just a joke, and Sophia got a little angry. She ended up blowing it up as a reaction. Unfortunately, she used way too much power and obliterated the entire area in a multiple-kilometer radius around it as well. Only a gigantic crater was left behind where once a tranquil plain was. So, that happened, huh? Sophia was still looking at the chaos she created while trying to sound indifferent. Don't play it off like it was nothing. Maya wasn't letting her any of that. What are we going to do about that? Turn around and keep going? Which way was the beast folk capital again? She glanced around, trying to find the right direction. I believe it should be dash Fen was looking for the destination together with her. Why you aren't going to fix that? She pointed at the crater. I didn't plan to. I mean, why would I? I agree with Sophia here. The wolf nodded. It's not like it has any impact on us, has it? I do feel bad for letting her go out of control, but not for destroying this land. I couldn't care less about it, even if I tried. It's not like anyone would make us responsible for any of that, or rather, could. Exactly. Sophia was influenced too much by the wolf already. Well, I could. Maya was angry. No, okay, I don't really care about the land either, but. I mean, if Fen hadn't noticed and evacuated us further, we could have been seriously hurt or even died. I'm sure that at least I likely wouldn't have survived that. She was still pointing at the crater. Ah. Fen understood the actual problem she was having. Sophia just noticed this side of the story and looked utterly devastated all of a sudden. Immediately after the realization hit her, tears began to roll down her face out of nowhere. This revelation was too much to deal with for the already unstable girl. Huh? Seeing that, the cat girl started panicking. Don't cry, okay? I'm terrible with that. I'm sorry. It was already too late for her to calm down. I really didn't want that. It would have been the worst, sniff. The girl continued to sob while apologizing to Maya after her breakdown. She was unable to control her emotions, more than ever now. The cat girl was hastily flailing her arms around in a panic, and so was her tail. Why you didn't do it on purpose, right? Oh, of course not. I'll forgive you then. So, please stop crying. Thank you very much. Sniff. Sophia tried to wipe away her tears, but new ones just kept flowing. I'm sorry, I might, sniff, need a while. You are so hopeless. Maya let out a soft giggle. I know. Some time passed before Sophia calmed down enough for her tears to finally stop. I haven't cried like that in a while. Not even when I was forced to leave my home to come here. I really have no control at all anymore, huh? She was talking about her arrival in this world. Her emotions were all over the place, today especially, thanks to her boosts. The cat girl didn't say anything regarding her mumblings, but had a complicated look on her face. Anyway, again, I'm really sorry about what happened. She tried to regain her posture. Alright, to make it for it even a tiny little bit. Regarding that super request you mentioned earlier, Maya. You can have it, together with the 2 normal ones of top. Really? Maya sounded excited all of a sudden. Great. That makes almost getting killed totally worth it. Yeah? Why do I feel like I just made a terrible mistake? What are you going to do to me? Who knows? She had no intention of telling her. Well, though I'm scared, I earned whatever you have planned for me. Sophia had resigned herself to it. You make me sound like the bad person here. Ahaha, the mood between the girls slowly returned to normal. It's gotten late already. Sophia looked at the sun getting lower while changing the topic. Is there a place nearby where we can camp? I'm not sure where we even are. Maya looked around, trying to find a familiar-looking landmark. I sort of lost the orientation when we were running away. We're about 10 to 11 kilometers northwest of the entrance, former entrance of the dungeon. Northwest, huh? Let's see, if I remember right, there's a huge lake not far from here then. That should be a nice place to camp, in my opinion. This continent sure has a lot of lakes. It wasn't the first time they camped at a lake, after all. Sure, sounds good to me. Let's go there. Guide away. Okay. Showing them the way, they arrived at their camping place soon enough and also gathered some food along the way. Right, now that's a lake. Sophia stared at the crystal clear water that was so vast she couldn't even see the end of it. Together with the white sand beach, it made a lovely picture. I kinda want to take a swim now. Why not do it? Maya looked at her. No swimsuit. There's no need for that, is there? There is, there definitely is. Ah, is that so? She seemed ever so slightly disappointed. She had a lot of fun messing with the girl. Well, Sophia walked towards the water regardless and took off her shoes and socks. That much should be fine. Cold. She dipped her right foot into the water and immediately jumped back. Why? It's so warm out here. The cat girl was laughing for some reason. Why, you knew about that, right? And you still wanted me to go in? And naked even? Your reactions really are the best. Maya was smiling broadly, and her ever so active tail seemed to be happy as well, swishing around from side to side as usual. Why you? Looking for a way to get back at the playful cat, Sophia glanced at the lake again. Then, a small orb of water emerged from it before speeding towards Maya, hitting her in the face before she could even react. Eek! She shrieked up in surprise. So cold. Why did you do that? Do you really need to ask? Ugh. Anyway, take tea. Maya ran up to her, planning to get revenge, but she tripped on the loose sand and crashed headfirst into Sophia. Losing her balance from the impact, she stumbled backward and was about to fall into the lake. Not wanting to suffer alone, Sophia barely managed to grab the cat girl's arm, taking the girl with her for the fall into the water. Cold. Drenched in ice-cold water, the shrieky cry of the two echoed through the area soon after. Why, you're the worst, Sophia. Shivering, Maya vented her frustration. Why, you started it. She was equally angry. Sorry. That wasn't the plan. I really want to take a hot bath now. Still shivering in her soaked clothes, the cat girl wrapped her arms around herself to warm up even a bit. Sophia took a quick glance at her body while her clothes were tightly clinging to it. A lot of it became see-through because most of Maya's outfit was white. This didn't leave much to her imagination. How about this for starters? Looking away, she invoked some magic, and warm wind wrapped around the girls and quickly but gently dried their clothes. Better now? Thanks, I'm still cold on the inside, though. A bath would still be great. I'll build one later, okay? Thank you very much. For supposedly feeling chilly, the cat girl was very energetic. Let's get dinner first, though. Yes. Having fooled around enough, the girls reunited with Fan, and the group prepared their dinner together as usual. Much to the delight of Sophia, with the arrival of Maya, who's a decent cook, the food selection and quality had grown considerably. Well then, after they finished eating, Sophia got up with a satisfied expression. I'll get the bath ready. Okay. Maya stood up as well for some reason. I'll come with you. Why? I want to see how you build it. Sure. It's quite boring, though. I don't mind. Decided on going together, the two looked for a suitable place, and Sophia began preparing her magic to build it. Any wishes before I begin, Maya? She tilted her head. I want a bigger bath. That's no problem. What size do you want it to be? Let's see. The cat girl paused. Big enough for 2 people to get in without it feeling cramped, I guess? I can do that, Why are you using such a specific way for describing the size? Sophia had a very bad premonition about this situation. Because it has to fit 2 people, of course. Why you don't mean what I think you mean, right? Cold sweat appeared all over her body. Yes, we're going to take a bath together. Maya spoke like it was a matter of course for her. No. Sophia instantly refused. It was an impossible task for her. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Absol. She was interrupted by the cat girl in the middle. Remember the requests, no, rewards I earned? Sophia fell silent. I'm going to use one on that. She seemed determined. But, aren't there any better things for you to request, instead of bathing together? None that I can think of, or want to. Is there really and nothing else, like, anything? Is this all really happening? Seriously. Sophia was panicking and negotiating at the same time. So, as I said, make it big enough to fit 2 people. Maya answered her by completely ignoring the girl. You. With tears in her eyes, Sophia started working on the extra-large bath for the 2 of them. So, this is how my life in a different world is going to end, huh? Being sure she'll die of a severe case of cardiac arrest in the very near future because there's no way her heart's going to survive such a situation. She mumbled these last words to herself. Chapter 38, Pushy Cat Girl. Sophia was currently in a big pinch. Maya had claimed the first of her rewards, and she started with an outrageous one. At least in her eyes. Having requested to take a bath together, she was confident that she's not going to survive, surely dying from embarrassment or other, more conflicting feelings. Still, as she had promised the cat girl, there wasn't much to be done about the situation because she had a high sense of duty in that regard. Going back on her word wasn't her style. No matter how much she wanted to. Are we really doing this? Sophia glanced at the completed bath that looked more like a hot spring bath now because she made it really big, trying to get as much space between the 2 as possible before getting back to the cat girl. Yes. A lively answer came in return. Fine. Resigning herself, she gave up. Good girl. Maya praised her. But, I'll go into the water first, okay? She had one last request. You can, follow afterward. Let's go in together. Please let me at least have this. She was practically begging at this point. Can't be helped, huh? Okay, I'll wait exactly 2 minutes. Not a second longer, got it? Pushy Maya. And not sure if I'm a fan. Voicing a weak complaint, Sophia disappeared into the bath and quickly undressed there. Then, the girl entered the huge, almost hot spring-like tub and made herself small while hiding in a corner. Mostly submerged in the water, Sophia faced one of the walls, not wanting to see anything else. I'm glad she's unconsciously helping me out, but her attack power is way too high for the current me. I want to get better at it already. Oh, you really outdid yourself. Another voice entered the bath after a while. Soon, the rustling sound of clothes being taken off could be heard. You. She tightly shut her eyes before feeling that someone had entered the water she was in. You sure are a shy one. Maya got herself comfortable and relaxed. So nice. It can't be helped, okay? She tried to explain herself. That's the first time I've ever done something like taking a bath with anyone else. Sophia still refused to look her way while admitting so. You never took a bath with friends? Before that, I can barely even remember the time I had friends in the first place. Maya didn't know what to say. Sorry. No, it's fine, I guess. It was mostly my own fault because of my circumstances, after all. So, I'm sorry about reacting in such a weird way in this situation. Sophia had a rare clear moment and came up with a somewhat solid excuse. Don't worry about it. Maya started to feel guilty about bringing it up. Still, won't you face me at least? Even if you're embarrassed, which I can understand now, this makes it even more awkward. Don't you think so, too? She remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sophia then slowly turned around to face the cat girl. Her eyes remained shut, though. Oh, you're actually not quite as slender when not wearing clothes. Maya was intently checking her out. They're bigger than I thought. Hey. Sophia sprang up and looked angry. No comments on that, okay? Her biggest regret when coming to this world was getting a body that hadn't yet developed to the point she wants it to. It especially weighed down on her ever since becoming aware that it'll take a literal eternity to get bigger because she most likely doesn't age much, if at all. Touchy subject, huh? Don't worry about it, you look great. Also, you'll probably grow another bit in the coming year or two. Well, unless you're like me, whose body stopped growing for some reason. Please stop. Because she took even more damage from the catgirl's prediction, Sophia missed the compliment she had thrown in it. But like I said, why you do have a great figure regardless. Maya could effortlessly tell, because Sophia was currently presenting herself in full view after standing up out of the water in her fit of anger. You. She finally realized that she was standing stark naked in front of the catgirl and quickly submerged herself again while turning completely red. I mean it, okay? She, too, got a bit flustered. Thank you, but Sophia finally managed to take a peek at Maya and almost choked. Her glistening wet skin, the slightly flushed face, the snow-white and damp hair sticking to her body and face, together with her equally white cat ears, which seemed to sparkle from the droplets of water clinging to the fluff inside. The waterline partially distorted it, but she could still make out the girl's figure, and she liked what she was seeing and was terribly jealous and couldn't look away. Her emotions about the view were all over the place. Unconsciously taking a longer than appropriate glance at her chest area, Sophia managed to stop herself before her line of sight began to wander further south. Feeling guilty, she looked away from her. Maya developed a grin. Just where were you looking? Enjoying the view? She didn't fail to miss the girl's suspicious acting. It's basically impossible not to notice those gazes after all. And no, that's a not. She turned even redder and was unable to give a proper answer. Oh, so you aren't, huh? I was kinda proud of my figure, though. It was near impossible to tell whether she was serious or teasing the girl. Yeah? That's not what Sophia stopped in the middle of her sentence. Is there a right answer I can give here? She felt cornered and looked troubled. Who knows. The catgirl was having her fun. You. Sophia had turned around completely again to hide once more. She couldn't deal with it anymore. As much as she wanted to, the current her went already way past her limits. You've stopped facing me again. Whose fault do you think that is? Yours? That's not the main reason here. She had to pause for a moment. Hee. Well, if that's how it is, Maya's grin became even more mischievous. She got closer to the embarrassed girl and wrapped her arms around Sophia's waist from behind. Pulling her close, the catgirl's front came in contact with the other's back before she placed her head on Sophia's shoulder to rest it there. Eek! She made a pathetic scream before her entire body tensed up. What are you doing, Maya? She'd gone useless in an instant. Just some skinship. A skinship? Unfortunately, Sophia was slowly regaining the feeling in her back after going into shock for a moment. She became fully aware of Maya's naked body pressing against her. She was feeling various things she had never come in contact with from another girl, especially in such close proximity as skin to skin. In short, her brain overloaded. Unable to say anything, she was at the complete mercy of the catgirl. That much is completely normal between friends. It took her a whole minute to reply. Her theoretical knowledge made her doubtful, but there was little she could say as she had no practical experience. Is that so? Absolutely, yes. Maya's voice cracked, but Sophia's mind was in no position to notice this, let alone react. She closed her eyes and tried everything to calm down even a tiny amount, somehow being able to deal with this situation in some way. She didn't know how much time had passed since she tried to get used to the new feelings, sensations. It felt like quite a while, but when Sophia opened her eyes again, she wasn't in the bath anymore. This caused her a significant amount of confusion. Looking around, the girl saw the campfire and spotted Finn sitting next to it. Yeah? She also noticed that she was lying down close to the ground, based on her low point of view, but she felt strangely comfortable. Having a bad feeling about this, Sophia wriggled her head around, becoming more aware of the soft surface she lay on. Glancing towards it, she finally noticed that she was resting her head on a pair of legs. Gorgeous legs, she added in her mind. Slowly, and even more awkwardly, the girl turned her head in the other direction, looking upward. There, she quickly managed to form eye contact with Maya, owner of these legs. "Oh, you've finally woken up, huh?" She smiled at her. What happened? Sophia was clearly confused. That's a good question. You stopped responding to me at some point, and then I noticed that you were out cold. It was quite the ordeal to get you out of the bath, and here, I'll let you know. Sorry. Wait, that means dash. She looked down at herself in a fluster and noticed that she was fully dressed. Erg. Thank you very much. Swallowing her embarrassment as much as she could, Sophia managed to thank her. Well, that part wasn't so bad. She let out a short giggle. Really, what happened? Did the heat get to you? Not wanting to admit that some sort of heat indeed got to her, she kept it vague. It might be. You're such a piece of work, Sophia. Ahaha. With a dry laugh, she couldn't exactly disagree and tried to get up from Maya's lap, but she wasn't allowed to leave this embarrassing position. Stay put, girl. She, not so, gently pressed her head down again, smushing it into her thighs. Relax a little longer and recover, okay? Despite her wording, it wasn't a question. But. While Sophia was indeed feeling comfortable, the sensation made her unable to recover, or relax, for that matter. The feeling of the catgirl's lap was too intense to let her calm down. No buts. You. It didn't feel like she could win against Maya. Good. Seeing that she had stopped struggling, she started to pet Sophia's head as a reward while her tail was happily swishing around from side to side behind her. Sophia felt like she was about to pass out again because her brain was working way too hard right now. Still, the petting felt really nice, making her have very conflicting feelings about the situation. She remained silent while thinking about her boosts, which seemed to be completely useless right now. Ignoring the part where getting a lap pillow by a beautiful girl would have been entirely impossible for her in the previous world. I hope you'll hold out better tomorrow. Tomorrow? She was confused. Did you think the bathing arrangement was a one-time deal? No, that would be way too little of a request, right? It's going to be our new daily routine. Maya was still smiling at her, but the other girl felt ever so slightly intimidated. What? In shock, Sophia tried to get up again but still wasn't allowed to do so. We're going to do that, every day now? That's impossible. Why not? There was no way she could answer. Is there something about me that makes you don't want to? That's not it. Sophia was the problem, not the catgirl. In a way, she was really grateful to her and also enjoyed it. It just was too much for her current self to deal with. Great. It's decided then. Losing the little strength she had left, Sophia had no idea how she was going to survive in the future. She glanced at Fan, seeking help, but he simply turned his head away. It was obvious that the wolf didn't want to get caught in between them. Now, be a good girl and relax. Maya increased her patting frequency as she said so. Easier said than done. Sophia squirmed around for a little while but ultimately settled down on her lap before long. Definitely having taken a liking to the head pats, she also didn't seem to be that distressed anymore, either. Being able to calm down appeared to be impossible for her, though. Or so Sophia thought, at least. By the time Maya began to play around with the girl's hair, a small yawn had escaped her lips before closing her eyes, seeming to be finally comfortable with the situation. That, or her brain turned off. Good. Maya showed a gentle smile as she looked down and noticed that the girl in her lap stopped shifting around nervously and had calmed down. Upon closer inspection, she noticed even more. She's fallen asleep. So much for that. This girl sure is all over the place. I have the feeling that's mostly thanks to you, though. Fen suspiciously eyed her. Ahaha. So, what are you planning, cat? The wolf felt like Maya had some sort of ulterior motive with how she was acting. And so, once the person of interest had fallen asleep, he tried to find out what was going on. He enjoyed Sophia's company, and so he wanted to protect her. Not that he would ever admit this to the girl in question. Chapter 39, Nosy Wolf. Sophia had fallen asleep on Maya's lap after a long and exhausting day, mainly caused by the owner of said lap. Once they were on their own, Fen became curious about why the cat girl was so pushy today and confronted her. So, what are you planning, girl? The wolf repeated himself while looking at Maya, who was still playing around with the sleeping girl's hair. Good question. Don't try to avoid the subject now. He glared at her. It's nothing bad, okay? She felt slightly intimidated. What am I doing? Some kind of brute force attack, I guess? Brute force? Shock therapy? No, that doesn't quite fit. Or does it? Trying to overload her in a controlled situation? That might be a better fit. If she can be controlled, that is. She was trying to find a fitting description. You don't know yourself? I know what I want, but. Wait, do I? She took another peek at Sophia peacefully sleeping in her lap. Ignoring her anger and whatnot outbreaks, she seems to have a problem interacting with people, does she not? Getting really flustered over nothing. She even told me she hadn't had any friends. Is that really true? Yes. So he had heard from the girl, at least. Sophia doesn't look like it at first glance, but she used to be a shy and introverted girl. She was more or less always alone before coming here. Stuff happened with that part of her past, and she became somewhat friendly with others or sociable. At least on the surface. Her mind still has its problems with keeping up. I see. It actually makes sense in some weird way. Her personality really falls apart the moment I push her just a little tiny bit, after all. I think your definition of a little or tiny isn't the same as mine, though. Minor details. Still, I don't really get what exactly is going on, but this girl went through some stuff, huh? She placed a hand on Sophia's head and gently rubbed it a bit. HRMNG. The petted girl stirred a little, but didn't wake up. You have no idea. I have the urge to help her, and I wanted her to break out of her shell by doing what I did today. Was that maybe a mistake? Maya looked back at her pushiness. I think the idea itself is not bad, but you came in way too fast and strong. I'm certain you already helped her a ton. She changed a lot since meeting you 2 weeks ago. For the better, I want to add. Really? Yes, you are good for her, but I don't know what happens if you push her too much in that regard. I would be careful about that. The wolf wasn't sure what Sophia would do if her shyness gets overboosted, or perhaps even some other, more complicated feelings. Okay, I'll try to hold myself back a little then. Maya actually looked a bit disappointed. That's a wise choice. Still, Dashvan stared at her. What? Why are you doing this? Why, you ask? The cat girl tilted her head. I like helping people? Aside from maybe Massey. Anyway, Sophia's really interesting, and I just want to? Ignoring her power that made me want to come with her, something about this girl draws me to her. Now that we've spent some time together, more than ever. I really enjoy being with her, she's a lot of fun. That's why I want to help her out with whatever she's dealing with. I see. Though, is trying to help her really all you intend with your approach? What do you mean? Maya stuttered over her answer. Girl, are you dashed? The wolf tried to imply something. Shoo. Maya put a finger on her lips and stopped him, not wanting to hear whatever he planned to say. I won't say I never got a little curious or appreciated the looks of someone, but all I really ever cared for was magic and fighting. Very relatable. Fen lived a similar lifestyle. I have a lot of friends and care about them. I liked spending time with them, but I can't say I ever wished to be closer with any of them. Sophia's changed, is changing something about me in that regard. I kinda want to stay next to her, but But she's the most interesting person I ever met, after all, but I have no idea in what way, and what that entails yet, either. Everything is happening so fast lately that I have no time to sit down and think about it. I'm not sure if I even want to. I only know her for not even 2 weeks now. It makes no sense. Does it matter how long you two were together? Yes. No. Maybe? I don't know. The catgirl couldn't decide. Let's not talk about that anymore, okay? Finn took a glance at her nervously twitching tail and granted her request. Whatever you want. Thanks. I'm getting tired, anyway. How about we call it a day? Maya didn't feel like continuing a conversation about something she doesn't understand herself. This might be for the best. Good. She looked down at her lap, where Sophia was still sleeping, and found herself in a bit of a bind. I don't want to wake her up, but sleeping without any support is hard, even for me. She stretched out her back to bring the point across. What should I do now? I guess it can't be helped. Finn stood up, walked around the campfire, and laid himself down right behind the catgirl. Will that work for you? Sorry, and thanks. Maya let herself fall back a bit and used the side of the wolf's body as a support for her back. It's fine. I understand why Sophia likes this so much now. You're pretty comfortable, Finn. Not happy, not a compliment. Having finished their talk and found a sleeping position that worked for everyone, they finally ended the day, having a somewhat slow start on the following one. HRNG. Sophia let out a prolonged yawn and stretched herself a little, but it was of no use. Without even opening her eyes, she nuzzled her head against the pillow again. So comfy. Why, thank you. Cold sweat immediately appeared on her forehead. Gingerly, she used her hands to pat all over her pillow, and the bad feeling got worse. Giving it a good squeeze, or 3, Sophia became aware that it was indeed not a pillow she was resting on, but a pair of legs after the 5th squeeze. They felt very pleasant to the touch, that's why she ended it squeezing them 2 more times on top, but those definitely didn't belong to her. Slowly opening her eyes, they met Maya's, the actual owner of these legs. Good morning, sleepyhead. The catgirl gave her a light greeting. Morning. So, it wasn't a daydream, huh? Sophia still seemed to be rather sleepy. Slept well? How was my lap? Comfortable? And no, she reacted on instinct, but then managed to take herself apart and tried to be a little honest. Why yes, very. The brute force method of the catgirl might be promising. Good. Maya liked the answer. It's all yours to use. She was in a good mood. Thanks, I'm good. She was certain it would be bad for her mental health. Eh? That answer, she didn't like very much. HIA. Yawning again, Sophia ignored her complaints and finally found the motivation to leave the catgirl's lap. She got up before stretching herself some more to fight her fatigue and drowsiness. Oh, you used Fen to sleep, huh? She only now noticed the wolf relaxing behind them. Good morning. He greeted her. She didn't want to wake you by moving, so I offered my services instead. Thanks. Yeah? Oh ouch. While the two were talking, Maya suddenly yelped out, getting their attention. What are you doing? Sophia saw that the girl had fallen over and dived her nose headfirst deep into the ground. I can't feel my legs. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes once she dusted off her face before she fruitlessly tried to stand up again. She felt strangely responsible for the mess, not that it was her fault. Help me up. The catgirl lifted her arms. Sure. Sophia grabbed her hands, gently pulled her up, and waited until she was somewhat able to stand on her own. Pfft. She tried her best to hold back her laughter while watching the newborn fawn that was barely able to do so, wobbling all over the place. Laugh. The catgirl looked like she was about to fall over again, trying her best not to do so. I am trying to be, but you just look way too funny. She had a lot of fun with the situation. Okay, let's change positions tonight and see how you fare tomorrow. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Sophia didn't think she would be able to deal with such a high-level task. TCH. It was worth a try. Maya was recovering quite fast. Sure was. She played along. So, anyway, what are we doing today? Except that, of course. You're not in a hurry to reach the capital, right? Not at all. Why are you asking? Is it okay if we stay here for a while? I wanted to train my newly learned water magic and test some things out. I think this place is perfect for that. Maya pointed at the huge lake right next to them. Oh, that might not be a bad idea. Maybe I'll do the same, because I had some interesting ideas. You're staying with me. She sounded extremely serious all of a sudden. No solo trips for you anymore. Especially if you mention interesting ideas. Fine, let's do it together. Sophia felt that there was no room for negotiations here. Not that she minds spending time with Maya. Besides the mental strain, that is. What about you, Fen? I have some things on my own that I want to test. Don't mind about me. Alright. Shall we go then, Maya? Yeah, let's. Having decided on their plan for the day, the girls left the camp after getting ready and walked over to the nearby lake to play around with water-based magic. Is there anything specific you want to learn? The cat girl intently stared at the water. Yeah, something I can use as an attack. I want to get much stronger, after all. Drowning your enemy in a giant ball of water would be quite effective, I assume. Just the head would probably enough, would it not? You're quite extreme. Maya wasn't the biggest fan of the idea. I do like your enthusiasm, though. What about water blades? Basically, just like the wind ones, but made out of, well, water. Oh, that doesn't sound half bad. I'll give it a try. This seemed like a much more feasible attack to her. Okay, then I'll go. She turned to the side but didn't make it far. You'll stay right next to me. Maya didn't give her a chance to run away and do something outrageous on her own again. You can do whatever you wanted right here. Fine. She looked a little pouty. What were you planning in the first place? No idea. She was being obstinate just because she wanted to. Then don't be like that. The cat girl complained about her unreasonableness. I always get the best ideas when I'm just playing around without a goal. I see. I'm sure you can do that just fine within my reach as well. Probably, yeah. Good. Having successfully put a restriction on the walking catastrophe called Sophia, Maya started thinking about a way to learn the previously suggested water blades. At the same time, the other girl began to suspiciously eye the lake's water surface, trying to think about something interesting to play with. Chapter 40, Half-Baked Magic. Maya had gone to the lake next to the group's campground to train her water magic. As Sophia wasn't allowed to go out on her own anymore, because this usually ends up in some sort of disaster, she tagged along. How do I use water magic again? The cat girl had already forgotten how she managed to do it the last time. You sure are hopeless, huh? She glared at Sophia. Okay, I'll figure it out on my own. The remark had rubbed her the wrong way. Really? Okay, great. Sophia focused her attention on the lake again and concentrated on its water surface. Maya wondered about the suspicious lack of a reaction. You're planning something, aren't you? Just a little something. I have an idea, but yet to flesh out the details. Anyway, don't mind me. Should I be worried? She already was. Not at all. It's perfectly safe. Probably. Worried, it is. Maya definitely had a bad feeling now. Don't worry about it and focus on your water blades. Fine. She tried to concentrate on it for a couple of minutes, but ended up glancing at Sophia all the time. Okay, just do it already. I absolutely can't focus on my training otherwise. You sure are demanding today. Well, whatever. Have you ever heard of surface tension? What's that? Sophia pointed at the lake. Do you see how those insects are floating on the water? Yes? That's not only because those insects are really light. That's important, but the main reason is the surface tension and how they distribute their weight over their long legs. The water particles form strong bonds, which are hard to break. Well, in relative terms, of course. This causes those insects to stay on the surface without sinking. That's also why drops of water are rounded when they fall. The water wants to stay together. Roughly speaking, that is. Okay? The cat girl wasn't exactly sure she understood what Sophia meant as she tilted her head while her tail also resembled a question mark. Long story short, I want to walk on water. She wasn't entirely sure what she was talking about either. Huh? That's too short of an explanation. Wait, are you serious? I always am. That's rather doubtful. At least, I hope. Maya was confident in saying that the girl's joking around most of the time. Do you really want to walk on water? That was the plan. Sounds fun, doesn't it? It does, sure, but is there any reason for it? Being fun is the only reason I need. Right. So, what are you going to do? If you're telling me that you can use magic to make yourself lighter to help not breaking this surface tension thingy, I'm going to get angry. The cat girl had an intense look. You're going to teach me that right now and here. Why would you need something like that? That doesn't matter. Every girl would kill for such magic. You might have a point there. Sophia instinctively felt agreeing to her claim. Not that you need it, though. An image of yesterday's bathing disaster flew through her head as she turned red. Why, you look perfect. This definitely wasn't the word she wanted to use. Or planned to say out loud at least. Thank you very much. Maya got a bit embarrassed, as well. So, is that what you're planning? And not at all. She was happy the topic wasn't picked up. I'm going to mess with the surface tension of the water, making it way stronger. I really don't get it, after all, but okay. Ahaha, I actually don't entirely understand it myself, but that never stopped me before. Sophia was glad that magic in this world was relatively forgiving so that she could scrape by with her superficial knowledge of most of these things. So, what do you have to do? Imagine the water surface as strong, and hope for the best? That's some half-bakedness if I ever saw one. Does it really work that way? I feel stupid for always putting so much work into my magic. No, putting work into it definitely is the better approach. I probably wouldn't have stopped time on accident if I were a little more diligent, brr. Sophia shivered, just remembering the incident. Well, I'm not the type for that, though. You sure aren't. Alright, let's give it a try. Sophia approached the lake and kneeled down to touch the water. Okay, hard water surface, strong enough to withstand a person. Mumbling about her ideas while trying new magic for the first time, as usual, Sophia poured her magic power into it once she had a good enough image in her head. Looking at the lake, she quickly noticed that she might have made a slight mistake. You've frozen the lake, Sophia. Maya, too, looked at the sparkly, frozen-up mass of water, or rather, ice now. I don't think that's what you wanted to do, right? The culprit scratched her cheek. Oops. That's not the reaction you should have. Ahaha. So, how do you like my demonstration on how putting work into your magic is important? You don't honestly think I would believe that, right? Maya just stared at her with a disapproving expression. It was worth a try. That's fair. Well, I did imagine a hard water surface, capable of people to walk on. That's pretty much ice, isn't it? I definitely did that one way too half-heartedly. I got to admit that it's pretty impressive, regardless. Yeah, I did a solid job here. Pun intended? Let's say, yes. Sophia awkwardly turned her head away. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Okay then, let's give it a try. She took a cautious step forwards and entered the ice. Seems like it's really thick enough to walk on. You don't believe the lake's frozen solid, right? Like, all the way to the ground? Well, I used my magic on the surface, so. I don't think, hope so. Sophia wasn't entirely sure. You'll have killed a lot of fish if not. That's true. She closed her eyes for a moment. Yeah, it's fine. I can still detect some fish, so they're alive. Want to try fishing for one as lunch? I've heard about ice fishing before, and it seemed a little fun. We can? Should be doable, if dash. She stopped mid-sentence and looked at the cat girl. Maya, what's your opinion on eating fish? She knew that actual cats loved to eat fish, but for cat-beast people, it might be a different story. I like them? She just tilted her head, not understanding what she was going for. Not my absolute favorite, but they can be quite delicious. Oh, okay. Sure. She still didn't understand her. Let's find a good spot. Together with the other girl, Sophia walked towards the middle of the frozen lake, but she suddenly stopped while looking down. Any interest in frozen fish? She pointed at the ice, where a group of fish was frozen solid in. Looks like there were some casualties. Well, they're still fresh, I guess? Maya looked a bit awkward. We shouldn't waste it, right? That's true. Frozen fish wasn't anything new to her, so she didn't mind. However, it was slightly different from what she usually got from the supermarket in her old world. How do we get them out, though? What would you do, Maya? Eh? Let's see. She gave it some thought. Maybe melt the ice until we can reach them? Sure, give it a try. What? Me? Maya was surprised. Okay. Oh, but don't overdo it. Else, we'll end up taking a swim in ice water. Personally, I can do without that. Nice, I love it when there's no pressure. Elle just had an idea. The cat girl concentrated on the area around the frozen fish. A little while later, a ring of fire appeared around them and melted its way into the ice. After the flames died down, a perfect circle had been cut into the ice, separating the block of fish from the rest. That was the beginning of your fire tornado, wasn't it? Sophia thought she had seen this magic before. Yes, or chantless version of my trap? Well, I thought the ring would be quite fitting for separating the ice. She looked proud. Yep, good job. Sophia liked her approach. I'll take over then. While looking at the separate piece of ice, she used water-based magic to pull it up. Once it was high enough, the girl pushed it out of the crater Maya had created. Let's bring it to land. Yes. They pushed the block of frozen fish towards the shore and left it there. What now? Thaw and grill them? Sounds like a plan to me. I prefer an actual campfire, so let's gather some wood. Having agreed on that, the two quickly gathered everything for the fire and got back to the block of ice. Using a little magic, Sophia freed the fish before Maya got them ready. Grilling them on a stick over an open fire got them done in no time. Well, that was some unexpected way to have lunch, not that I'm complaining. Maya marveled at the way the two had acquired their food. Life's full of surprises. No kidding. Maya wholeheartedly agreed, especially the last 2 weeks were just one big surprise after another. Once the two had eaten their surprisingly delicious meal, the cat girl wanted to continue training her water magic, namely learning the water blades she wanted to before. Want some help now? Well, sure, why not? She had gotten less stubborn after eating. Great. Sophia thought about a good way to teach her. Oh, how about this? Thinking that showing her would be the best starting point, she did just that. Creating a ball of water in the air, she slowly formed it into a thin layer by shaving off the sides, somehow resembling a blade. Maya tried to copy her. She managed to create her own water sphere, but forming it into a blade caused the cat girl some difficulties. Once Sophia showed it to her some more times, she was finally able to do so. Afterward, it was just a matter of shooting it at a high enough speed. Using some innocent trees as a training target, Maya got the hang of it after about an hour or two. Good job. Sophia praised her once she saw the cat girl had successfully learned her new attack magic. Yeah, it actually wasn't as hard as I thought it would going to be. Thanks for teaching me. Maya sounded grateful. Hee, you're welcome. How about we go back to the camp? It's starting to get late after all. She looked at the sun that had begun to set. That's a good idea. I could also need a bath after all the training I had, so let's hurry with that. Not to mention that the area around the lake got rather cold for some reason. Warming up in a bath sounds great. Sophia also froze up. Come on, let's go already. Maya grabbed the petrified girl's hand and dragged her back to the camp while being in a cheery mood. Chapter 41, Making Maya Cry. After Maya had successfully learned her new water blade's attack magic, she felt the need to take a bath. Knowing what that would entail, Sophia began to panic about having to do that together with her again. Still, even though she was tricked into it by the crafty cat girl, a promise was a promise. Complaining about it was fair game to her, but backing out of it was not an option. Walking past Fen, who was taking a nap in their camp without a care in the world, Sophia was becoming more and more nervous the closer the two girls got to the bath. The fact that the two were still holding hands didn't help either. Want to go in before me again? Yes, please. Okay, you have 2 minutes. Maya wasn't giving her much time to mentally prepare herself. She quickly disappeared into the bath and got herself ready by undressing and hiding in a corner in the water, just like the last time. Ah, that again, huh? Maya had entered as well and was watching the cowering girl. She went into the water and got closer to Sophia but stopped before making actual contact. Turning around is not an option? And not yet. What about a hug, then? Impossible. Sophia immediately shot her down. Slightly disappointed, Maya turned around and sat down. Stretching herself a bit while being submerged, she then leaned backward and used Sophia's back as a support. She tensed up for a moment when their backs came in contact, but somehow managed to deal with the sensation. Is that skinship as well? Sure is. I see. Having no experience, she simply had to believe the cat girl. Is it bad? She tried to be less pushy today. And no. Not exactly, I think. I just need a lot more time to get you used to it. She spoke very slowly, not to choke on her own words. Okay, great. Maya was happy that she made some sort of progress. Afterward, the two girls enjoyed each other's company while leaning their backs against each other. Resting while being wrapped in the warmth of not only the water but also the other girl. Sophia tried her best to stay calm and conscious. While she did like the feeling and the company, the atmosphere made it impossible for her mind to be calm. Say, won't you tell me a little more about you? The cat girl spoke in a calm tone without turning to face the person in question. She didn't see that request coming. You don't want to? Maya shifted around a bit, causing the other girl to squirm as their naked backs rubbed against each other in the bath. And no, it's not that. Do you want to know anything specific? She was already doing her best not to become overwhelmed by everything. Her brain was fully focused on the current situation while trying her best to get used to it. Having a deep conversation was a tough order. Then again, talking about something might divert her attention to something else. Anything is fine, really. My background's, super complicated. I would prefer not to talk about it right now. Oh, of course. The cat girl had her own theory of her upbringing already, so that was fine for her. Same goes for the source or my magic, as they're related to each other. Some other things are going on with me, but honestly, I'm still trying to understand those myself. Explaining that is rather difficult. Sophia paused for a moment. Sorry for being so secretive. No, it's absolutely fine. She really didn't want to push her. In that regard, at least. Being shy and actually uncomfortable with something was a noticeable difference. Oh, how about that? It seems like she finally found something to talk about. Maya, you told me that you're older than you look, right? I did, yes. How old were you again? Sophia forgot the exact number. Ilve turned 22 a little while ago. She still seemed to be embarrassed about admitting her actual age. We're rather similar in that aspect. Huh? We not only look similar in age, we basically are. She paused for another moment. Actually, I'm even a year older than you. Oh, really? So you are 23, then? Yes, that's what I am. She, too, wasn't readily admitting so. It was still very young regardless, but it was a matter of principle. Is that so? I'm happy that I'm not alone. She seemed truly glad. Thank goodness my gut feeling was right. What do you mean? Well, it felt like you were older, and I was confident about it, but if you actually were only 15 in the end. That would be kinda she wasn't sure how to finish her sentence. Ah, I know what you mean. You being older than you look was the main reason I let you come with us back then. Traveling together with a girl much younger would have been way too much of a responsibility and didn't feel right to me. Why yeah, that. There's more about my age, though. Sophia took a deep breath before continuing. Fen told me that only recently, but it seems that I age very, extremely slowly, if at all, and it has a reason. Fen himself doesn't age either. What reason? Maya didn't see this turn of events coming. Before that, it's most likely the same reason why your age doesn't match up either. Do you really want to know? Feeling that the conversation had turned serious, the cat girl felt awkward having this talk in a bath, naked, and with their bare backs touching. Even so, she got a bit concerned now, as this seemingly heavy topic suddenly involved her as well. Having someone, quite literally, support her back calmed the cat girl a good bit. Go on, please. Okay. According to Fen, your life expectancy is directly related to your magic power, and you basically stop aging once you reach a certain age. As Fen and I have such a ridiculous amount of it, we might don't die. Fen's actually very old. What? She was obviously shocked. And, your magic power, Maya, is off the charts, as well. Combined with how your looks differ from your actual age, there's a high chance that the same logic applies to you. Me, immortal. I'm not entirely sure if it's to that extent for you, but there's the possibility. Unable to put her emotions into words, the cat girl stopped after a single word. Maya? She was concerned about her lack of reaction. No response came. It was too much for her. Are you alright? Sniff a faint crying sound was the only thing that could be heard from the cat girl after a while. What? Sophia was unable to deal with many situations, but dealing with a crying girl topped everything. What do I do now? You. Panicking, she stopped resting against Maya's back and turned around. Realizing that she was indeed quietly sobbing, something took over Sophia, and she reacted on instinct alone. Wrapping her arms around the cat girl's waist, she pulled her close and tightly hugged her from behind. Sophia was sure she would, at best, last 4 seconds before she died from embarrassment. The feeling of their naked bodies pressed together, especially since she was the one who initiated it, was putting an extreme amount of strain on her mind. Still, she did her best to endure it because her embarrassment wasn't of importance right now. All that mattered was to calm down the crying girl in front of her. Sophia? Even in her current state, this managed to surprise her. Sorry. I had no idea what else to do. You probably don't like it, right? Why yeah, I'll let go, And no. Maya quickly placed her arms on top of Sophia's, which wrapped around her waist, making her unable to let go of the girl. Please stay like that, just a little longer. Oh okay. It was impossible to deny the request. Thank you. The cat girl wiggled around a bit until she found a comfortable spot between Sophia's legs, before gently pressing her body more against the other girl's chest. Sophia went silent, trying her best to stay conscious in this situation. She had fainted before for much less already, after all. Sorry for losing my cool. She suddenly apologized. I don't know, but being told that you're most likely immortal, that's scary. Unbelievably scary. It seems like I couldn't help but cry. It was too much for Maya to deal with. No, I can understand you. Well, I was too shocked to properly process it when Finn told me. Still, it is a really scary and terrifying concept, immortality. Sophia unconsciously gave Maya a slight squeeze. Yeah. Noticing her restlessness, the cat girl gently returned the squeeze. At least we're not alone. I had Fen with me before, and now I got another comrade. I would have gone insane if I were the only one. Yes, that would be extremely lonely. Maya felt herself agreeing. Oh, does that mean we'll be together forever? That's. Sophia choked on her own words, thanks to the cat girl's usual ambiguity. Well, in a sense, that might be the case, I guess. Only if that's what you want, though, of course. She wasn't even sure what she was talking about anymore. I don't think anyone could bear with me for long, let alone eternity, though. Dot. She sounded happy and playfully wiggled her body around, rubbing against Sophia. I feel like I could. Why, you seem fine now, Maya. Would it be possible for me to let go of you now? It's extremely embarrassing for me. My brain's starting to fail me. A little longer, okay? The cat girl increased her grip around the other girl's arms, clearly not wanting her to let go. She was better, but it was still a lot to swallow. Fine, but only a few more minutes, okay? Thank you very much. Maya seemed to be all right with it. As agreed on, the two stayed in their embrace for a couple of minutes until Sophia was finally allowed to let go of the cat girl. Soon after, the girls left the bath and reunited with Fen at the camp. Sue. The wolf looked at them, Sophia seemingly exhausted, to the brink of fainting, while Maya looked oddly refreshed, shining even. It was so much fun. The cat girl was in a good mood. I want to die. Sophia wasn't, though. Why did I do that? Something so be bold. Ugh, I want to die. Even after leaving the bath, she was so remorseful about her embarrassing act that she couldn't calm down. What sort of thing did she do to be like that? Fen looked at Maya. No idea. All she did was hug me. Well, we were naked, but... Okay, considering her personality, that might have been a little much. She hugged you? The wolf couldn't imagine the girl initiating something like that. Well, she first made me, cry, and then hugged me to calm me down. Looking at it in retrospect, Sophia, you're quite the crafty one. That's not what I did. The girl in question was still aware enough of her surroundings to react to Maya's accusation. It's exactly what I did. But that wasn't my intention. She made you cry? Fen ignored her. What happened? She told me some heavy information. About how she most likely doesn't age, because of her vast magic power. Fen, my actual age, too, differs from my looks. Is that really because of my own magic power? Am I actually immortal? She wanted some more confirmation. Ah, I see. Yeah, that can make one emotional. Well, Sophia may have interpreted what I told her a little too literally. Only your aging is affected. You can still get killed or die from a severe disease. You can also end it yourself, so you're not immortal in the actual sense, but... Although your magic power isn't quite on par with Sophia's and mine, it's at a point where it most likely doesn't matter anymore. Yes, you and Sophia should have the same life expectancy, just like me. He mostly confirmed Sophia's story. Is that really so? There was a hint of relief in her voice. It was still overwhelming, but not having to live forever was much less scary. Yes. It's a hard thing to swallow, I understand, but actual immortality would be much more. He didn't finish his sentence. The wolf enjoyed his life, so there was no reason to go there. How old are you, Fen? Maya was curious as it seemed like he was very knowledgeable and pretty wise most of the time. I don't like talking about my age. Though, I will say the following, I'd already been around a long time ago when the demons still lived on this continent. Wow. She didn't know the exact date, but she was aware that they left this continent a very long time ago. Did you ever get lonely with such a long life? Or lost someone important? He had a troubled expression and didn't answer the cat girl's question. If you truly enjoy Sophia's company, you should cherish her. That was the plan regardless. How can you say yes something so embarrassing with ease? While Sophia was busy dealing with herself and her remorse, she was still listening to the two, turning red just by hearing Maya's words. Do you have something against being cherished? I am sorry. She was extremely weak against the cat girl's way of doing things. Good. You're forgiven. The group continued to chat deep into the night about the topic. Mostly Fen and Maya, at least, because Sophia could not fully recover from the damage her mind had taken, causing her to go to sleep early. Chapter 42, Exploring a Ruin. A little over 2 weeks passed since Maya learned about the shocking fact that she, together with Fan and Sophia, most likely didn't have a finite lifespan due to their overwhelming magical powers. It was a pretty frightening concept to her, but being in it with Sophia helped her accept it. It not being actual immortality, but rather simply not aging, made it much easier to get on terms with as well. They stayed at the frozen lake for a couple of days, but as it somehow didn't seem to thaw at all, the one responsible for it decided to run away. Afterward, the group continued their journey toward the beastfolk capital for a while. There wasn't much to explore on their way, so a lot of progress was made during that time. This was about to change, though, as the group had just come across some ruins in the middle of nowhere. Now, that looks interesting. Sophia was looking at the ruins with sparkling eyes. While there wasn't much left, it still vaguely resembled a fort with some extra buildings around. Even some parts of a protective wall could still be identified. Is it just me, or do these ruins look like they were the result of a massive fight? Maya pointed at the suspiciously large holes in multiple walls and buildings that didn't look like the product of natural deterioration over time. You might be right. Sophia nodded. It seems like some explosions, or maybe earth magic, did that. What do you think, Fen? He didn't answer and seemed to be thinking about something. What's wrong? I think I've been here before. The wolf seemed to know the place from the past. Did you do this to the fort? Sophia could only come to this conclusion. It's been a long time, but I'm starting to remember things. I used to live in this area for a while, and these pesky humans used this fort to coordinate attacks against me. She could piece together the rest alone. Well, coordinated or not, they were still only humans. Destroying the fort was the easiest way to stop those pesky insects coming at me. It took me a whole 5 minutes or so. Fen sure isn't a fan of humans, huh? Maya noticed how lowly he was talking about them. Well, not that I don't understand. Nothing good ever comes from them after all. Did they do something to you? Sophia's aura changed again while her voice turned flat and monotone. Huh? The cat girl had witnessed this way of speaking from her before and how it almost ended up in genocide. More than once, actually. No, I was just generally speaking. Oh, okay, I see. Her voice turned back to normal. Phew. She was relieved, having averted yet another crisis. Do you have a different opinion on them? I haven't met many of them yet, but so far, I almost killed a group of adventurers and destroyed a city of them. So, no, not really. Maya glanced at Fen. I stopped her to my best effort, okay? He knew why she was looking at him. She said almost, yes? The city's still there. Good job, thanks for your hard work. Yeah, but what did they do to you, Sophia? To have such a strong reaction? Well, the first group of guys wanted to get a reward from me by using my body, because they thought I wanted them to save me in their delusions. She couldn't stay serious when saying it. Then, some city guards wanted to sell me to a brothel. You know, to earn money to live in their oh-so-beautiful city. Huh? Maya's face twitched, and her tail stuck up while getting all puffed up in agitation. They wanted to do what now? While not to the extent of Sophia, she apparently, too, was capable of talking in a cold and emotionless way that lets shivers run down your spine. Do you still remember their faces, and can identify them? I would like to have a nice long chat with them. Sorry, they were guys, so she mumbled that part, never having paid close attention to them in the first place, aside from the fact that she couldn't believe her eyes when she first met those sorry excuses of a life form. The humans she met in this world were all such a disappointment that she didn't want to remember how they looked. I mean, no, I usually don't remember low lives. Yeah, that makes sense. But, hey, I shattered one of the guy's arms into pieces, and Fen ripped one out of another. Oh, I can live with that for the time being. Maya's voice sounded much warmer, and her tail went down again. You can be quite something as well, cat. Fen addressed the girl that clearly seemed to be up to no good until just a moment ago. There's a time and place for everything. She wasn't apologetic in the slightest. Okay, sure. Fen didn't feel like commenting. If anything, he would agree. Anyway, how about we explore those ruins for a bit? Not entirely understanding the two's conversation, Sophia wanted to get on with it. I'm in. We might find something interesting. Maya also seemed up for looking around. I'm not sure whether I have left anything intact, though. Let's find out. Sophia walked towards the ruins and entered the fort through one of the holes in its broken walls, followed by the other two. Inside, she found herself standing on the central plaza and spotted something she should have expected but still took the girl by surprise. Skeletons, huh? The unmoving type. She was looking at the bony remains of at least 50 humans scattered around on the plaza. Thorough job you did there, big guy. Maya glanced around as well. She was impressed by how it looked like his enemies didn't even have time to react, and how basically no stone was still in the place it was supposed to be. Together with the remains of severe burn marks all over the place, it seemed like the wolf had used a bit of power when he raided this place. Why, thank you. Never mind that. Sophia glanced at the skeletons again. Don't humans recover their fallen comrades? Do they? I'm not sure. Both, the cat girl and the wolf, didn't know about it. Wouldn't their left behind families care? At least for us beast folk, we won't stop until we bring everyone home, no matter how hard it is. Dead or alive doesn't matter. That's how it's supposed to be. Fen agreed with her. I would guess humans aren't that noble. Pathetic. Sophia's opinion of them had sunken once more. I could understand not recovering someone if their location is unknown after they died in the middle of nowhere. You know, inside a jungle or something like that, where it's simply impossible, but these are soldiers who have fallen in a fort. Well, in their defense. Wow, I never thought I would say that. Fen had to take a pause. I was a tiny bit agitated when I attacked this place. There's a chance they were simply too scared about me attacking again if they ever came near again to recover their lost ones. Even so, Sophia didn't like it. Whatever, it's not my problem. In the end, she didn't want to waste time on something she couldn't do anything about and continued her exploration. She wasn't even sure why it had bothered her so much in the first place. Entering the half-destroyed main building, the girl found some still relatively usable stairs and climbed them. Are you looking for anything specific? Right behind her, the cat girl asked her. Doesn't this seem like it would be the room of the fort's commander? She pointed at a rather fancy door that wasn't destroyed. I want to see what's in there. Saying so, she pushed against said door, which slowly began to open with loud creaking sounds. Oh. Her excitement died down in an instant. Well, that's disappointing. Maya had the same expression as Sophia on her face. Sure is. They were looking at an almost empty room. There was only a desk with a chair in its middle and some old black and white paper drawings stuck to the walls. She took a closer look at one of them, and even though most details had faded already, the girl could still make out some of it. Doesn't it kinda look like Fen? Oh? Yeah, it definitely does. The cat girl agreed. It makes sense because they were here to fight against me. The wolf mustered the picture. Those guys were neither good at fighting nor at drawing. He wasn't a fan of what he was seeing. Ever the critique. Sophia rolled her eyes. Oh, there's another one. Looks like a slimmer Fen. Did you gain weight since then, or wait, was there another one of you? She found another drawing of a slightly different looking wolf. Like I said, neither good at fighting nor drawing. He seemed evasive for some reason. I see. She didn't give his reaction much thought. Anyway, it looks like this exploration wasn't nearly as interesting as I had hoped. Shall we get going? She had enough of these dull ruins. Yes, let's do that. Fen agreed. Let's go search for a camp for the day. Oh, Sophia, can we get started on earth magic once we find a place? The cat girl didn't want to waste any time on her teachings. Think you're ready? Absolutely. Maya seemed confident. I've spent the last weeks polishing air, fire, and water-related magics. I'm so ready for more. Okay, let's give it a try later. Yay! The cat girl seemed happy. She had a big smile on her lips, and her tail excitedly swished around. For some reason, she was really looking forward to learning earth-related magic. Having decided on a course for the rest of the day, the group left the ruins and searched for a good camping place. Walking around on a green plain for a while, they eventually found a small forest that gave some sense of protection. None of them really need that, but it makes relaxing a lot more comfortable. Yeah, this place works. Oh, it even has some food readily available. Sophia looked around and noticed some fruits and plants Maya often uses when preparing the food for the two. That makes preparing dinner later on really easy. Good for you. Fen wasn't profiting at all. But I already found some food running around, so it's not a problem at all. Good for you, Sophia repeated after him. I want some, too. Those two were rather similar in a way. Sure. Thanks. Okay, let's get started on Earth magic, Maya. Yes. See you later, Fen. Getting behind Sophia, she placed her hands on her back before she started pushing the girl with great vigor, obviously looking forward to learning a new type of magic. Later. She barely got the chance to say goodbye to the wolf. See, calm down a little bit, Maya. She found her a tad too hyper for her liking. Not a chance. Fine. Sophia gave up and let herself obediently be pushed by the catgirl to wherever place she had planned to train for the rest of the day. She had no reason to protest, after all. Not to mention that, all things considered, she also found the overly excited side of the catgirl a little cute in the end. Chapter 43, Experimenting with Light Magic. The group finished exploring the rather boring fort that Fen had destroyed in the past and decided on a place to camp. As Sophia had promised Maya to teach her earth magic, the catgirl had gotten too excited for some reason. She eagerly brought the girl to a suitable training place by pushing her by the back all the way, wanting to start immediately. The basics, please. She was really looking forward to it. Why are you so, like this, Maya? Sophia simply gestured at all of her. I know you love magic, as much as I do, but you're way too excited over it. She was suspicious about why she was acting like that. You need fire, water, and earth magic to build a bath, yes? Yeah? She failed to see what this had to do with anything. Great. The catgirl got even more excited, her ears pointing up, together with her tail sticking up and its tip twitching in the same rhythm as her ears. What are you up to? Sophia didn't like where this was going. I want to try my hand on building a bath for us. Why would you want that? Is there anything wrong with how I build them? Yeah, it's always way too big. What's the problem with that? Well, I tamed you enough over the last weeks that you stopped hiding in the furthest corner when I entered the water. It still lacks a sense of closeness, being in such an oversized bath. Tamed? She had a strong reaction to the word and seemed embarrassed. Why you didn't tame me? Did you? Course I did. Yeah? This was clearly news to Sophia. I'm just kidding. I hope, you're not doing that anymore, because you've gotten more comfortable around me. She corrected herself. Okay, good. Can I tame you? Maya looked quite cheeky. What do you even mean? Ahaha. Nothing, don't mind me. I do, and I want to know. Tell me. Sophia was curious about it. Eventually. Maybe in the future, once I've found out myself what I want. She got evasive all of a sudden. Anyway, I want to add my own twist to it by building the bath. I have a bad feeling. Sophia said it out loud. How about we postpone the training session? How does the same time, same date next year sound to you? Not happening. Yeah, figured as much. She hadn't much hope in her plea getting accepted. Whatever, let's get over with it. She gave up. Until it stimulates her feelings too much, Sophia had become rather indifferent to most concerning things. Yay, thank you very much. Sure. Resigning to her fate, Sophia began showing the catgirl the basics of earth magic. Remembering how Fen had taught her earth magic a while ago, she, too, created a perfectly shaped cube out of the soil and urged Maya to recreate it. That's a very pretty cube, I give you that, but how am I supposed to make my own? I first got the hang of it by imagining a pair of hands that manipulate the earth for me. Like forming a ball, or cube in this case. Imaginary hands? Maya thought about the idea for a moment. I kinda get it, but somehow, I don't. Please close your eyes for me. No funny business now, Sophia. We're training here. What do you mean? What should I do to you with your eyes closed? She was confused, but got embarrassed regardless, because of her imagination. Forget it. The cat girl was a bit shy herself. Finally, she closed her eyes as requested by Sophia, almost as if running away. Eh? Why you always do that? Trying to tease me, I think, and then backing out. I'm waiting. The topic was over for Maya. Ugh, fine. Sophia felt it would be the healthiest choice to ignore it. Okay, now that your eyes are closed, think about your hands forming whatever object works best for you with dirt. Okay. That, I can work with. Having a fitting image, she sooner or later seemed relatively confident. So, what now? Try to use those imaginary arms on actual soil and manipulate it. Try whatever you want first, but that squares the goal for you to pass. She pointed at the thing she created earlier. Ever the tyrant. Maya glanced at the absolutely perfect 90 degrees angles of the construct after opening her eyes for a moment. I want a reward for doing something so high level. You're learning earth magic because you want to build a bath, that's nothing reward worthy. Also, you are building a bath for us. If that isn't enough of a reward for you, I don't know. I admit, fair point. The cat girl could follow Sophia's reasoning. Good, let me train, then. Feel free to ask if something doesn't work. Suffering from the results or not, she still planned on helping her. Thanks. Didn't you tell me yesterday about wanting to test something out as well? What was it again? Oh, thanks for reminding me, Maya. Right, I wanted to experiment with light magic. Just being able to turn on the light, literally, is a bit lackluster. I don't know. It's pretty impressive to me. If anything, she thought it was one of her most flashy magics, ignoring the time the girl blew up an entire plane. It's not anything dangerous, is it? Thinking about said explosion made Maya slightly concerned. Absolutely not. Actually, it's the most harmless magic I ever wanted to try my hands on. That's relieving. This also means you have no reason to run away. Great. Let's train together here. Preventing Sophia from running wild by being alone was still the cat girl's #1 task. Yeah, I wasn't planning to run away. She had already accepted not being able to be left alone for the time being, thanks to her track record. Though their topics were different, both girls began to train together. Maya was trying to figure out earth magic while Sophia played around with her light magic. A good couple of hours passed before the two took a break and shared their progress. Earth magic somehow harder than the others. Pun intended? Sophia wondered if she used the word hard on magic focusing around heavy soil on purpose. Maybe a bit, but it is really complicated to control. Well, I do admit that it took me a little while until I had proper control of the details, as well. I can kinda manipulate the soil to some degree now, but yeah. I'm still unable to get the details. Maya looked at the pile of failures she created so far. Many shapes somewhat resembling balls, cylinders, cubes, and many others, but nothing seemed good enough to pass. What about you? I've also hit a bit of a dead end. She wasn't making as much progress as she hoped to either. Something I can help with? Not really, except if you're injured somewhere, which I really hope you aren't. She scanned Maya from head to toe and tail. Nope, I'm in tip-top shape. She gave her a V sign. Wait, why are you asking? What are you even trying to do? I totally forgot to ask. Healing magic. I think it should work with the image I have in mind, but I obviously can't test it without any injuries. Healing magic. The cat girl looked shocked. Okay, that's my fault. Yeah, my bad. She was apologizing for some reason. I see now, just having her nearby isn't enough to stop her. You actually have to constantly watch this girl, alright. What is wrong? Sophia didn't understand why she was so surprised. Healing magic's not only extremely rare, but it's also basically sacred. Only a chosen few should be able to use it. Those people can make a living and even become rich just by healing others. Eh? Will I get in trouble if I'm able to do it? That's not it. It's even written down in books that only people chosen by a god, or higher existences, depending on who you ask and what their religion is, are supposed to be able to use the high light magic healing. I have no idea what to believe anymore. People, chosen by a G-god? Ahaha, that's air, so that's how it is, huh? Even with her boosted stats, that cover-up was beyond pathetic. Sophia, don't tell me. I don't think this applies to chantless magic users being able to use original, uncategorized magic. This excuse of hers sounded much more believable. I imagining fixing a wound with some slight medical knowledge should do the trick pretty well. You only have to take care of what exactly you want to heal, to make sure you don't do more damage than good. If you say so. Maya somehow had a strong feeling she really shouldn't press the issue any further. The two continued on their own for another couple of hours until the evening. They actually managed to make some good progress before calling it a day. While still not perfect, Maya had gotten really close to recreating the training cube and should be able to do so on the following day. Sophia needed to be a little creative with her healing magic, as she had no living test subjects. Snapping the stem of a nearby plant, she played around for a while until she successfully managed to reattach it without destroying the plant. Having found a good stopping point, the two reunited with Fen at their camp before going through their usual evening routine. Being glad Maya had yet to fully master earth-related magic, Sophia felt a bit relieved after heading over to their bath after dinner. She still had complete control over the layout for today. Then again, she wasn't sure how much would change in the first place, because she didn't believe that taking a bath with the catgirl could get any more tiring, anyway. As expected, being exhausted rather than relaxed afterward, Sophia turned herself in for the night soon, leaving Fan and Maya on their own. She had taken somewhat of a liking to their routine, but it still weighed heavy on her mental sanity at the moment. How did it go? Training, that is. The wolf addressed her. Not bad, still working on the fine details, but I managed to learn earth magic. Good work. What about Sophia? Something ridiculous again? Huh? I just wanted to make a joke. What happened? She was playing around with healing magic, and succeeding. That girl. Fan, has Sophia some sort of connection to a god? He tried to think of an answer. I, too, can use healing magic, you know? He kept it as vague as possible. So, being powerful really is enough? Yeah. After all, we only need a good image of it to work with. Wow. Maya was impressed for a moment, but then noticed that his answer sounded somewhat evasive around the topic. Huh? The catgirl also remembered who, or what the wolf most likely actually is. With him being who he's supposed to be, having a connection to a god wouldn't be too surprising. She was about to address her concerns when she looked at Fen and noticed that he didn't look like he would answer any more questions. With her mind still full of questions no one wanted to answer her, she ultimately decided to drop the topic and got ready to sleep herself. Chapter 44, Restraints. Maya successfully learned the first steps of the earth magic category yesterday and spent the day refining her technique. Sophia played around some more, healing all kinds of plants she damaged before. Once she was fully confident, the girl decided to try her luck on a nearby cow. Not wanting to hurt it too much, as it seemed rather cruel to her, ignoring the irony, she only scratched its skin a bit and effortlessly healed it afterward. Feeling happy about her success, Sophia helped herself to an extra big portion of grilled cow during their lunch. It might or might not have been the same animal. I did it. The sound of a happy catgirl echoed through the area in the afternoon. Congratulations. Sophia sounded way less enthusiastic while looking at the perfectly shaped cube made out of soil right next to the example one she had created the day before. Once you get the hang of it, it suddenly becomes really easy. Saying so, Maya let yet another flawless cube appear. That's so awesome. You sure are in a good mood. Of course I am. Blocks, cubes, walls, all the same now. Give me another hour, and I'll be able to build the bath for us. Yay. She didn't sound overly happy. But we already have a bath here, and we don't plan on moving today. 2 bathrooms are all the rage nowadays. The cat girl wasn't letting her have any of that. You can be quite a pain sometimes. I know. That's why we work so well together. When was I ever okay? No, scratch that. I didn't say anything. Sophia wanted to complain, but she knew better than anyone just how much of a pain she could be. Though, I like that part about you as well. What? Her face instantly turned red. That side's also great. The cat girl was aggressive today. Please. Stop that. Getting even more embarrassed, Sophia hoped she would calm down soon. She didn't want to misunderstand something, thanks to Maya's usual ambiguity. I'll stop if I can take care of the bath today. I don't really have a choice, do I? There's no winning with you, is there? Not really, no. Maya had perfected the way to handle the other girl. Ugh, fine. Yay. See you later, then. Seemingly very motivated, she immediately left to begin the preparations. Stupid boosts. Left behind, Sophia complained to no one in particular. Where are you when I need you? I would very much like to backsass that cat. I don't know why, but I'm at her complete mercy lately. Not fun at all. Okay, maybe a tiny bit? Ugh, what's wrong with me? I want to get back at her. Whatever boost of mine is responsible for that, please do your work already. While complaining to herself for a while, Sophia eventually went back to Fen for the time being. You look tired. The wolf was looking at her. What happened to you? Maya. Ah, I see. He didn't need more of an explanation. Where is she, anyway? Building a bath for us. Why? If only I would know. Sophia sounded exhausted just thinking about it. Seems like she's having fun, huh? Sure is. Huh. She sighed. I do think she's so cute, being so excited, but it's bad for my heart. I don't know why, but I've somehow become unable to get back at her. Weren't you pretty soft on her since the very beginning? Well. There was little she could say. It getting worse, though. Now that you mention it, you do seem more tame towards her lately. Fen seemed to have noticed as well. Ugh, it wasn't the word she wanted to hear. So it's that obvious, huh? What's going on? It feels like I lost my boosts. Do you really think so? I don't have a better explanation. Why else would I be unable to get back at Maya, letting her do whatever she wants with me? Yeah, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. The wolf didn't want to get involved. What's that supposed to mean? Like I said, not participating in that. Let me just ask the following, if you've really lost your boosts, why are you still talking like normal with me? That's, She had no answer. Also, while the cat got the upper hand on you, you're still having perfectly fine conversations with her as well. You're also obviously enjoying her company. From what you told me, that would have been impossible for the pre-boost you, wouldn't it? Huh? You're right. Why? What's going on? I don't get it at all. Just what changed? Well, have fun with that. Fen turned his head around. Oh, and with that. Sophia followed his line of sight. Ah. She spotted a brightly smiling cat girl approaching. Okay, I'm feeling generous. The wolf pitted her. Try not to simply bear with her teasing, embrace it. Throw your restraints overboard. Restraints? Embrace? What are you talking about? Ah. Before she could get any more information out of Fen, Maya arrived at their position. And nothing, just chatting about nothing particularly. Anyway, given up on the bath already? She was hopeful after seeing her so soon again. Nope, I'm done. Really? That was fast. Yeah, it was easy once I had the right image. Great. Sophia wasn't happy at all about the cat girl's learning speed. Look forward to our after-dinner bath. Closing her eyes, she thought over Fenn's words about ignoring any restraints she has and embracing it. Sure. Something happened, and her voice changed for a second. After dinner time ended way sooner than Sophia wanted it to, the excited cat girl grabbed her hand and guided the girl towards the bath she had made during the afternoon. Pushing her inside, Maya proudly presented her creation. And, how do you like it? Nope, not going to happen. Absolutely not. Forget it. Never. Don't even think about it. No. She instantly and strongly rejected it. The tub Sophia was looking at slightly reminded her of the one she had in the apartment of her old world. A tub with formed in a way to comfortably accommodates one person. Eh? She sounded honestly shocked. I think I did a pretty good job building it, though. You did, but that's not the problem here. It's way too small for two people. It's just a little snug, nothing more. Maya didn't see the problem. That might be true, but that's exactly what I don't like about it. It's way too embarrassing for me, and you know that. Maybe that's the reason why I'm doing that. To help you get over it? Maya. She was touched for a moment, but then the fog inside her head suddenly cleared up, and her expression changed. What's the real reason? Aya. The cat girl was caught red-handed. Oh okay, as you know, I'm a big fan of physical contact. I am very well aware of that. This really was no news to Sophia whatsoever. With you, that is. To this extent. Her mumbling was barely audible. That's why I really wanted to do this. There's no better form of skinship than this. None that I can think of right now. Fine. Replying in a quiet voice, she gave her an unexpected answer. Seriously? Second thoughts now? Sophia had become strangely calm for some reason. Fen's words of embracing it apparently triggered something inside the girl. Something about her changed. And no, let's go. Maya was naturally surprised, but also happy. Undressing while facing away from each other as usual, on the demand of Sophia, the two moved over to the tub and stopped again. So, what's the plan, anyway? Sophia looked straight ahead at the way too small tub while she addressed the equally naked catgirl right next to her, trying not to steal a glance. Maya sounded troubled. To be perfectly honest, I didn't think I would come this far. I was sure you wouldn't play along. Are you for real? Sorry. She looked embarrassed about her mischief. That can't be. I've finally managed to pull through with it, and then this. Sophia had taken a wrong turn in her way of thinking somewhere along and failed to see that it was actually a good thing for her. Facing each other? One at each end? She imagined the situation in her head. And no. I wouldn't know where to look. Also, no place for our legs. Moreover, they even could end up in a dangerous situation. Her imagination was apparently pretty vivid. Sophia. Maya had learned by now that when the girl starts to incoherently mumble about something, nothing good would ever follow. Back to back? Sophia was in her own world. No, while not dangerous anymore, there's even less place for our legs. Are there any other options? Why, you don't have to think so hard about it. We can even change to your bath, Sophia. The catgirl was getting cold feet thanks to the other's sudden seriousness. Being on the receiving end was new to her, and she had no idea how to deal with that. What else could we do? She still wasn't listening. What about, could that work? It would be embarrassing, but we have done something similar before. I can bear the feeling? Maybe. I also wouldn't have to look at her. That would be reassuring. Yes, I think that could work. Maya, I have a plan. Oh. She wasn't sure how to interpret this situation. Okay, get in the tub first. Sophia pointed at the right end of it. I'll follow you afterward. Yeah, are you sure about that? Maya couldn't believe what she was hearing. Well, before you change your mind. Though she was confused and a bit embarrassed, the catgirl still was curious and interested, looking forward to it in a way with a slightly flushed face. So, just getting in, and leaning against the side as one normally would do? Exactly, yes. She waited for Maya to enter, before following after her. Huh? The catgirl wondered what she was planning when Sophia got in the hub with one leg while showing her back to her. Afterward, Sophia gently moved Maya's legs, before sitting down between them and using her body as back support. Still a bit cramped, but it works. Sophia looked at her own slightly cocked legs while being sandwiched between those of the other girl. Are you feeling okay, Maya? Yes. I am fine. The catgirl needed a moment to react and snap back to reality. After cooling down a bit, Maya gingerly wrapped her arms around the girl's waist. She pulled her even closer before she rested her head on her shoulder. She had no idea what was going on, and she was really embarrassed, but she didn't want to miss such an opportunity. You sure are warm. Sophia could feel the body warmth of the girl behind her spreading all over her back. So are you. Maya gave her a gentle squeeze to further prove her reply. Once the two had gotten comfortable with their position, they finally had the chance to calm down. Relatively speaking, the girls spent many minutes in absolute silence while simply soaking in the hot water. A couple of moments later, Sophia suddenly started to shift around while looking all over the place, though. Eventually, after turning her head to the right, she came in close contact with the catgirl, who was still resting her own head on Sophia's shoulder there. Maya. She seemed very confused about something. Yes? What's going on, here? Yeah? What do you mean? Why are we, together in this tiny bee bath? And not to mention this position. She sounded incredibly embarrassed all of a sudden. Huh? Maya, too, was confused by this unexpected turn of events. Experiencing a quirk of Sophia she never witnessed before, the catgirl was at a loss for words and had no idea how to react, let alone what to do. Chapter 45, Breaking Down. Maya was able to advance her magic so much that she'd been able to build a bath for the two girls and was really motivated about it. For the sake of extra skinship, the catgirl made the tub as small as possible. Sophia was obviously against it initially, as it would be way too embarrassing for her, but some strange things happened afterward. Fen had given her the tip that instead of merely bearing with the catgirl's advances, she should go on the offensive herself while ignoring any restraints she might have. These words caused great turmoil inside her. Taking a liking to the bath arrangement all of a sudden, she got in the water together with Maya while cuddling with the girl. After enjoying their closeness for a while inside the tub, Sophia's complexion eventually changed, though. Maya. Why are we in such a small bath together? The bold girl from before was gone and got replaced by the usual Sophia. Also, why are you hugging me so tightly? And more importantly, why am I sitting between your legs and leaning against you in the first place? She apparently had no recollection of what happened in the last couple of minutes and had many questions. Huh? What? Maya had no idea what to say or how to react. Even if you ask me, it was your idea, Sophia. It was not. It sure was. No. Yes. Their conversation was going nowhere. Was it, really? It was, wasn't it? Her memory was slowly returning. What have I done? Why did I dash, huh? You did it, unconsciously. Like when you lose yourself to your anger. I don't know. Maybe? But it feels different. When I'm angry and go out of control. I kind of let it happen because I actually am angry, and then it gets the better of me. It's convenient. This time, though. It completely happened without me noticing it, at least. I just went bam, and instead of being boosted, it felt like a different version of me took over. So, you mean you weren't the one doing what you did, then? Maya tried to make sense of it. Why, yes. Maybe? I barely even remember. How did I even? All of this should be impossible for me. No matter how much it got altered. Have I finally begun to stop being me for good, Sophia? The catgirl had no idea what she was talking about. Still, she noticed that it was something serious, and it worried her greatly because the girl in her arms started shivering with her whole body. Entirely on instinct, the catgirl hugged her tighter, hoping it would give her a sense of security and calm her down. That can't be happening. I don't want that. Unfortunately, Sophia was the exact opposite of calming down, and fear was her primary emotion right now. I am scared. I don't dash. Still not knowing how to respond, the only thing Maya could do was to increase the grip around Sophia's waist even more. She was desperately hoping it would have some effect and stop her quivering even by just a bit. Sorry. She apologized for something but showed no sign of calming down whatsoever. There's nothing for you to apologize. You did nothing wrong. I don't mind being in a position like this. I'm actually enjoying it. Maya was talking about their bathing arrangement. Thank you, but it seems I have finally lost control of myself. I feared the possibility, and it actually happened. Her voice sounded as if she was about to cry. In fact, tears had already formed in the corners of her eyes. Sophia, Maya couldn't squeeze her any tighter without breaking anything, so she had to change her approach. What happened to you? She stretched her neck and somehow ended up resting the back of her head on Maya's shoulder behind her, and their cheeks almost touched, but she didn't care, or rather, wasn't even aware of her surroundings while she absent-mindedly stared at the sky. The catgirl nuzzled her head against Sophia's, before watching the sky together for a while without saying a single word. Is a short version okay? She managed to bring out some words again after collecting her thoughts for a long while. I'm sorry, there are many things I can't talk about it yet. Some of them are connected to this. Not everything will make sense, but please, don't ask about details. She had trouble talking in whole sentences while trying her best, not having a full mental breakdown. Really? That's totally okay. As long as I can even learn a bit more about you and help with whatever's going on, I'm happy. Oh okay, even so, it took Sophia a good while before she began to talk. Where to even start? I don't get half of it myself. She had no idea how to explain her situation to the catgirl. Someone messed me up, both in body and mind. What? Sophia realized her mistake. Wait, that came out a bit wrong. That's not exactly what I meant. Don't scare me like that. Maya was barely able to recover from the shock. Sorry. Though, technically speaking, it's not entirely wrong, either. You see, I used to be extremely shy, to the point of even having a conversation with most people was near impossible. I actually know a bit about that. Fen? Yes. But he didn't tell me any details whatsoever. I see, that's good, then. Although it would make this much easier. She was both happy and disappointed at the same time. Okay, so I was shy, terribly so, but as you can see, I changed. You can definitely talk to people now, but I think you still have your shy moments. Whose fault do you think that is? Despite the situation, Sophia still got angry and had to retort. Ehe. She let out a giggle. Yes, you're right. You do seem different from this description for most of the time. Yeah, one would think that I worked hard to overcome this shyness, right? That's not what happened at all. I tried it multiple times, but it was impossible for me. Till the day I was removed from my homeworld, I was still useless. Her voice was full of self-hatred while she emphasized some parts while only mumbling the others. Removed? Useless. Maya didn't like how these words sounded or what they could possibly imply. Especially when combined with her ongoing misunderstanding of Sophia being a noble from the demon folk, it sounded very dangerous. So, before I started traveling, I met a very powerful individual. If nothing else, the overseer definitely was powerful. That person he experimented on me. It wasn't perfectly fitting, but she went with that setting for the lack of a better explanation. He promised me to boost things like my self-confidence or ability to talk to people. Is that even possible? It sounded unbelievable to Maya. As you can see, it was extremely effective. For the most part. Alright. That experiment went somewhat wrong, though. He accidentally boosted basically every single aspect of me. My body, making me even stronger and faster than I already was, and much more concerning, my mind, feelings, and personality. Sophia made a short break. Feelings of joy, happiness, and all that got altered. I'm a lot more easygoing. I can talk to people again. I'm getting less embarrassed, and no comments on that, please. I became much more excited about things, and... well, I think you get the idea? yes, though it sounds unbelievable. The cat girl was overwhelmed by her story. But, okay, well, I think it would make me feel weird. Doesn't it sound like it's a good thing? In a way, yes. Sophia agreed with her. I do like my new personality, but doesn't that make me an entirely different person? Nothing of my old self is left, after all. Maybe, probably not. These boosts likely use my previous stats as a base. Basically making me an enhanced version of myself, right? Yes, that's how I would interpret it, too, I think. She had a hard time even fully following, let alone making a guess of how it was working. So far, so good. If it would have stopped there, kind of. Those boosts of mine tend to go out of control from time to time, and they also have a limit. Limit? Take my embarrassment, for example. Though its limit is low, until a certain point, I won't get that embarrassed. Still, once my boost can't compensate it anymore, it stops completely, and I get super embarrassed. Yua, that sounds nasty. Explains a lot, though. Yes. And just earlier ago, I found out that it can overcompensate as well for some reason. To the point that I can't even influence what I'm doing. That's really not me anymore, is it? That's. I'm sorry. Maya was drawing a blank. She had absolutely nothing on hand to ease the girl's worries. Oh, I forgot the best part. A sigh escaped her lips, before continuing. When the boosts of my positive feelings or emotions fail, the responding negative ones actually get boosted instead. Making me extremely angry all of a sudden, for example. The cat girl had an enlightened expression as if everything about Sophia made sense now. So, that's what was going on. Ahaha, a dry laugh came in response. It's also fun that, when thinking about this predicament, my worries get boosted all the way into depression. That's rough. If I change to a point where even I don't recognize myself anymore, am I still me? Yeah. So, that's more or less my life right now. Questions? Comments? Complaints? Anything else? No. I'm good. Thanks for telling me, Sophia. Maya had nothing to add. For me, you're still you, as I only know this side of you. I like this version of you, so my view on the topic is heavily biased. But I can see why you're worried. It definitely sounds like a heavy burden. So, if you ever want to blow off some steam or want someone to talk to, feel free to come to me. This was the only way the cat girl was able to help. I'll always be there for you. No matter for what. After all, she didn't manage to finish her sentence. Yeah, Sophia bent her upper body forwards, away from Maya, and hugged her knees. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Her voice still sounded stifled while she was trying to hold back her tears. She wasn't in a state where she was able to think about the cat girl's wording. You're welcome, and I mean it. Everything. Maya gave the now visible, bare back of the girl in front of her a long and hard stare before moving her face closer. Mwah, a soft and gentle sound could be heard for about a second. For a moment, Sophia thought that she felt something soft making contact with her back, and flinched. Did you do something just now? What do you mean? She immediately distanced her face again. Was it my imagination? I guess I'm still scared about what's going on. She tilted her head. Weird, it felt too nice for that, though. Anyway, thanks, thank you for listening to my ramblings. Nice, huh? A smile appeared on her lips as she touched them. And no, I'm grateful that you told me what's going on, Sophia. I feel like I understand you much better now. Really? I don't understand me at all, though. It's a figure of speech. Ahaha. Sophia was slowly starting to feel better. Ehe. The two laughed with each other for a while. Hey, mind if we get out of the bath soon? I'm starting to feel dizzy. Sophia's face had gotten slightly flushed, and not because she was embarrassed for a change. She was still barely registering her surroundings. There are also many things I need to think about. Also, I feel weird. I'm not leaving you alone in this state. She knew how unstable the girl was at the moment. She didn't want to imagine what could possibly happen to her in this state of mind if she were on her own. I'm not asking to be alone. Far from it. You, and also Fen, are the only ones who keep me sane. You are the reason I didn't fully break down just now. Sophia had no intention of running away. I just can't stay in the water much longer. You sure aren't good with water, are you? Maya remembered that this wasn't the first time. Somehow, hearing that from a cat. I don't know how I should feel about that, especially because you have a point. Shortly after, the girls finally left the bath and reunited with Fen after getting dry and dressed. There, they continued their conversation for a little longer while also telling the wolf, who then gave his input on the situation as well. Chapter 46, Out of Character. During their slightly more intimate than usual bath, Sophia, on the brink of a mental breakdown, confessed one of her secrets to Maya. She told her about her boosts and how they affected or altered her personality. Once she finished opening up to the catgirl, they finally left the bath, because she still wasn't any good with staying in the water for too long. Welcome back. Fen spotted the two girls arriving in the camp and lightly greeted them. Fenny. Sophia was still in a high-tension mode after her talk with the catgirl and everything else that was going on. She jumped at the wolf and made herself comfortable while leaning against his side, enjoying the fluffiness of his fur. What happened this time? He knew that something was up. Well, Maya sat down next to the girl and wasn't sure what to answer. Some stuff happened. While she said so, she let her upper body fall to the side, and her head landed in Sophia's lap, where she made herself comfortable. Sure, go ahead. No problem. Her voice carried a slight hint of sarcasm, but that was all. She showed no intention of stopping her. Thanks, I will. She happily wiggled her head around in the girl's lap to find the best position, accidentally tickling Sophia's thighs with her cat ear. Haha. She tried not to laugh. Pick a place already. Though the feeling of her fluffy ear brushing against the girl's legs was far from bad, she would still prefer for her to settle down. Sorry. Giving it a last wiggle, Maya finally found the perfect spot in Sophia's lap. I'm good now. Great. The bath, and much more, their conversation, had changed something between them. Fen was very confused. What is going on here? The Sophia he knew would never act even remotely like that. It seems that I've accidentally broken Sophia, Maya admitted so while awkwardly scratching her cheek. Yep, I'm done for. The girl in question gave a very light-hearted response. Okay? The wolf was missing a lot of information. Just what happened in that hour you two were gone? Some of my boosts went completely berserk, I guess? You've told me to go on the attack myself, right? That, did something to me. Together with Maya's stupid idea in the bath, a boost of mine, well, broke its limiter. That caused my brain to shut down, leaving me with almost no control over what I did. Really? That sounds concerning. Yeah, she nodded. But then I told Maya about my boosts. That helped quite a bit. So you finally told her, huh? That's good. But, aren't you still acting, let's say, out of character? As far as acting in character works for you, of course. Yup, totally. One usually wouldn't admit to something like that so readily. I think the boost's still running berserk. I reverted a bit after becoming aware of it, but it ramped up again shortly after. Not to mention, what even is my character? If she couldn't answer such a question, no one would be able to. Personally, I'm super okay with that. The catgirl, who was still relaxing on her lap, enjoyed the more calm Sophia. Don't get used to it. She shook her head. Knowing my boosts, it could collapse any moment now. In the first place, she stopped for a moment and pointed at Maya. This is still really embarrassing regardless. She sounded disappointed. But embarrassed Sophia is cute as well, so I'll allow it. How nice of you. She rolled her eyes. For some reason, Fen really didn't feel like dealing with them right now. He actually tried hard not to get irritated at this overly sweet and unfiltered display of affection he was subjected to. The catgirl happily wiggled around in her lap again. See, cut it out already. Getting a little shy from the ticklish feeling, despite the boosts, Sophia lightly karate chopped her head but then left her hand there. Ouch. What's wrong? She noticed that Sophia's hand was still on her head and slowly moving towards her ears. Oh, do you, want to touch them? Her voice suddenly changed. Dash. Being caught in the act, her hand froze in position. Earlier, when the catgirl accidentally brushed with her ear against her thighs, she got a quick taste of its soft fluffiness and had a strong urge to touch them ever since. See, can I? The curiosity got the better of her. Maya went silent and closed her eyes, seemingly thinking about something. Why yes, because it's you, it's okay. She suddenly sounded embarrassed for some reason and also seemed very fidgety. Then. Sophia gingerly moved her right hand towards the catgirl's right ear and gently poked it first to gauge her reaction. Her entire body flinched while her ear twitched to the touch, but she said nothing more after the purr-like sound escaped her lips and stayed laid down in Sophia's lap. She tried to see the expression on Maya's face, because of the weird sound she heard. Still, as she was facing away from her body and looking slightly downward, it was impossible to get a good look. Sophia could have sworn that the catgirl's cheeks were completely red, though. Afterward, she focused on the outer side of her ear first, gently stroking over the short fur-like hair for a while. Working her way up on her snow-white ears, she then played around with the slightly longer hair on its pointy tip. Sophia, that tickles. She had a strong reaction to being touched. Sophia stopped moving. I'm sorry. She was in a complete trance and didn't even know what she was doing with her hands. See, can I continue? She had no intention of stopping, though. Why yes, go on. Maya was trying to keep her voice down, but her tail, which was going wild, violently swishing all over the place, was a dead giveaway that she was far from calm. Not saying anything, she continued to focus her attention on the catgirl's ear. Having had her fill with the soft hair on the tip, Sophia became interested in the spotless and even whiter than snow-white ball of fluff inside her ear. While gently reaching for it, Maya flinched even stronger. Sorry, did I, hurt you somewhere? She bent over, trying to get a look at her face again, but all she could see was a tightly shut eye and half of an entirely red cheek due to her position and the angle. And no, she tried to hold back her voice. I'm just not used to having my, ears touched. Please go on. The sweetness and the purr in her voice made her answer hard to understand. Wow, she needed a moment to collect her thoughts. Oh, okay. She almost choked after hearing Maya's voice. Continuing where she left up, Sophia gingerly touched the fluffy fur inside Maya's ear, and her eyes began to sparkle. So soft. Her expression was one of pure bliss. It feels really nice. Very addicting. HMMN. The catgirl still seemed nervous as her tail continued to work overtime, flapping and swishing in every direction and all over the place. Even so, it seemed like she was starting to calm down because she stopped twitching at every touch of the girl. Continuing in silence, Sophia further explored every corner of Maya's ear while taking the greatest care not to accidentally hurt her. Using two of her fingers, she gently traced the insides of Maya's ear before sinking her fingers into the fluff again. She quickly became addicted to the soft touch of it. The girl went on like that for a good while. At some point, she noticed that the catgirl's tail had stopped moving and how her body finally lost all of its tension. Maya's breathing became slow and rhythmical. She eventually had even fallen asleep at some point after becoming fully comfortable about Sophia touching her ears. See, cute. Being even more careful now, not wanting to wake up the sleeping girl, Sophia continued to play around with her ear for a while longer. Eventually, though, she simply placed her hand on Maya's head and gently patted her. Wow, that was nice. She had a broad smile. So soft and fluffy, and so cute. She stopped for a moment. But Sophia remembered the twitchiness and rugged yet sweet voice of the catgirl in the beginning. Why do I feel so guilty? Well, I'm embarrassed just having been here. Fen suddenly turned his head around to look at the two again. Of course, you would feel guilty after that. Fen? Sophia shouted before blocking her mouth with her free hand after noticing how loud she just was. Why, you were awake? While she was busy, she had completely forgotten about the wolf behind her. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be a witness either. So embarrassing. Her face turned red. Well, though I feel guilty, I regret nothing. Such fluffy goodness. Good for you, I guess? He obviously didn't share her enthusiasm. Still, for a beast girl, especially one of the cat tribe, to let you touch her ears. Yeah, did I do something? Something I wasn't supposed to do? She looked at the head of the cat girl with a shocked expression. No, I wouldn't say that. She gave you permission, after all, but that would mean Fen stopped talking mid-sentence. Anyway, how are you feeling now, Sophia? I have the impression we ditched something extremely important just now, though. Ask Maya yourself if you dare. And now I think I really shouldn't. Sophia felt like she didn't want to know the reason all of a sudden. What do you mean? How I feel? You were a bit out of it ever since your bath, weren't you? When your boost ran amok, I mean. You're still affected by it, aren't you? She finally understood what he meant. Yeah, I can still feel it, but I think it began to normalize ever since I began, petting Maya. She was playing around with the cat girl's hair while saying so. That calmed me down, and I'm feeling extremely embarrassed right now. The girl paused for a moment. I don't want to wake her up, but my entire body just wants to scream. I feel like my brain is about to explode. I can see why. He recalled just how different she was acting. Does that mean you're turning back to normal? Whatever you can call normal in my situation. Sophia scratched her cheek. I think most of what took me over will be gone tomorrow. I see, that's good. Or is it? It is, no, it's not. She corrected herself. It's not good at all. That's why, please do me a favor and don't wake me up. What do you mean? When I wake up tomorrow, after having turned back to normal and remember what I did today, she closed her eyes. I'm positive that I'm going to kill myself, because I'm unable to bear the embarrassment. That's he understood her implications. Good luck with that. I'm sure she won't ever let you. He gestured at the sleeping cat girl in her lap. Well, not that I would either. Thanks. She was glad that the wolf was looking out for her. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? You'll find out eventually. Eh? Sophia looked at Maya and then back at Fen. Somehow, it feels like I'm missing some context here. You know, something of great importance. For me, that is. Don't worry about it. Is that really okay? It seems like I really should, though. It'll be fine. Not to mention more fun, for me, that is. With that said, the wolf turned his head around and stopped talking to her. Fade she was about to shout his name again, before she stopped herself. The girl noticed that she would definitely wake up the sleeping Maya in her lap if she were to continue. Gore. She had lost against the wolf. She grumbled over it a little more, but soon gave up on it because she had no idea what she had missed and what was going on. On the following day, when she woke up and saw the peacefully sleeping cat girl on her lap and noticed that her boost had indeed not stayed so high, Sophia became far from peaceful, though. Chapter 47, Remorse. Sophia wasn't actually sure which of her boosted emotions or character traits went berserk. Still, some of them had basically taken her over and made the girl incredibly bold, and she took a very intimate bath with Maya. Even after she managed to somewhat retake control of herself, Sophia still spent the evening happily playing around with the cat girl, having a rather intense petting session with her ears. The girl's boosted stats had returned to a slightly more normal level on the following day, though, which was a cause for many worries. Sophia's eyes shot open while her breathing was ragged. What a scary dream. She looked around, disoriented after apparently having had a vivid dream. So fluffy. The girl noticed Finn behind her and rubbed the back of her head against his soft fur to calm down. My legs, no, lap feels kinda heavy. Don't tell me dash without looking down, she patted the area with her hand and quickly came in contact with something. After making sure she was indeed feeling some silky hair, and a pair of incredibly fluffy and familiar feeling things resembling animal ears, Sophia's face turned pale, and she slowly looked downward. Maya. Fully awake in an instant, which was a very unfamiliar and unlike Ned feeling for her, Sophia became aware of the peacefully sleeping catgirl in her lap and stared at her with a panicked expression. Did yesterday really happen? There's no way, right? Alright? She glanced at her hand and then at Maya's ears. Reluctantly, she poked it as gently as she could and lightly scraped against the fur. It feels exactly the same as in my dream. No way. It was no dream, was it? This is bad, seriously bad. She suddenly looked even more shocked. The bath, it happened? I did all that? Or the one being in charge of me that time? No, this wasn't me. It was someone else. No. Wait a moment. That's not true, either. Could it actually be? Sophia stopped talking to herself and thought about the idea she just had, trying to understand her situation. It was the person I want to be, aspire to be. My boosts didn't go out of control, but maxed out. It showed me a glimpse of my full potential? Could that really be the case? My normal mind just couldn't keep up, let alone accept the huge gap and let me panic afterward? Is that why it somehow felt different from when I lose myself to anger? Because that's not how I really want to be. I think? It's just handy at times, getting so angry that I stop caring. No, definitely not. Maybe, probably? Surely. Right? Her newest theory still had a lot of holes. Leaving that detail aside, for the time being, it would be really nice if that's actually the case. But Sophia had to take another break. But the gap between those two me is still too big. Yesterday was it was way too embarrassing. Her entire face turned more and more red as she remembered the events. I want to die. The remorse had finally hit her. Crawl in a hole and die. And no, that's not true. No matter how much I suffer in times like these, I don't want to waste this chance. And, most importantly, the girl rubbed the back of her head against Finn's furry body before looking at Maya in her lap once more. I definitely don't want to part from those two, but, so freaking embarrassing. She still had to come to terms with her new emotions and feelings, which clashed so extremely with her old self. Sophia. The catgirl slowly woke up and wiggled her head around in the other girl's lap a few times before lazily facing her. What's wrong? Even while still half asleep, she noticed that something was going on. Maya? She was surprised or the sudden waking up of her. And no, it's nothing. If you say so. After another yawn, she lightly stretched her limbs but made no movements indicating leaving Sophia's lap. Mind getting up any time soon? I wasn't planning to, no. Instead, Maya repositioned her head some more before finding the perfect spot and getting more comfortable there. I would be really glad about it, though. Sophia's face managed to get even redder while it was becoming hard for her to speak. Well, I wouldn't. She had taken a liking to the girl's lap. Please. Don't want to. See, come on. Sophia looked troubled because her embarrassment was rising at an alarming rate. I can just stand up, can't I? Having arrived at a simple yet brilliant idea, she did just that. Oh ouch? Losing her balance after rolling off her lap, Maya hit her face rather hard on the ground. You're so mean, Sophia. Rubbing her slightly bruised nose, she looked up at the now standing girl and complained to her. How could you get up so easily? My legs are always completely dead after you sleep in my lap. Are you calling me fat right now? Her voice changed, and her shyness was gone. That's the last thing I would call you. She scanned Sophia from head to toe and then her chest a second time. Eat something, girl. Ah, you eat quite well, though. As the cook of the group, she was well aware of that. Where were you looking just now when you said this? Come on, tell me. Where? Don't worry, I won't get extremely angry. D-Dog people normally say they don't get angry. Like, at all? No, this saying certainly wouldn't be fitting in this very scenario. Her eyes looked serious. Effin, back up please. Cat, leave me out of this. He had no plans to assist her, possibly ending as collateral in the end. Traitor. I like you the way you are, okay? There was nothing negative I wanted to convey in my answer, Sophia. Just making it clear that you're not fat, not even a bit. Absolutely nowhere. And I'll stop talking now. Maya noticed her panic reaction and interrupted herself before making it worse. Oh really? Something in that reply had caught her off guard, and it wasn't the confirmation of her not being fat. Thank you. The rising anger was replaced by embarrassment once more. Sure. She wasn't sure how to react. Maybe it's just because I'm stronger? Even before my boosts, I was quite proud of my legs. Sophia gave her thighs a satisfied pat while saying so. You should be, Maya answered without thinking again while she looked at the girl's legs, her tail being all over the place and moving in a twitchy motion. Oh. No, I mean, yes. I mean, no. Wait. The cat girl stopped talking and took a deep breath to get herself back on track. Yes, that could be the case. I really neglected training my body lately. I should exercise more. Why you should do that? If Sophia could properly think right now, she would have loved to ask how the cat girl managed to collect herself so fast again and learn from it. Still, she had only understood half of it at best, anyway. She was still brooding over how Maya had admitted liking her body earlier. Anyway. If you would excuse me, I need to. Before finishing her sentence, Sophia ran away from the camp so fast that Maya seriously thought the girl had teleported away for a second. She's gone. It took her a moment to even realize. What a brilliant self-destruct. Now that the danger of ending up as collateral was no more, Finn spoke up again. Yeah. The cat girl could only agree. I'm talking about you. I know. She nodded. I lost my cool there for a bit and got a little dash. Honest? The wolf had seen through her. Maya's expression became really awkward. Am I wrong? You are dash. She hesitated with her answer for a good while. You are, not. Was it that obvious? You were basically marking her, weren't you? For a while already, even. Petting Sophia, clinging to her, and not to mention how you were wiggling around in her lap, rubbing your head all over her lap. You're really sharp, huh? I don't have to be, not for that. It was more than obvious for the wolf. Ahahaha, dash. Her laugh trailed off and ended in a sigh. Yeah, I was doing that, though the clinging mostly was just me being me, actually. Okay, a good bit more than usual. Wanting to mark her, well, that's a recent trend. Maya looked conflicted. I don't know what happened. I mean, we only know each other for a month or so, but there's something about Sophia. Yeah, I might have gotten more than interested in her. Especially after yesterday, things became different. You want her as a mate, then? The cat girl almost fell over. See, could you not phrase it like that, please? She wasn't a fan of Finn's wording. Not directly that? I'm not exactly sure what I want. Don't you think yesterday was, let's say, rather obvious? The wolf wasn't buying it. Granted, I'm not perfectly familiar with the cat tribe, but weren't you guys particularly fussy about your ears? Even amongst the beast folk in general, that is. Wasn't it, that only the ones you want to mate with were supposed to touch them? Again, could you call them partners? Other than that, maybe not to that extent, but, why yeah, you're basically right. Maya's face turned redder. Our ears are extremely, let's say, sensitive. Letting others touch them has a deep meaning. I might have gotten ahead of myself a little and acted in the spur of the moment. Does Sophia know about, well, any of that? No, she never met any beast people before saving Chio and her group. There wasn't much known about them from where she came from either. The ear thing, at least. The marking, on the other hand, all cats, no matter the kind, do that. She might connect the dots eventually. That's good. I think I can come up with an excuse for the marking. You're not going to tell her? And no. The cat girl sounded hesitant. I'm not 100% sure what exactly I want yet. It is also my first time feeling like this. I have no idea how I could. Sophia, herself, is also going through a lot. I don't want to burden her with even more things right now. I really don't think you'll be a burden to her. Well. Also, there's so much surrounding her that I don't know yet. Not to mention our different standings. She remembered her ongoing misunderstanding of Sophia being of royal origin in the demon realm. Finn naturally had no idea what she was talking about. Until I have the full picture, I think I want to continue exploring whatever feelings I might have, or am developing right now, but I don't want to make a decision yet. She thought it was too early to act. You are quite wise for your age, Maya. No, I'm just a coward. They're often two sides of the same coin. Ahaha. Her mood brightened up a little. I really want to know more, everything about Sophia. I don't think you need to explore your feelings any dash. Whatever. The wolf stopped caring in the middle of his sentence. You're in for a surprise, that's for sure. This girl's story. Speaking of which, I want to retract my statement from the other day. What do you mean? Maya couldn't follow him. About pushing Sophia too much. Whatever happened to her yesterday, I think it's a big step in the right direction. The cat girl gave a big nod. It felt a bit weird at first, but I think we got a glimpse at the real Sophia there, and I liked what I saw there. It was the moment when she actually fell for the girl, after all. You certainly are not one to hold back, huh? But yes, I had the same feeling about her outbreak. Yes, I also think she misunderstood her outbreak. It really wasn't someone else, it was the real her. By the way. She glanced around. Shouldn't we look for her? It's never a good thing to leave Sophia alone, after all. Maya suddenly had a bad feeling. Leave her be. She needs to blow off some steam to clear her mind. I can't imagine just how many things are going through her head right now. You're probably right. Still dash. Gahhh. While the two talked, a loud cry of a familiar-sounding female voice echoed through the area. See? Just blowing off some steam. Finn's theory had gotten some vocal support. Sure. There was nothing else Maya could say in this situation. Chapter 48, Decisions. Before Finn and Maya started their little love talk out of nowhere, Sophia had gotten really conflicted about her risen embarrassment after her boost went back to a more normal level. Also, coming to a possible explanation of why it happened, she ran away from the group to clear her head. Sighing after she covered a considerable distance, Sophia sat down on a fallen tree in a tiny forest she came across while running. So embarrassing. Have I really reverted back to normal? If so, that's beyond frustrating. How about finding some middle ground, me? Can I force myself to become so bold again? Wait, do I want to? She was unsure of how to continue. Is it really what I think it is? Was that the full potential version of me? It may have a bit too high spec, but I would enjoy it. I think? It's hard to wrap my head around. I might have gotten a bit too confident and... Sophia stopped mid-sentence when she thought about the cat girl. I've done her wrong. I got way too close to her. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it was wrong. She clearly was uncomfortable when I played with her ears. Why else would she have squirmed so much after all? She forgot about the part where Maya got so relaxed that she had fallen asleep in her lap afterward. I probably should apologize, but they felt so good. I want to pet them again. Her conflicting emotions had taken a slightly impure turn. In the first place, Maya, if you let me play around so much, I might get the wrong idea, you know? I know you like this, skinship thing and feel sorry for me, but what are you going to do if I get my hopes up? If I didn't know better, I would almost think you were marking me. The cat we had at my mom's house acted almost exactly the same, rubbing her head all over me whenever I came over. Yeah, impossible. Ugh, what am I even thinking about? She got more than a little sidetracked. Seriously, what should I do? Embrace the overboost or whatever and force myself to get used to it? Suppress it. Slowly increasing it bit by bit and trying not to go out of control? That seems like the safer choice, but what if suppressing eventually stops my boosts? If I get stuck, not being able to become who I want to be, and the same as in my old world happens. Anything but that. Being locked in the same or similar loop as in her previous world was the last thing Sophia wanted. I need to embrace it. Should I talk about it with Maya? I need her for the brute force method, after all. Hey Maya, I want to get used to my boosts, can I molest and harass you a bit? Please, yeah, that's a brilliant plan. I could always just get back at her when she overdoes it and get a little more extreme. It's not my fault, then. No. What am I? A low-life pervert? That's not what I'm going to do. What should I do? She was at a complete stalemate. Gahhh. Crying out the frustration about her indecisiveness, Sophia shouted with all her might, loud enough for it to echo through the entire area. Maya. Her thoughts had become entirely focused around the cat girl. Should I tell her about me, after all? Who I am? What I am? Everything? I don't think I can should try to get closer to her without being honest. That's way too unfair. But can I tell her? Will she understand? Will she accept it? No, me? There were a lot of undefined variables. What if she can't? Will she leave me? No. She definitely didn't want that to happen. But hiding is also no good. My head's starting to hurt. I want some stress relief. I want to play with Maya's ears. Sophia stopped talking when she noticed that she had gone full circle with her thoughts. Gah. Yelling again, she punched a nearby tree to calm down, leaving only splinters behind on the place where it used to be. I absolutely can't decide. I have a feeling I can't find an answer, no matter how hard I try. I give up. It's no use. Thinking never was her strong suit. Unable to come to a conclusion, she had little choice and stopped worrying about it for the time being. After punching another innocent tree into smithereens to get the frustration out of her system, Sophia finally decided to head back to Fen and Maya in their camp. Oh, look at that, the runaway girl's back. The wolf was the first to spot her. Ahaha, I needed some alone time, think about stuff. Oh, we did a lot of that as well. Fen? The cat girl looked flustered as she faced him. Maya? Sophia had no idea what was going on. And nothing. She obviously didn't want her to find out at this point and hastily tried to change the attention away from her. We heard your shouting all the way over here, did something happen? You heard that, huh? Sophia got a little embarrassed that her voice traveled so far. I was just a bit frustrated because I can't decide on anything. What do you mean? Decide what? The cat girl was interested in her worries. Well, it's about why yesterday. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. I think I'm starting to understand what actually happened to me there. I think it wasn't so much that my boost went out of control, and I stopped being me, but I maybe was at my full potential. Though, I was unable to really handle it yet. Myself, that is. Sophia had accepted this possibility as her desired outcome. Now I don't know which way to continue onwards I should choose. What are the options? Ignoring it ever happened and suppressing my boosts with all my might. Somehow slowly trying to get used to it eventually. I don't like that idea. Maya gave a frank answer. Neither do El. The wolf's opinion was the same. The other way would be to embrace it and not care about the backlash. You two would need to keep my, tension up for that, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm in. Sounds fun. They didn't sound concerned at all. Rather, the two seemed to look forward to it. Eh? Sophia didn't know how to take that. But Maya, you saw what happened yesterday, right? I've bothered you a lot. Huh? There was the bee bath, and not to mention your ears, Maya. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm afraid I could do more things to you that you wouldn't like. Do you really think so, Sophia? There was a hint of disappointment in the catgirl's voice. I would never do anything I'm not comfortable with just to entertain someone. I'm definitely not like that. I am sorry for offending you. She felt the need to apologize. Wait, does that mean? Why, yes. Though I was a bit embarrassed while you were touching my ears, how you touched them. You still had my full consent. Sorry, I got a little too excited there. Why, you sure did. So. Sophia had lost track. Prepare yourself. The next little while's going to be seriously embarrassing, for both of us. Did I really make the right choice? She already started to second-guess her idea. Too late now. With a slight tint on her cheeks, Maya showed her a nice grin. She then walked up to her and trapped the girl in a big, hearty hug. Huh? This was too surprising, and her face turned full red again. Little did she know that the catgirl looked the same. Unfortunately, because Maya was resting her head on Sophia's shoulder, she couldn't see her expression. Why, you're way too sneaky. I have to work hard for my goal, after all. Stumbling over her words a little, Maya became conscious of her actions after the conversation with Fen earlier. Your goal? My goal is to help you reach, your goal. She barely managed to cover it up. Okay? Thank you? Sophia felt that something was odd about her phrasing, but she couldn't pin down what exactly was bothering her. And, feeling anything yet? Huh? Feeling, she was feeling various things, both physically and emotionally, but there was no way she could admit to any of those. This whole situation is really embarrassing, but other than that, no, nothing like yesterday. It is I see. The catgirl was having a hard time keeping it together. What now, want me to stop? She was about to let go of Sophia, but she didn't get the chance to. No, let's try a little longer. Not only feeling embarrassed, but also a little bold all of a sudden, her expression slightly changed. She wrapped her arms around the catgirl's waist, hindering her from letting go and pulling her closer instead. Sophia? This action was too unexpected for the already flustered Maya. It's actually working, isn't it? The Sophia I know would never do anything like this. You think so? She hadn't noticed the sudden change herself. It's still super embarrassing, though, so it's kinda weird, this feeling. Wouldn't you call that normal? You know, hugging someone is nothing one shouldn't be able to do. It's nice and perfectly normal. A full-blown, tight embrace, on the other hand. Yeah, I gotta admit, that can be embarrassing. Maya is not afraid to hug, so she knows what she's talking about, but going further than that, especially today, was beyond her limits as well. And normal. No one ever used that word to describe me. At least lately, or the last 10+ years, to be exact, including myself. Not that many had the chance to describe her in the first place since then, though, being alone for most of that time. The catgirl had no answer ready for such a heavy confession. Isn't that fine, being normal? I would like that. There were many emotions in Sophia's voice. Okay, give me a second here. I need to process this first. She went silent for almost a minute, rather than a second, trying to wrap her head around what she just heard. Sure, being normal is not something to scoff at, but using your full potential you showed yesterday, you would be able to live your life with exceptional confidence. This would far exceed being normal, just in a good way, don't you agree? I think that's worth considering. You might have a point. She thought about it for a moment. yes, you're right. I don't want to be just normal, no, average. I've been given a new life, after all. I'm not trapped anymore. I want to go all out with this second chance. Sophia's motivation was high. Given a new life? Trapped? Maya had a very complicated expression after hearing this. She noticed her mistake. I mean, by coming to this place, see continent. The cat girl sounded suspicious. Okay, whatever. So, what do you want to do now? She was becoming more and more curious about Sophia's past, but she also didn't want to push her too much about it. It wasn't the right place and situation for this. Let's try something more extreme. Okay. Wait, what? Maya agreed without thinking, but she then looked shocked and peeled herself away from Sophia as the words registered. That, it was your idea in the first place, alright? Did I really say it like that? She didn't remember ever sounding so suggestive. You were the one who said it's going to be embarrassing. I'm not sure what you've got in store, but it's going to be extreme in my eyes, right? Oh, Maya noticed that she interpreted a little more into the suggestive part than the other girl. Today really isn't my day. Mumbling, she turned her head away in embarrassment. Sure, let's do something really extreme. The cat girl broke a little and gave up. Even so, after all that, the two spent the rest of the day apart from each other. The talk with Fan had made Maya incredibly conscious of the other girl, and she needed to cool her head. She had yet to get used to the feelings she was becoming aware of for the first time. Once she felt calm enough to deal with her again, the cat girl tried to think of an extreme plan to help Sophia get used to being confident, and even more importantly, to get back at her. Although Maya ignored the fact she got flustered all on her own and how the other girl was relatively innocent for once. Chapter 49, Maya's Plan. While Maya was on her own, she tried to get an idea of how she could help Sophia getting used to her confidence boost. As the cat girl had embarrassed herself a couple of times after somewhat coming to terms with her blossoming feelings for the high-maintenance girl, she also wanted to get back at her. But this was way easier said than done for her. I shouldn't have talked about this with Fan. Now that it's sorta out in the open, it's hard to ignore any longer. I've really made a fool out of myself. Stupid Sophia, you're way too charming. Too charming? Wait a moment. If what she'd said about her boosts is true, did her charm get raised to super level as well? Is that why Chio first got interested in her? I've spent some time with her now and understand her, well, charming points, but Chio was a little fast. She's usually pretty dense, after all. Completely ignoring the irony, she continued. I initially became interested in Sophia because of her magic. Still, after getting to know her better, everything about her became interesting. Oh, no. Maya suddenly stopped, seemingly having realized something. Wouldn't that mean my rivals are going to increase whenever we run into someone? I have to make her mine, rather, make her want to be mine so that I can become hers, before the capital then, do I not? She's gonna get swarmed there. Even some nobles would go for her. I can't let anyone else have her. But that's wrong. You shouldn't rush such things, right? Okay, it's time for a detour. Let's take the, scenic route to the capital. I need to buy some time. Well, we already are taking the scenic route, though. That means I need to think of a way to increase our travel time even further. Ugh, you are so much work, Sophia. Complaining about the innocent girl, she cried out her frustration. Anyway, ignoring that, where was Elle again? She noticed that she got sidetracked. Right, getting Sophia more confident, or rather, making her get used to it. What to do? Should I kiss her? Not just on the back this time? Yeah, that should totally work. Nope. Her face turned increasingly more red with each word, and she was barely even able to finish her sentence while imagining it because her brain got overloaded. Forget making Sophia more confident. It looks like I'm in dire need of that myself now. How did I become so useless this fast? I want to fight someone strong and blow off some steam. Being unable to deal with the situation, her old muscle brain took over. Just not these monsters I'm traveling with. Oh, maybe we should head over to the sea? I've heard there are some strong actual monsters. It would also be a nice detour as well. Yeah, let's do that. Let's save the extreme plan for Sophia for some other time. I can't think of anything, anyway. Having decided on a course of action, though it had nothing to do with what she was initially thinking about, the cat girl finally reunited with the other two. There she is. Sophia spotted her and lightly waved. Welcome back. Why yeah, I'm back. And, found something? Something extreme. She had a bad feeling ever since the cat girl ran away under that pretense earlier. How about we go to the sea? Eh? What does that have to do with anything? Sophia naturally couldn't see the connection. Don't worry, that's just step one of my, let's say, master plan. Oh, so that's how it is. What's step two, then? I'll tell you, once I've thought of it. Maya had yet to form her master plan, after all. Eh? Ahahaha. She started laughing with a bright smile from her answer. We totally are the same, huh? When it comes to stuff like that. She was the queen of not thinking things through. Why yeah. The smile combined with the laugh was too much for Maya to look directly at right now, and she averted her face. The sea, huh? Sure, why not? She had no complaints. How far is it? She tilted her head. I'm not entirely sure, but it shouldn't take much longer than a week, I guess. 2 at the very best. Cool. Let's start tomorrow morning, then. It was already late afternoon, so it made little sense to leave immediately. That means noon for you, right? Fen doubted the notorious oversleeper would be able to get up in the morning. Somewhere in between. There wasn't much she could say in her defense. The rest of the day was relatively uneventful. The group had their usual dinner, but the cleaning routine of the girls was slightly different. Sophia took her bath alone for a change, because Maya said she felt like taking a shower today for some reason. A cold one, she added. Afterward, the cat girl also went to sleep early, apparently in preparation for tomorrow. Though, instead of cuddling with Sophia like she had done so often before, Maya slept a little away from her. She needed some alone time. Sophia used the fluffy body of Fen as usual. Still, while she was comfortable, she didn't fail to notice the slightly lonely feeling in her lap, almost like something was missing, or someone. Glancing at the cat girl a couple of times, she opted to keep this feeling to herself, though. It took her somewhat longer, but she still managed to fall asleep without much of an issue. On the following day, or early noon, depending on which one you would ask in the group, they started their journey towards the sea, as Maya suggested before. Okay, let's get going already. Sophia seemed motivated and began walking towards their destination with big steps. Already, she says. The cat girl shook her head. Also, you're going in the exact wrong direction. Slightly flustered, she stopped and turned 180 degrees, before continuing. I was just testing you. Oh, I see. Well then, keep leading if you know the way. I won't stop you. I'm sorry, I lied. She quickly gave up her act. I know, Maya stated the obvious. I just wanted to tease you. The cold shower the day before, together with the lonely sleep, had helped her calm down a lot. Well, I'm glad you're better. You weren't very energetic yesterday, after all. So you noticed, huh? Of course. I might be stupid, but I'm not entirely blind. Though, I have no idea what was going on. Sophia had noticed that something wasn't right but didn't know what exactly. Why yeah, no need to worry. I'm feeling much better today. Thanks for worrying. Great. Then, lead away, Maya. Sure. She raised her hand to indicate her readiness, but then used it to grab Sophia's before actually starting to walk. Let's go. Yeah? Sophia looked at their joined hands in shock for a moment, but ultimately obediently let herself be dragged around by the cat girl. Hand in hand, the girls kept going like that for most of the day. Fen was following slightly behind them with a faint smile on his face, silently cheering for the cat girl. He also made sure not to get involved, because he didn't want to deal with either of them. Having made good progress until the evening, the group finally stopped once they found a group of trees that made for a good camping ground. After having eaten something, they were relaxing around their usual fire. We sure walked a lot. Maya was sitting comfortably on the grass while lightly massaging her legs. I'm kinda tired. Sophia, lying flat on the grass next to her with her limbs sprawled out, didn't feel tired at all, but she decided to stay silent. I think I'm going for a jog later, to power myself out a bit. Fen wasn't as nice. Want to join me, Sophia? Knowing the speed and endurance of his companion, not to mention her love for running around, the wolf knew that she was far from exhausted, either. And no, I'm good. Sorry, for being so slow. You're not slow. Fen and I are just abnormally fast. She wanted to make her feel better. Besides, I like to travel at this speed better anyway. Going slowly eliminates the chance of missing out on anything interesting. She used the wrong word. You. She intended to be nice, but Maya only took more damage. Anyway, it's bath time for me. Sophia quickly changed the topic. What are you going to do? Another shower, or are you coming with me? Do you want me to come? She recovered fast. She stopped to think. Why yes, I think so. I've gotten a little used to it. A bit, at least. Ignoring some, accidents, it's become fun, I guess? Despite it being embarrassing, of course. Also, it's a good training for getting used to my boosts, probably? She wasn't perfectly convinced about any of what she was saying. I see. Well, looks like I have no other choice. I'll accompany you. Maya tried to sound indifferent, but the smile and her happily swishing tail gave away that she was looking forward to it. Getting up from the grass, she grabbed Sophia's hand and pulled her up from the ground as well. Still holding on to her hand, the cat girl then left the camp with her in tow. Why when you're this excited, Maya, I'm getting a bit scared. I am not excited. Her tail froze in place when she was called out. You are not, huh? Okay. Sophia didn't buy it, but she also didn't feel like arguing. Having found a suitable place, the girls started their preparations, and the bath was finished up in no time at all. So, we are going for a big bath again? Maya was looking at the huge tub with a complicated expression. Yeah, ignoring various things. I think the small one was way too cramped, because I like to stretch myself in the water. Can't argue with that. Well then, let's go in. Facing her back towards the cat girl, Sophia started undressing while looking straight forward, as usual, so she doesn't get distracted before entering the water. Maya forgot to strip because she accidentally focused her attention on something else that did distract her. After slapping her cheeks, she quickly followed the other girl. She sat down behind her in the big bath and then pressed their backs together by leaning onto Sophia. Why you sure like that position, huh? She remembered that the two often sat like that in the bath. Once she got used to the sensation, she leaned back as well, before turning her head to look up at the sky. Well, it feels, and nice, and it's not, that embarrassing anymore. Yeah. Wait. The cat girl suddenly sprang up again. Didn't we want to make you extra embarrassed so that you can get used to your boost thingy? You're right. Okay, not the wording I would prefer, but you have a point. Sophia forgot about their situation for a moment and turned around. Thanks to that, she got a perfect close-up view of Maya's glistening wet, not to mention, naked body standing right in front of her. She went silent and found herself unconsciously staring at her as a result. That's a bit embarrassing, Feeling self-conscious after all that's happening to her lately, the cat girl twisted her body away from being watched. Oh. I'm sorry, that's not. She looked in a different direction before even finishing her sentence. Well, not exactly, ineffective. I think your plan B backfired a bit, Maya. Sophia did get embarrassed, among many other things, by looking at her, but for different reasons, and she had the feeling the cat girl took the most damage from this attempt. That wasn't what I had intended, idiot. Because it had indeed affected Maya the most, the rest of their bath went on without anything noteworthy happening, and no further progress was made. The girls finished up before long and went back to the camp. Along the way, they ran into Fan, who actually went for an evening run, after all. Chapter 50, Traveling Towards the Sea. The girls had finished their bath, but instead of making Sophia more confident by raising her limits, it backfired on Maya. The cat girl ended up being the most embarrassed one because she accidentally presented herself fully in the nude to the other girl and gave her a nice close-up view of her body. While relaxing at their campsite afterward, the group was chatting about their plans for the following days. How far is the sea again? Sophia was leaning against Fan as usual when she looked at the cat girl sitting next to her. We already made way more progress than I thought we would. If we get up early tomorrow and continue like that for the rest of the way, we might be able to reach it in under a week. So, we need a week at the very least, huh? The chance of her getting up early was near zero. Ahaha. Yeah, we can take it easy. Maya was in absolutely no rush either. If anything, it actually helped with her master plan. After she said this while trying to get more comfortable, she began to shift around her body to find a better position and kept glancing at Sophia for some reason. Is something the matter? She tilted her head, not understanding the cat girl's behavior. And not at all. Feeling caught in the act, her entire body, including her tail, twitched in response. Even so, she kept glancing at the girl regardless. Seriously, what's going on? Sophia followed her line of sight and ended up in her lap. Is that what you want? With a light blush on her cheeks, she patted her lap. Why yeah. Maya slightly nodded while her tail made a couple of nervous movements. Her immunity against Sophia's charm had worn off during their bath. Geez. Well, it can't be helped. Trying not to grin at how cute the cat girl was in her eyes right now, she repositioned her legs a bit. Her boosts seemed to be working very well at the moment, and she unconsciously decided to take advantage of them. Thanks. Still red in her face, she placed her head onto the girl's lap while facing the fire in front of them. Trying to find the perfect spot, she wiggled around for a good while, causing her hair and cat ear to brush against Sophia's thighs multiple times. Stop that. Feeling ticklish, she placed her hand on Maya's head to keep her from moving around. Fine. She was disappointed that she couldn't finish her marking, but Sophia's hand on her head was nice on its own, so she settled for that. Good girl. Sophia ruffled through her hair. Is it just me, or have our roles changed a bit? Turned even. She was confused about how she, of all people, seemed the more emotionally stable person right now. Funny, I was just thinking the same. Did something happen? Did I do something again without realizing, for you to be so out of it? Kind of, somehow yes, but also no. Maya had become like that because of Sophia, but the girl wasn't actively trying to make her life more complicated for a change. What am I supposed to do with that answer? Don't worry about it. It may be your fault, but you did nothing wrong. Okay, what? Huh? If it's my fault, please tell me, or else I can't fix it. She only got more confused. You don't have to fix anything. Actually, I don't want you to fix it, so I'm not telling you. The problem was that Maya was falling hard for her, or already did so. Fixing that wouldn't make her happy at all. Anyway, your hand. What about my hand? Thankfully, Sophia's attention was really easy to divert most of the time. She noticed that she had stopped petting the cat girl. What am I going to do with you? So spoiled. Heaving a sigh, the girl ruffled Maya's hair again. Well, not that I mind, not at all. With a cheerful, purr-like sound, she further rubbed her head against the girl's hand. While she did so, one of her ears was brushing against Sophia's thighs again. I told you to stop that. She pushed her head down again, stopping the cat girl from moving. While I don't, dislike the feeling, as it turns out, and my legs are kinda, no, super ticklish. Sophia never knew about that until Maya first used them as a lap pillow the other day, because that was the first time someone came in contact with her legs in such a way. Who? The cat girl got her hands on some very valuable information. She immediately regretted her slip-up. I'll put that to good use eventually. Not wanting to ruin the mood, Maya decided not to try it out immediately. I need to learn to shut up. No, feel free to tell me more about you. She wanted to know everything about her, after all. I have the feeling that would end badly for me. Sophia had become wary of her. To end the topic, she entirely focused on the cat girl's head, picking up the pace and intensity of her petting. She kept her hands away from her ears this time, though, because she still had a slightly guilty feeling from the last time. MHHMM. Even so, from the sound of her delighted humming, Maya was enjoying it, not to mention how her tail was twitching from time to time whenever Sophia apparently hit a good spot. The two spent their evening like that until Maya had become so relaxed from having her head pet that she eventually fell asleep. Sophia watched the peaceful cat girl for a while before deciding to end the day as well, and she snuggled against Fen behind her, who had dozed off a while ago already. The following days were basically a repeat of the same routine. The group kept advancing towards the sea all day, and the two girls were in their own little world during the evening. Sophia had gotten quite used to Maya's advances, as much as it was possible for her, at least, and the cat girl managed to regain her posture to some degree. After around a week and a half, things finally began to change, though. Oh, I think I can smell the sea. Sophia was sniffing the air as she said so. Yes, you're right. Fen had noticed the smell as well. Really? Maya didn't. Then again, while my nose is decent, it's more useful for nearby smells. I take more pride in my eyes. That being said, the sea should be half a day away at most, so you might be right about the smell. We should be able to see it once we pass that forest over there. She pointed to her right, where trees filled their vision. Oh? I can sense some monsters in there. Sophia focused her attention on her forest. Not terribly strong, but no small fries either. The place is filled with all sorts of bears. Fen was able to give some more details. Bears? What's that? You don't know them, Sophia? Maya tilted her head. They're big, carnivorous mammals. She looked at Fen in response, because he fits that description as well. Let her finish, girl. Most of them are either brown or black, but some of them, primarily in cold regions, can be white as well. They have large bodies, while normal bears are between 2 and 3 meters tall. Really powerful ones can get much bigger. They have stocky legs, long snouts, small round ears, shaggy hair, and seriously huge paws. I see. Sophia went silent while mentally forming an image. Oh, they're bears. Come on, simply swapping 2 letters is way too lazy. What is she talking about? Maya looked confused as she glanced at Fen. Don't mind her. She does that from time to time. The wolf was used to it already. Okay? Do they put up a decent fight? Sophia had become interested in the monsters. They're tasty. His answer was slightly beside the point. The strong ones should be above the rock golems from back then. At least in raw power. The bears have more weak points, though, as they, burn, for example. Oh, they should be good for some experiments then. What about you, Maya? Want to fight some? Yes, please. One of the main reasons for the cat girl to come here was to fight strong monsters. I want to have some fun as well. All right then. Let's get going. For experiments. For fun. For lunch. While the three's motivations couldn't be more different, they were all looking forward to it when Sophia led them into the forest. You really eat those, Fen? Sophia was pointing at a particularly healthy and ferocious-looking black bear, being way past 4 meters tall. Of course. While I admit it's a bit chewy, it has a nice and strong taste. I like that. Yeah, I pass on that. While she didn't dislike meat, the girl wasn't fond enough of it to even eat strong-tasting bear meat. I might want to try a bite. Maya likes vegetables, but she was a little intrigued by it because, after all, a part of her is of feline origins. At least someone gets it. Fen was happy about having found a comrade. Please don't bond over something like that. Sophia lacked the enthusiasm of the two. Can I give it a go? Slightly excited, the cat girl was looking at the colossal bear, itching for a fight. Sure, be our guest. Great. Let's see. With a great smile, Maya walked towards the monster. Grawr. The bear greeted her with a very low-sounding growl, to warn her. Oh ho, feeling confident, are we? Too bad for you, I've been practicing. Not to mention, I really need this. She had accumulated a lot of stress lately. While she said so, compressed air, somewhat resembling a thin saw blade, formed in front of the catgirl before it launched towards the monster. Compared to the first tries in the dungeon a while back, she had completely refined her chantless air magic. Ggraih. Somewhat pain-sounding, the bear released another cry after his chest started to bleed from a big wound that appeared in an instant. Identifying Maya as the culprit, it began to dash towards her. Not expecting it to survive the attack, the catgirl was surprised for a moment. Still, she has excellent reflexes and effortlessly managed to dodge the huge beast. Rolling to the side, she instantly turned around and shot 2 more air blades. They cut deep into the bear's right arm and leg, rendering it immobile. Grrhh. Still growling, the blood-covered monster was approaching its end. Now, for the finale. Maya walked closer to the bear and finished it with a blade directed at the monster's neck. Not bad. The wolf was impressed by her improvements. That was fun. Where's the next one? She was far from being done. Calm down, muscle brain. Sophia approached her. Good job at, well, keeping your clothes clean, but, She pointed at her face, that was sprinkled with the blood of the bear. You might want to clean that. Oh, thanks. Maybe I should change my approach. I don't want to ruin another outfit with bloodstains, huh? She remembered Sophia's Griphon incident. That would be wise. Buying new clothes around here might be difficult. She had no plans to stop the catgirl from having fun, but warned her about the possible issues. Yeah, blood on white doesn't wash out no matter what one tries. She sounded like she had some experience with that, from more than one incident. Too bad I like white too much to ditch it for something more convenient. Yeah, it looks good on you. It perfectly matches your snow-white hair. Sophia smiled at her while saying so. Thank you. Not having expected a compliment out of nowhere, Maya got slightly flustered and didn't know how to react. Anyway. I guess I'll try fire magic then. So, where's the next bear? If possible, a stronger one. Primarily for fun, the muscle brain of a catgirl continued to leave a severe impact on the bear population of the forest they were in. Fighting off the slight embarrassment from Sophia's sudden attack was a small part of her eagerness as well, though.